Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 994 to Chapter 1078. The people from the Great Qin Empire left in a sorry state, and the cultivators who had come to watch the show also dispersed. Conflicts like this occurred every single day in the Outer Realm, so it wasn't strange to them at all. Big Brother Feng, please accept me as your disciple. I'll definitely be obedient. Zhao Yangon looked at Lin Feng excitedly. Zhao Yangping's eyes were also filled with stars. Lin Feng patted Zhao Yan'an's head and said, "A master can show you the way, but it's up to you to cultivate. You're quite talented, so if you keep cultivating, your future will be limitless. You don't need to find another master." Tan Taishen said, "Don't praise him like that, or he'll become complacent. There are so many geniuses in this world, but because of their pride, they'll disappear from the world." Zhao Yangon said, "Cousin, don't worry. I won't be arrogant. I'll cultivate diligently." He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with determination. He then said, "Besides, we're just disciples of small clans. How can we be arrogant?" Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Yangon was young, but his mental state was incomparable. He had a bright future, and he might even be able to lead his clan to glory. At that moment, more and more cultivators were heading towards the teleportation formation. The cultivators guarding the formation were overseen by an ancient overlord, so even though the others were filled with righteous indignation, they didn't dare to resist. Offending an ancient overlord was the same as courting death. If one wanted to pass, they had to pay 500,000 top-grade spirit stones or some precious natural treasures. More and more people passed. At that moment, a group of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, were heading towards the formation. They took out 5 water-repelling jades. The water-repelling jades were water-type treasures, and their effects were very similar to the legendary water-repelling pearls. If one carried the water-repelling jades on their person, they could freely travel through water. They were extremely rare treasures. It seems that many people have encountered great opportunities. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. There were too many treasures on the outer realm. Everyone had encountered great opportunities, so Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The cultivators guarding the formation put away the water-repelling jades and were about to let them pass. Suddenly, a horse-faced middle-aged cultivator said, "Wait, my lord, is there anything else?" The leading blue-clothed male cultivator asked cautiously. Their group was not particularly strong. The 3 male cultivators were only at the 4th firmament of the creation realm, while the 2 female cultivators were at the 2nd firmament of the creation realm. The other female cultivator in a purple skirt was at the 3rd firmament of the creation realm. Of course, a team like theirs wasn't particularly weak. It wouldn't be a problem for them to be a little more careful during the planet's trial. The horse-faced cultivator looked at the pretty female cultivator in light yellow clothes. His gaze landed on the bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet was bluish-purple in color. It was made from bluish-purple immortal jade and emitted a shocking fluctuation. It was clearly a treasure. A purplish jade bangle. "Is that a storage magic treasure?" the horse-faced cultivator asked. The pretty female cultivator didn't dare to hesitate. She nodded and said, "My lord, it's all right, take this jade bracelet and give it to me. It just so happens that I want to give it to someone as a gift." The horse-faced cultivator said indifferently. "Please wait for a moment, my lord. I'll take out the item in the bracelet," the pretty female cultivator said. The horse-faced cultivator said indifferently, "As the saying goes, the heavenly jade is profound and the bracelet can't be empty. Immortal jade can nourish people, but empty bracelets can devour one's life. Haven't you heard of this saying before? If you give this bracelet to me, isn't that the same as cursing me to not live long?" The pretty female cultivator's expression suddenly changed. She quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. It's just that my life is in the bracelet, so." "Shut up. I asked you for the bracelet because I think highly of you. How dare you not know how to appreciate favors?" The horse-faced cultivator's expression was as gloomy as water. The pretty female cultivator bit her lip and said, "My lord, I won't use the teleportation array." As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to leave. "You bitch who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. How dare you go against my will? Today, I'll take this bracelet, and I'll also take your life." The horse-faced cultivator was clearly an extremely ruthless person. Now that the female cultivator had dared to refuse him, he was furious. Boom, the horse-faced cultivator reached out and grabbed the pretty female cultivator. Quick, save Junior sister you. The other 4 cultivators gritted their teeth and rushed forward. Scram. The horse-faced cultivator slapped the pretty female cultivator's 4 fellow disciples away. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. The pretty female cultivator was no match for the horse-faced cultivator and was immediately caught. There was a ripping sound. The pretty female cultivator's clothes were torn apart. The top half of her body was completely exposed. Haha, your figure isn't bad. The horse-faced cultivator carried the pretty female cultivator and walked inside. What a beast. Many people were filled with righteous indignation when they saw this scene, but no one dared to offend these people. Beast, let go of me. The pretty female cultivator's face was ashen after being humiliated in such a way. The horse-faced cultivator placed her on a large, smooth rock. The horse-faced cultivator held her hands down and tore apart the pretty female cultivator's clothes. Then, he was about to forcefully enter the pretty female cultivator's body in front of everyone. Many female cultivators in the surroundings turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch this scene. The pretty female cultivator shed tears of despair. Bang! Just as the horse-faced cultivator was about to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared behind the horse-faced cultivator and sent him flying more than 10 meters away with a kick. The horse-faced cultivator fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, the person who attacked him had already stepped on his face. Let me ask you, who gave you the guts to be so heartless? Lin Feng looked coldly at the horse-faced cultivator. Brat, you're courting death. The horse-faced cultivator looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Hurry up and let her go, or you'll die without a grave. The horse-faced cultivator's companions also surrounded them, but they didn't dare to directly attack because the horse-faced cultivator was in Lin Feng's hands. The pretty female cultivator protected the important parts of her body, changed into a set of clothes in the forest, and walked out. At this moment, she was surprisingly calm. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Senior brother, can you hand this person over to me?" Lin Feng nodded. Thank you, senior brother. The pretty female cultivator walked in front of the horse-faced cultivator, and a dagger appeared in her hand. What are you doing? The horse-faced cultivator shouted in horror. Killing you. The pretty female cultivator stabbed the dagger into the horse-faced cultivator's chest. The horse-faced cultivator spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open in anger, and he couldn't believe that he would die like this. Not long after, the horse-faced cultivator's body twitched and he died. The pretty female cultivator took off the jade bracelet in her hand and handed it to Lin Feng. What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng asked. There's something inside that will definitely be very useful to senior brother. The pretty female cultivator said, Senior brother, don't refuse. If senior brother doesn't take it, I won't be able to keep it. As soon as she finished speaking, the pretty female cultivator turned around and rushed into the forest. Today, she had suffered such a great humiliation that she was afraid that she wouldn't have the face to stay here anymore. The pretty female cultivator's 4 companions chased after her, but soon, they heard mournful cries. Junior sister you, why did you take things so hard? Hearing the cries of the 4 cultivators, a cultivator ran over and saw a dagger in the pretty female cultivator's chest. She had chosen to kill herself. She had ended her life. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh when he saw the female cultivator commit suicide. He hadn't expected that she would go to such extremes. It was obvious that the female cultivator was a loyal person who couldn't bear to be humiliated. It was a pity that she ended her young life just like that. Many people sighed and felt heartache for the female cultivator's tragic end. Zhao Yangping even started crying and said, that sister is so pitiful. Dan Taixian hugged her and comforted her. This was the world of cultivators. It was so cruel, and many places were filled with filth and cold-bloodedness. Boy, if it weren't for you, Lord Lu wouldn't have died. You deserve to die 10,000 times. A group of cultivators surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Based on the horse-faced cultivator's actions, it was obvious how detestable these people were. It was not an exaggeration to describe them as scum. Lin Feng looked at the group of cultivators silently and said, "Reckless things, you actually dare to be so impudent in front of me. Only death awaits an ant like you who dares to challenge my dignity." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed toward the group of people. Lin Feng's killing intent towards these people was very strong. It was not only because of the enmity between them, but more importantly, because the female cultivator's death had touched Lin Feng's heart. How desperate must she have been to choose to commit suicide? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of his family. They had been captured by a mysterious person, and now they were also in extreme despair. Lin Feng hoped that his family would not go to the extreme like the female cultivator. "Die, boy." The group of cultivators attacked, and all kinds of attacks flew toward Lin Feng. These people were much stronger than the cultivators of the Great Qin Empire. After all, if they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't dare to guard the planet's teleportation array and threaten cultivators who wanted to go to other planets to pay a huge price to leave. However, the cultivator they were facing now was Lin Feng. Everything changed because of this. Lin Feng's right hand was like a blade. Skysplitter slashed out, tearing heaven and earth apart. One cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng on the spot. These powerful cultivators did not seem to have much power to resist Lin Feng. One had to know that among these cultivators, there were even experts at the 10th layer of the creation realm. But when he fought Lin Feng, he was still killed by Lin Feng in one move. That young cultivator is actually so powerful? Many onlooking cultivators cried out in shock. Although they had guessed Lin Feng's cultivation, they never thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. Originally, many people thought that Lin Feng's cultivation should be at the 7th or 8th layer of the creation realm. But from the looks of it now, it was obviously not the case. How could someone at the 7th or 8th layer of the creation realm have such tyrannical battle prowess as Lin Feng? Although many people could sense that Lin Feng was at the 4th layer of the creation realm, no one really believed that Lin Feng was at this realm. Many people felt that Lin Feng was hiding his true cultivation level. Big Brother Feng is really too powerful. Zhao Yangon had an extremely shocked expression on his face, then he cried out excitedly. Zhao Yongping also looked at Lin Feng and Dan Taishan with some suspicion, revealing a thoughtful expression. Dan Taishuan's gaze was now on Lin Feng. Ever since she met Lin Feng again and was plundered by Lin Feng again, Dan Taishan knew that her life was lived for this man. This man had already occupied the entire place in her heart. Corpses were lying on the ground. These arrogant cultivators who treated human lives as grass had completely collapsed. Many people fled towards the teleportation valley, but Lin Feng killed them all with a slash of his saber. The rest of the cultivators also died under Lin Feng's attacks. There were already more than 100 corpses lying on the ground. At that moment, an angry shout came from the valley. "Brat, you're courting death. I'm going to tear you into pieces." As the voice fell, a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread out. It's a powerhouse at the level of an ancient powerhouse. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Someone transmitted a message to Lin Feng, telling him to run away quickly. Although Lin Feng was strong, he was still too young. In the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng would definitely die if he faced an ancient powerhouse. Dan Taishan, Zhao Yongping, and Zhao Yangon were also extremely worried. They urged Lin Feng to run away quickly. Perhaps the only person who wasn't worried and was full of confidence in Lin Feng was Dishi Xian. Lin Feng stood in place without moving. He was waiting for the other party to appear. This made Dan Taishan, Zhao Yongping, and Zhao Yangon extremely anxious. They were extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. In the next moment, their faces turned pale. The ancient powerhouse had already appeared. It was too late for Lin Feng to run away now. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He was extremely dignified. His gaze was cold and emotionless. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. "Brat, you're really audacious. You actually killed so many of my subordinates. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. It's too early to boast. Many people had astonished looks in their eyes. That young cultivator actually dared to confront an ancient powerhouse? Did he really have the strength to do so? Or was he overestimating himself? Dan Taixian suddenly remembered that when Lin Feng had saved her, he had taken away half of the dead cultivator's storage rings. However, the leader of that group of cultivators didn't choose to fight Lin Feng. Instead, he let them leave. Although Dan Taixian didn't know how strong that cultivator leader was, Dan Taixian vaguely felt that his cultivation wasn't any weaker than the ancient powerhouse in front of her. If that ancient powerhouse had to give Lin Feng face, wouldn't that mean that Lin Feng was also an ancient powerhouse? When she thought of this, Dan Taishuan's red lips parted slightly. Her face was filled with shock and astonishment. "Brat, you actually dare to boast so shamelessly in front of me. I'll let you know what a miserable fate an ant will face after offending the majesty of a dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient powerhouse had already sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. When they felt the terrifying aura emitted from the ancient powerhouse's body, many of the surrounding cultivators turned pale. They almost couldn't breathe. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. That young cultivator won't be killed directly, right? Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Only when they personally felt the aura of an ancient powerhouse's attack did they know how powerful a cultivator at that level was. Now, no one was optimistic that Lin Feng, a young cultivator, would be able to withstand the ancient powerhouse's attack. Facing the ancient powerhouse's attack, Lin Feng sneered and punched out. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, everyone looked on in disbelief. The ancient powerhouse, whose strength was unfathomable and who was like an invincible god in everyone's eyes, was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. "Oh my god, Big Brother Feng is amazing!" shouted Zhao Yangon excitedly. He looked like he was worshipping Lin Feng. Tan Taixian's eyes lit up. She had guessed that Lin Feng was strong enough to make the strongest cultivators fear him. Now, she was convinced. Even the strongest cultivator had been blown away by a single punch. How strong was he? "Cousin, could it be that you and Brother Feng?" asked Zhao Yongping ambiguously. "Stupid girl, don't ask about master's matters." Tan Taixian blushed. "Which monstrous genius is that?" Many cultivators were curious and asked about Lin Feng's identity. Obviously, apart from Zun cultivators, how could there be anyone in the younger generation who could suppress the strongest cultivators? However, nobody knew who Lin Feng was. Everybody was looking for the geniuses of the celestial martial continent, but nobody could match Lin Feng's strength. "Little brat, I'm going to kill you!" shouted the strongest cultivator furiously. At his level, he cared a lot about his reputation. Now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he, an ancient giant that everyone had to look up to, was actually sent flying by a single punch from a young cultivator. To him, this was naturally a loss of face and something that was difficult to accept. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. "Since you're a strong cultivator, you must be famous. Which group do you belong to? How dare you steal the teleportation portal? How dare you force cultivators to pay you a fortune? And how dare you allow your subordinates to do such a heartless thing? That's right. Which group do you belong to?" Many people started shouting. They hated this group of people, so they naturally wanted to know who they were. If this matter were to spread to the Sky Martial continent, then the faction behind him would also be held accountable by the various large factions. "Little brat, if you want to know, go ask King Yama," said the strongest cultivator with a hideous smile. He moved towards Lin Feng. He raised his right hand and condensed a mountain and river. This divine ability was called Mountains and Rivers in the palm. It abruptly flipped over, suppressing towards Lin Feng. This cultivator was deliberately hiding his sect or clan's divine ability. Clearly, he didn't want to expose his true identity. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he unleashed the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. The illusions of 5 great emperors appeared behind Lin Feng. Giant dragons coiled around the 5 great emperors. As soon as the 5 Emperor Dragon Fist was unleashed, an immemorial and ancient aura spread out. Bang, the two sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng instantly broke this person's divine ability. Although the strength of this ancient tycoon was tyrannical, Lin Feng guessed that his cultivation base should be at the 2nd layer of life and death realm. As for the current Lin Feng, not to mention the 2nd layer of life and death realm, he could even suppress the 5th layer. Lin Feng's 5 Emperor Dragon fists slammed into this ancient overlord and sent him flying. Pooh. This time, he was heavily injured and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. So strong. It's a complete suppression, many people cried out in shock. He's young and handsome. Who is this young master? Many female cultivators in the crowd looked at Lin Feng as if they wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Dragon Tiger Scissors. The ancient overlord's expression sank. He waved his right hand and took out a supreme treasure. It was a scissor-shaped treasure. This treasure had a true dragon and a white tiger engraved on it. It was actually a high-grade Dao artifact. A treasure of this level could kill Lin Feng. Kid, let's see how you'll die. This ancient overlord was very confident in his supreme treasure and couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. The golden scissors quickly flew out, and the illusions of a true dragon and a white tiger appeared in midair. The dragon tiger scissors could instantly tear through the void. It was indeed a high-grade Dao artifact. Such a treasure was too rare. Many people felt the power of the dragon tiger scissors and secretly wondered if Lin Feng could resist it. After all, when cultivators fought, if one side took out a powerful supreme treasure, it could easily turn the tide of the battle. The dragon tiger scissors was a treasure that could turn the tide of a battle. This treasure is not bad. I don't have a high-grade Dao artifact yet. I want this treasure. When the dragon tiger scissors flew over, Lin Feng took out the sky-devouring jar. The sky-devouring jar immediately showed its power. Whoosh, 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 a powerful devouring force surged out of the jar and enveloped the dragon tiger scissors. Although the dragon tiger scissors was a high-grade Dao artifact, it couldn't resist the sky-devouring jar. The dragon tiger scissors quickly flew toward the sky-devouring jar. You want to devour my treasure? Don't even think about it. The ancient overlord roared furiously and tried to summon the dragon tiger scissors back. However, the sky-devouring jar was too powerful. It directly devoured the dragon tiger scissors. Then, the sky-devouring jar forcefully erased the divine will that the ancient overlord had left in the jar. Wah, as the owner of the dragon tiger scissors, the ancient overlord suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. At that moment, he knew that he had lost the battle. He didn't want to fight anymore and fled into the distance. Before he left, he didn't forget to leave behind a ruthless sentence, "Brat, just you wait. I'll come for you very soon. When the time comes, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes." As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to escape. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stood where he was and stretched out his right hand. He used the immemorial star-plucking palm to grab the ancient overlord. A gigantic hand materialized in the void and grabbed hold of the escaping ancient powerhouse. No matter how hard the ancient overlord struggled, he couldn't break free. Lin Feng slammed his palm towards the ancient overlord. He wanted to kill him once and for all. Brat, you want to kill me? I'll drag you down with me. The ancient overlord knew that he was going to die, so his eyes were filled with ferocity. A terrifying chi spread out from his body. He wanted to self-destruct. The explosion of an ancient overlord's self-destruction was extremely destructive. The surrounding cultivators were all pale with fright. Hurry up and run. Many people shouted in fear and ran away madly. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Lin Feng looked at him disdainfully. He used the Great Suppression technique to suppress the ancient overlord. Why is this happening? Shouted the ancient overlord in disbelief. His face was filled with despair. He couldn't even self-destruct to drag Lin Feng down with him. It was the first time the ancient overlord had felt so powerless. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. In your next life, reincarnate and be a good person. Lin Feng looked indifferent and slammed his palm towards the ancient overlord's head. Bang, the ancient overlord's head exploded. The headless corpse fell from the sky. An ancient overlord had been killed by Lin Feng, just like that. There were at least 4,000 or 5,000 cultivators in front of the teleportation valley, but at that moment, nobody made a sound. Everybody was astonished and looking at the handsome young man standing in the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as if they were facing a young great emperor. Everybody had the urge to kneel down and worship him. That was the aura of a young great emperor. He looked askance at the sky, and his chi could swallow everything. He could kill ancient overlords with a wave of his hand. The planet's teleportation portal opened, and more cultivators entered it. Lin Feng and the others also entered the teleportation portal and disappeared from the planet. Swoosh, the world spun, and with a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others appeared on another planet. Kill. As soon as they arrived on the planet, they heard a deafening battle cry coming from afar. There were cultivators everywhere. A dense crowd of cultivators was rushing towards an island. "Brother, what's happening?" Someone stopped a cultivator and asked. The ancient cultivator's cavern is protected by a puppet beast. More than 10 Dao items have already flown out of the cavern. Countless people have gone crazy. They want to attack the ancient cultivator's cavern. There might even be divine items inside. The cultivator said and hurriedly rushed over. "Brothers, let's go and take a look." Many cultivators who came with Lin Feng also rushed to the island. Of course, there were also some who had just arrived on the planet and were unfamiliar with everything. Therefore, they decided to observe for a while before deciding what to do next. They didn't rush to the island. Lin Feng didn't plan to go to the island. There were too many cultivators. Even if there were treasures, it wouldn't be easy to get them. It was better to leave this opportunity for others. "It looks like an ocean?" Dan Taixian asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's find a place to rest." Soon, the group left. They found an island and landed on it. Not long after, the sky darkened, and a bonfire rose on the island. Dishi Xian hunted a huge sea snake in the sea for food. "Yangon, you and your sister seem to have collected a lot of jade leaf stones, right? I have spirit herbs that are more than 10,000 years old. I'll exchange some of them with you," Lin Feng said. Zhao Yangon said heroically, "Big brother Feng, please don't say that. You'll be slapping us in the face. Big brother Feng saved our lives, so these emerald leaf stones are our gifts to him." Zhao Yangon took out about 500 pieces of jade leaf stones and gave them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's a different matter. These jade leaf stones are very precious, so I can't take them for free. There are 310,000-year-old spirit herbs here. Take them." Lin Feng handed a storage ring to Zhao Yangon. Inside the white jade box was a 10,000-year-old elixir. Zhao Yangon wanted to refuse, but Dan Taixian said, "Yangon, since your big brother Feng is giving it to you, you should accept it." "All right." Zhao Yangon accepted it. For the next 3 months, they trained on the planet. First, they were in the sea region. Then, they left the sea region and went to a relatively famous desert. Everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. On this day, Lin Feng received a piece of news from a cultivator's trading area. This news was related to the Holy Spirit fruit. The Holy Spirit fruit was one of the most mysterious fruits in the world. This kind of fruit was extremely beneficial to some of the best spirit beasts. "Eat. I want to eat it." When Bibi heard the news about the Holy Spirit fruit, she immediately woke up and conveyed her emotions to Lin Feng. This was an extremely thirsty emotion. Lin Feng had never seen Bibi so thirsty for anything. Lin Feng inquired about the place where the Holy Spirit fruit appeared. It was a terrifying place where many terrifying creatures resided. Many cultivators entered, but they were all wiped out. Lin Feng had already decided to search for the Holy Spirit fruit. He asked Dishi Xian, Dan Taixian, and the others to train together. There was no need to wait for him, because more than half of the 2 years of training on the planet had passed. There was still half a year before it would end. At this stage, they had to gather as many resources as possible. Lin Feng was relieved to leave Dan Taixian, Zhao Yangping, and Zhao Yangon in the care of Dishi Xian. "You must be careful," Dan Taixian said worriedly. "Don't worry." Lin Feng nodded. At night, he pulled Dan Taixian to a secluded place. Naturally, it was the Wu Mountain again. It seemed to be because they were about to part. Therefore, Dan Taixian was both enthusiastic and proactive. On the second day, Lin Feng left. Ominous Territory was the name of that secret place. There were terrifying creatures everywhere. Along the way, Bibi was extremely excited. According to Bibi, the Holy Spirit fruit could help it hatch. Lin Feng was naturally very happy. Bibi was a very heaven-defying race, although Lin Feng still didn't know which race Bibi belonged to. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been looking forward to Bibi's incubation. On the way, Lin Feng saw many cultivators who had entered the ominous territory. Why were there so many cultivators in such a dangerous place? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. This season is the time for all kinds of vicious beasts to hatch their eggs. In the ominous territory, you can see many young beasts. Not long ago, someone obtained a young pterosaur, and someone also found a young tautai. Lin Feng asked a middle-aged cultivator, but he received a shocking result. This surprised him. Whether it was the pterosaur or the tautai, they were all divine beasts. After being passed down for so long, their bloodlines might not be that powerful, but their ancestors were divine beasts after all. As their cultivation increased, the bloodlines in these vicious beasts' bodies would revert to their ancestors and become divine beasts. Divine beasts were existences that were equivalent to gods. Lin Feng finally understood why so many cultivators had entered the ominous territory. Not long after, a great battle broke out in a mountain range. Hundreds of cultivators were attacking the scarlet flame golden swanee that occupied the mountain range. There was such a rumor in the ancient legends. There was a strange beast that was shaped like a lion. Its body was covered in fiery red scales and surrounded by endless flames. It was ferocious and brutal. This beast wreaked havoc in the world. Everywhere it went, the land was scorched red and countless people were eaten. The Fire Tribe's Scarlet Emperor and 36 other top experts fought for 9 days and 9 nights before finally subduing it. They sealed it in the Scarlet Flame divine artifact of the Fire Tribe, the Scarlet Flame Jade Disc, and suppressed it in the Scarlet Flame Mountain. In this battle, the Scarlet Emperor, Fire God, Scarlet Fairy, and the other experts from the Fire Tribe, as well as the powerful True Yuan Fairy, Tuoba, Lian, and the Coral Unicorn, were unable to kill it. The Scarlet Emperor used the double damage spell and the 7 luminaries' violet light, but he still failed at the last moment. In the end, he borrowed the Lian physique to kill it with the Tai True Fire Slash, but he also paid a heavy price to become an immortal. From this, one could see how ferocious this beast was. And in the legends, this vicious beast was the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. Of course, the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee from the Immemorial era was naturally not something that the few Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee in the mountain range could compare to. However, even though their bloodline was very thin now, these Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee were still extremely powerful. A 10-meter-long Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee roared, causing the mountains to shake. It swatted out with its claw, and more than 10 cultivators were turned into meat paste. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched. He didn't rush forward, but he didn't leave either, because Lin Feng was also interested in the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's eggs. Even though this place was dangerous, it was also a mountain of treasures. If he could obtain the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's eggs, it would be a great opportunity. Everyone, spread out. Use your magical treasures to attack these beasts from a distance. A cultivator shouted and quickly retreated. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee were too strong. Even though they couldn't compare to their ancestors, the cultivators who were attacking them weren't the same as Scarlet Emperor and the others from back then. An endless sea of flames burned the sky. A terrifying chi filled the air. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee released an endless amount of chi. Some of the weaker cultivators felt suffocated. They couldn't bear the pressure from the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's body. Kill. Hundreds of cultivators activated their magical treasures and attacked the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. Slash, the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee that had rushed out was injured. A bone-deep wound was torn open on its body, and blood immediately flowed out. No matter how strong the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of hundreds of cultivators. Even the strongest cultivators of the ancient era would have been killed by that attack. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's injury shocked many people. Let's work together and kill it. Many cultivators said excitedly. These cultivators besieging the Scarlet Flame Gold Swanee not only wanted to obtain its cubs or eggs, they also wanted to kill it. Every part of the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was a treasure. Its bones, blood, origin, internal core, they were all priceless. hundreds of magical treasures attacked again. The injured scarlet flame golden swanee was blown away. Its huge body crashed into a mountain, and the entire mountain collapsed. The scarlet flame golden swanee had been severely injured. It tried to crawl out of the rubble, but it fell down again. The hundreds of cultivators were extremely excited. They activated their magical treasures again, wanting to kill the scarlet flame golden swanee once and for all. But at that moment, another 4 scarlet flame golden swanee rushed out from the depths of the mountain. The scarlet flame golden swanee roared furiously. Every single scarlet flame golden swanee contained a monstrous killing intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The scarlet flame gold swanee spat out huge fireballs. The fireballs exploded in the crowd. Many cultivators were immediately submerged. They screamed miserably and died in the end. Don't panic, everyone. Keep attacking these scarlet flame gold swanee from afar. We'll be able to kill them sooner or later. An expert sneered. These experts were trying to calm the people down, but they still needed the help of the surrounding cultivators. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with the scarlet flame golden swan beast. However, in private, the leaders of several forces had already sent people to infiltrate the scarlet flame golden swanee's lair. Now that the scarlet flame golden swanee had come out, their nests were empty. It was the best opportunity to snatch their cubs or eggs. Whoosh, Lin Feng entered the forest and hid his aura from the side of the mountain, heading toward the nest of the scarlet flame gold swan beast. The scarlet flame gold swan beasts were very cautious as they fought the cultivators in the void. Their spiritual sense constantly scanned the area to prevent anyone from sneaking into their lair. However, Lin Feng was very good at concealing himself. He managed to hide from the scarlet flame gold swan beasts. When Lin Feng arrived at the valley, 5 other cultivators followed. They probably represented 5 top forces. These people weren't simple either. They were very excited after sneaking into the valley. In the depths of the valley, there was a huge cave surrounded by flames. It was the cave of the scarlet flame gold swan beast. The 5 cultivators quickly rushed in. Lin Feng followed closely behind. The cave was very long and hot. After walking for about 100 meters, they came to a fork in the road. Boom! In the middle of the fork, there was a violent fluctuation. It was obvious that the 5 cultivators were fighting the scarlet flame gold swan beasts. It seems that there are still scarlet flame gold swan beasts guarding the cave. But from the fluctuations of their aura, they aren't as strong as the ones outside. Lin Feng thought to himself. He chose to enter the cave from the left. Soon, Lin Feng rushed in. This path led to the deepest part of the cave. In the depths of the forest, Lin Feng saw a gigantic mountain. The 3 passages outside could all lead to the belly of the mountain. There was another path in the mountain that led to the deepest part. Lin Feng could vaguely feel a few weak auras. They should be young beasts. There was also a beast egg in the magma that gushed out from the belly of the mountain. It seemed that the scarlet flame gold swan beasts were using the lava to hatch their eggs. The other eggs had successfully hatched, and there was only one left. Lin Feng entered the mountain and took the egg. Initially, he wanted to go deeper into the mountain and take the baby beasts with him. But at that moment, Lin Feng felt a cold aura enveloping his body. In the middle of the path, flames surged. Within the flames, a scarlet flame gold swanee rushed over. This scarlet flame gold swanee was smaller than the scarlet flame gold swanee outside, and its strength was also slightly weaker. But that didn't mean that this scarlet flame gold swan beast wasn't strong. In fact, this scarlet flame gold swan beast was just as terrifying. Its speed was too fast. In an instant, it rushed into the mountain. Even with Lin Feng's current cultivation, he felt a sense of fear. How could Lin Feng dare to stay any longer? He hurriedly rushed outside. At that moment, the scarlet flame gold swan beast swiped its claw at Lin Feng. This attack was unavoidable. Lin Feng had no choice but to block it. He used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack the scarlet flame gold swan beast. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng and the scarlet flame gold swan beast collided. Then, Lin Feng was sent flying by the scarlet flame gold swan beast's claw. Wah! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He was incomparably depressed. This scarlet flame gold swan beast was too strong. The scarlet flame gold swan beast roared and pounced. Lin Feng hurriedly used the earth shrink technique and rushed into the cave, dodging the scarlet flame gold swan beast's attack. Then, he used the golden body wings. Lin Feng's speed was as fast as it could be and he quickly rushed outside. Not only was the scarlet flame gold swan beast powerful, its speed wasn't much slower than Lin Feng's. Along the way, Lin Feng couldn't shake off the scarlet flame gold swan beast at all. Finally, Lin Feng rushed out of the cave and flew directly into the depths of the mountain forest. The scarlet flame gold swan beast chased after him and roared angrily. The other scarlet flame gold swan beasts didn't chase after him. Instead, they quickly retreated into the valley. In the valley, these scarlet flame gold swan beasts had to protect their cubs. Lin Feng flew for 3 days and 3 nights. However, the scarlet flame gold swan beast kept chasing after him. This made Lin Feng very depressed. The scarlet flame gold swan beast raised its huge claw and slapped at Lin Feng from over 1,000 meters away. A mountain-sized beast claw condensed in the void and slammed at Lin Feng. F***CK. It's coming again. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the scarlet flame gold swanny. He was speechless. He hastily dodged, but he didn't manage to dodge it completely. Lin Feng was sent flying by the scarlet flame gold swanny's claw. He crashed heavily on the ground and rolled a dozen times. The scarlet flame gold swanny let out a deep roar. It was still trying to kill Lin Feng with its claw. Lin Feng hastily crawled up from the ground and rushed towards the depths of the forest. However, the scarlet flame gold swanny had already rushed over and sent Lin Feng flying again. Even Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. The scarlet flame gold swanny became even crazier when it smelled blood. It roared and opened its bloody mouth to bite Lin Feng. Spatial bending, Lin Feng leaped over 100 meters away. This time, the scarlet flame gold swanny missed. However, the scarlet flame gold swanny's reaction speed was too fast. The moment it missed, it suddenly stomped on the ground and pounced on Lin Feng like an arrow. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll smash this egg. Lin Feng couldn't dodge. He took out the egg and held it in his hand, threatening it loudly. Roar. Roar. The scarlet flame gold swanny stopped in midair and let out deep roars from time to time. That roar contained a terrifying killing intent. However, the scarlet flame gold swanny didn't dare rashly charge forward. Even if it wanted to kill Lin Feng, it still had to consider the egg in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the scarlet flame gold swanny didn't charge at him. He took out a jade leaf stone and hurriedly refined it. His exhausted spiritual energy quickly recovered to its peak. Lin Feng held the egg in his hand and flew away. The scarlet flame golden swanny followed closely behind. It seemed to be looking for the best opportunity to launch a sure kill attack on Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng did not let down his guard against the scarlet flame gold swanny. 2 hours later, Lin Feng suddenly felt a cold aura pervading the forest. The scarlet flame gold swanny let out a series of deep roars. Lin Feng could tell from the roars that the scarlet flame gold swanny was irritable and uneasy. The scarlet flame gold swanny was a fire-type beast. It was the natural enemy of yin energy. Therefore, the scarlet flame gold swanny hated this kind of cold energy. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was delighted. Everything in the world had its own counter. It seemed like there was something here that could restrain the scarlet flame gold swanny beast. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to escape from the scarlet flame gold swanny beast. Thinking of this, Lin Feng increased his speed. Whoosh, he quickly rushed into the depths. Not long after, Lin Feng heard the sound of the surging river. His expression suddenly changed and he increased his speed. The scarlet flame gold swanny behind him became even more irritable. It directly attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng threatened it with the egg. The scarlet flame gold swanny did not care anymore. This made Lin Feng even more certain that the scarlet flame gold swanny was afraid of something. Therefore, Lin Feng did not intend to continue fighting with the scarlet flame gold swanny. He dodged the scarlet flame gold swanny's attacks and turned into a streak of light as he rushed into the depths. Finally, Lin Feng saw a river. This river exuded a cold aura. Within a radius of 12 miles, not a single blade of grass grew. Even with Lin Feng's powerful physique, he was still unable to withstand it. When he approached this river, he was shivering from the cold. He had not even come into contact with the river water. It was hard to imagine how cold the river water was. Roar, the scarlet flame gold swanny had completely gone mad. Its roar shook the heavens. It waved its huge claws and clawed at Lin Feng. In the void, the destructive power of the scarlet flame gold swanny's body could be felt everywhere. The scarlet flame gold swanny had unleashed its most terrifying battle prowess. The aura emitted by this beast made Lin Feng feel the threat of death. Lin Feng knew that if he continued to fight with this beast, he would most likely die. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the river. There was a loud thump. Lin Feng jumped into the river. The scarlet flame gold swanny's attack swept through the air. Roar! Roar! The scarlet flame gold swanny roared above the river. It flew quickly across the sky. Its powerful spiritual sense swept out, trying to find Lin Feng's traces. However, its spiritual sense could only sweep above the river. This was because its spiritual sense could not penetrate into the river. This river was too terrifying. It could even freeze spiritual sense. The temperature in the river was too low. Lin Feng jumped in and quickly put away the scarlet flame gold swanny's egg. Since the scarlet flame gold swanny had not left, Lin Feng did not dare to leave the river. Not long after, Lin Feng could not hold on any longer. His body was frozen stiff. Water countered fire. Now, Lin Feng could not even use his heavenly fire. If it was a cultivator who cultivated an ice attribute cultivation method, like Ning Han's Huang, they might be able to pass through the river unimpeded. However, Lin Feng was in great trouble. After only half an hour in the river, Lin Feng could not hold on any longer. He felt his consciousness about to fall into a deep sleep. His body fell towards the bottom of the river. Roar! It was not until an earth-shaking roar came from the bottom of the river that Lin Feng woke up. Lin Feng opened his eyes with difficulty. He saw that there was a cave at the bottom of the river. This cave exuded an ancient aura. The cave was shrouded in a light cover. However, the roar just now had disappeared. Lin Feng's consciousness had fallen into a blurred state. He was not sure if he had really heard the roar of a beast or if it was just an illusion. However, now that he had sobered up, he looked at the cave below with an uncertain expression. A cave at the bottom of the river was indeed quite strange. Lin Feng swam towards the cave and finally fell into the light cover. At this time, Lin Feng found that the cold aura had completely disappeared. His body felt incomparably comfortable. The light cover of the cave blocked the cold aura of the river. Scorching cold god cave. Lin Feng called out the name of the cave. He suddenly showed a shocked expression. This was a god cave. A cave passed down by a god. Lin Feng immediately felt his heartbeat accelerate. He had never thought that there would be such a god cave at the bottom of the river. An ordinary person would have frozen to death after jumping into the river. Only Lin Feng's body was so strong that he did not die after falling to the bottom of the river. Moreover, he had discovered this scorching cold god cave. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord did not respond. Perhaps he was in seclusion. Or perhaps he did not want to talk to him. Lin Feng looked inside the scorching cold god cave. There was a glaring light inside. He could not see anything clearly. Lin Feng carefully entered the cave. However, as soon as he entered the cave, a terrifying aura spread out. Then, a pungent smell rushed out. A frost dragon opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. It's over, Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper. Facing a sudden attack from a dragon, it was too late to dodge. Walala, Lin Feng originally thought that he was going to be swallowed by the ice dragon, but he didn't expect that at that moment, there would be the sound of chains colliding. The ice dragon roared in pain. The ice dragon was about 3 meters away from Lin Feng. Its huge body was pierced through by 18 chains, and the 18 chains were connected to the divine prefecture. No matter how hard the ice dragon struggled, it couldn't break free from the chains. Lin Feng looked shocked. Who was it that had locked up such a frost dragon here? the ice dragon was guarding the entrance to the divine prefecture. If Lin Feng wanted to enter, he would have to defeat the gigantic ice dragon, but that wasn't realistic at all. So Lin Feng couldn't enter the divine prefecture. What a pity, the divine prefecture is protected by an ice dragon. I can only look at it and sigh. Lin Feng felt regretful. If he could enter the divine prefecture, he would definitely have a great opportunity, but Lin Feng couldn't think of a way to enter. One day later. Walala, a head popped out of the cold river. It was Lin Feng. He quickly swam out of the river and away from it. Lin Feng remembered the location of the divine prefecture. When he became a god in the future, he would definitely pass by this place. When that time came, he would revisit this place. At that time, he would have the ability to search for the divine prefecture. It was late at night, and Lin Feng felt a little better after leaving the range of the cold river. He raised a bonfire, and the barbecued meat above it emitted an enticing aroma. Golden oil dripped down from time to time, making sizzling sounds. "Bibi is hungry, Bibi is hungry," said the little boy. He flew around Lin Feng and started dancing in the air. His voice was like a baby's. Lin Feng took out a few king-level spirit herbs. A rainbow-colored light shot out from the eggshell, wrapping around the king-level spirit herbs. Those spirit herbs turned into the purest form of energy, which was absorbed by Bibi. Every time, this little guy would eat the most precious natural treasures. The little guy wouldn't even look at ordinary things. "Big brother, Eggy! Eggy!" Bibi shouted. Obviously, Bibi wasn't talking about itself. It was probably talking about the egg of the scarlet flame golden swanny. Lin Feng quickly took out the scarlet flame gold swanny beast's egg. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently when he saw the egg. The originally perfect egg was now filled with cracks. These cracks covered the entire egg. Wisps of essence Qi spread out from the cracked egg. Originally, the beast egg contained pure life energy, but now, Lin Feng could no longer feel any life energy. This meant that the egg was already dead. It seems that the water of the frigid river has frozen it. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he had jumped into the frigid river, he had put the egg away. But the egg had touched the water of the frigid river, even if it had only been for a moment. The temperature of the water of the frigid river was too low, and it had frozen the egg. "My scarlet flame golden swanny beast. My divine beast pet. Damn the frigid river." Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In reality, Lin Feng knew that the scarlet flame golden swanny beast's egg was extremely difficult to hatch. If the scarlet flame golden swanny beast had hatched the egg, it would have been able to hatch after a long time. But if it had hatched the egg, the probability of it hatching was very low. But there was still hope, and now, all of that hope had been cut off. "Eat! Eat!" Bibi circled around Lin Feng and shouted excitedly. This little guy was a complete glutton. Swish, there was a flash of light, and the sleepy dragon rabbit jumped out of the bag. Then, the dark green manta scorpion king also took the initiative to come out of the bag. They all looked at the scarlet flame golden swanny beast's egg. This was the egg of a divine beast's descendant. The amount of essence it contained was unimaginable. It was also very effective in increasing one's cultivation. Since the egg had already lost its vitality, Lin Feng directly put it on the bonfire and roasted it. Soon, an alluring fragrance spread from the egg. "Eat! Eat!" Bibi's childish voice could be heard. It could not wait any longer. The dragon rabbit's big eyes were also shining brightly. The dark green manta scorpion king was drooling. Lin Feng took the roasted egg out of the fire. Then, he removed the outer shell. He used a knife to cut the egg into pieces for everyone to enjoy. Lin Feng took a bite, and suddenly, a majestic essence spread out from his body. As expected of the egg of a divine beast's descendant, the essence it contained was too shocking. The taste of the egg could only be considered average, but Lin Feng ate it with relish. After eating 3 pieces, the essence in Lin Feng's body began to overflow. Essence was spurting out from every pore. As for the dark green manta scorpion king, it only ate 1 piece and could not eat any more. If it ate more, the essence in its body would be enough to make its body explode. After eating 3 pieces, the dragon rabbit also reached its limit, and began to refine the essence in its body with the dark green mantis scorpion king. Although Bei hadn't hatched yet, this little thing had actually eaten 5 pieces. From this, one could see how astonishing its race was. However, after eating 5 pieces, Bibi also reached its limit. Lin Feng ate 7 pieces in a row, and he felt the essence in his body escape from his pores. He was also reaching his limit. However, there were still 2 pieces left. If he did not eat them, the essence would soon dissipate. So, Lin Feng braced himself and ate the last 2 pieces. At this time, Lin Feng's body actually swelled up. The essence in his body seemed to be about to explode. If it really exploded, Lin Feng knew that he would die. Lin Feng's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly used the Great Suppression skill to suppress the essence in his body. Under the suppression of the Great Suppression skill, the essence in Lin Feng's body that was about to explode was finally suppressed temporarily. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate, and began to use the devouring martial soul to devour the essence in his body. The essence as vast as the sea was devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation had another breakthrough. When the essence in his body was completely refined, Lin Feng finally broke through from the 3rd heaven of creation realm to the 4th heaven of creation realm. One must know that with Lin Feng's accumulation, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through. Now that he had refined the essence in the beast egg, it allowed Lin Feng to break through. It could be said that it was a great opportunity. The dragon rabbit, Bibi, and the dark green mantis scorpion king also received great benefits. Among them, the dark green mantis scorpion king began to cultivate in seclusion, and it seemed to be undergoing a transformation. This made Lin Feng very happy. Every time the dark green mantis scorpion king transformed, its life level would evolve, and its combat power would also become stronger. Lin Feng accumulated and headed towards the depths of the ominous territory. Naturally, he did not forget to look for the Holy Spirit fruit for Bibi. 10 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the depths of the ominous territory. 4 mountains that were 10,000 meters high stood there. That was the Four Saint Mountain. It was said that the Holy Spirit fruit grew in the Four Saint Mountain, but the Four Saint Mountain was extremely terrifying. It was said that it was a place comparable to a land of death. Even if a god trespassed, he could die. In front of the Four Saint Mountain, cultivators could be seen from time to time. Those who could come here were naturally not ordinary people. They were powerful and had extraordinary means. Today, they were all here for the Holy Spirit fruit. Many experts were scattered everywhere, looking at each other from afar. Now was not the time to attack, so everyone was waiting. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces. In the distance, a beautiful woman in a red dress was extremely enchanting. She exuded a mature and seductive aura. Duan Hongxiu was like a red rose with poisonous thorns, attracting the attention of many male cultivators. In another direction, Lin Feng saw Ying Yutian. This surprised him. Ying Yutian was also here. Boom, violent fluctuations came from afar. Powerful cultivators were fighting, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. One of them was wielding a sword, slashing out billions of sword lights, while the other was wielding a huge axe, slashing out axe lights like the Milky Way. This battle attracted the attention of many people. In the end, they separated and did not continue fighting. There were many experts here. If both sides were injured, other experts would take the opportunity to attack. Jian Wudi of the Myriad Dao Sword Sect and Quang Shao of the Godly Axe Sect, someone recognized the 2 men's identities. Naturally, they were extraordinary. Both the Myriad Sword Sect and the Divine Axe Sect were ancient forces. Now, these 2 ancient giants were fighting so fiercely. No one knew why they were fighting. Jian Wudi and Quang Shao found a place to rest. They needed to recover their magic power and adjust themselves to their best condition. In the distance, endless divine light surged. A man stepped out from the divine light. It was a man wearing a divine robe. He looked to be in his 30s. High Divinity Sect, Shui Luohui. Many people exclaimed when they saw this person. This person's background was too great. He was the junior brother of the High Divinity sect leader. It was said that he was not called that in the beginning. Later, he changed his name because Shui Luohui cultivated the great falling art. With this art, he was invincible. 1,000 years ago, he changed his name. Now, very few people knew what his original name was. Xue Luohui was bathed in divine light. He walked forward step by step and finally stopped in the void. He looked like a god, looking around. There are so many experts here. How dare Xue Luohui act like this? He's too arrogant. Some people showed their displeasure. Once the great falling technique is used, who can contend against it? This Xue Luohui does indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Someone else said. Even though they were all eternal giants, many cultivators were incomparably wary of Xue Luo. At this time, there was a burst of heavenly music in the distance. A beautiful woman flew over. When he saw the beautiful woman, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. It turned out to be the beautiful woman who had reminded him to leave when he was on the spaceship. Concubine Mulan, that woman is also here. She's not a simple person. She's hidden very deeply. In the past, a demonic ancestor wanted to pluck her, but she killed him. A cultivator said. Concubine Mulan had indeed hidden her strength very deeply. Lin Feng once thought that her cultivation was not very high, but now it seemed that he was very wrong. Endless black fog rolled, and an expert walked out from the black fog. Mo Lung, it was actually this person. The owner of the spaceship. Lin Feng had suspected that the constant deaths on the spaceship had something to do with this person. Concubine Mulan reminded herself to leave quickly. It was also to avoid Mo Lung. Boom, suddenly, a cold light swept over and slashed towards the mountain Lin Feng was on. This attack tore through heaven and earth. Whoosh, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack. Puff, the huge mountain was cut open like tofu. Murderous intent filled the air, and a cold aura swept through the void. Xianxia stepped out of the void with the heavenly god battle spear in his hand. He was like a young emperor, looking disdainfully in all directions. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and pointed the heavenly god battle spear at him. He said indifferently, "You're really lucky to be able to come out of the galaxy alive. However, an ant will always be an ant. Even if an ant steals its life, it will still be crushed to death when it meets me again." Xianxia was arrogant and did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. He was full of contempt and disdain. Many people looked in his direction. Xianxia. Many cultivators were shocked. Obviously, they knew who Xianxia was. During the last genius battle of the 3,000 prefectures, Xianxia had displayed his strength and shone brightly. He was one of the most outstanding geniuses. After so many years, Xianxia's cultivation could already suppress many ancient giants. Such a person was the focus of all the 3,000 prefectures. Who's the other person? Some people looked at Lin Feng curiously. They did not know him. It's him, of course. There were also people who recognized Lin Feng. For example, when Ying Yutian saw Lin Feng, his face darkened. Back in the divine void realm, what happened in the world of the 33 steps of the heavenly stairway had made Ying Yutian extremely angry. 3 treasures had been taken away by Lin Feng, the Empress, and Granny Tianshan. Although they were not as strong as them, they could not help but feel jealous. Duan Hongxiu looked over with a gloomy gaze. Concubine Mulan looked over with a strange expression. She did not expect Lin Feng to have grown to such a level. Then, she smiled. Xue Luohui also looked over, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He had already recognized Lin Feng. He had killed the 2 geniuses of the High God sect, Du Guxian and Xiaomingjia. Mo Lung smiled coldly. He looked at Lin Feng and then at Concubine Mulan. He looked pensive. He seemed to have figured something out. When he looked at Concubine Mulan, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He's the cultivator who came out alive from the Milky Way. Someone said. Many people were shocked. They had also heard about what had happened a year ago. In the depths of the Milky Way, Xianxia had beaten a cultivator into the Milky Way. A year later, that cultivator had emerged from the Milky Way. This caused a huge uproar because cultivators who fell into the Milky Way could not come out alive. Now that they had seen the culprit, not only were they shocked, but their eyes also flashed coldly. They knew that Lin Feng must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Milky Way. Otherwise, he would not have come out alive. He's my prey, Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia held the heavenly god battle spear in his hand. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He did not see Lin Feng as an opponent, he saw him as his prey. Of course, he was not talking to Lin Feng. He was warning the people around him. He was warning them not to have any ideas about Lin Feng. One had to admit that Xianxia was really arrogant. He even dared to warn the older generation cultivators. Was this something an ordinary person could do? Many of the older generation cultivators looked gloomy. They felt embarrassed, but they were afraid of Xianxia's strength. They could only tolerate him for now. Xianxia was holding his celestial god battle spear and walking towards Lin Feng step by step. He looked down at Lin Feng as if he were looking at an ant. Have you thought about how you want to die? Lin Feng looked at the arrogant Xianxia calmly. He took out his black dragon sword and said, if you want to kill me, show me what you're capable of. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Xianxia stepped forward. Mad God's 3 spear strikes, shattering mountains and rivers. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's first spear strike had already arrived. Instantly, the scene of mountains and rivers collapsing appeared in the void. Waves of destructive power filled the air. The spear pierced through the void and headed straight for Lin Feng's chest. Xianxia wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. Lin Feng held his black dragon sword and slashed out with the universe sword technique. The void was filled with sword chi. The dense sword chi was about to transform into a sword chi dragon. Clang, the two attacks collided. One had to admit that Xianxia was too strong. His Mad God's 3 spear strikes was obviously an immemorial mystique. It broke Lin Feng's universe sword technique. After all, Lin Feng's universe sword technique was only an immemorial mystique. The spear that pierced through the void came straight for Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his black dragon sword to block it, but he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Second spear strike, shattering heaven and earth. Xianxia's attacks were relentless, one strike after another. The second strike was even more powerful than the previous one. Lin Feng infused the universe sword technique and the sword intent he had comprehended into his black dragon sword. Lin Feng clashed with Xianxia's attack again. This time, Xianxia broke through Lin Feng's attack. There was a difference in cultivation level between the two of them. Lin Feng's mystique was not as strong as Xianxia's, so this battle was too difficult for Lin Feng. You're so weak. Xianxia's lips curled into a disdainful smile. His spear pierced through the void towards Lin Feng again. Third spear strike, falling gods. After this spear strike, an ancient world appeared in the void. There seemed to be an earth-shattering battle taking place in that world. Countless experts were participating in that battle. One figure after another fell from the sky. Those dead experts were all gods. With one spear, a group of gods fell. This spear made Lin Feng feel an aura of death. The Mad God's 3 spear strikes was indeed worthy of being called an immemorial spirit technique. The power it unleashed was completely beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in the face of this powerful spear. The treasure stood in front of him. Xianxia's attack landed on the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Instantly, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda blocked Xianxia's attack. On the other hand, Lin Feng took this opportunity to retreat and widen the distance between him and Xianxia. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda floated above Lin Feng, sending down rays of divine light to protect Lin Feng. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this guy have? How did his cultivation level rise so quickly? Immemorial looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. The killing intent in his heart grew stronger. In his opinion, Lin Feng must have obtained a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter for his cultivation level to soar so quickly. If he killed Lin Feng, wouldn't all these fortuitous encounters belong to him? Thinking of this, Immemorial felt a little excited. He even wanted to help Lin Feng defeat Xianxia, then find a chance to kill Lin Feng. However, Immemorial did not act rashly. He continued to wait quietly. Like Immemorial, there were more than one ancient powerhouse who had their eyes on Lin Feng. They all suspected that Lin Feng had obtained a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. Therefore, they wanted to kill Lin Feng to snatch his fortuitous encounter. The world of cultivators was cruel. If one was not strong enough, they would be targeted by other experts if they obtained treasures. At that time, they would die in the hands of other experts. Such things happened every day. Do you think you can escape death just because you have a defensive treasure? What a joke. Not to mention a mere mid-grade Dao artifact, even if you had a divine artifact defensive magic treasure, you would still die today. Di Xingtian sneered and walked towards Lin Feng with disdain. Immemorial star-plucking palm. Lin Feng made a grabbing motion in the air. Buzz. Intense waves of energy swept out. A gigantic hand condensed in the air and grabbed towards Di Xingtian. Petty tricks. Watch me break your sacred art. Di Xingtian raised his right foot and stomped down. A gigantic foot condensed in the air and stomped towards Lin Feng's immemorial star-plucking palm. Di Xingtian stomped on Lin Feng's gigantic hand and crushed it. However, Lin Feng's attacks were relentless. A gigantic hand that covered the sky condensed in the air. This giant hand was an attack condensed from the primordial divine ability, Heaven-Covering Hand. Break again. Di Xingtian's voice was cold as he stabbed his battle spear upwards. This is my chance. Lin Feng used ground shrink and rushed towards Di Xingtian. He wanted to fight Di Xingtian in close combat. If both of them fought with weapons, Di Xingtian had cultivated many powerful spear arts. He only cultivated sword intent and the heaven and earth sword technique. He was definitely not Di Xingtian's match. Lin Feng's strength was his terrifying physical body. Moreover, he had cultivated many powerful sacred arts. Of course, he also had some inheritances from the Heavenly Masters sect. His shortcoming was that his use of weapons was still at a relatively shallow level. When Di Xingtian broke Lin Feng's plucking palm, Lin Feng was already in front of Di Xingtian. He used the 5 Emperor's Dragon Fists and attacked Di Xingtian. Behind Lin Feng, the 5 Great Emperors and the 5 Dragons of Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth appeared. Lin Feng's body was covered in holy light as he punched the air. Then, he looked towards Di Xingtian. This kid knows how to play to his strengths. His speed is fast and his sacred arts are powerful. His weapon is a sword, but he has not cultivated any sword arts. He will be at a disadvantage if he clashed with Di Xingtian's weapon. It is indeed a good idea to use his speed to get close to Di Xingtian. However, Di Xingtian is not afraid of close combat. Di Xingtian has almost no weaknesses. Some of the ancient powerhouses were discussing magic immunity. Di Xingtian's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he faced Lin Feng's attack. Di Xingtian said indifferently. Then, numerous runes appeared on Di Xingtian's body. These runes were mysterious and ancient. They gave off an ancient and immortal aura. Bang! Lin Feng's fist landed on Di Xingtian's body. However, Lin Feng soon realized that something was wrong. When his fist landed on Di Xingtian's body, the runes on Di Xingtian's body emitted a shocking wave. The power of Lin Feng's fist was negated. How is this possible? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Di Xingtian did not have any defense. He was completely fine after taking his punch. It was too shocking. Lin Feng was not the only one who was shocked. The other ancient powerhouses who were watching the fight also had a serious expression on their faces. Bang! Di Xingtian swung his right fist and sent Lin Feng flying a few thousand meters away. Lin Feng's body fell to the ground. Dust flew up and a few hundred meters deep crater appeared on the ground. He lay in the crater and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and coughed violently. Di Xingtian's strength was beyond Lin Feng's imagination. No wonder he was one of the strongest geniuses in the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng jumped out of the crater and landed in the middle of the forest. Magic immunity. That's the long-lost magic immunity. One of the ancient giants exclaimed in shock. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Many people had heard of the magic immunity before. Magic immunity meant that one would be immune to all attacks. In the ancient times, magic immunity was one of the top 10 immemorial techniques. It was on the same level as the immemorial dragonesque elephant technique. However, the focus of the two techniques was different. The immemorial dragonesque elephant technique was used to refine the body of a demon. It was used to refine the soul. On the other hand, magic immunity focused on defense. Of course, using the word defense to describe how powerful magic immunity was. Magic immunity was immune to all attacks. No matter how strong one was, they would be immune to all attacks. This was an almost invincible ability. Xianxia walked towards Lin Feng and said coldly, "Do you know the difference between us? You are an ant trying to shake a tree." Xianxia stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even though he was arrogant, he was too strong. Lin Feng took a deep breath and activated all three forces. Lin Feng's chi started to soar. What a powerful force. This guy is extraordinary. He has comprehended three forces. Some of the strongest cultivators were shocked. He should be a few years younger than Xianxia. If he was the same age as Xianxia, it would be hard to say who would win the battle. But now, he's younger. No matter what he does, he won't be able to defeat Xianxia. Another strong cultivator sighed. His words resonated with many people. Everyone nodded. Sometimes, being young was a huge advantage, but sometimes it was a huge disadvantage. However, Lin Feng was a few years younger than Xianxia. That was his biggest disadvantage. This disadvantage could very well cause him to die in the hands of Xianxia. 9 Steps of Death. Lin Feng activated his bloodline power and walked towards Xianxia. This was not a divine ability that was activated by magic power, but an ability that was contained within the bloodline. Therefore, mana immunity was not immune to the 9 steps of death. Instantly, a terrifying power of death permeated out from the void. Death ripples swept towards Xianxia. Every step Lin Feng took seemed to be extremely difficult, but with every step he took, the power he exuded became even more powerful and terrifying. Many of the ancient giants were also shocked. The power of a special bloodline? What bloodline does he have? The experts exchanged glances. There were so many special bloodlines in the world that it was naturally difficult to identify them. Xianxia's expression was cold as he rushed over. The battle spear in his hand stabbed towards Lin Feng once again. At this time, Lin Feng finally took the 4th step. Unknowingly, a terrifying death energy swept towards Xianxia and collided with his battle spear. Clang, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Xianxia's body was sent flying. Ah! Lin Feng roared as he tried his best to take the 5th step. Even with his current strength, it was difficult for him to take the 5th step. His body felt like it was about to split apart. Finally, Lin Feng took the 5th step of the 9 steps of death. Bang! This time, Xianxia was sent flying. His body broke a few ancient trees as he flew through the air. Xianxia somersaulted a dozen times in the air before coming to a stop. What a powerful ability! Many people were shocked. Someone else said, "It seems like he has reached his limit and can't take the 6th step." If that's the case, it's still not enough to fight against Xianxia. Lin Feng was indeed unable to take the 6th step. If he insisted on taking the 6th step, Lin Feng's body would be destroyed. You have a special bloodline. Today, I'll destroy your bloodline. Xianxia looked gloomy. He had been forced to retreat. This made him feel extremely humiliated. His desire to kill Lin Feng had reached its peak. Xianxia walked towards Lin Feng. His bloodline was awakening. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Xianxia's body. Then, Lin Feng felt as if his immortal god blood was about to burst out of his body. What's this? He was shocked. What had happened? My bloodline is called the sovereign blood. I can steal other people's bloodlines. Xianxia laughed coldly as he rushed towards Lin Feng. Xianxia started to activate his bloodline. He wanted to devour Lin Feng's bloodline. Lin Feng's immortal god blood was restless. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have rushed out of his body and been devoured by Xianxia's sovereign blood. That brat is in trouble. His bloodline is being suppressed. Xianxia's sovereign blood is too strong. One of the immortal god blood shouted. Xianxia is a pure-blooded cultivator, 100% sovereign blood. Now that he has awakened his sovereign blood, he can't devour that brat's bloodline. It seems like that brat's bloodline is stronger than his sovereign blood. An extremely old ancient giant said. He researched bloodlines, discovering that something wasn't right. What do you mean, old song? That brat's bloodline hasn't awakened much? His bloodline is extremely high? If he awakens enough of his bloodline, he can suppress Xianxia's sovereign blood? Asked one of the immortal gods. He recognized the old immortal god blood and knew that he had studied bloodlines for many years. That's right. I think that brat's bloodline might be one of the 10 sovereign blood, but I can't say for sure, said Old Song. Many people were shocked. Many people were shocked. The 10 supreme bloodlines of the archaic era, any one of them could be said to be heaven-defying. 8 seals. Lin Feng used the inheritance of the celestial master path to seal his bloodline. Then, he rushed towards Di Xingtian and punched him. It's useless. Your sovereign blood can't devour my bloodline, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He had already punched Di Xingtian. Said Di Xingtian coldly. I've seen many people like you, who thought that they could resist my sovereign blood, but in the end, they all died miserably. Di Xingtian raised his fist and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang, the two of them collided. It was like 2 mountains had collided. A destructive energy spread out from the two of them, destroying the forest around them. Even a few mountains were turned into dust. Blood explosion. Di Xingtian attacked, using the special ability of his sovereign blood. Slash. Slash. Slash, 3 bloody holes appeared on Lin Feng's body in a flash. Blood was dripping everywhere. Blood explosion could cause the opponent's blood to explode. When the cultivator's blood exploded, his body would be destroyed and he would die miserably. 8 seals. When Di Xingtian attacked, Lin Feng also used a powerful technique. Inscriptions appeared in the air. He wanted to seal Di Xingtian. The densely packed array runes moved towards Di Xingtian. The 8 divine seals was one of the most powerful techniques of the Celestial Masters sect. It was said to be able to confer divinity. From this, one could tell how powerful this secret skill was. Now, Lin Feng had used the 8 divine seals. Dense divine runes intertwined and wrapped around Di Xingtian. Spiritual Array Master. Di Xingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Many of the ancient giants were shocked as well. These young skyprides were extremely powerful despite their young age. Firstly, it had to do with their talents. Secondly, it had to do with the fact that they had put all their effort into cultivation. Therefore, some auxiliary skills such as spiritual arrays, alchemy, weapon forging, and so on were not what these elite skyprides were good at. Not only was Lin Feng powerful, but he was also a spiritual array master. Naturally, this would cause a commotion. Di Xingtian could feel that Lin Feng's spiritual array was not simple. He quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid it. However, it was too late. The dense array runes wrapped around Di Xingtian. Spiritual power immunity. Di Xingtian shouted coldly. Countless runes appeared on the surface of his body. Di Xingtian wanted to use his spiritual power immunity to block Lin Feng's 8 divine seals. One had to admit that spiritual power immunity was terrifying. Although the 8 divine seals had wrapped around Di Xingtian, it could not seal him completely. The spiritual power immunity was neutralizing the power of the 8 divine seals. Great suppression skill. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and raised his right hand. Runes circled around his palm as he used the great suppression skill to suppress Di Xingtian. The 8 divine seals and the great suppression skill complemented each other perfectly. Di Xingtian's bloodline power started to fall silent. Although he tried his best to resist, he could not neutralize Lin Feng's 2 supreme techniques. Bang! Lin Feng punched Di Xingtian's face. This punch landed on the right side of Di Xingtian's face. Di Xingtian's body was sent flying. A few of his teeth fell out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh my god, Di Xingtian is being suppressed, many people exclaimed. No one had expected this to happen. Di Xingtian was a paragon genius. Now that he was vomiting blood, it was truly shocking. Even though that little boy isn't as strong as Di Xingtian, he knows how to seal and oppress people. Di Xingtian was too careless, and now he's sealed and oppressed. The old man surnamed Song said. The others nodded. Although Di Xingtian was strong, if he was sealed and suppressed, he would not be able to use his battle prowess. What was the point of having such a strong battle prowess? Die. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he rushed towards Di Xingtian, unleashing a supreme reincarnation fist. He naturally wanted to seize this rare opportunity to kill Di Xingtian. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to kill Di Xingtian again. Martial soul, phantom doppelganger. Suddenly, Di Xingtian shouted coldly. His body emitted a shocking wave of energy. Then, a dazzling light shot out from his dantian. That light condensed into a person who looked exactly the same as Di Xingtian. Lin Feng's 8 divine seals and great oppressive skill were both used on the newly formed Di Xingtian. In the next moment, the Holy Emperor sky formed from energy dissipated. Obviously, it was just an illusion, but it was able to neutralize Lin Feng's 8 divine seals and great oppressive skill. What a strange martial soul. Many of the strongest cultivators were astonished. Supreme being geniuses were indeed terrifying. It wouldn't be an easy task to slay such a cultivator. Little boy, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Di Xingtian's murderous intent surged. He took out his divine battle spear again and charged towards Lin Feng. After exchanging a few blows, Di Xingtian realized that he would be at a disadvantage in close combat because Lin Feng's sealing and oppressive skills were too terrifying. Di Xingtian chose to use his strongest move against Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. We don't know who will win yet, Lin Feng laughed coldly. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda hovered above his head and the black dragon sword in his hand. At the same time, he secretly communicated with the dragon tiger scissors, a high-grade Dao artifact. He was ready to kill Di Xingtian at any time. Boom, both parties charged towards each other. Just as they were about to clash again, the old man with the surname Song appeared in the middle of the battlefield. He waved his right hand and 2 gentle forces wrapped around Lin Feng and Di Xingtian, preventing them from taking another step forward. So strong. Lin Feng was shocked. The old man in front of him was too terrifying. Just a casual attack was enough to resolve the battle between him and Di Xingtian. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the old man would be if he used his full strength. Both of you are dragons among men. It won't be easy to determine the winner in a short time. Now, all the heroes have gathered to enter the Four Saints Mountain to search for the Holy Spirit fruit. When the time comes, we will need your help. Let's end this battle here, shall we? The old man's name was Song Zongchen. He had a mysterious background, but he was extraordinarily strong. He had a deep understanding of bloodlines. Many ancient factions were on good terms with him. Song Zongchen's words were obviously directed at Di Xingtian. Di Xingtian would definitely not give up so easily. However, Lin Feng was an expert in formations. Song Zongchen thought highly of him. It would be much safer for him to enter a place like the Four Saints Mountain with a cultivator who was proficient in formations. That's right, let's end this battle here, said a few other tycoons. Di Xingtian looked gloomy. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. He nodded and coldly glanced at Lin Feng. I'll let you live for a few more hours. I'll give you the same thing. I'll take your life and learn your dermic energy immunity. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't hide the fact that he wanted to learn the dermic energy immunity. Who wouldn't want to learn such a terrifying technique? Di Xingtian smiled coldly. You're courting death. Then, he stopped talking. Mo Leng, Ying Yutian, Duan Hongxiu and the others who had bad intentions towards Lin Feng looked gloomy. The stronger Lin Feng was, the less likely it was for them to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. However, the murderous intent in their eyes didn't disappear. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. Obviously, they thought that Lin Feng's strength was incredible. The treasures he had obtained must be astonishing. It was worth the risk. Of course, they didn't show it. Now wasn't the time to make a move. Everybody, the 4 holy mountains are filled with dangers. We need to work together to enter. What do you think? Let's join hands and explore the 4 holy mountains, said Song Zongchen. Nobody had any objections. Song Zongchen nodded and said, We'll enter the Four Saints Mountain in 2 hours. Everybody rested in different places. The enchanting concubine Mulan flew towards Lin Feng. Concubine Mulan landed next to Lin Feng, smelling the fragrance of a woman. She was a peerless beauty, devastatingly beautiful. This was Concubine Mulan, a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She was too perfect, so perfect that anyone who saw her would feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Lin Feng stood up and clasped his fists. "Thank you for your help, elder sister Mulan." Concubine Mulan smiled. She looked elegant and charming. "I just didn't expect you to grow to such an extent in just a little over a year. It's unbelievable." Concubine Mulan's red lips parted in surprise. She looked extremely attractive. Lin Feng had seen many beautiful women in his life, but he had never seen a woman as beautiful as Concubine Mulan. She had a unique temperament. Lin Feng looked at Concubine Mulan. Of course, Lin Feng's admiration for Concubine Mulan was pure admiration. After all, she already had a daughter. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to provoke someone like her, even if she was extremely beautiful. "What I've gone through makes me sigh. It's been extremely difficult for me to get to where I am now." "It's been so difficult," said Lin Feng. Concubine Mulan said, "Perhaps this is the fate of cultivators. Everyone has to go through ups and downs. It's unrealistic to think that everything is smooth sailing." Lin Feng nodded. He then asked, "Why did you choose to help me back then?" "Because I know that you entered the deepest part of the illusory realm and obtained the illusory stone," said Concubine Mulan. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He said calmly, "Elder sister Mulan, did you enter the illusory realm as well?" When Concubine Mulan saw that Lin Feng didn't deny it, she smiled and said, "I didn't enter, but someone else did." He returned empty-handed. "Emolung?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He still remembered that not long after he came out of the illusory realm, he had heard a furious roar coming from the illusory realm. Moreover, he had sensed an oppressive aura coming from the illusory realm. It had belonged to an ancient overlord. And that person was most likely Emolung. Although he couldn't rule out the possibility that there were other ancient powerhouses on Emolung's flying ship. However, Emolung was definitely monitoring the actions of the other ancient overlords. During that period of time, people kept dying on the flying ship. Those who died were all cultivators who obtained illusory stones. Only the captain of the flying ship, Emolung, had the ability to find out who had illusory stones. Emolung only needed to set up a surveillance rune on the flying ship in advance, and he would be able to monitor all the cultivators. Mulan Fei nodded and said, "That's right. It's Emolung." At that time, he had already begun to suspect you and even confirmed that you had entered the restricted space. Lin Feng was puzzled. "I don't recall revealing that I have an illusory stone." "How did Emolung find out?" "There are some treasures in this world that can vaguely sense the existence of the illusory stone," Concubine Mulan said. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Then, he nodded. No wonder Concubine Mulan knew that he had the illusory stone. It seemed that Concubine Mulan also had such a treasure. "So Big Sister Mu arranged for Fanzhen and the others to clash with me? Then, she used that Elder Lu Qi to chase me off the flying ship?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Concubine Mulan nodded. Little brother Lin's eyes are as sharp as torches. "You were actually able to roughly deduce the situation. Big Sister really admires you." Lin Feng said, "But I don't know why Big Sister Mu helped me. We don't seem to know each other, right? In this world, there was no such thing as love or hatred for no reason. Cultivators valued benefits, so Lin Feng definitely wouldn't believe that Concubine Mulan had helped him out of kindness." Concubine Mulan said, "Because I also wanted the 9-colored illusory stone. If you were caught by Emolung on the flying ship, I would have missed the opportunity to obtain the 9-colored illusory stone. So, I simply planned to make you leave the flying ship." Lin Feng said, "Big Sister Mu is an honest person. You don't hide your thoughts." Concubine Mulan smiled. "Thank you for your praise, little brother Lin. I need a 9-colored illusory stone. Of course, little brother Lin, you can rest assured that I will use enough treasures to exchange for it. I won't let you suffer a loss." There were very few 9-colored illusory stones. The 32 9-colored illusory stones that Lin Feng had obtained should be all the illusory stones in the illusory realm. These treasures had many uses. They could help cultivators gain enlightenment, refine magic treasures, and even be used as materials for formations. Of course, they could also prevent cultivators from going berserk. The 9-colored illusory stone was the most valuable treasure. It wouldn't be strange to say that a 9-colored illusory stone was priceless. However, Lin Feng had many 9-colored illusory stones, so he didn't want to exchange them with concubine Mulan. Concubine Mulan had helped him, so he owed her a favor. Lin Feng didn't like to owe people favors. Since concubine Mulan wanted a 9-colored illusory stone, Lin Feng didn't mind giving her one. Lin Feng took out a 9-colored illusory stone and gave it to concubine Mulan. Concubine Mulan was delighted. She quickly put away the 9-colored illusory stone and asked, "Little brother Lin, what do you need?" "As long as I have it, I'll definitely satisfy you." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Big sister Mulan, you're too polite. Take this illusory stone as a token of my gratitude for your help." Concubine Mulan smiled bitterly. She actually wanted to use other treasures to exchange with Lin Feng so that Lin Feng would owe her a favor. However, since Lin Feng had already said so, concubine Mulan couldn't say anything else. After resting for 2 hours, Lin Feng and the others gathered together. There were 36 people in total. They were all ancient powerhouses from different forces in the 3,000 prefectures. "Little brother Lin, you're proficient in great formations. We'll have to trouble you to lead the way to Four Saint Mountain." Song Zongchen cupped his fists and said. Then, Song Zongchen said, "Little brother Lin will be our guide. When we get the Holy Spirit fruit, you can be the first to pick it." The other ancient powerhouses nodded in agreement. If they wanted someone to lead the way, they had to pay a price. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Everyone, follow me. If there's any danger, don't panic. Listen to my commands. Of course, you can choose not to listen to me, but there are great formations everywhere in Four Saint Mountain. I'll say this first, if you act on your own and get caught up in a great formation, I won't take the risk to save you." Although some ancient powerhouses weren't happy with Lin Feng's attitude, they endured it and sneered inwardly. They were planning how to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. There was a strange energy lingering around the Four Holy Mountain. The feeling Lin Feng got from this place was almost the same as the feeling he got from the Land of Death on the Tianwu continent. That meant that the dangers within the Four Holy Mountain weren't any lower than the Land of Death on the Tianwu continent. It seemed that the rumors were true. The Four Holy Mountain was a place capable of burying gods. They had to be extremely careful. Lin Feng led the way. He was extremely careful, and with every step Lin Feng took, a formless formation would appear beneath his feet and spread in all directions. This was a secret technique passed down in the Celestial Master Path. It allowed him to sense many restrictions. Of course, not all restrictions could be sensed with this technique. Furthermore, the dangers of a place like the Four Holy Mountain weren't limited to just a few dangerous restrictions. The dangers here were innumerable. Under Lin Feng's lead, the group gradually ventured deeper into the Four Holy Mountain. On the way, Lin Feng led them to avoid countless restrictions. At that moment, one of the cultivators muttered, "The Four Holy Mountain isn't as scary as we thought." Originally, they had thought that it would be extremely dangerous, but after entering, they hadn't even encountered any fierce beasts, let alone restrictions. Of course, the restrictions could be explained by Lin Feng leading the way, but what about the fierce beasts within the Four Holy Mountain? In a place like this, it was reasonable to say that there should be many terrifying beasts. "Hey, golden snake grass." An expert pointed at a big tree not far away. There was a golden spiritual grass growing under the big tree. Looking from afar, it looked like a small golden snake that was about a meter long was swimming around. Golden snake grass was an extremely rare spirit medicine. It was the main ingredient for refining saint-grade pills. It was obvious how precious it was. The golden snake grass is surrounded by a layer of restrictive spells. I advise you to stay where you are and don't move. There are many treasures in the Four Holy Mountains, but none of them are worth mentioning compared to your life. Lin Feng said indifferently when he saw that many cultivators were itching to move. "We are all ancient overlords. What kind of danger haven't we experienced? It's only a dozen or so meters away. Do you think it's enough to kill us?" A middle-aged cultivator sneered. This person was called Xianxia, and he was at the fourth layer of life and death realm. His cultivation base was also unfathomable. He did not pay attention to Lin Feng's persuasion, and instead quickly rushed towards the golden snake grass. The rest of the cultivators didn't act rashly. They wanted to see if there was really no danger in the Four Sacred Mountain or if it was because Lin Feng had led everyone to avoid these dangers. Soon, they realized that the Four Saint Mountain was filled with danger. That was because Xianxia had been attacked by the restrictive spells. Terrifying ripples swept through the void, and Xianxia was swept away. He spat out blood in midair. He wanted to run back, but he was entangled by the restrictive spells and couldn't get away. Many of the ancient tycoons were horrified. Wasn't the restriction here too terrifying? Even ancient giants could be easily killed. However, when one thought about how this place was rumored to be able to bury gods, everything that Xianxia experienced was nothing. Fellow Taoist Lin, save me. Save me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't want to save this person, because this was what he deserved. However, Xianxia's attitude of admitting his mistake was not bad. If he saved this person, Xianxia would be deeply grateful to him. He might even be able to pull him in as an ally. Having an ancient tycoon as a friend was naturally not a bad thing. Thinking of this, Lin Feng rushed forward. Split. He used the Celestial Master Sect's split word technique, which could split open restrictive spells. After the dense restrictive spell split open, Lin Feng rushed in, grabbed Xianxia, and threw him out. Then, Lin Feng rushed to the golden snake grass, collected it, and quickly returned to the group. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. In the future, with just a word from you, I, Xianxia, won't even frown. Xianxia said gratefully. You're too polite, fellow Taoist Xin. Lin Feng nodded and continued to lead the way into the depths. Along the way, many heavenly treasures appeared, and the other cultivators could only look on and sigh. Lin Feng, on the other hand, kept collecting these heavenly treasures, which made many people envious. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of anyone, especially in the Four Saint Mountain. If anyone dared to have any ideas about him, Lin Feng could activate the restrictions in the Land of Death and easily kill them. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't worried that these people would attack him because they were envious of him obtaining so many heavenly treasures. If someone really dared to make a move, Lin Feng wouldn't mind killing them and snatching their storage rings. Along the way, Lin Feng collected more than 100 types of heavenly treasures. Song Zongchen said with a smile, "Little friend Lin, you can travel freely in the Great Formation and collect all kinds of heavenly treasures. You really make others envious." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Elder Song, you're making fun of me. You're all very strong, so I'm sure you've obtained many treasures in the past year. Unlike me, who was trapped under the Milky Way and couldn't obtain anything." Song Zongchen smiled and didn't say anything else. At night, the Four Saint Mountain became extremely dangerous. A terrifying aura spread out from the surroundings. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "The fierce beasts living in the Four Saint Mountain should be appearing. Everyone, be careful. The Four Saint Mountain is very similar to the Land of Death. It's very strange. The fierce beasts here have been recognized by the Four Saint Mountain and won't be attacked by the restrictions." Everyone nodded and looked around with serious expressions. Roar. A deep roar was heard, and in the distance a strange creature covered in silver scales appeared. In another direction, a ferocious beast wrapped in flames appeared. Not far to the left of the flaming beast, an ugly beast with 3 heads rushed out. Ferocious beasts appeared one after another. There were a total of 40 to 50 terrifying creatures. Every single one of them was in no way weaker than an ancient overlord. The powerhouses originally thought that there wouldn't be any fierce beasts in the Four Saint Mountain, but their expressions became very ugly. There were too many fierce beasts, and there were still more coming from the distance. In the end, almost 100 fierce beasts rushed over and surrounded the group. What do we do now? Many of the hegemons paled as well. The ferocious beasts outnumbered the cultivators by 3 to 1. The ferocious beasts were able to move freely within Four Sacred Mountain while the cultivators were greatly restricted. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Even if they wanted to retreat, they had no chance because the ferocious beasts had sealed off all exits. Everyone, form a circle. We'll split into groups of 12 and work together. I'll activate the restrictions here to deal with these beasts, Lin Feng said solemnly. The restrictions of the four sacred mountain wouldn't automatically attack cultivators, but if Lin Feng activated them, the power released by the restrictions would still cause harm to the beasts. No one dared to hesitate. They quickly divided into groups and prepared for battle. Roar. The beasts in the forest were abnormally ferocious and manic. They let out deep roars. After that, more and more ferocious beasts threw themselves at Lin Feng, each of them releasing destructive energies. The aura emitted by these beasts made Lin Feng's heart tremble. As expected of the creatures of the four sacred mountain, they were indeed very powerful. Fortunately, the combined strength of a group of ancient overlords was quite astonishing. Hundreds of ferocious beasts besieged and fought with the crowd. These ferocious beasts had strong bodies, so they chose to attack at close range first. While the group was struggling to resist the attacks of the beasts, Lin Feng had already begun to communicate with the restrictions of the four sacred mountain. Naturally, it was not an easy task to activate the restriction here. However, ever since Lin Feng inherited the secret technique of the Celestial Master Sect, he had learned many amazing methods. He could even control the restrictions of a place like the Four Sacred Mountain that was comparable to a land of death. Formation runes intertwined and connected with the restrictions of the Four Sacred Mountain. Buzz. Violent waves surged out. Lin Feng successfully communicated with the restrictions of the Four Sacred Mountain. He began to control the restrictions of the Four Sacred Mountain. Powerful attacks were unleashed one after another, bombarding the surrounding ferocious beasts. The attacks of these restrictions were too powerful. They had almost killed Shingongtu before, so it was obvious how powerful the restrictions here were. Now that the restriction had been activated, several ferocious beasts were swept away by the restriction and were directly swept away. Pfft. Even the ferocious beasts of the quadruple holy mountain were penetrated, and several of them were killed on the spot. After seeing this scene, everyone became excited, and their confidence rose. The rest of the beasts bit the corpses of the dead beasts and quickly retreated. Then, a group of beasts began to snatch the corpses of the dead beasts. The carcasses of the dead ferocious beasts were no less attractive to the living ferocious beasts than Lin Feng and the other human cultivators. Soon, the corpses of the ferocious beasts were eaten clean. The ferocious beasts attacked Lin Feng and the others once again. This time, they didn't rush forward rashly. Instead, they used their race's innate ability to attack Lin Feng and the others. Violent shockwaves swept across the heavens and earth. Various kinds of attacks gathered together in the void, forming a long river of attacks that blasted towards Lin Feng and the others. Bring out all your defensive treasures. We'll take the initiative to attack and kill until they're terrified. Lin Feng shouted. Many experts nodded. They were all top-notch experts. Naturally, they all had powerful defensive treasures. All kinds of defensive treasures were summoned to protect everyone. Then, under Lin Feng's lead, they charged towards the group of ferocious beasts. Lin Feng took the lead and activated powerful restrictions to sweep the group of ferocious beasts. One by one, the ferocious beasts were killed. The attacks of the ferocious beasts were temporarily blocked by the defensive treasures. Because the attacks of the restrictions were too powerful, the ferocious beasts became restless and irritable. The originally orderly group of ferocious beasts was now in complete chaos. Lin Feng and the others seized this opportunity to charge into the group of ferocious beasts. Under the attacks of various powerful treasures and the restrictions of the Four Sacred Mountains, the ferocious beasts were killed one after another. Before long, more than 30 ferocious beasts were killed. The rest of the ferocious beasts saw that the situation was bad and fled in all directions. The mountain forest was filled with the thick smell of blood. It was nauseating, but at this moment, many people were still excited. Originally, when they saw that the number of ferocious beasts was 3 times that of the cultivators, many of the ancient powerhouses were worried. However, under Lin Feng's lead, the group of ferocious beasts was defeated. It had to be said that this was quite a miracle. Song Zongchen exclaimed, "Young friend Lin's formations are truly superb. You can even control the restrictions of the Four Sacred Mountains." You've really broadened my horizons. If it weren't for young friend Lin, we would have been surrounded by such a large group of ferocious beasts. It would have been extremely dangerous. Yeah, if it weren't for young friend Lin, we would have suffered heavy casualties today, the other cultivators said, looking at Lin Feng with gratitude. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know how sincere they were. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're all too kind. We were able to kill so many ferocious beasts today because we worked together. Without your cooperation, we wouldn't have been able to defeat these ferocious beasts today." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "Everyone, we shouldn't stay here for too long. Let's collect these ferocious beasts' corpses and leave quickly. It's already night, so we should find a place to rest for the night. It's too dangerous in the four sacred mountains at night, so let's continue tomorrow. What do you all think?" Of course, no one had any objections. The group divided up the ferocious beasts' corpses and continued deeper into the mountains under Lin Feng's lead. They found a valley to rest for the night and continued their journey the next day. By noon the next day, Lin Feng's group was finally close to the depths of the four sacred mountains. As they passed through a forest, a nearby cliff suddenly collapsed and a huge pitch-black cave appeared. A terrifying suction force surged out and enveloped a cultivator. His body flew uncontrollably towards the cave. Lin Feng and the others wanted to save him, but they didn't succeed. The cultivator was swallowed by the cave, and soon, a miserable scream was heard. No one dared to stay any longer and quickly ran away. They left the strange cave with lingering fear. They didn't feel sad for the dead cultivator. At most, they just sighed. However, in the world of cultivators, everyone had seen too many deaths. They quickly adjusted their emotions and followed Lin Feng to the foot of the four main peaks of the four sacred mountains. Boom! As soon as they arrived, the two strong cultivators threw themselves at Lin Feng. They had planned to kill him and steal his treasures when they arrived at the foot of Four Saints Mountain. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He quickly retreated to avoid the attacks. He didn't expect Shen Gongtu to circle behind Lin Feng and send a palm strike at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy. He shouted coldly, "Shen Gongtu, you dare to attack me? Haha, brat, I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I want your treasures. Before, I said that I would go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames just to numb you. I didn't expect you to be so stupid and not be on guard against me at all." Shen Gongtu sneered. The three strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. The other strong cultivators were astonished, too. They hadn't thought the three strong cultivators would attack Lin Feng so suddenly. "Die, brat," said the three overlords coldly. Said the three strong cultivators coldly. Their terrifying attacks were about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled coldly. "You really don't know the difference between life and death." He stomped the ground with his right foot and activated the restrictive spells around him. The three overlords were blown away and coughed up blood. Did he hide himself? The overlords who hadn't attacked glanced at each other. Lin Feng had spent some time controlling the restrictive spells, but this time, he had done it in an instant. The overlords who hadn't attacked felt a chill run down their spines. If they had attacked Lin Feng like Shen Gongtu and the two overlords, they would have been lying on the ground already. Lin Feng used the 8 godly seals to seal Shen Gongtu and the two overlords. "Fellow Taoist Lin, please spare our lives. We were possessed. Please show us mercy and spare our lives. We're willing to exchange powerful spells for our lives." The three overlords knelt on the ground and begged. They didn't have the dignity of an overlord when facing death. They looked like stray dogs. "Fellow Taoist Lin, these two people dragged me into this mess. Do you remember that I said I was willing to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of flames for you?" said Shen Gongtu, looking extremely regretful. "You ungrateful bastard. How could I ever trust you again?" said Lin Feng, kicking Shen Gongtu to the ground. He took the three people's spatial rings and picked them up as if they were little chicks. He quickly walked towards the terrifying demon cave. "Fellow Taoist Lin, we've been through so much together. Please give us one last chance. If you spare our lives, we'll agree to any conditions you have," said Shen Gongtu and the two overlords. They were terrified. They were terrified. The demon cave was terrifying. The cultivators who had been swallowed by it had died tragically. They naturally knew the fate of being swallowed by the demon cave. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. He didn't pay attention to the three people who were begging for mercy. He threw them into the demon cave. Whoosh! The demon cave emitted a terrifying devouring power that enveloped Shingontu and the two overlords. Their magic power was sealed, and they couldn't resist at all. They were all swallowed up. Ah! Shrill screams came from the demon cave. Then, the demon cave became quiet. The overlords in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those were three overlords, and they died just like that. Lin Feng walked back. He didn't say anything else and headed towards the main peak of the Four Saint Mountain. A huge abyss appeared between the four peaks. The Holy Spirit fruit should grow in the abyss, said Song Zongchen. Boom! At that moment, endless demonic qi shot up into the sky from the abyss. Three figures floated in the demonic qi, each of them emitting a terrifying pressure. They were like three ancient gods. Two of them were men and one was a woman. One of them was an old man and the other was a middle-aged man. As for the woman, her clothes were as white as snow, and she looked like a celestial being. They were like three ancient gods, and their qi was oppressive. Lin Feng and the others looked grave. Their clothes are very old. I wonder which era they're from. Song Zongchen frowned. The three of them weren't simple, and they made everyone feel pressured. Lin Feng asked, are they dead or alive? Their eyes were closed, and Lin Feng couldn't tell if they were dead or alive, but he was more willing to believe that they were dead. Swoosh! However, the three of them suddenly opened their eyes, and two cold rays of light shot out from their eyes. It was as if they could see through the world. The three pairs of eyes looked as if they had seen the vicissitudes of life. The three of them glanced at the crowd, and in that instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Xue Luohui laughed strangely and said, they're trying to intimidate us. They're telling us to leave quickly. What do you think? Duan Hongxiu giggled and said, they're not easy to deal with. If we really fight, many of us will die. I wonder who will die. The others frowned. Duan Hongxiu's words were strange, and her qi made them feel uncomfortable. But when they thought about it carefully, Duan Hongxiu's words made sense. The three of them were indeed terrifying, and they made everyone feel threatened. At that moment, Di Xingtian said, I can sense the strength of their bloodlines. They've been dormant for a long time now. If they could still awaken their bloodlines, they would be able to kill us in an instant. But now, they can't awaken their bloodlines, and they can't use many of their skills. Besides, they're in a strange state, and their bodies seem to be sealed. Lin Feng's heart shook. He suddenly thought of Huiya from the Swamp of Death. Could these three experts from an unknown era be the same as the Fire Crow? Could they also be cursed experts? If that was the case, it would explain why they were imprisoned in Four Saints Mountain. Ying Yutian said, even if their strength is suppressed, if we rush in recklessly, we'll still be like ants trying to shake a tree. Ying Yutian was a very rational person. He didn't attack just because of a few words from Di Xingtian. He was weighing the pros and cons unless someone can take out an unsealed artifact. Concubine Mulan said. Lin Feng was in possession of the divine artifact Black Dragon Sword, but the Black Dragon Sword was sealed. It originally had 9 seals, and although 2 of them had been unlocked, there were still 7 seals left. Therefore, a sealed divine artifact would not be able to display its true power. As for the heavenly god battle spear in Di Xingtian's hands, Lin Feng guessed that it was also a sealed divine weapon. If that treasure of his had not been sealed, he could have killed him in an instant back then. I have a heavenly ruler here. It's an unsealed divine item. Song Zongchen stepped forward and said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand and a treasure flew out. It was a magic treasure that looked like a ruler. It emitted an astonishing wave of energy and power. Although it had not been fully awakened, everyone could still feel the boundless divine aura coming from the ruler. In that case, let's not delay any longer. Let's do it now. One of the experts said. The rest of the experts nodded in agreement. Boom, without hesitation, everyone began to attack. Everyone channeled their spiritual energy into the ruler. 1 foot higher. Song Zongchen shouted coldly. With the help of the others, he activated the ruler. The ruler suddenly enlarged, and a destructive wave of energy swept out, exuding a power that could destroy the world. Divine light intertwined, and boundless divine aura spread out. The ruler quickly enlarged into the size of a mountain and smashed towards the three ancient experts. The three experts soared into the sky and punched at the ruler. Asterisk bang, asterisk the two sides collided, and the void trembled. The Tao Heavenly Ruler, this divine artifact, was actually shaken, sent flying by the three supreme experts. Everyone was shocked. The strength of these three experts was too tyrannical. Their bloodlines were sealed, and it seemed like they couldn't even use their divine abilities, but they still blasted the Heavenly Ruler, a divine tool, away. Just how terrifyingly powerful were the three of them at their pinnacle, Song Zongchen said, "Everyone, our cultivation is far from enough to activate a divine artifact like the ruler. Let's not hold back. Everyone, burn 300 years of your lifespan to activate the ruler and awaken the slumbering god." What do you think? Cultivators cherished their lives the most. Burning 300 years of their lifespan would naturally cause many people to hesitate. However, Lin Feng did not hesitate. He was the first to burn 300 years of his lifespan. BB's incubation required the Holy Spirit fruit. Regardless of the price, Lin Feng had to obtain the Holy Spirit fruit. Seeing that Lin Feng had already started burning his lifespan, Song Zongchen, concubine Mulan, and the others also started burning their lifespan. The hesitant cultivators gritted their teeth and started burning their lifespan as well. So many Hegemon-level experts were burning their lifespan to activate the Heavenly Ruler. The ruler emitted an ancient aura. Immeasurable, immeasurable, Tao suppresses all demons. At that moment, a deep voice came from the Heavenly Ruler and a mysterious existence shrouded in divine light appeared. Because of the divine light, his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, this existence was abnormally powerful. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed at Lin Feng and the others. A loud rumbling sound echoed, covering the sky. The Heavenly Ruler's god was also extremely powerful. He fought against three experts by himself, trying to suppress them together. Bang, the two sides collided. The Heavenly Ruler's god and the three experts were locked in a fierce battle. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Swoosh, Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed to the entrance of the abyss. There, they saw a 1-meter-tall tree rooted in the void. Its trunk was as strong as a horned dragon, and its bark was like dragon scales. There were more than 10 Holy Spirit fruits growing on it. The Holy Spirit tree seemed to have sensed their auras and quickly rushed down. Confine! Lin Feng waved his right hand, trying to confine the Holy Spirit tree. However, he failed. The tree escaped into the abyss. This is troublesome. Seeing the Holy Spirit tree escape, many people's expressions changed. At this time, the three experts started suppressing the Heavenly Ruler's god. We have no fate with the Holy Spirit fruit. Everyone, quickly leave. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. Song Zongchen said in a deep voice and took the lead to rush outside. Although the others were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to leave. Otherwise, they might die here. However, Lin Feng clenched his teeth and rushed into the abyss. BB's incubation depended on the Holy Spirit fruit. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to find another Holy Spirit fruit. Even though he knew that chasing after the tree would be very risky, Lin Feng didn't want to give up. What a lunatic. Someone's mouth twitched when they saw Lin Feng chase after the tree. If he entered and waited for the three experts to return, wouldn't he be in a situation where he would die? The others didn't care about what would happen to Lin Feng in the future. They all rushed outside. The tree was extremely fast. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't slow either. He chased after the tree madly. He gradually closed the distance between him and the tree. Lin Feng's right hand condensed a dense array of runes in an attempt to imprison the tree, but the tree suddenly sped up. All the deployment marks fell on empty space. The distance between Lin Feng and the Holy Spirit tree gradually increased. Then, the tree stopped 1,000 meters away, waving its branches and twisting its body as if provoking Lin Feng. Damn! That tree has become a spirit. Lin Feng stared at the tree, dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this at all. Even the immortal herb didn't seem to have such high intelligence. Don't run. Lin Feng summoned his golden wings and pushed his speed to the limit, chasing after the tree once more. The tree turned and ran, provoking Lin Feng as it ran. Not only did the tree have high intelligence, it was also very cunning. The Holy Spirit tree took Lin Feng to the bottom of the abyss. There were many powerful deployment spells. The Holy Spirit tree took Lin Feng to the most dangerous deployment spells. If it weren't for Lin Feng's deep understanding of seals, he would have died long ago. This won't do. I can't catch up to this guy. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. Yeah. Bibi cried out loudly. Feeling the aura of the Holy Spirit fruit, it was very excited. The little thing rushed out from the storage ring. Then, a rainbow immortal light shot out of the eggshell and quickly swept toward the God Spirit tree. The sacred spirit tree seemed to know that this rainbow immortal light was extremely powerful, so it didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly dodged the rainbow immortal light. Lin Feng was quick to take action as well. He joined forces with Bibi to deal with the God Spirit tree, hoping to capture it. However, the God Spirit tree was very cunning. It dodged left and right, causing Lin Feng and Bibi to fail again and again. Meanwhile, the God Spirit tree swayed its body, continuously provoking Lin Feng and Bibi. Don't be so cocky. There will be a time when you cry, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. The dragon rabbit was also summoned by Lin Feng. After the dragon rabbit joined the battle, Bibi seized an opportunity and swept the God Spirit tree with her rainbow immortal light. Pooh! A Holy Spirit fruit was swept down. The God Spirit tree shot out a beam of holy light, trying to take the Holy Spirit fruit away. However, a dazzling saber light slashed at it. The God Spirit tree was shocked and quickly retreated, burrowing into the ground and disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and grabbed the Holy Spirit fruit. Eat. Bibi wants to eat, the little guy was very excited. Swoosh. A rainbow immortal light surged out and enveloped the Holy Spirit fruit. Then, Bibi entered the storage ring and began to refine the Holy Spirit fruit. Lin Feng also sent the dragon rabbit back into the beast slate pouch. At the same time, a terrifying aura came from afar. Lin Feng looked over, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. 3 ancient beings were walking over. This was troublesome. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and quickly rushed into the depths. The 3 ancient beings locked onto Lin Feng's aura, causing Lin Feng's heart to palpitate. He was trying to think of a way to escape. One had to know that the 3 ancient beings were too terrifying. Fighting with them would only lead to death. If he wanted to escape, he would have to find another way. Lin Feng continued to fly into the depths, and the 3 ancient beings behind him were getting closer and closer. This gave Lin Feng an extremely bad feeling. It didn't take long for the 3 terrifying existences to catch up to only 1,000 meters away. The old man waved his right hand, and a terrifying force swept over. Lin Feng was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Don't be rash. Impulsiveness is the devil. Let's talk this out, Lin Feng said with a long face. Bang, however, the old man had no intention of communicating with Lin Feng. He threw another punch at Lin Feng, and he was sent flying again. Lin Feng kept coughing out blood. The 3 ancient beings were too terrifying. If it was someone else, they would have died from the 2 attacks. But even with Lin Feng's strong body, he couldn't hold on any longer. He rushed towards the depths. At this time, the woman in snow-white clothes took action, sending a palm over. A giant energy palm condensed in the void. The energy palm slammed onto Lin Feng's chest, and Lin Feng was sent flying. Lin Feng was sent flying for thousands of meters. His body crashed into a black mountain, and he fell to the ground. Behind him was a valley, and it emitted a gloomy aura. The 3 ancient beings approached Lin Feng step by step. Lin Feng's face was as pale as paper. At this moment, he was in despair, but more than that, he smiled bitterly. He knew that he might die if he entered the valley. However, when faced with death, there was too much reluctance, too much unwillingness, and too many things that he couldn't let go of. Huh? Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a stone tablet not far away. The stone tablet was ancient and majestic. There were 4 words written on it. Suppressed here forever. What does this mean? Could it be that some terrifying existence is being suppressed here? Lin Feng could not help but guess. Lin Feng hurriedly got up and rushed into the valley. The 3 existences immediately stopped and stood outside the valley, looking into the valley. They didn't enter rashly. As expected. This valley is not simple. Lin Feng sighed and sat down on the ground. The 3 ancient beings didn't stay for long. They retreated and floated at the entrance of the abyss. I'm trapped here. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The current situation made him feel helpless. However, Lin Feng had always been an optimistic person. He collected his emotions, sat down cross-legged, and began to heal. It didn't take long for Lin Feng's injuries to fully recover. Bibi was currently refining the energy of the Holy Spirit fruit. It would take some time for her to hatch. Lin Feng walked deeper into the valley. The valley was very quiet. It had existed for countless years. If there was something suppressed here, it would probably be dead by now. Time was enough to erase everything. In the depths of the valley, Lin Feng discovered a grave. That was a lone grave, one that exuded a desolate aura. It was all alone here. Whose grave is this? Buried here, who buried him here? Lin Feng muttered. There wasn't even a stone tablet on the grave, so there was no way to investigate its origins. To scare away 3 great experts, this grave is extraordinary, Lin Feng muttered. He walked alone in front of the grave and found a broken sword in front of it. The broken sword had long lost its luster and was even a little rusty. He didn't know what material it was made of. Who left this broken sword behind? Could it be the owner of this grave? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. Everything here was like a mystery. Buried in the depths of the Four Saint Mountain, there was a stone tablet outside that said, "Here forever." This was what confused Lin Feng the most. What did it mean to be here forever? What did it want to express? Lin Feng walked in front of the broken sword and reached out to pull it out. At this moment, a shocking wave of energy surged out from the broken sword. Following that, a dazzling light shot out. Lin Feng found it difficult to open his eyes. In my life, a sword and a bottle of wine are enough, Lin Feng vaguely heard a voice. It seemed to come from countless years ago, but also seemed to ring in his ears. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked over. He could vaguely see a blurry figure. It was a man. He seemed to be standing in an immortal world. He was alone. He carried a sword on his back. He carried a wine gourd. He held his sword and sang loudly. If there is a day when the sword breaks, it will be the day of my death. He stroked his sword. This sword had a special meaning to him. After an unknown period of time, a broken sword stabbed into the ground in front of the grave. The broken sword was stained with blood, but as time passed, the blood gradually dried up. When all the light dissipated, the broken sword was still stabbed into the ground in front of the grave. He's dead. Lin Feng muttered. The sword broke, and the person died. Just as he had said in the past, his sword was broken. Who is this senior? Lin Feng muttered. He felt that this person was very heroic. He liked this kind of personality. But how did this senior die? Lin Feng grasped the hilt of the broken sword. He wanted to pull out the broken sword. But Lin Feng actually failed. The broken sword seemed to have become one with the earth. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Lin Feng dripped his blood onto the broken sword. At this moment, the broken sword actually let out a sword cry. The broken sword has a spirit, Lin Feng was shocked. This broken sword was truly too extraordinary. Now that it had already rusted, it actually still had such a powerful spirituality, which made Lin Feng feel that it was inconceivable. Lin Feng moved again, wanting to pull out the broken sword. But this time, just like before, he failed. Have you ever thought about seeing the light of day again? Have you ever thought of living for your master? You are the continuation of his life. Lin Feng muttered. In that instant, billions of strands of sword qi shot out from the broken sword. The sword qi swept across heaven and earth. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe that the broken sword could be so terrifying. The quality of this broken sword was probably higher than the Black Dragon's sword. "Come out," shouted Lin Feng furiously. He grabbed the broken sword and pulled it out of the ground. Lin Feng held the broken sword in his hand. He felt that this broken sword seemed to have the power of a primordial beast hibernating in it. It had been silent for too many years. Now that it was pulled out by Lin Feng, the broken sword constantly shook heaven and earth. Rumble. But at this moment, a strange change happened to the lonely grave. The lone grave began to tremble. Crack. 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 Moreover, the lonely grave began to crack. Waves of black fog spread out from the lonely grave. Seal. Open. Open. I am about to break out. Out. Suddenly, a deep roar could be heard coming from the grave. An evil aura surged out from the lonely grave. Lin Feng's face showed an extremely shocked expression. He pulled out the broken sword himself. He broke the seal. What was sealed inside? "What the hell are you?" Lin Feng asked. "I am the heavenly demon general Wan Yanlai." The existence in the lonely grave roared loudly. Lin Feng's face instantly turned as pale as paper. The heavenly demons were the most evil race. Time and time again, the celestial devil clan was the cause of the tragic war. It wasn't just the Sky Martial continent that was invaded by the heavenly demons. Many planets with life in the outer regions were invaded by the heavenly demons. During the chaos of the Middle Ages, the heavenly demons invaded the Sky Martial continent. At that time, countless forces in the Sky Martial continent were destroyed and countless cultivators died. It was a barren land. At that time, many cultivators in many states were massacred. During the day, blood rained down and lonely souls cried. Flying for a few years, one might not even meet a living person. These were the heavenly demons. Wherever they invaded, not even a blade of grass grew. It became a land of death. The heavenly demon general led the heavenly demon army and invaded many planets with life. The heinous crimes he committed were too numerous to be recorded. The one sealed here was actually a heavenly demon general. If he was allowed to escape and return to the outer regions to gather the heavenly demons, who knew what kind of terrifying things he would cause? At that time, many people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Lin Feng hurriedly put the broken sword back into the grave. However, it was already useless. Even if the broken sword was put back in its original place, it would still be useless. The seal had already been broken. "Haha, kid, don't waste your time. I'm going to escape. Once I'm out, I'll cut off your flesh and eat it piece by piece to repay you for breaking the seal and letting me out." The heavenly demon general shouted sinisterly. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I let you out, and you still want to eat me? Being able to be eaten by me is a blessing you accumulated in your past life," the heavenly demon general said sinisterly. "Fortune for your entire family." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Crack, crack, the lonely grave was still cracking open. A pale white hand had already reached out. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly used the 8 divine seals to strengthen the seal. A dense array of runes interweaved and enveloped the entire lone grave. The 8 divine seals array began to reseal the lonely grave. The heavenly demon general cried out in fear, "Celestial Master Sect, you are the successor of the Celestial Master Sect. Isn't this lineage already broken? Are you using the 8 divine seals? Break, break, break." Terrifying devil chi surged out. Bang. The devil chi collided with Lin Feng's body. Wow. Lin Feng was sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The originally terrified heavenly demon general became excited. He proudly shouted, "So it was just a bluff. Your cultivation is so weak. Even if you are the successor of the Celestial Master Sect, you can't suppress me." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 divine seals array patterns began to collapse. "Is that so?" Lin Feng crawled up from the ground, his expression gloomy. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze looked at the stone tablet at the entrance of the valley. "Here it will be forever suppressed." Could it suppress the heavenly demon general? He ran over, and with a loud roar, he lifted up the stone tablet. Although the stone tablet was only 3 meters tall, It was made of an unknown material. It was as heavy as an ancient mountain. Lin Feng carried the stone tablet and stepped forward. Rumble. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Every step he took caused the earth to shake. Break! Shouted the celestial demon general. He kept attacking the grave, trying to break out of it. Someone buried you, so I'll do the same. Lin Feng said coldly as he carried the stone stele over. Clang, Lin Feng placed the stone stele in front of the grave. The words "forever suppressed here" began to emit a strange light. The grave, which had been cracked open, began to close up again. You want to suppress me? You're daydreaming. Roared the celestial demon general furiously. He slapped the tombs again and again. However, the stone stele had already started suppressing the grave, and Lin Feng was using the 8 seals to suppress the celestial demon general. Because of that, the celestial demon general's counterattacks were suppressed. The grave continued to close up. It wouldn't take long for it to return to normal. Lin Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, why don't we make a deal? As long as you let me out, I can promise you anything. I can even accept you as my disciple and teach you the strongest divine abilities. I can nurture you into a peerless expert. What do you think? The celestial demon general began to tempt Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, Do you think I'll believe you? Celestial demons are the most treacherous and cunning. So what if you're telling the truth? Even if you're telling the truth, don't even think about convincing me. If I let you out, I don't know how many innocent people will die. So, you should just obediently stay here and be suppressed until you die. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent out numerous spells, which intertwined with each other and fused with the grave. Lin Feng's spells fused with the stone stele. They complemented each other perfectly. The grave was about to close up. At that moment, the celestial demon general roared, No. I'm definitely not willing to die here. I'm the celestial demon general, the leader of the celestial demon clan. Back then, when we fought in the starry sky world, the army I led was invincible, conquering one planet after another. A character like me is destined to become the great emperor of the celestial demon clan in the future, leading the celestial demon clan to rule the universe. How can I die here? Essence ignition, break! Roared the celestial demon general. He was going all out, burning his essence to increase his battle prowess. The celestial demon general was willing to pay any price to escape. Pooh! Pooh! After burning his essence, the celestial demon general's strength greatly. The runes were torn apart one after another, and the grave began to crack open again. Not good. Lin Feng's facial expression changed drastically. He continued adding more deployment marks, but inside the grave, the demonic fog rose to the skies. The demonic fog bombarded Lin Feng's body and sent him flying away. Wah! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Crack! Crack! The cracks in the grave grew bigger and bigger, and the cracks in the grave grew bigger and bigger. The celestial demon general's pale white hands reached out from the grave. I'm going to break free. The celestial demon general roared excitedly. He kept attacking the grave with his palms, wanting to completely destroy it. Lin Feng's celestial demon general saw the cracks in the grave. He couldn't suppress the celestial demon general with his strength. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Just as the celestial demon general was about to destroy the grave, the words "Here forever" on the stone tablet emitted a dazzling light. All the light gathered together and finally condensed into an illusory figure. It was a man in his 30s. He wore a green robe, and his hair was loose. Sword, come. The man stretched out his right hand. The broken sword stuck in the ground let out a sword cry. It soared into the sky and landed in the cultivator's hand. Sword God. You still have such a trick up your sleeve. Back then, in order to suppress me, your body was destroyed, your soul was shattered, and the treasured sword that accompanied you for your entire life was broken. Countless years have passed. Do you still want to suppress me? If you insist on doing so, this last remnant of your will disappear from the world. Why don't we both take a step back? What do you think? Shouted the celestial demon general. My sword is broken and I'm dead. My life is over. Sword God held his sword with one hand and slashed at the celestial demon general's hands. Sword God, a mere remnant of your will wants to suppress me again? What a joke. The celestial demon general sneered and reached out with his hand. Celestial demon claw, a pitch-black claw condensed in the air and grabbed at Sword God. This sword of mine can sever time, but it can't sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This sword of mine is called heartache. Sword God slashed with his right hand. The sword fell. The celestial demon claw was instantly torn apart. Then, the sword slashed at the celestial demon general's hands. The celestial demon general screamed and quickly retracted his hands. Close. Sword God stretched out his hand and the grave closed again. The celestial demon general roared furiously, Sword God, is your life worth it? You could have lived a carefree life, but you went against me and risked your life. Your life has been very sad. When you were young, you watched the woman you loved being killed. When you were strong enough, you died at my hands. You don't have a physical body now. Even if you can suppress me again, I can quickly destroy the seal here. Sword God said, if I don't kill you, how many more people will die because of you? The way of man is to do good. Sacrificing myself to save countless people. Even if I have to choose again 1,000,000 times, I will die without regrets. Sword God slashed 9 times. 9 dazzling rays of sword light turned into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they roared and transformed into true dragon tattoos that suppressed the grave. Sword God, you're really strong. You even succeeded in cultivating the legendary true dragon tattoos. But it's useless. The true dragon tattoos can't suppress me. The celestial demon general sneered. Not necessarily. Sword God said indifferently. Said the Sword God indifferently. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Can I borrow your godly blood? Asked Sword God. Lin Feng cut his wrist and blood flowed out. Sword God made a grabbing motion in the air and grabbed the 10 drops of blood. It's useless. The immortal god blood is strong, but that boy's cultivation is too weak. His immortal god blood can't suppress the true dragon tattoos. The celestial demon general sneered. Sword God looked indifferent. Who said I'm going to use the immortal god blood to suppress the true dragon tattoos? I'm going to use his sovereign emperor blood. What? Sovereign emperor blood? No, that's impossible. Wasn't that ancient race exterminated? When the celestial demon general heard the words sovereign emperor blood, he shouted in terror. Swoosh, the 9 drops of blood fused with the 9 true dragon tattoos, and the 10th drop fused with the stone tablet. The 9 true dragon tattoos connected with the stone tablet and suppressed the tomb. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. The heavenly demon general screamed in terror. He began to crazily try to break open the tomb. But it was too late. The 9 true dragon tattoos had completely sealed the tomb. The Tianma general was suppressed, and he couldn't make a sound. Everything returned to normal. The sword god's body was slowly disappearing. Senior. Lin Feng was moved. He felt sad. This sword god senior was very noble. He sacrificed himself for the common people and put his life on the line to suppress the heavenly demon general. Now, this last remnant of his will was about to dissipate. Don't be sad. I died a worthy death. You should be happy for me. The sword god was very carefree and revealed a smile. This is the sword that has accompanied me for my entire life. It's called Death Sword. Today, I'm giving it to you. I hope you can treat it well. If you can find the other half of the sword, you can repair it. The sword god gave the Death Sword to Lin Feng. Death Sword falls like rain. The world yearns for two to accompany each other. My heart is like the moon, my love is like the stars. I only sigh that the beauty has turned to dust. There was a short poem on the Death Sword. It was written by the sword god. There was a name at the back, Li Xiaoyao. That should be the sword god's name. And this poem should have been written by the sword god for his dead lover, right? It seemed that the sword god had never let go of the love of his life. Thank you, Senior. I will definitely treat this sword well. I won't let you down. Lin Feng said solemnly. That's good. The sword god nodded. Then, the sword god said, I know you still have some doubts. You can ask me. If I know, I will tell you. Lin Feng thought of the sovereign emperor's blood. He only knew that he had the immortal god's blood in his veins. What was the sovereign emperor's blood? Lin Feng thought of his mother. Could it be the sovereign emperor's blood that his mother had passed down? Lin Feng asked. What kind of bloodline is the sovereign emperor's bloodline that Senior spoke of? It seems even more powerful than the immortal divine blood. The sword god nodded and said, that's one of the most mysterious bloodlines in the world. If I'm not mistaken, that bloodline didn't come from your father, but from your mother's clan. Pausing for a moment, sword god asked, have you heard of the undying world? Lin Feng replied, I've heard that if you cultivate to the deity realm, you can ascend to the undying realm. The undying world is the most mysterious world. It can support cultivators to reach a higher level. This world has the most resources, the strongest inheritances, and the highest level of energy. Therefore, countless people want to enter this world. Maybe only the undying world can help cultivators become stronger, but in the beginning, no one can enter the undying world. Why is that? Lin Feng asked. The undying world. It has its own rules. The cultivators there are too strong, and the cultivators in the outside world are like ants. In their eyes, cultivators in the outside world don't have the right to enter the undying world. Moreover, if you enter the undying world, you'll have to fight for resources with the cultivators there. This is something that the great powers of the undying world don't want to see. Therefore, the gate to the undying world is closed, and no cultivator can enter. The sword god murmured, the cultivators in the undying world are getting stronger and stronger, while the cultivators in the outside world can only reach the deity realm at most. Anyone from the undying world can cause chaos because they're too strong. The cultivators in the universe can't change this situation until a certain race appeared. The sovereign emperor race. Lin Feng said. That's right. It's that race. At the beginning of the Immemorial era, when the world was filled with vitality, a young man appeared. He was only 16 years old, but he was invincible, the sword god murmured. Sword god muttered, as if he still couldn't believe that this was real. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. That was too heaven-defying. The young man often sighed because he couldn't find a stronger opponent, so he went to look for the undying world, the sword god said. The undying world has always been rumored in the Immemorial era, but no one has ever been able to enter it. That's why everyone doubted its existence. That young man used 10 years to grow from a young man to a young man. He found the undying world and smashed through it. The world crystal wall. How could it be smashed through? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. But he did, because his bloodline is too extraordinary. It's the blood of a sovereign. That kind of bloodline can increase his cultivation level infinitely. People say that it's very difficult to become a great emperor outside the undying world, but the sovereign's blood has changed that. He smashed through the undying world, which infuriated the great emperors of the undying world. Many great emperors tried to kill him, but he single-handedly defeated them. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. What he had heard today was too shocking. The sovereign's blood, how could it be so powerful? What happened to that race in the end? Asked Lin Feng. That race is too heaven-defying. It's so heaven-defying that the Tao of heaven doesn't allow them to exist. Over the course of a long time, that race only had a few successors. Later on, no more successors appeared. Some people say that the race has already gone extinct, the sword god murmured. Sword god Tao murmured, but how could such a powerful race really disappear? I never thought that I would be able to see a descendant of a sovereign emperor's race before I disappeared. Lin Feng asked, Master, how can I recover my sovereign's blood? Not enough. Your cultivation level is still far from enough. When you become a god, you might be able to awaken your sovereign's blood. The sword god smiled. His body started dispersing. Master, have a safe journey. When Lin Feng saw that the sword god's body was becoming more and more illusory, he looked sad. This world is full of dangers, but it's also full of hope. Remember what I said. Never give up hope. When the darkest moment comes, don't give up, because after the darkness comes the dawn, the sword god looked at Lin Feng and spoke gently. Lin Feng didn't know why the sword god had said such strange things to him, but he nodded. He remembered every word the sword god had said. The sword god's illusory body turned into specks of starlight and drifted away. The sword god had died. He had died. Senior sword god, I haven't left yet. How can I leave now? Lin Feng said helplessly. Sword god had passed away. He didn't send him off. He had been too preoccupied with his grief earlier that he had forgotten to ask sword god to send him out. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed at the thought of this. Buzz, at that moment, the undying sword in Lin Feng's hand soared into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng grabbed the undying sword and flew into the distance. Big brother, don't trick me, okay? Lin Feng's face turned pale. The undying sword was flying in the direction of the exit, where 3 terrifying existences were guarding it. If he flew over like this, would he be slapped to death by them? Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Feng quickly took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself. If something went wrong, he would quickly return. What surprised Lin Feng was that when he arrived at the exit, the 3 experts only looked at Lin Feng. They didn't attack him. Is it because of the undying sword? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lin Feng realized that the 3 strong cultivators were there to protect the grave. Could it be the sword gods doing back in the days? Lin Feng didn't know why they were guarding the grave. He only cared about whether he could leave smoothly. Lin Feng soon let out a long breath. When he was about to fly out of the abyss, the 3 experts didn't attack him. Lin Feng finally rushed out of the abyss and arrived at Quadruple Holy Mountain. It was a night with a bright moon and few stars. Wild beasts roamed Quadruple Holy Mountain. Danger lurked everywhere. Lin Feng quickly flew outside. Lin Feng left Quadruple Holy Mountain in the middle of the night. He didn't linger around the mountain. Instead, he quickly left. Lin Feng found a place and set up a few concealment formations. Then, he lay down on the ground. King Mingyue and Star Constellation. Finally, he could have a good rest. Lin Feng sensed the state of Bibi. Currently, Bibi was still refining the energy of the Holy Spirit fruit. Lin Feng guessed that it would take another month or 2 for Bibi to hatch. Of course, it could also be faster. I've stayed in the starry sky world for more than a year. It's time to go back. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. During this starry sky trial, Lin Feng had obtained countless benefits. Not only had his cultivation improved greatly, but he had also obtained many treasures. Now, it was time to return to the Sky Martial continent and properly cultivate for a period of time. As for the other opportunities and treasures, he would leave them to others. Lin Feng arrived at the space-time entrance of this planet. This place was connected to the starry space tunnel. From here, one could enter the starry space tunnel and return along the original path. Time passed. Lin Feng had been flying in the space tunnel for more than a month. Through the tunnel, he could vaguely see the starry sky outside. Countless stars were flying, and from time to time, he could see meteors falling. It was a magnificent sight. After another month, Lin Feng saw a blue planet. That planet was the Sky Martial continent. We're finally about to return to the Sky Martial continent. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Lin Feng was not the only cultivator in the starry sky tunnel. On the way, he had met thousands of cultivators who had returned to the Sky Martial continent ahead of time. Many of them had obtained great opportunities. Therefore, it was normal for them to not want to continue taking risks. Just as the group was about to return to the Sky Martial continent, suddenly, the starry sky world trembled violently. What's that? A cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. They saw a huge beast flying over. That ferocious beast's body was simply too huge. Lin Feng had seen huge beasts in the sea that were over 100,000 meters long. But compared to this beast, it was like comparing an ant to a dragon. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge beast. It was even bigger than a planet. Giant star beast. This must be the legendary giant star beast. Legend has it that there is a type of beast in the starry sky that is as big as a planet in the starry sky. This type of beast is called the giant star beast. The giant star beast can swallow a planet with life in one gulp. Now that we've met the giant star beast, we're finished. A cultivator cried out in fear. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. Rumble, suddenly, the giant star beast stretched out its huge claws to grab them. The starry sky tunnel. It was trembling violently. It was as if it was about to collapse. The giant star beast wanted to destroy the starry sky tunnel and swallow Lin Feng and the others. If the starry sky tunnel was destroyed, Lin Feng and the others would die, and the cultivators on those planets would be trapped in the starry sky world, unable to return to the sky martial continent. It could be said that if the starry sky tunnel was destroyed, it would be a disaster. Everyone in the starry sky tunnel was as pale as a sheet of paper. Everyone could feel a thick aura of death enveloping their bodies. Impudent, just as the giant star beast's claw was about to destroy the starry sky tunnel, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Following that, a huge palm stretched out from the direction of the sky martial continent. That palm seemed to cover the sky as it slammed towards the giant star beast. Heavens, the sky martial continent still has such an expert? Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath. He had always thought that the sky martial continent had long since declined, and that was why there weren't any particularly strong cultivators. But now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. The sky martial continent had a hidden expert. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely, and the planet-sized star behemoth was shaken back. The giant star beast's eyes flashed with a sinister light as it turned and left. The huge palm also began to dissipate. Lin Feng and the others sighed in relief. They were about to enter the transportation array and be transported to various places in the sky martial continent. At this time, the giant star beast transformed into a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. The sky martial continent still has a protector? I've never been one to suffer losses. The giant star beast raised his palm and slammed it towards the starry sky tunnel. Bang! His palm slammed into the starry sky tunnel, and it began to collapse. Lin Feng and the others were instantly swallowed by the space-time storm. The giant star beast slammed his palm again, wanting to completely destroy the starry sky tunnel. You're courting death. At this moment, a furious roar shook the heavens. An old farmer tore through the starry sky and arrived in outer space. Go! The giant star beast instantly fled into the depths of the starry sky world, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The farmer's expression was gloomy. He wanted to give chase, but the most important thing right now was to stabilize the starry sky tunnel. Streams of divine energy poured into the starry sky tunnel to repair it. In the end, the starry sky tunnel was stabilized. The farmer's expression was gloomy. The thousands of people who had just been swallowed by the space-time storm had most likely died. The southern region was located in the southernmost part of the Tianwu continent, adjacent to the Southern Sea. It was the largest region in the Tianwu continent, and it had the most vast primitive forests. The ancient primitive forests covered most of the southern region, and there were many mountains in the southern region. In a place called the Taizong mountain range, there were many mountains and precipitous ridges. A young man was lying in the forest. His whole body was dripping with blood, and there were many places where bones could be seen. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. This young man was Lin Feng. The palm of the middle-aged man formed by the giant star beast had caused a space-time storm. Thousands of people had been swallowed by the space-time storm, and many had died tragically in the space-time storm. Lin Feng had survived by relying on his strong physical body, but he had also suffered serious injuries. If it had been an ordinary injury, Lin Feng's immortal divine body would have automatically healed him. But it was obvious that Lin Feng's injuries were not ordinary. He had been lying on the ground for 3 days and 3 nights, but the injuries on his body had not healed. There were cracks in his origin. The origin of the Great Tao was the foundation of a cultivator, and it was located in the Dantian. Once the origin of the Great Tao was injured, it was usually extremely serious. This was a terrifying injury that was second only to a Tao injury. The great rock king of the demon race, who had shocked the ages, had suffered a Tao injury and was tortured to the point of being better off dead. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not suffering from a Tao injury. If he had suffered a Tao injury, his soul would have already returned to the Yellow Springs. Roar! A deep roar came from the forest. Pairs of pale green eyes looked at Lin Feng, who was lying in the forest. Then, giant wolves that were 5 meters long and 3 meters tall jumped out of the forest. The giant wolves of the forest could kill experts of the martial king realm. The wolf king could even kill cultivators of the Yin-Yang realm. The giant wolves of the forest were one of the most terrifying groups in the southern region's primitive forests. Now, dozens of giant wolves of the forest jumped out of the forest. They looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground, with fierce eyes. Roar, a deep roar came out. One of the giant wolves of the forest roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Lin Feng's head. The rest of the giant wolves of the forest also rushed toward Lin Feng. These beasts felt the powerful bloodline in Lin Feng's body. Ferocious beasts could generally devour powerful bloodlines to evolve. The giant wolves of the forest were no exception. Therefore, the gigantic wolves of the forest rushed towards Lin Feng as if they had gone mad. When Lin Feng saw that his life was in danger, suddenly, Lin Feng's absorbing spirit started to revolve. Devouring martial spirit was enveloping devouring the devouring martial spirit. These giant forest wolves let out terrified cries, and began to struggle one by one. Bang 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 bang. The gigantic wolves of the forest exploded one after another. Lin Feng absorbed their original strength. This was the martial spirit protecting its master. Some powerful martial souls could take the initiative to protect their masters when their lives were in danger. For 10 days, Lin Feng lay on the ground, motionless. Beasts kept appearing and trying to devour Lin Feng, but they were all killed by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. Then, they were devoured by the devouring martial spirit. However, Lin Feng still did not wake up. His wounds healed very slowly. An injury to the origin was the most harmful to the bloodline. That was why it was difficult for the immortal divine blood to circulate. Fortunately, Lin Feng's injured body was slowly recovering after devouring the origin of so many beasts. However, Lin Feng's origin was seriously injured. After he fainted, he fell into a deep sleep to recover his origin. This was not a process that could be accomplished overnight. No one knew how long Lin Feng would lie here. The news that a powerful cultivator had fainted in the forest spread like wildfire among the beasts. Many ferocious beasts also started appearing. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was almost killed by the beasts several times. Fortunately, his devouring martial spirit was powerful enough to scare the beasts away. If we invite a beast emperor to kill this little boy, we'll definitely succeed. Maybe the beast emperor will be happy and give us some origin. This little boy's origin is too powerful. We'll definitely evolve. A few beast kings were talking. They rushed into the depths of the forest. They went to invite a terrifying beast emperor that resided in the depths. That afternoon, footsteps were approaching. It was a pair of siblings who had come out of a nearby village to collect wild fruits. The sister was 16 or 17 years old, and the brother was 12 or 13 years old. Most of the villagers made a living by hunting, but these young men and girls naturally couldn't follow their fathers to hunt, so they often went to gather wild fruits or dig up wild vegetables. For these mountain villages, wild vegetables and wild fruits were the most common daily food. "Sister, look, there's a person lying there," the young man pointed at Lin Feng, who was lying in the distance. "Let's go and see," said the girl, running over with her brother. Darkness enveloped the area. A terrifying chi filled the air. In the endless darkness, a pair of cold eyes looked at the place where Lin Feng had been lying, but there was no one there anymore. "Who is it? Did you steal my prey?" said the beast emperor coldly. A terrifying murderous intent filled the air. In the distance, the beast kings were trembling. "Find out where that human cultivator is. I'll eat him." The beast emperor's voice sounded like it came from hell. "Yes," said the beast kings hastily. The beast emperor left. The beast kings hurriedly gathered the beasts in the forest and ordered them to find Lin Feng. The village was simple and unadorned. Very few people came here, but on that day, the sister and her brother had brought a young man back, causing a great commotion in the village. The old chief was alarmed and came to the stone house. "His injuries are too serious. I don't think he'll survive," said an elder of the village who knew a little about medicine. He sighed. The old chief stepped forward and said, "Take out the ancient cauldron and treat his injuries." "Chief, that's a sacred item passed down in our village. Only a member of our tribe can enter the cauldron," many elders said. The old chief said, "Saving him is more important." The other elders nodded in the end. They were all mountain people, so they were very simple. Even if their ancestors had rules, they decided to break them for once to save someone. Soon, an ancient cauldron was carried out by a dozen people. There were many herbs inside, and the old chief ordered people to fill it with water. Wood was piled underneath. Soon, the wood was ignited, and the temperature of the cauldron rose. The water inside began to boil, and all the herbs melted into the water. The clear water turned into a light green liquid. "Put the young man into the cauldron," said the old chief. Yes. Two strong young men lifted Lin Feng and put him into the boiling cauldron. When Lin Feng's body came into contact with the cauldron, a shocking scene occurred. A strange golden snake appeared in the cauldron. The strange snake began to swim around Lin Feng. The ancient cauldron was called the Sacred Snake Cauldron, and it was related to the strange golden snake. The little golden snake continued to circle around the Sacred Snake Cauldron. It flicked its forked tongue and made a hissing sound. The boiling water didn't harm Lin Feng because of the strange golden snake. Instead, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron began to fuse with Lin Feng's body. Whoosh, suddenly, the strange golden snake spat out balls of golden energy. The strange snake had absorbed the medicinal liquid and turned it into a kind of energy. The strange snake was called the Sacred Snake by the villagers because it could absorb medicinal liquid and turn it into golden energy to heal the injured. The energy fused with Lin Feng's dantian. The energy began to heal Lin Feng's injuries. After so many days, Lin Feng's injuries were slowly recovering, but the speed was extremely slow. Now, Lin Feng's injuries were recovering much faster, and his aura had become much stronger. "Put in some more spiritual herbs and bring the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng from the village," said the old chief. It was the most precious spiritual herb in the village, and it was considered a treasure. It could save lives in a critical moment, and many villagers were unwilling to take it out when they were seriously injured and used the Sacred Snake Cauldron to heal. "Ancestor, do we really need to use the blood ginseng?" an elder said with a pained expression. "He was injured here." The old patriarch pointed at his abdomen. "I heard from the great ancestor that it's very difficult to recover from an injury here. Although I don't know why it's so difficult to recover from an injury here, we need to use precious spirit medicines to save the injured." Finally, the blood ginseng was taken out and thrown into the cauldron along with dozens of other herbs. The blood ginseng was quickly dissolved and turned into pure energy. The strange golden snake would absorb this energy, and then transform the dissolved energy of different medicines into that kind of golden energy, which would be sprayed into Lin Feng's dantian. Time slowly passed. The 15-centimeter-long crack in Lin Feng's origin source slowly shrank. In the end, it was only 10 centimeters long, and Lin Feng's aura also became much more stable. "Carry him out. If he still doesn't wake up, we'll wait for Dashan to come back and have him collect some spiritual herbs," the old patriarch said. Then, two young men carried Lin Feng out of the Sacred Snake Cauldron. "There's still energy left. Little Jia, you youngsters should jump in too," the ancestor said. The boy called Shao Jia was the one who carried Lin Feng to the mountain village. Little Jia nodded. Although he was still young, his parents had passed away early, so he had developed a calm personality since he was young. The rest of the youths, who were about the same age, had terrified expressions on their faces. Using the cauldron to refine one's body was like hovering between life and death every time. However, they didn't dare to disobey the old patriarch. After little Jia jumped into the cauldron, the rest of the youths jumped in one after another. "Little Ing, take good care of him," the old patriarch said. "Little Ing will definitely take good care of this big brother." A girl nodded. The girl was 16 or 17 years old. She was tall and had a braided hair. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, but her skin wasn't white. Instead, it was wheat-colored, which added a liveliness to her. In fact, how could ordinary villagers in the mountain village have fair skin? They had to work hard every day to make a living, especially little Ing. Ever since her parents died, she and her younger brother Xiaojia depended on each other. Although there were villagers to take care of her, little Ling wasn't a person who would stretch out her hand and open her mouth to eat. Since she was very young, she went out to pick wild fruits and vegetables. Every day, she would help the aunt in the village gather firewood and make a fire to cook. Although she was young, she knew how to do everything. In the evening, more than 30 men returned to the mountain village, carrying a wild boar that was 7 or 8 meters long. This kind of wild boar was called the Red Demon Boar King. It was extremely ferocious, and such a huge wild boar could often destroy an entire mountain village. If such a wild boar was sold outside, it could be sold for at least 10,000 silver taels. For a mountain village, this was a huge fortune. The village was suddenly overjoyed. In order to celebrate the hunting of the Red Demon Boar King, the village made a rare meat soup. Many children were jumping up and down in excitement because they hadn't smelled meat for more than half a month. Deshan, you have to go to the mountain tomorrow, the old patriarch said. Deshan was the old patriarch's son and the leader of the village's hunting team. He was almost 2 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. Deshan nodded and said, even the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng couldn't save him. I'm afraid we'll need even more precious herbs. After a pause, Deshan said, tomorrow, I plan to bring 2 people to the Medicine Valley. The old patriarch's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something but stopped. Father, don't worry. I'll be careful. I won't alarm the fierce beasts inside. Deshan said. Always be careful. If there's no chance, don't try to be brave. The old patriarch said. Deshan nodded. The bonfire burned fiercely, illuminating his resolute face with a red glow. The next day, Deshan left with 2 people. The old patriarch waited anxiously. He didn't tell the rest of the village about this because it would only make them worry. In the evening, Dashan and the 2 hunters from the village finally returned. Dashan's 6-year-old son ran over happily when he saw his father return. However, when he reached Dashan's side, he burst into tears. Father, the hand, the little guy pointed at Dashan's missing arm. Everyone was alarmed and quickly rushed out. When they saw that Dashan was missing an arm, many people started crying. My arm was bitten off by a beast, but I won't die. At least I brought something out of that place. Dashan's right hand trembled as he took out 2 green fruits from his pocket. Father, use this to heal the young man. Dashan's lips were white. The old patriarch choked with sobs as he nodded and held the 2 green fruits in his hand. Dashan's tower-like body collapsed due to excessive blood loss. Quick, carry it in, the old patriarch said with a trembling voice. Hundreds of herbs were placed into the sacred snake cauldron, and the 2 green fruits were also placed into the cauldron by the chief. Lin Feng was carried and placed into the cauldron once again. The strange golden snake appeared and slithered around in the cauldron. Lin Feng's Dao injury was gradually healed by the golden energy spat out by the strange snake. However, when the crack in his origin was 5 centimeters away, it could no longer shrink any further. This was because the injury to his origin could not be completely healed by spiritual medicine. Even if he swallowed the immortal elixir, he could not completely heal the injury to his origin. After the injury to his origin, a cultivator would need to slowly cultivate and recuperate. There's still a lot of medicinal liquid. Let Dashan enter to heal. The chief said. Dashan walked out of the stone house. His face was still very pale. He said, my injuries aren't a problem. After resting for a few days, my wounds will heal and I'll be fine. Let the younger generation of the village enter and temper their bodies. Dashan said. He was unwilling to enter the sacred snake cauldron because there were 2 extremely high-quality green fruits in it. They were very suitable for the younger generation to temper their bodies. The chief knew Dashan's personality inside. He said, even if you don't enter, use the medicinal liquid to wash your wounds. It will speed up the healing process. Dashan nodded. The chief ordered someone to bring out a basin of medicinal liquid. Dashan's wife brought the medicinal liquid into the house. She cried as she helped Dashan clean his wounds. The people in the village were simple and honest. Xianxia's wife didn't blame Lin Feng because Xianxia had broken his arm while helping Lin Feng. She just felt sorry for her husband. Don't cry, the child is watching, Deshaun said as he wiped away his wife's tears. Daddy, does it hurt? Deshaun's son, Xiaobao, looked at Deshaun anxiously. It doesn't hurt, Deshaun rubbed the little guy's head. Xiaobao wants to be a man like Daddy in the future. Xiaobao will protect Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and the village. Xiaobao clenched his little fists and said with an innocent and serious face. Good son, Daddy believes that Xiaobao will be able to do it when he grows up. Deshaun smiled. The next morning, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched as he lay on the bed. His fingers twitched as well. He slowly opened his eyes. He only felt intense pain all over his body. The most painful part was his dantian. His dantian felt like it was about to split open. Lin Feng sensed the condition of his dantian, and his face paled. Dao injury, he naturally remembered how the Great Rock King had been tortured by the Dao injury. Even a legendary figure like the Great Rock King found it difficult to withstand the Dao injury, let alone him. However, Lin Feng quickly let out a long sigh. He discovered that it wasn't a Dao injury, but an injury to his core. Although the source injury was also an extremely serious injury, it could still be healed after a period of rest and recuperation. At this time, Lin Feng began to look around the room. It was a stone house. The decorations were very simple. Other than a bed, a table, and 4 chairs, there was nothing else. Big brother, you're awake. Sis, this big brother is awake. At this time, little Zay walked in. When he saw that Lin Feng had woken up, he quickly ran out and shouted loudly. Xiaoying also quickly entered the room. When she saw that Lin Feng had woken up, she smiled. Big brother, how do you feel? Xiaoying asked with concern. I feel fine. Where is this place? Lin Feng asked. This is a mountain village called Wu Village. Xiaoying said. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't ask anything else. It was obviously unrealistic to ask the villagers what province this was. Lin Feng got off the bed with the help of the young girl. He staggered outside. The bright sun shone down, and it was somewhat dazzling. The news that Lin Feng had woken up quickly spread throughout the village, which only had a few hundred people. Many people came to visit Lin Feng. Kid? Are you hungry? Kid, lie down and rest. You just woke up. You shouldn't move around too much. Many people were talking at once. Although this place was very backward and poor, the people here were very kind. Lin Feng's heart was filled with warmth. The old chief is here. Everyone, make way, someone shouted outside. The old chief came with Mountain. He was very happy to see that Lin Feng had woken up. Thank you for saving my life, Lin Feng said. He knew how terrifying an injury to one's foundation was. This kind of injury could make a person fall into a deep sleep. This village must have done something to wake him up. Otherwise, he would have continued sleeping. The old chief said kindly, everything was worth it to see you wake up. Young man, what's your name? Where are you from? My name is Lin Feng. I came from a very distant place. However, I was attacked by a savage beast and was injured, Lin Feng said. The old chief sighed and said, the mountains are very dangerous, and ferocious beasts often appear. Young people like you are walking in the mountains alone, so it's very easy for you to encounter danger. Fortunately, you're fine. You should stay in the village and recuperate. Lin Feng replied, yes. He chatted with the old chief for a while. Lin Feng felt quite tired, so he went back to rest with Xiaoying's help. Every day, people would send meat soup to Lin Feng to recuperate. However, the villagers ate wild vegetables and fruits. They could only eat rice or steamed buns made of coarse grain every day. Lin Feng sighed. Life in the village was very difficult. The simple and kind villagers made him feel very emotional. During this time, Lin Feng learned many things. Xiaoying and Xiaozhe had carried him back, and the village had used precious spirit medicines to heal him. He even learned about how Uncle Dashan had lost an arm to a savage beast in order to help him find medicine. He was very moved and silently remembered all of this. Every time he saw Uncle Dashan's hollow arm, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Today was a big day for the village. Dashan and the others were transporting the Scarlet Demon Boar King and a dozen other wild beasts' corpses to a small town 100 kilometers away to sell. It was winter now, and savage beasts roamed about. The forest was extremely dangerous, and if they were not careful, they could encounter powerful savage beasts looking for food. If that happened, everyone would die a horrible death. However, in order to trade for food and other necessities, they had to take the risk and travel through the forest to the small town. The villagers were very worried, and many people were crying. In the past, accidents often happened on long journeys, so everyone was naturally worried. It's cold, everyone go back. Don't worry about us. We'll be careful on the road, Dashan said with a smile. Big Mountain said with a smile. He hoped that such a smile could calm the panic and worry of the villagers. The group slowly advanced. Everyone held weapons in their hands, and they were on high alert. Lin Feng sat in a carriage and followed the group to the town. He wanted to see if he could find out where this place was. Originally, Big Mountain didn't want Lin Feng to go with them because the journey was too dangerous, and Lin Feng hadn't recovered yet. However, Lin Feng insisted, so Big Mountain had no choice but to agree. Brother Lin, you must be someone who has seen the world, right? A young man called Ergo asked. Many people looked at Lin Feng. To them, the outside world was full of mysteries. Lin Feng smiled at Ergo and asked, "What do you think the outside world is like?" Ergo scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. A middle-aged man in his 40s, nicknamed Old Tobacco Pipe, took a puff of his pipe and said, "I heard that there are immortals out there who can fly. They can easily uproot a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. I wonder if you've seen them before. I've also heard that there are immortals who can fly and burrow into the ground. They're even more powerful than the beasts in the depths of the forest, and they can live forever. I heard that there are immortals who can turn stone into gold and water into oil." Everyone was talking at the same time, sharing some of the rumors that they had heard. Of course, these rumors were just rumors to them. They had never seen them before, so they treated them as stories. Lin Feng nodded and said, "They're all real, but they're not immortals." Huh? They're all real? They're so powerful, but they're not immortals? Many people exclaimed. Lin Feng said, "They're called cultivators, and they have power that surpasses that of mortals." "Young man, have you seen cultivators before?" The Old Tobacco Pipe asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I've seen cultivators before. They roam the world and sometimes appear in dangerous places." Everyone was shocked. Cultivators and immortals were the same kind of people in their eyes, and the villagers were envious that Lin Feng had seen immortals. The mountain path was rugged. Everyone traveled during the day and rested at night. Because of the ferocious beasts roaming around at night, it was too dangerous. Fortunately, there were no intelligent ferocious beasts in the outer regions. If they encountered a ferocious beast that had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate, it would be a disaster for ordinary people. At night, everyone was cultivating in a valley. A cold aura enveloped the forest. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked into the distance. Crack. There was a mountain god temple a dozen miles away. And now, the mountain god temple had cracked open. A zombie that had cultivated for 1,000 years flew out. That zombie was dressed in a black robe and was extremely ugly. It had long cultivated to the point that it was invulnerable. The zombie demon flew through the forest. Wherever it passed, all the ferocious beasts were instantly sucked dry of their flesh and blood, turning into dried corpses. Primitive forests were scary to begin with. Not only were there many ferocious beasts, but there were also many evil ghosts. In some mountain villages, people and livestock all died overnight. It was the work of these evil ghosts. The zombie's nose was very sensitive. It could smell the scent of humans from afar. The zombie demon quickly flew over. This 1,000-year-old zombie's cultivation was extremely high. Its black fog covered the sky and covered the entire valley. Its black robe fluttered. When the 1,000-year-old zombie saw the people in the valley with its cold eyes, it immediately let out an excited cry. The zombie demon loved to eat human flesh and soul. It was a great supplement for the zombie demon. The zombie demon pounced on the people in the valley. At that moment, the zombie demon saw a young human walk out. That human looked at it with his cold eyes. After seeing that human, the 1,000-year-old zombie demon trembled in fear and turned to flee. The 1,000-year-old zombie demon had seen a beast emperor in the depths of the forest. Even the aura emanating from the beast emperor's body was far inferior to that of a human. The next afternoon, everyone saw a small town in the distance. It went so smoothly this time. We didn't even encounter any ferocious beasts. The villagers were very excited. During the cold winter, there was a lack of food, so many ferocious beasts would appear in the periphery of the forest to hunt. Therefore, it was very easy to encounter powerful ferocious beasts. In the past, the people of Wu village had encountered ferocious beasts a few times. A total of more than 10 people had died. Everyone was very happy that they had arrived safely this time. Dashan smiled and said, "It went so smoothly this time. I hope it will go so smoothly when we return." Everyone's expressions became more serious. They didn't just have to be wary of ferocious beasts when they returned. They also had to be wary of humans. People's hearts were unpredictable. In the world of cultivators, people killed for treasures. In the world of ordinary people, people killed for treasures. The group entered the small town. This was the only small town in a 500-kilometer radius. It wasn't very big, but it was very lively with people coming and going. There were also a few mercenaries and adventurers resting here, but they were all low-level mercenaries and adventurers. "That's the Scarlet Demon Boar King. Is it from the Wu village?" Many people cried out when they saw the huge Scarlet Demon Boar King. Wu Dashan is missing an arm. Could it be that the Scarlet Demon Boar King bit off his arm? Someone asked. He obviously knew Wu Dashan. That's very likely the case. The others nodded. There was a market in the town where people could trade. The group arrived at the market, and after paying a certain amount of taxes, they rented a spot in the market. Ordinary wild beasts were quite popular, and they were all bought by restaurants. The 8 wild beasts were sold for a total of 300 silver taels. However, a huge beast like the Scarlet Demon Boar King cost at least 10,000 silver taels. Ordinary restaurants couldn't afford it. At that moment, a dozen or so people on horses galloped over. Many people hurriedly made way for them. The leader of the group was a woman in her 20s. Her name was Li Yuaner. She was the mayor's daughter, and it was said that she cultivated in a sect and had mastered divine magic. Such a person was like an immortal, and it was natural that everyone revered her. When the group arrived beside the Scarlet Demon Boar King, Li Yuaner stopped and looked at it in surprise. "This Scarlet Demon Boar King has the strength of a general. Were you the ones who killed it?" Uncle Dashan hurriedly said, "We used a trick to lure it into a trap and then killed it." Li Yuaner nodded and said, 15,000 silver taels. Send it to the mayor's residence. Thank you, young mistress. Everyone was in high spirits. They had originally set the price at 10,000 silver taels, but they were still worried about whether they could sell it. Now, they had sold it for 15,000 silver taels. 15,000 silver taels was enough for the village to live in luxury for a few years. All right. Li Yuaner nodded and galloped off into the distance on her horse. The mayor's mansion was located in the northwest of the town, and it covered an area of about 100 acres. The mayor was no ordinary person. It was said that he used to be an inner disciple of a large sect. However, he was injured during a mission and retired. After leaving the sect, he bought a piece of land and built this town. Soon, the group arrived outside the mayor's mansion. The third butler appeared. He was a skinny middle-aged man with a gloomy look in his eyes. He asked, "Did the first miss buy the prey from you?" "Yes." Uncle Dashan quickly replied. "All right then, come with me," said Lin Feng. The third butler led the way. The group arrived at the backyard and unloaded the Crimson Demon Boar King. The third butler took out a stack of banknotes. Uncle Dashan inspected the banknotes, and his expression changed. He cautiously said, "Sir, there seems to be something wrong with the banknotes." The third butler's expression darkened. "What's wrong with the banknotes? Could it be that a noble clan like us would use fake banknotes?" Uncle Dashan said, "That's not what I meant. The first miss said that she bought the Crimson Demon Boar King for 15,000 taels of silver, but there are only 5,000 taels here. When he heard this, Lin Feng sighed. Uncle Dashan and the others were all mountain people. Mountain people were simple and didn't know much about crooked practices. It was obvious that the third butler wanted to embezzle the 10,000 taels of silver from the Crimson Demon Boar King. Impudent. Do you think that I'm the one who embezzled your money? Count it carefully again and see if the amount is correct. The third butler's tone was threatening. What's all this noise about? At this time, Li Yuan'er and the others walked over. Reporting to the first miss, a group of mountain villagers are not very sensible and have disturbed the first Mississippi. Please calm down. The third butler hurriedly bowed and said. At this time, Buttface and a few other young men were very displeased. They wanted to expose the fact that the third housekeeper had embezzled 10,000 taels of silver from everyone. But at this moment, Uncle Dashan, the old tobacco pipe, and the others had also come to their senses. They were just mountain villagers. If this matter was reported to Li Yuan'er, perhaps she would help them get the other 10,000 taels. But would Li Yuan'er punish the third butler for a bunch of mountain villagers? Obviously not. Therefore, if this matter was exposed now, it would only offend the third steward. Uncle Dashan, the smoking pipe, and the others signaled Buttface and the other young men to keep quiet. Send them away. Li Yuan'er said casually as she swept her gaze over the crowd. Her gaze paused on Lin Feng for a moment. Li Yuan'er was a little puzzled. She felt that the young man was different from the villagers, but she didn't care. She left with a few of her companions. Hurry up and scram, the third steward said coldly. Let's go. Uncle Dashan said, not daring to stay here any longer. The group left. Buttface said unhappily, Uncles, why didn't you let us tell the young lady that the third steward had embezzled 10,000 taels of silver from us? Uncle Dashan sighed and said, we can't afford to offend that person. 5,000 taels of silver is already a huge fortune. I just hope that we can return safely. Buttface and the other young men also came to their senses after hearing Uncle Dashan's words. They couldn't help but sigh. It was a wise saying that the people shouldn't fight with the rich. This was true no matter where one went in the secular world. The people of Wu village were the people. The third steward was the rich. If they continued to fight, only death would await them. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He was afraid that Uncle Dashan's hope of returning safely would be dashed. The third steward was not a kind person. In the backyard of the mayor's residence, the third steward summoned a servant and said, Go and inform Lu Xing, tell him to send someone to keep an eye on that group of people. Halfway there, the third steward made a throat-slitting gesture. Yes. The servant hurriedly replied and left. Uncle Dashan, let's go to a restaurant to improve our lives, Buttface said, scratching his head. Yes, Uncle Dashan, let's go and try the delicacies here. A few young men looked at Uncle Dashan with eager eyes. Uncle Dashan grinned and said, All right, we can eat to our heart's content today. The few young men cheered excitedly. Although they said that they were going to improve their lives, they couldn't possibly go to a restaurant that cost a lot. Everyone came to a small restaurant and tied their carriages outside. They were worried that their carriages would be stolen, so they decided to eat in the shed outside. There were a total of 12 people. Uncle Dashan ordered 6 dishes and 1 soup. There were 4 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat dishes, and the soup was also tofu soup. There were enough steamed buns. Everyone ate with relish. To the villagers, this was already considered a luxury. Lin Feng had lived in the village for a while and knew how tough life there was. After eating, everyone went to buy salt, grain, and other necessities. They pulled 3 carriages, most of which were grain. Winter was longer in the mountains, and the grain was for the entire village to survive the winter. Uncle Dashan, let's go buy some weapons. Look, these spears are blunt and can't pierce through the bodies of wild beasts. Buttface said. All right, let's buy them. Uncle Dashan nodded and spent 1,000 taels of silver to buy a batch of weapons. Everyone was extremely excited. They held the newly bought weapons in their hands and couldn't bear to part with them. Lin Feng couldn't find a bookstore in the small town. It seemed that he had to find another way to find out more about the state. After buying all kinds of things, everyone set off to return. At night, everyone hid in a valley to rest, leaving 2 people to keep watch. After midnight, Lin Feng opened his eyes and left without making any sound. 3 miles away, more than 20 bandits dressed in black were rushing towards the valley where they were. There were many bandits in the deep mountains. In fact, most of these bandits were in contact with the rich families in the towns and cities. "Boss, look, there's someone over there." Suddenly, one of the bandits pointed at a rock in front of him. Isn't that someone from the Wu family village? This kid is slightly different from the younger generation of the Wu family village. I noticed him at that time. Another bandit said. "Shoot him." The bandit leader was Lu Xing, who was mentioned by the 3rd butler. He said coldly. Immediately, someone took out a bow and arrow, wanting to kill Lin Feng. However, the bandit exclaimed, "Boss, that kid is gone." Poof. In the next moment, the bandit with the bow and arrow was beheaded. "Not good, this kid is cruel, retreat quickly." Lu Xing cried out in horror. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed the air. Sword chi filled the air. Poof. Poof. Poof, the bodies of the bandits were instantly torn apart. Lu Xing was just an ordinary person and had never seen such a killing method. He was already scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground and cried out in horror, "Young master, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. We were ordered to come here by the 3rd butler, please forgive." Poof, before he could finish speaking, Lu Xing's head was chopped off. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Don't worry, the 3rd butler will accompany you to hell soon." Lin Feng took a step forward and was already hundreds of meters away. Half an hour later, he saw the small town shrouded in darkness. The mayor's mansion was very lively. Li Yuan'er and her fellow disciples had gone to the forest to train, so they were temporarily staying in her house. Li Yuan'er's fellow disciples were not ordinary people. Some of them had important statuses in the sect, and some were even descendants of great elders. Thus, the Li family treated them with great importance and had even prepared a banquet for them. The 3rd butler was called Li Neng, and he was a very good person. He had arranged the banquet very well, and the various programs were very interesting to the disciples of the sect. After the banquet ended, the lively mansion gradually quieted down. The 3rd butler returned to his residence, and a few of his trusted subordinates immediately came forward to congratulate him. One of them said, "Sir, you handled the affairs of the sect's disciples very well. You will definitely be praised by the master and the young miss. The head butler is getting old and will retire soon. The 2nd butler's limelight will be overshadowed by you, sir. It seems that you will soon become the new head butler." When Li Ning heard the compliments, he looked extremely pleased. He said, "When I become rich, I will naturally not forget about you." "Thank you, sir." The subordinates knelt on the ground excitedly. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to become rich." An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Everyone in the room jumped in fright. They looked over and saw a young man sitting on a bench a dozen meters away. He looked at them with a smile that was not a smile. There were so many of them, yet they hadn't noticed how he had appeared. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The 3rd butler recognized Lin Feng at a glance. His face turned pale. You. The 3rd butler was so frightened that he couldn't speak coherently. Lin Feng stood up and said indifferently, "You want to ask me if I was killed by those bandits? Why am I still here?" Lin Feng smiled. "Your wishful thinking is wrong. Those bandits weren't my match, so I killed them. Now, it's your turn." "Guards, there's an assassin!" shouted the 3rd butler. Lin Feng pursed his lips. "It's useless. No matter how much you shout, your voice won't be heard." Whoosh. Lin Feng raised his right hand and a stream of sword energy flew out. Puff, the bodies of several servants were instantly torn apart. The 3rd steward's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Young master, please spare my life." This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This lowly one offended young master. This lowly one is willing to compensate young master 10 times, no, 100 times the amount of money that young master has embezzled. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you think I'd be interested in those things of yours?" Whoosh. At this moment, the third steward suddenly raised his sleeve. Arrows hidden in sleeves. An arrow shot towards Lin Feng. Die. The third steward laughed sinisterly. He had been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for Lin Feng to be careless. Now, the third steward finally got his chance. The arrow in the third steward's hand was about to hit Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng lightly flicked it. Clang, the arrow broke. Seeing this scene, the third butler revealed an extremely frightened expression. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then, the three Guan family members were separated. Lin Feng opened the door and walked outside. Who are you? How dare you commit murder in my residence? Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a cold snort sounded out. Slap. Slap, slap. Slap. A flaming whip lashed towards Lin Feng. The person who had attacked was Li Yuan'er, the eldest daughter of the Li family. Li Yuan'er's cultivation was quite good. She was a third-layer martial king. Of course, she couldn't compare to the top geniuses, but she might have a chance to enter the Yin-Yang realm in the future. Lin Feng guessed that Li Yuan'er's sect wasn't a large one. It was probably just a small faction. He gently leaned to the side and dodged Li Yuan'er's attack. It's you. Li Yuan'er was shocked when she saw Lin Feng. She remembered Lin Feng's social status. Wasn't he one of the villagers she had met today? Li Yuan'er was extremely shocked. This person had just dodged her attack. How could a mountain villager have such strength? The third steward sent people to kill us. Even death can't wipe out his crimes. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Lin Feng said indifferently. He didn't plan to fight Li Yuan'er, even though his strength had been greatly reduced due to the injury to his core. However, it wasn't too difficult to deal with Li Yuan'er. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't interested in Li Yuan'er, who was at such a high level. Li Yuan'er's expression flickered. She put away her whip and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Who are you? Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he asked, which prefecture is this? Li Yuan'er found it strange that a powerful cultivator like Lin Feng didn't know which prefecture they were in. However, she still answered, this is Nanzhou. Nanzhou? The one near the South Sea? Lin Feng frowned. The desolate region was in the north, while Nanzhou was in the south. It would take at least a year to reach the desolate region by using the space-time wormhole. If they were delayed for a while, it would take a few years to reach the desolate region. Li Yuan'er nodded. It's that Nanzhou. Where's the space-time wormhole? Lin Feng asked. I don't know. Li Yuan'er shook her head. Then, what's the closest city to here? Or where's the closest teleportation formation? Lin Feng asked. If you fly west on a griffin for half a year, you'll reach a city, but it doesn't have a teleportation formation. If you fly east for 2 months, you'll reach the Tao-seeking sect's mountain gate. We have a teleportation formation, and other cultivators can use it, but they'll have to pay a sufficient price for the elders to activate it. Li Yuan'er explained. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you for telling me. I have a small gift for you as a token of my gratitude. Lin Feng flicked his finger and a jade talisman flew out. It was a formation jade talisman that he had refined and could be used 10 times. Li Yuan'er took the jade talisman and blushed. Usually, only lovers would give jade pendants to each other. She bit her lips and snorted. I don't want this. I've never taken back anything I've given out. If you don't want it, then throw it away. Lin Feng left the Li residence. Who does this guy think he is? I'll throw it at him today. Li Yuan'er was about to throw the jade talisman away. However, after thinking about it, she put it away. If she saw Lin Feng again, she planned to return the jade talisman to Lin Feng and tell Lin Feng not to have any ideas about her. Thinking about Lin Feng, Li Yuan'er couldn't help but frown. She felt that Lin Feng was a bit mysterious. What a strange guy, Li Yuan'er muttered. Li Yuan'er muttered and then left. She didn't bother with the corpses of the third steward and the others. If they were found tomorrow, the servants would naturally take care of him. The morning sun shone down, adding some warmth to the cold winter. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a low mountain peak, breathing in and out. Facing the rising sun, He absorbed the power of the first purple sun between heaven and earth, which could help him recover from his injuries. Before his injuries were healed, Lin Feng didn't plan to leave Stone Village. During this period, Lin Feng would study all kinds of Daos, alchemy, and the inheritance of the celestial master path. A year's plan is in the spring, a day's plan is in the morning. Only by working hard can you obtain a strong body. Uncle Dashan's powerful voice came from a small clearing in the mountain village. A group of teenagers were all in the horse stance. There were also some 4 or 5-year-old children. Although they were younger, they were also in the horse stance with their older brothers in the village. Lin Feng walked down from the mountain peak. His morning practice was also over. "It's time to eat," an auntie shouted. Young and old came out. They gathered together for breakfast. The mountain village ate together. Originally, they wanted to give Lin Feng a special meal, but Lin Feng refused. Eating together with everyone was also a kind of pleasure. Even if the food tasted terrible, Lin Feng felt that it was better than delicacies. At night, Uncle Dashan and the others gathered together to discuss hunting in the mountains. This time, they planned to bring a few newcomers with them to broaden their horizons. Training newcomers was a tradition in the village. It was done every year. 17 or 18-year-old teenagers were selected. It was their first time entering the forest with Uncle Dashan and the others. They were excited and nervous. Sooner or later, I'll follow Uncle Dashan and the others into the forest to hunt. Little Jia clenched his fists. His little face was full of anticipation. On the third day, there were constant roars of beasts. "It's a vicious beast." Lin Feng frowned. Vicious beasts usually lived in the depths of the forest. They rarely came out. Now that they could hear the roars of vicious beasts, it meant that there were vicious beasts in the periphery. He couldn't help but worry for Uncle Dashan and the others. The village was also filled with a sense of unease. Everyone waited anxiously, but after waiting for 2 days, they did not see the team return. Logically speaking, Uncle Dashan and the others would definitely choose to return if something like this happened in the forest, unless something unexpected happened. "Fifth brother, take a few people and go find Dashan and the others," the old patriarch said to an elder. "Yes, I'll bring some people to look for Dashan and the others," the 5th elder said. "I'll go," Lin Feng said. "Young man, your injuries haven't healed yet. It's safer for you to stay in the village," the 5th elder said. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed at the void. Pooh! Dozens of meters away, a 10-meter-tall rock was cut in half. "Young man, you..." The old patriarch and the others were shocked. This kind of method was like the methods of immortals in the legends. Could it be that the young man he saved from the village was a lofty exalted immortal? "I'll wait for Uncle Dashan and the others." Lin Feng floated away and soon disappeared without a trace. "Patriarch, this young man is so strong." The elders were astonished. Lin Feng had lived in the village for more than a month, but he had never shown anything special. Now, he had shown them his strength. "I never thought that such a person would be so young and so approachable. With this young man, Dashan and the others will be fine." The old patriarch sighed. Boom! 2 ferocious beasts were fighting. One of them was a ferocious beast covered in fiery red scales. It was 30 meters long and 20 meters tall. The other ferocious beast was a single-horned rhinoceros. It was 35 meters long and 23 meters tall. Ferocious beasts of that level were not beast kings, but they had already gained intelligence and were extremely strong. They were fighting because there was geocentric milk in a mountain. It was normal for ferocious beasts to fight for treasures. In a cave, a group of people from the mountain village were hiding. They were all trembling as they watched the battle between the 2 ferocious beasts. Even when hunting, Uncle Dashan and the others would only go 100 miles deep. Only wild beasts would appear within 300 miles. Hence, it was the first time they had seen such terrifying ferocious beasts in all these years. Moreover, the 2 ferocious beasts could speak human language, just like the monsters in the legends. Their battle was too intense. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Moreover, the 2 ferocious beasts blocked the entrance. The people in the village were unable to leave. They're talking about geocentric milk? Is it that kind of thing? Buttface pointed at a pool in the cave. It was filled with a milky white liquid. It's very likely. Let's collect this geocentric milk. It might save our lives, Uncle Dashan said. Yes. Everyone quickly poured out the water in their water bags and began to collect the geocentric milk. No, there's a human here. The two ferocious beasts were very sensitive. They stopped fighting and each attacked. Puff, the mountain peak was torn apart. Uncle Dashan and the others were sent flying. They fell to the ground. Despicable humans, do you want to get your hands on the geocentric milk? The two ferocious beasts' eyes were filled with killing intent. Facing these ferocious beasts, the people in the village were trembling. Uncle Dashan suppressed the fear in his heart and said, Your Excellency, we don't want to rob you. As long as you let us go, we'll give the geocentric milk to you. Haha, leave? I want to taste human flesh. I haven't eaten it in a long time. I miss it. The Scarlet Flame Devil Tiger laughed and walked towards Uncle Dashan and the others. I'm also very interested in human flesh. The single-horned rhinoceros said sinisterly. The two ferocious beasts walked towards Uncle Dashan and the others. If you don't let us go, we'll throw away the geocentric milk. Uncle Dashan said with a trembling voice. You're just an ant. Do you have the ability to throw it away? The Scarlet Flame Devil Tiger said disdainfully. Whoosh. He blew a puff of air. Uncle Dashan and the others were instantly rooted to the ground. Ah, I can't move. I can't move either. Many people shouted in fear. Let's start with you. I want to taste the delicious human flesh. The Scarlet Flame Demon Tiger leaped into the air and opened its bloody mouth, swallowing Uncle Dashan whole. My life is over. Uncle Dashan's face was full of fear. Even though he was a man of steel, he was still afraid in the face of death. He had too many things to worry about. His old father, his wife, his son, his family. However, facing such a ferocious beast, there was no way to resist. A few of the young men started to cry because of the shock they felt. Bang! Just as the Scarlet Flame Devil Tiger was about to eat Uncle Dashan, a huge rock with a diameter of more than 10 meters flew over and smashed into the Scarlet Flame Devil Tiger, sending it flying. Crack, crack. Many of the Scarlet Flame Devil Tiger's bones were broken. Roar. The Crimson Flame Demon Tiger let out an angry roar and jumped up from the ground. Its cold eyes stared at the approaching human. The other unicorn rhinoceros also looked at the approaching human with its gloomy eyes. It felt that this human was very dangerous. Lin. Lin. Brother Lin? Buttface and the others were shocked beyond words. The one who had thrown the boulder at the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger was Lin Feng. When did Brother Lin become so powerful? Uncle Dashan, are you okay? Lin Feng asked. Uncle Dashan only recovered from his shock at this moment and shook his head. Leave the rest to me. Lin Feng walked towards the two ferocious beasts. With your cultivation, you shouldn't be in the outskirts of the forest. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Boy, you're about to die, and you still care about where we are. The Crimson Flame Demon Tiger glared at Lin Feng. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed at the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger with sword chi. The Crimson Flame Demon Tiger suddenly felt the threat of death. It didn't know how strong this human was until now. It quickly took out its own inner core to block Lin Feng's attack. Puff, however, the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger's inner core was torn apart in an instant. Then, the sword chi cut the Crimson Flame Demon Tiger's body in half. Oh my god, such a powerful monster was killed by Brother Lin just like that? Brother Lin is one of the legendary Mighty Immortals? Buttface exclaimed in surprise. No wonder Brother Lin said that he had seen Mighty Immortals before. So Brother Lin is a Mighty Immortal. It's normal for Mighty Immortals to see Mighty Immortals, a young man named Sanhai said. Children born in the mountain villages were named casually. Most of them had names like Gozi, Heizi, Erwa, and so on. First, it was easy to remember. Second, the elders in the mountain villages said that such crude names were easier to raise. Lin Feng looked at Uncle Dashan and said, although it was cut in half, it didn't affect the quality of its meat. This demon tiger's blood is very nutritious. When the time comes, boil it in the sacred snake cauldron and let everyone soak in it. Your body will improve greatly. Uncle Dashan nodded quickly. He ordered Buttface and the others to collect the tiger's blood. They must not waste the blood of the crimson flame demon tiger's blood. Tiger's blood was extremely precious. Ordinary tiger's blood was already worth thousands of gold, not to mention the blood of a powerful vicious beast like the scarlet flame demon tiger. Lin Feng looked at the rhinoceros and said indifferently, the beef is good too. I haven't eaten beef in a long time. When the rhinoceros heard Lin Feng's words, it was scared to death. When the rhinoceros saw that Lin Feng had killed the scarlet fire tiger, it knew that it couldn't compete with this human being. However, how did such a powerful human get together with a group of mountain villagers? This made the single-horned rhinoceros extremely confused. Soon, the rhinoceros beast thought of a possibility. The Lord Beast Emperor, who was entrenched in the depths of the forest, ordered several beast kings to mobilize a group of beasts to search for an injured human cultivator. Could the injured human cultivator be this person in front of him? He was rescued by the villagers, so when Lord Beast Emperor wanted to kill him, he disappeared without a trace. The single-horned rhinoceros beast sensed the condition of Lin Feng's body. Immediately, it discovered that the human in front of it was indeed injured. His breathing was a little chaotic, and there seemed to be a very serious injury in his dantian. An injury to his dantian was either a Dao injury or an injury to his origin. If it was a Dao injury, he would have died long ago. Was that why he was injured? The single-horned rhinoceros beast suddenly had the urge to curse. Even with such a severe injury to his origin, how terrifying would it be if he recovered? Sir, I'm willing to submit, please don't eat me. The single-horned rhinoceros hurriedly knelt on the ground. Lin Feng said coolly, you are quite perceptive. I heard that many yaos know how to transform. Do you know such a secret technique as well? I know a thing or two. The single-horned rhinoceros beast hurriedly replied. Lin Feng nodded and said, turn into a green ox and protect the village. Are you willing? Of course, I am willing. The single-horned rhinoceros beast did not dare to say anything even though it was unwilling. It could only say something against its will. It turned into a huge green ox that was 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. Uncle Dashan and the others clicked their tongues in amazement. Why did you beasts come out? Lin Feng asked. It's the Golden Crow Beast Emperor entrenched in the depths of the forest. It heard that a powerful human cultivator was injured, so it sent us out to search for him, the green ox said cautiously. Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng sneered and said, it seems that the Golden Crow Beast Emperor is looking for me. Does it want to devour me? I don't know. The green ox trembled in fear. Everyone returned to the village. Lin Feng had cast a restrictive spell on the green ox's soul, so he was not afraid that it would escape. As long as it dared to escape or harm the people in the village, the restriction would destroy its soul. The green ox knew this, so it was very honest. Apart from the old chief and a few elders who knew about its origin, the others did not know. Many naughty children in the village even climbed on the green ox's back and let it carry them to play. Take all of the tiger's blood and mix it with some medicinal herbs. Boil it in the sage snake cauldron. Everybody in the village can soak in it, it can strengthen their bodies. The tiger's meat and bones are also precious treasures. Don't sell them, keep them for yourself. Those things can make many strong cultivators. They can be used to train people, Lin Feng said to the old chief and the others. The old chief and the others naturally knew how valuable the tiger was. Its entire body was a treasure. It could change their village. It could make a weak village strong. And the big green ox outside could even protect the safety of the village. In the future, they would no longer have to live in fear and trepidation. Thank you very much, Immortal. The old chief and the others bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hastily supported the old man and said, Mister, don't be so polite. If you hadn't saved my life, I would have died in the forest. From now on, please call me Mister, said Lin Feng. The old chief nodded and said kindly, you've been busy the whole day. Go back and have a rest. Lin Feng nodded and chatted with them for a while before leaving. Around midnight, Lin Feng woke up with a start. This was because he sensed an astonishing wave of energy coming from the depths of the forest. He walked out of his room and gazed into the distance. In the depths of the forest, celestial light dashed to the sky. He wondered if some incredible treasure was about to appear. Where is that? Lin Feng looked at the ox, who was also astonished. That's the place of death, the celestial evil mountain. It was quiet in the village. Only the screams of children and youths could be heard from time to time. The sacred snake cauldron stood on the ground with a dozen youths and children inside. The old chief ordered someone to pour the blood of the scarlet flame demon tiger into the cauldron. Roar. The roar shook the sky. The scarlet flame demon tiger was about to appear. This was the demon spirit contained in the demon blood. It was ferocious and violent, but it was swallowed by the strange snake in the next moment. On a mountain peak far away, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. The big green ox sat on the ground and breathed with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not mistreat the big green ox. He taught it a very advanced breathing technique and gave it many precious cultivation resources. Lin Feng had obtained a book called Mad Ox Demonic Force. It was a primordial spell. He had never cultivated it and had always kept it. Now, he had passed it on to the big green ox. If this primordial spell was cultivated by a human cultivator, the power of this spell would only be average. If it was cultivated by the big green ox, the power of this spell would be comparable to that of an immemorial spell. This might be the advantage of the big green ox. The big green ox's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. It had finally reached the level of a beast king. Lin Feng rewarded the big green ox with a divine source, a bottle of divine elixir of the galaxy, and a bottle of primordial demonic liquid. He helped the big green ox to continue improving its strength. He spent so much money because he wanted the big green ox to improve its strength as much as possible before leaving. This was because the big green ox had to protect the village. The village had a special meaning to Lin Feng. He could not forget that the village had violated the rules set by their ancestors and used the sacred snake cauldron to save him. He could not forget that the village had used the blood ginseng, a spirit medicine that they were reluctant to use. He also could not forget that the village had gone deep into dangerous places to find the spirit medicine to save him. One of his arms was bitten off by a ferocious beast and almost died. Many favors were in his heart. Even if time passed, he would never forget them. After receiving these treasures, the big green ox cried out excitedly and ran around the village. Rumble, the ground shook. Many people were alarmed. They looked at the big green ox running in the distance worriedly. They were afraid that the big green ox would go crazy and attack the villagers. Ox? Ox? So powerful. A few 3- or 4-year-old children cried out in their childish voices. They wanted to run over to the big green ox and play with it, but their parents quickly ran over and stopped them. After running for a few hours, the bull finally stopped and began to refine the 3 supreme treasures. The strength of the big green ox rapidly increased, and it quickly reached the peak of the yin-yang realm. Because it had swallowed the divine origin, the strength of the big green ox was much stronger than many creation realm cultivators. Even if it's the golden crow beast emperor, I have the confidence to fight it now. The big green ox was indescribably heroic. A few children ran over, wanting to ride on the back of the big green ox to play. The big green ox, which was originally like a tiger that could swallow mountains and rivers, instantly quieted down. It smiled embarrassedly, bit a few children, and threw them onto its back. The little ones clapped their hands excitedly. The big green ox's actions were novel and fun for them. During this time, Lin Feng was also recovering. He had refined a lot of the Earth's core elixir collected by Uncle Dashan and the others. It was a heavenly treasure that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. It was very effective in healing injuries. Lin Feng's injuries were gradually recovering. He estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. During this time, the ancient and dense primitive forest was not calm. Immortal evil mountain of the land of death was constantly emitting immortal light. It seemed that a treasure was about to be born. This caused quite a commotion. More and more people began to come. The southern continent was the largest continent in the Tianwu continent. Naturally, there were as many experts as there were clouds. There were 4 top powers here. They were called one sect, 3 palaces. One sect was called the Upper Heaven Gate. The 3 palaces were called Tuoba Palace, Zhongjing Palace, and Shangguan Palace. Among the 4 top powers, the Upper Heaven Gate was the strongest. The patriarch of the Upper Heaven Gate, Gong Sun Xian, was a terrifying cultivator. When he was young, he had been one of the strongest geniuses. He had participated in many battles between geniuses. Each time, he had finished in the top 3. Later, his cultivation level had skyrocketed and he had become a peerless cultivator. Besides, the Upper Heaven Gate had many strong cultivators. For example, Gong Sun Xian's son, Gong Sun Wusu, was one of the strongest geniuses in the 3,000 provinces. Many top powers had come. The one sect and 3 palaces were a bit further away, so it would take some time. However, the cultivators who were closer had already arrived. So many immortals, the people in the mountain village were talking about it. The old patriarch gave an order. He told everyone not to go outside. They didn't want to disturb the immortals. If that happened, a disaster would befall them. What's that immortal treasure? Why are there so many top powers here? Asked Lin Feng, looking at the ox. I'm not sure, but it appears once every few hundred years. It's very strange. Many strong cultivators have come, but they haven't been able to take the celestial treasure away. The powers of the South Continent think that this treasure is extraordinary. Every time the celestial treasure appears, many great powers come. The more you can't get something, the more precious it is, said Lin Feng. Ferocious beasts roared. More and more cultivators arrived on ferocious beasts. Of course, there were also independent cultivators, but there weren't that many of them. Besides, independent cultivators couldn't compete with the cultivators of the top powers. Most of them had just come to join in the fun. In the distance, a group of cultivators on ferocious beasts arrived. Look, there's a mountain village, said a cultivator, pointing at a mountain village in the distance. It was noon, and there was smoke rising from the mountain village because the aunties in the village were preparing lunch. Very good, capture a few people and lead the way. We'll walk around the mountains and see if we can find any treasures. These vulgar mountain people should know the location of some treasures. These barbarians should be able to find treasures here, said a young man. Roar. The black demon beast let out an earth-shattering roar, crushing the void as it charged in the direction of the village. So many exalted immortals had arrived, and they didn't seem to have good intentions. Tell the elderly, women, and children to hide in the caves, ordered the old man. The mountain village was in chaos. The mountain village was in a state of panic. At this time, the group of cultivators riding black magic beasts had already rushed over. How long have you lived here? Asked a cultivator. The old chief replied, according to the records, it's been around for 500 years. It seems like you're very familiar with the forest. Send 10 people to be our guides. We'll explore some dangerous places, said the cultivator. The old man's expression changed. The old patriarch's expression suddenly changed. Going to explore the danger zone was naturally not a problem for those powerful cultivators. But the villagers didn't have much strength. If they went to explore the danger zone for them, they would definitely die. What? You don't agree? What if you dare to resist? Do you think I won't destroy your village? That cultivator had a sneer on his face. Casually wiping out a mountain village was too easy for an expert like him. The old clan leader and the others turned pale. They were just villagers, and they couldn't resist these mighty immortals. I'll go. Anyway, I have a younger brother who can take care of my parents in the future. Buttface clenched his teeth and walked out. He knew that he would die if he left with these people, but he didn't hesitate because someone had to be sacrificed. I'll go too, me too. One by one, the villagers walked out. Some were young, some were older. Then let's go. Don't waste time. The cultivator said coldly. Buttface, Sanwa. Many people were crying. They were sad. But now, they couldn't resist. If they resisted, hundreds of people in the village would die tragically. Don't be sad for us. If there's a next life, we're willing to be reincarnated in Stone Village. Buttface and the others said. Their words made many villagers feel as if their hearts were being stabbed. Buttface and the others turned around and followed these people into the distance. Moo! At that moment, the sound of a cow came from dozens of feet away. The big green ox was walking over. The cultivators were slightly surprised because they had never seen such a huge green ox. However, even though they were slightly moved, they didn't pay too much attention to it. It was just an ordinary green ox. Perhaps it was a livestock raised in a mountain village. Naturally, it wouldn't attract the attention of these people. However, the Azure Bull stopped Buttface and the others. Buttface and the others were stunned. They patted the green ox and were about to pass it. The green ox rushed toward the cultivator crazily. Is the green ox crazy? The cultivators were shocked. The old clan leader and the others knew that the green ox was strong, but how could it be a match for so many mighty immortals? Xianxia, it seems that the green ox has intelligence. It won't let us take these villagers away. The leading young master said with a smile. Today, we're all in luck. Let's kill this green ox and make it into a dish to go with wine. The cultivator called Xianxia sneered and leaped forward. He instantly arrived before Azure Ox and slammed his palm towards Azure Ox. Moo! The green ox roared and pointed its horns at Xianxia. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Xianxia was sent flying several hundred meters away by the big green ox. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. After twitching a few times, he fainted. The green ox is so powerful. The villagers were all shocked. No one had expected the green ox to be so fierce. That was an ascendant immortal. And yet, the big cyan ox had sent him flying just like that. Additionally, it would appear that he had also suffered from a very serious injury. The big cyan ox was simply too savage. Even Uncle Dashan and the others, who had seen the battle between the big green ox and the red flame demon tiger, were extremely shocked. In their opinion, no matter how powerful the big green ox was, it was impossible for it to be a match for a mighty immortal. But now, the big green yak had seriously injured the exalted immortal. It was truly unbelievable. The reason why Uncle Dashan and the others had this misconception was because they did not understand the world of cultivators. The exalted immortals in their eyes were actually far inferior to the powerful ferocious beasts. That green ox has become a spirit. Let's kill it together. The leading young master ordered coldly. Immediately, over 20 cultivators rode on their black flame beasts and charged towards the big green bull. Moo! The big green ox roared, and its huge body rushed out, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Bang, 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 following a series of violent collisions, the black flame beasts and the cultivators riding them were all sent flying by the big green ox. A few black flame beasts were directly killed. Those that were not killed were also seriously injured. Those cultivators who were originally high up in the air were also seriously injured. All of them looked at the big green ox with fear. The big green ox walked towards the leader of the young men, raised its huge hoof, and stomped on him directly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The young man let out a miserable cry. The intense pain from his broken leg swept through his entire body. His body trembled violently. Don't kill me. It's my fault for not recognizing you and disturbing your cultivation. I'll take my people and leave now. The young man begged. Bang! The big green ox raised its hoof and kicked the young man away. Then, the big green ox turned around and walked slowly into the distance. A few black flame beast corpses were left on the ground. The rest of the people left in a sorry state. Ox God. Many villagers knelt down and bowed to the big green ox. The old patriarch and the others put away their shock and hurriedly got people to carry the black flame beast corpses into the village. The big green ox came to Lin Feng's side and continued to breathe. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He had not moved for 3 days and 3 nights. He had also instructed the villagers not to disturb him. Because now was the most crucial time for Lin Feng to recover from his injuries. 3 days later, cultivators riding black flame beasts rushed towards the mountain village. There were even more of them, about 40 to 50 people. On the way, many cultivators from different forces were very surprised. Where were the people from the Black Profound sect going in such an aggressive manner? I heard that Tang Miao suffered a great loss in a small mountain village. One of his legs was broken. It can't be? The mountain village is full of villagers. How could they break Tang Miao's leg? Your news is too outdated. Tang Miao's leg was indeed broken, but it was not broken by those villagers. It was broken by a big green ox. Ah? A big green ox? That's right. It's a big green ox. It might have cultivated into a demon. What's going on? Why would the big green ox break Tang Miao's leg? Tang Miao and the others wanted to go to a dangerous place to explore. They needed to find some cannon fodder to help them investigate the situation, so they went to a mountain village to capture people. Who knew that there was a big green ox in the mountain village? That big green ox was very powerful. The two sides fought. Tang Miao and the others were no match for that big green ox and left in a sorry state. Let's go and watch the show. Many people followed the people from the Black Profound sect to the mountain village. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. Beasts roared, and dust rose everywhere. The cultivators from the Black Profound sect came to the mountain village. The mountain village was quiet. Everyone was hiding. No one came out. They're all hiding in the depths of the cave. A cultivator said. Look, there's a big green ox over there. Someone pointed in the distance. A huge green ox was walking over. What a good ox. It dared injure people from the Black Profound sect. Today, the Black Profound sect will kill you. Not only will you die, but everyone in the village will die as well. That's the only way to appease the Black Profound sect's anger. A middle-aged cultivator smiled icily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Tang Wolong is a Yin-Yang cultivator. He's personally leading people here. The fate of the whole mountain village is already sealed. Many cultivators whispered to each other. As far as they were concerned, the mountain village and the ox were about to die. Kill it, ordered Tang Wolong. Yes. A dozen cultivators rode their black magical beasts and rushed out. They took out flying swords and attacked the ox. The flying swords emitted a cold killing intent as they slashed towards the green ox. Clang, clang, clang. However, when the flying swords hit the green ox, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The flying swords seemed to have hit metal, causing sparks to fly in all directions. They were unable to cause any damage to the green ox. Oh my god, this green ox is so powerful. It blocked the flying swords with its body. It seems that its cultivation is very high. That's right. It must have cultivated for many years. It won't be easy to kill it. If the people of the Black Profound sect know what's good for them, they should choose to retreat. They shouldn't continue to fight with such a powerful ox monster. In the end, even if they can kill the green ox, they will suffer heavy losses. Many cultivators were discussing this matter, but it was obvious that the people of the Black Profound sect didn't want to leave. Sword array. Tang Wolong said coldly as he took the lead and flew out. The other 40 to 50 people also flew out and scattered everywhere. These people lined up together like a huge dragon. This sword array was called the Long Dragon Sword Array. Tang Wolong, who was standing at the front, was the dragon head. He took out a peak-level treasure. Sword, rise. He waved his right hand and the treasure sword flew into the air. The sword's cry echoed in the sky. It resounded through the clouds. Everyone took out their flying swords. These flying swords were connected to each other and a dragon's cry could be heard. These flying swords turned into a sword dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards the green ox. The green ox was furious. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The green ox charged forward. Its huge body directly charged towards the flying sword dragon. The green ox's horns collided with the sword dragon. These ferocious beasts had cultivated their cultivation and turned into monsters. They all had their own powerful abilities. The green ox's original body was a single-horned rhinoceros. From its name, it could be seen that the green ox was powerful. Of course, it was the horn. Cultivators would refine their own natal magic treasures. Some ferocious beasts that turned into monsters didn't know how to refine their own magic treasures, so they often chose to refine a part of their body to increase their attack power. For example, an eagle's claws, a tiger's tail or teeth, or the horn of a single-horned rhinoceros. Clang, 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 the big green ox's horn suddenly charged towards the sword dragon. Kacha kacha, one after another, the flying swords were broken by the bull's horns. Several dozen flying swords became a pile of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. At this time, the big green ox had already arrived in front of the black profound sex cultivators. Oh no! Tang Wolong's face suddenly changed. It was too late for him to dodge, so he slammed his palm toward the big green ox. Puff, in the next moment, the bull's horns hit Tang Wolong's body and pierced through his body. Bang bang bang, the great azure ox charged forward and the cultivators behind Tang Wolong were all sent flying. One by one, they coughed out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, dead. They were simply incapable of enduring the formidable impact of the great azure ox's charge. Only a dozen or so people were lucky enough to survive. Even Tang Wolong was killed by the big green yak. Run! The dozen or so people of the black mysterious sect who were still alive cried out in alarm and fled into the distance. At this moment, the big green ox opened its mouth and spat out a ball of air. Whoosh! The big green ox's breath was like a sword. Puff! 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 The dozen or so fleeing cultivators of the black mysterious sect were all killed. They're all dead, this big green ox is too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show felt their hearts palpitate. Even Tang Wolong had died a miserable death. This shocked everyone. The big green ox opened its mouth and suddenly sucked in. All the corpses were devoured by the big green ox. No way. Isn't the green ox a grass eater? Why is it eating humans? The corners of the cultivators' mouths twitched violently when they saw this. Someone rolled his eyes and said, "The green ox eats grass, but this one is no longer an ordinary green ox. It has already cultivated into a yao. What can't it eat?" Everyone thought about it and felt that this made sense. The black mysterious sect is not simple. After suffering such a huge loss, they will definitely not let this matter rest, said a cultivator. Many people stayed. Instead of leaving, they chose to stay because they felt that there would be a good show later. The big green ox walked into the distance and lay down on a mountain to rest. That mountain doesn't look simple. Look, the purple mist is falling. There's actually such a phenomenon. Is the big green ox really that powerful? Does it have something to do with that mountain? I can faintly feel that there's a seal on that mountain. That's right, I can feel it too. I really want to go to that mountain and see what's there. Let's wait a little longer. The big green ox is too ferocious. We'll just die if we go. The surrounding cultivators fell silent again. On the mountain, Lin Feng was still sitting there. It was already the 6th day, but the recovery of the injuries to his core was more troublesome than Lin Feng had expected. Of course, the injuries to his core were already very small. At first, the injuries to his core had caused a crack of about 15 centimeters, but now, there were only 2 centimeters left. Sometimes, healing was like this. The closer one was to the end, the more difficult it would be to heal the injuries. Another 3 days passed. Roar, a sound that sounded like a dragon or a tiger's roar came from the sky. After that, a 100-meter-long black flood dragon flew over. A middle-aged man was standing on the back of the black flood dragon. The middle-aged man was wearing black clothes. He looked sinister. Bisect leader of the Xianxia sect, Evil Zun Tang. Many people were astonished. Even such a strong cultivator had come. Apart from the sect leader and the great elders, Evil Zun Tang was the strongest cultivator in the Xianxia sect. The black dragon stopped in the air, and Evil Lord Tang's cold eyes looked at the mountain where the purple mist fell from not far away. Oh, there's such a phenomenon? Why is the big green ox so strong? Does it have something to do with that mountain? Evil Zun Tang couldn't help but think. The big green ox stood up and walked over step by step. "Leave, and I'll spare your lives," said the big green ox. The cultivators didn't find it strange. It was normal for beasts to be able to talk. "A mere ox dares to be impudent in front of me?" sneered evil Zun Tang. The big green ox sneered, I'm the demon ox king. How dare you call me a mere ox? You've committed a capital offense. Lin Feng had given the name Demon Ox King to the big green ox. The big green ox felt that it was very domineering, so it started calling itself that name. Demon Ox King? I'll kill you today, said evil Zun Tang disdainfully. He patted the black flood dragon's head. Roar! The black flood dragon roared and flew toward the big green ox. The flood dragon stretched out its claws. The black Jiao dragon reached out with its huge claws and grabbed at the head of the green ox, wanting to kill it with one swipe. The big green ox made its move, and its horns collided with the black flood dragon's huge claws. Slash, the horns were too sharp, and they pierced through the dragon's claws. Blood immediately flowed out. The black flood dragon let out a painful roar and whipped its huge tail towards the big green ox. Evil Tang, who was standing on the back of the black dragon, also jumped up. He held a long spear in his hand and stabbed toward the big green ox. The dragon and the dragon have fused into one. Is the ox going to die? There were cultivators who said this, feeling shocked and moved. Although the ox was strong, it was facing two powerful enemies. In the face of the flood dragon's attack, the green ox kicked it with its hoof. At the same time, it swung its horns and used them to collide with Evil Tang's spear. Boom, the bull kicked the flood dragon's tail first, sending it flying. Then, it used its horns to knock Evil Tang away. Many people were shocked. The ox was much stronger than they had expected. Moo! The bull cried out. Its huge body rose into the air and began to gallop in the air. The great green ox crashed into the black flood dragon that it had just sent flying. The black Jiao dragon hurriedly spat out arrows made of black gas and shot them at the green ox. A layer of green demon chi appeared on the surface of the bull's body, blocking the black flood dragon's attack. Then, the big green ox rushed in front of the black flood dragon, its huge horns aimed at the black flood dragon's head. Slash, the bull horn instantly pierced through the black Jiao dragon's head. The black Jiao dragon's body twitched and died in a few moments. Die, you animal! Evil Lord Tang roared as he saw his mount being killed by the green ox. He rushed towards the green ox with his black spear. He aimed his spear at the ox's eyes. Evil Tang's spear was as fast as lightning. The ox was about to be killed. Suddenly, the ox opened its mouth and spat out a black chi. It was the ox's innate ability, called corrosive chi. This kind of energy could quickly destroy the enemy's Dharma power. It was a terrifying attack. Evil Lord Tang was hit, and the magic power in his body dissipated instantly. His face was full of horror. Puff, in the next moment, the bull's horns pierced through Evil Lord Tang's body. Evil Lord Tang was dead. Dead. Even the vice leader of the Black Mysterious Sect, Xianxia, is dead. That green ox is too strong. Many people looked at the big green ox with horrified expressions. More and more people gathered here because the news of the big green ox killing the Black Mysterious Sect's experts had already spread. One day later, a terrifying aura filled the air as a Supreme Elder of the Black Profound Sect appeared. The Grand Supreme Elder had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was at the creation realm and his strength was unfathomable. It's Tang Tianyu. Someone exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the old man's identity. He was one of the 4 Supreme Elders of the Black Mystic Sect, and it was rumored that his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the creation realm. No matter how strong that green ox is, it won't be able to defeat Tang Tianyu. Many cultivators believed that the Yin-Yang realm and the creation realm were 2 completely different realms. Even though the big green ox had killed several Yin-Yang realm experts, so what? After all, the big green ox was only at the Yin-Yang realm while Tang Tianyu was at the creation realm. How could a Yin-Yang realm cultivator fight against a creation realm cultivator? That was the reason why people looked down on the big green ox when Tang Tianyu arrived. Are you ready to die? Tang Tianyu looked at the big green ox coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The big green ox said, Are you also from the Black Mysterious Sect? I advise you to leave quickly because you shouldn't have come to this place. Don't bring disaster to your sect. Tang Tianyu smiled coldly and said, The Black Mysterious Sect is backed by the Supreme Gate of Heaven. Have you heard of them? The big green ox said, "Never heard of them." The corners of Tang Tianyu's mouth twitched violently. He suddenly felt as if he had punched cotton. The big green ox's reply made him speechless. Tang Tianyu smiled coldly and said, "You haven't even heard of the Supreme Gate of Heaven? What a lowly monster. I won't talk to you anymore, I'll just kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Tianyu made his move and slapped a palm toward the big green ox. The big green ox stepped on the air and quickly rushed towards Tang Tianyu. Bang, the two sides collided fiercely. The big green ox was pushed back by Tang Tianyu's attack. Tang Tianyu was indeed worthy of being a creation realm cultivator. The big green ox had suffered a small loss in their first exchange. "You have some skills, but that's all. I'll take your life within 10 moves." Tang Tianyu's aura surged. He stepped forward and attacked the big green ox with his palm. Moo! The big green ox roared and kept attacking Tang Tianyu with its horns. However, Tang Tianyu's strength was outstanding. He pushed the big green ox back several times. Whoosh, the big green ox spat out a large cloud of yin erosion chi, which enveloped Tang Tianyu. It had relied on the yin erosion chi to break Tang Wulong's magic power and kill him. But this time, the big green ox spat out another cloud of yin erosion chi, but Tang Tianyu dissolved it. Tang Tianyu waved his hand and charged forward madly. A strong wind suddenly blew. All of the yin erosion chi was blown away. Tang Tianyu quickly rushed in front of the big green ox and slashed with his sword. Slash, a wound appeared on the big green ox's neck. Blood immediately gushed out. Is the big green ox going to be killed? Many people cried out in alarm. Die. When Tang Tianyu saw that the big green ox was injured, his morale was boosted. He leaped into the air and quickly rushed towards the big green ox. The sword in his hand slashed towards the big green ox again. "You want to kill me, Demon Ox King? You're still far from enough." The big green ox roared and charged towards Tang Tianyu. Mad Ox Demonic Strength. The big green ox used the technique that Lin Feng had taught him. Suddenly, crackling sounds came from the big green ox's body. The big green ox's body quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became 3 times bigger. After its body became bigger, the big green ox's strength increased greatly. It used the Mad Ox charge and slammed into Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu suddenly felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. He was sent flying. Crack! Crack, countless bones in his body were broken. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. The big green ox rushed above Tang Tianyu and raised its hoof to stomp on Tang Tianyu's head. "No!" Tang Tianyu cried out in horror. Slash, in the next moment, the big green ox crushed Tang Tianyu's head. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Tianyu had been stomped to death by the big green ox. This was an expert of the creation realm. Wasn't the big green ox too terrifying? It could even kill a creation realm expert? "Bastard, you're courting death." Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. Buzz, in the air, a golden light flashed. A treasure that looked like a diamond ring flew over and slammed into the big green ox's body. The Vajra circle-like supreme treasure sent the big green ox flying. Slash, with just one hit, the big green ox was severely injured. Blood spurted out of its 7 orifices. In the distance, a middle-aged cultivator walked over. The Vajra ring was his treasure. The middle-aged man looked at the ox indifferently. "Who's that? He doesn't seem to be from the Xianxia sect." Some people were confused. They didn't know who that person was and why he was attacking the ox. They guessed that even though that person wasn't from the Xianxia sect, he might be related to the Xianxia sect somehow. "Who are you?" The ox got up from the ground and glared at the middle-aged man. "Shang Tian Men. Zhang Qianma." The middle-aged man smiled coldly. "He's from Shang Tian Men." Many people were astonished. In the South Continent, Shang Tian Men was a superpower. Everyone had to look up to them. Although many cultivators knew of the prestige of the Upper Heaven Gate, those who had actually come into contact with it were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. After all, the cultivators who came here weren't very strong. Those who could come in contact with a superpower like Shang Tian Men were definitely very strong. Shang Tian Men? So you're the backer of the guy I just stomped to death. The ox smiled coldly. You're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of dying? Xianxia looked at the ox indifferently. It's not that easy to kill me. The ox decided to attack first. He quickly rushed towards Xianxia, releasing bestial qi. The bestial qi condensed into a bestial qi armor, which wrapped around him. The ox's qi was much stronger than before. It was obvious that he was going to use his most powerful attack to fight against Xianxia. Xianxia's face was full of disdain. He took out the Dharma treasure that looked like the Vajra ring again and it flew out quickly. The ox used his horns to block the Vajra ring. Clang, accompanied by a sonorous sound, the Vajra hoop struck the bull's horn fiercely. The ox's horns couldn't block the Vajra ring's attack. Kacha, kacha, the ox's horns started to crack. The Vajra ring was a terrifying treasure. The ox was blown away. The Vajra ring spun in the air and smashed into the ox's body. The ox's huge body fell down. Clang, the body of the big green ox heavily smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The young man's entire body was dripping with blood. He wanted to get up but failed. Because his injuries were too severe. This battle is over. A cultivator said. At this point, the battle had indeed ended. The young man no longer had the strength to fight. Xianxia said coldly, die. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia waved her right hand in the air. The Vajra ring in the air quickly flew toward the big green ox and smashed down hard. My life ends here. The large green ox cried out in fear. Suddenly, a strand of sword chi shot out from the distant mountain peak just as the Vajra chakram was about to blast the azure ox to death. The strand of sword chi was as swift as lightning. With a clang, the sword chi slammed into the Vajra ring and blasted it away. What a powerful attack. It actually sent such a powerful magic treasure flying. Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but gasp. Who gave you the guts to commit murder in a mountain village? A cold voice came from the distance. Everyone looked over. They saw a young cultivator walking over from the distant mountain peak. Huh? He came from that mountain peak? Many people were shocked. When the purple mist fell from the mountain peak, many people thought that there was a fortuitous opportunity there. Now that Lin Feng had come out, many people were confused. Was there a fortuitous opportunity there, or was it because the young cultivator was on the mountain that caused the phenomenon? However, even if there was a fortuitous opportunity there, many people guessed that the young cultivator must have taken it. Little boy, is this big green ox your spirit beast? Xianxia looked at Lin Feng gloomily. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. If it is, then you'll also suffer today. If it isn't, then piss off. Don't get involved in the affairs of the Heavenly Gate. Said Xianxia indifferently. As a cultivator of the Heavenly Gate, she was naturally very proud. The Upper Heaven Gate was a colossal force in the southern region. Anyone who heard the 3 words Upper Heaven Gate would tremble. Xianxia believed that Lin Feng felt the same way. But Xianxia was obviously wrong. When he heard the words Heavenly Gate, Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He had heard of the Heavenly Gate, so what? No matter how strong the South Continent was, they couldn't do anything to him. Besides, Lin Feng's injuries had already healed. There weren't many cultivators in the Heavenly Gate who could defeat him. Today, I'd like to see how strong the cultivators of the Heavenly Gate are. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he used the Skysplitter slash. Buzz. A huge blade radiance condensed in the void and blasted towards Xianxia. Little boy, you're courting death. Xianxia sneered and used all his strength to activate the Vajra chakram towards Lin Feng. The Vajra chakram was indeed a treasure. Under Xianxia's full power, it actually broke Lin Feng's Skysplitter. Then, it quickly flew in front of Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng. What a powerful treasure, but it seems to be a replica. It's already pretty good for a replica to have this kind of power. It just so happens that my Azure Ox mount is lacking a suitable treasure. I want this treasure. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he reached out his right hand and grabbed the Vajra chakram. Little boy, who do you think you are? How dare you say you want my Vajra chakram? Go to hell. Xianxia sneered and used the Vajra Chakram's power to the extreme. The Vajra Chakram quickly enlarged and smashed towards Lin Feng. Suppress. Lin Feng flipped his right hand and condensed the word suppress on his palm. He directly suppressed the Vajra Chakram. The word suppress flew out. It suppressed the Vajra Chakram. Suddenly, the fluctuations of the Vajra Chakram quickly disappeared and Lin Feng grabbed the treasure in his hand. What a good treasure. Lin Feng held the treasure and played with it for a while. Then, he forcefully erased the soul imprint that Xianxia had left in it. Ah! Xianxia let out a painful roar as the treasure was forcefully taken away. Little boy, how dare you steal my treasure? How dare you steal my treasure? Do you know that you've committed a capital crime? No one who offends my gate of heaven can survive. Return the Vajra ring to me now, then kneel in front of me and apologize. I can still spare your life. Otherwise, I will summon the experts of the gate of heaven and cut you into 1,000 pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia took out a summoning jade talisman. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Lin Feng used the immemorial star-plucking hand to grab Xianxia. In the void, a large energy hand condensed and grabbed towards Xianxia. Spare me! Xianxia cried out in horror. Crack! In the next moment, Xianxia was caught by the large energy hand. The large energy hand exerted force and Xianxia was crushed to death. Heavens! Xianxia was a fortune realm cultivator, but she was killed just like that. Powerful, truly too powerful. To be able to crush a creation realm expert to death so easily, just what cultivation base is that young cultivator at? Could it be that he's not a young cultivator, but an expert at the level of an old monster? Maybe he's just practicing a face-fixing technique, which is why he looks so young. No, he's really young. Check his chi. He should be in his 20s. He's so young. He must be a chosen genius, right? But there's no such person in the South Continent. He must have come from another continent. This is interesting. A chosen genius like him killed a member of the Upper Heaven Gate. What do you think the Upper Heaven Gate will do? So what if he's a chosen genius? Even if a chosen genius offends the Upper Heaven Gate, he'll still die. Just wait and see. The Upper Heaven Gate's chosen genius will be here soon. That kid is dead. Many people were talking about it. Lin Feng gave the ox a healing pill. After the ox swallowed it, it recovered a lot. Lin Feng looked at the village and frowned. Now that he had killed a member of the Upper Heaven Gate, he had nothing to fear. If the Upper Heaven Gate wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be easy. However, the villagers might be implicated. I need to send them to a safe place. I wonder if Uncle Dashan and the others are willing to leave the place where their ancestors lived, Lin Feng thought. Of course, now wasn't the right time to send Uncle Dashan and the others away. Lin Feng wanted to wait until the immortal treasure appeared. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could obtain the immortal treasure that countless powerful groups would go crazy for. Vajra Demon Subduing Ring. Lin Feng looked at the Vajra Demon Subduing Ring in his hand. The name was quite domineering. He gave it to the ox and said, "This treasure is not bad. Refine it and use it to protect yourself." "Thank you, master." The ox hurriedly refined the Vajra Demon Subduing Ring. Lin Feng, on the other hand, set up a large array that enveloped an area of 15 kilometers. As for the cultivators who were watching the show, they all retreated 15 kilometers away. Inside the grand array, thick fog curled up, obscuring all sight. This is a great array. That young cultivator is so powerful. Not only is his cultivation base high, but he can also set up such a profound great array. Could it be that he wants to use the formation to block the experts of the Upper Heaven Gate? There are many experts in the Upper Heaven Gate, and there are also experts in formations. If they send an expert in formations, they will be able to break his formation. When that time comes, he will die. It is better to run away now. Who knows, he might even be able to escape. I'm guessing that he's not leaving because he wants to get the celestial treasure. After all, he's very strong. Maybe he really has a chance to get the celestial treasure. Let's just wait and see. The cultivators outside waited while Lin Feng walked towards the village. The old patriarch and the others also came out of the cave they were hiding in. Lin Feng and the old patriarch entered a stone house and told him about the relocation of the village. Although the old patriarch didn't want to leave the place where his ancestors lived, he also knew that many immortals had died here. If they didn't leave, there might be a disaster. Therefore, the old patriarch agreed. The old patriarch would then discuss this matter with the villagers. Seeing that the old patriarch agreed, Lin Feng let out a long breath. It was good to leave this place. For the villagers, living here was indeed too difficult. Moreover, they were also facing the threat of fierce beasts. Lin Feng had a way to make them live a rich and prosperous life after they left. Rumble. The void trembled. In the distance, ancient chariots flew towards the mountain village. They're here. It's the people from the upper heaven gate. Many of the surrounding cultivators exclaimed. The experts of the upper heaven gate had finally arrived 4 days after Zhang Qianmo was killed. There were more than 20 ancient chariots, and there were at least 4 or 5 experts standing on each chariot. With so many experts, even an ancient aristocratic family would be able to easily annihilate them. But now, these experts from the upper heaven gate were only here for a mountain village. There were many cultivators scattered in the surrounding forest. Everyone was waiting to watch the show. More than 20 ancient chariots stopped outside the Great Formation. Inside the Great Formation, there was a white fog lingering, and the situation inside couldn't be seen clearly. A cultivator from the upper heaven gate sneered, "It's just a mere formation. Driving the chariots can forcefully destroy the Great Formation here. Then we'll forcefully break it," another expert from the upper heaven gate said. Clearly, they were very confident in the ancient chariots. "Whether or not we'll forcefully break the formation, we'll have to ask the Lord," another expert said. The experts from the upper heaven gate quickly reached an agreement. They came in front of an ancient chariot and bowed to an old man. "Lord Situ, we plan to use the ancient chariot to forcefully break the formation. Please make a decision, Lord Situ." An expert cupped his fists and said. The old man called Lord Situ was called Situ Hongtao. He asked, "Are you confident in breaking this formation?" "Don't worry, Lord. We'll definitely break this formation. Then we'll capture that brat and hand him over to you." Situ Hongtao said, "Since you're confident, fine. I'll give you 20 ancient chariots. Charge together and break the formation." 10 is enough. An expert from the upper heaven gate said. "Then I'll wait for your good news." Situ Hongtao said. "Lord, you only need to wait for half an hour." The experts left and gathered the 10 ancient chariots. The ancient chariots were activated. Each of the ancient chariots emitted a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura formed a murderous aura that protected the ancient chariots. "Charge!" An expert shouted in a deep voice. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The 10 ancient chariots crushed the void as they charged towards the Great Formation. When they came in contact with the Great Formation, it released a powerful attack towards the ancient chariots. However, the Great Formation's attack was blocked by the ancient chariot's murderous aura. What a powerful ancient chariot! That young cultivator's Great Formation can't break through their defenses. It seems like that young cultivator is in danger. I heard that these ancient chariots were passed down from the Immemorial era. They're called Iron Blood chariots. They contain a murderous aura that can create the strongest defensive barrier. Once it's released, it can also form a terrifying attack. Now that these people have surrounded that young cultivator, I'm afraid that he won't be able to resist. A few cultivators whispered about the origin of these ancient chariots. "Brat, today, we'll take your dog life," the experts in the ancient chariots laughed evilly. They were very confident that they could kill Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. These experts drove the ancient chariots into the Great Formation. Author's note: sorry, old steamed bun is heartbroken today. I'm in a bad mood. I'll try my best to adjust today. Tomorrow, I'll be back to 7. I'll also ask for next month's votes, rewards, and recommendation tickets. Inside the formation, white fog lingered. From time to time, powerful rays of light would sweep over and attack the Iron Blood war chariots. Clang, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, sparks flew in all directions within the white fog. The Iron Blood war chariots had blocked all the attacks of the formation. The experts of the Upper Heaven Gate became more and more confident. One of them sneered and said, "This formation is only SOSO. Everyone, let's go directly into the depths and find that boy." Okay, the others nodded in agreement. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Immediately after, 10 ancient war chariots rushed into the depths. From time to time, powerful rays of light would shoot out from the ancient war chariots and sweep the surroundings. The people of the Upper Heaven Gate went deeper and deeper while destroying the formation. Many of the formation's eyes were destroyed, these people left even more complacently. However, they soon felt that something was wrong. The Iron Blood war chariots had been flying for a long time, but they still hadn't reached the depths of the mountain village. How could it take so long to traverse a mere 30 miles? Something's not right. We're trapped in an illusion. One of the experts of the Upper Heaven Gate said with a serious expression. It was only now that they realized that something was wrong. The other experts of the Upper Heaven Gate looked slightly gloomy. They cautiously sized up their surroundings. Originally, they were full of confidence, but now, they were uneasy. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a huge demonic hand stretched out of the ground. The demonic hand directly grabbed one of the Iron Blood war chariots above. "You're courting death." The 5 Upper Heaven Gate experts on the Iron-Blooded war chariot bellowed and urged the Iron-Blooded war chariot to attack the huge demonic hand. However, what made their hearts turn cold was that when the Iron-Blooded war chariot's tyrannical attack bombarded the demonic hand, none of the attacks caused any damage to the demonic hand. It was too strange. In the next moment, the demonic hand grabbed the Iron Blood war chariots and quickly retreated into the abyss. A mournful cry came from the abyss, and in the next moment, the abyss closed. "Quick, everyone gather together." One of the experts of the Upper Heaven Gate shouted with a serious expression. The other 9 Iron Blood war chariots were about to gather together, but at that moment, the ground cracked open again and 9 demonic hands grabbed at them. All the Iron Blood war chariots were caught by the demonic hands. Was it all an illusion when we broke the formation? "My lord, please don't casually enter the formation." One of the experts from the Upper Heaven Gate said the last word. The 9 chariots were pulled into the abyss by the evil hand. Then, the crack closed and the world became quiet again. The expressions of the Upper Heaven Gate experts, who were confident in their victory and in control of everything, changed drastically when they heard the miserable cries coming from the array. "There's no sound. Are they all dead? 10 ancient Iron Blood chariots? How long have they been in there? And they were all destroyed? Is the grand formation here that powerful?" The Upper Heaven Gate has suffered heavy losses this time. No one was more shocked than the surrounding cultivators. The ones who attacked were Upper Heaven Gate experts. 10 ancient war chariots, and so many experts with unfathomable cultivation, fell just like that. This was too shocking. Situ Hongtao said gloomily, "Go and invite the 3rd elder." Yes. Very quickly, the Upper Heaven Gate experts left. The 3rd elder of the Upper Heaven Gate's array peak, Yan Liming, was a heaven-rank spirit array master and one of the 3 heaven-rank spirit array masters of the Upper Heaven Gate. This time, he had followed the experts of the Upper Heaven Gate to this place. However, this 3rd elder had already gone to the immortal Evil Mountain. 2 days later, Yan Liming and the other experts from the Upper Heaven Gate arrived. Apart from Yan Liming, there was also a middle-aged man with unfathomable strength. The middle-aged man was skinny, and his long and narrow eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. One glance at him was enough to make people shudder. The middle-aged man was called Xianxia, and he was also a top expert from the Upper Heaven Gate. "Elder Yan, this great formation is extraordinary. The Upper Heaven Gate has suffered heavy losses. 3rd elder, please take us into the formation. We'll personally kill that little brat." Situ Hongtao's voice was filled with murderous intent. The Upper Heaven Gate couldn't be provoked. Only the Upper Heaven Gate could kill people, but anyone who dared to kill a member of the Upper Heaven Gate was courting death. "The person who made the formation is really good, but it's not difficult for me." "Who's coming with me?" asked Yan Liming. Me, Elder Yan, Elder Zhang, and I will go in," said Situ Hongtao. "All right." Yan Liming nodded, and the three of them entered the Great Formation. Situ Hongtao and Zhang Qianan are both ancient overlords, while Yan Liming is a heaven-ranked spirit array master. At the same time, he's also a quasi-overlord. Now that the three of them have joined forces, I'm afraid that young cultivator will die a tragic death. Many cultivators in the surroundings whispered to each other. The three great experts of the Upper Heaven Gate were really terrifying. They naturally didn't think that a young cultivator could resist their combined attacks. The three of them entered the Great Formation. Yan Liming was a tier formation master, and his methods were swift and fierce. He brought Situ Hongtao and Zhang Qian deep into the Great Formation. Not long after, they could faintly see the valley inside the Great Formation. "We're almost there." Yan Liming smiled coldly. "That little brat's death is coming. He dared to kill the people of the Upper Heaven Gate. Not only will that little brat die, but everyone who has anything to do with him will also die. If we don't annihilate his whole family, how can the Upper Heaven Gate calm down?" Situ Hongtao and Zhang Qian's faces were filled with murderous intent. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard. The three of them looked into the depths of the Great Formation and saw a young cultivator calmly walk out. "Are you all here to die?" When they heard the young cultivator, the three great experts of the Upper Heaven Gate looked gloomy. "Little brat, you're the one who killed so many of the Upper Heaven Gate's experts? You're courting death. Today, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Zhang Qian jumped out and threw a punch at Lin Feng. "You're just a cultivator of the first life and death layer, and you dare act so arrogantly in front of me? Who gave you the courage?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used the immemorial star-plucking palm, and a huge hand condensed in the air and grabbed at Zhang Qian. The huge hand grabbed Zhang Qian in an instant. Then, it exerted force. Pooh, Zhang Qian, a life and death layer cultivator, was crushed into meat paste. You. Yan Liming and Situ Hongtao, who were originally filled with murderous intent, were scared out of their wits. Yan Liming was just a pseudo-life and death layer cultivator, so he could barely fight against a life and death layer cultivator. Situ Hongtao and Zhang Qian were both at the first life and death layer, but now, Zhang Qian had been crushed by Lin Feng as easily as an ant. Situ Hongtao and Yan Liming didn't dare to fight against Lin Feng anymore. They turned around and fled. Sky Splitter, a 1,000-foot-long blade light tore through the sky. "No!" Situ Hongtao and Yan Liming cried out in fear. Pooh, in the next moment, their bodies were torn apart by the blade light. "Did you hear that?" Situ Hongtao and Yan Liming's screams came from inside. "Why is there no sound? The two of them couldn't have been killed, right?" The cultivators outside were in an uproar. After an hour, there was still no movement. The cultivators of the Upper Heaven Gate hurriedly left. They were afraid that they would also be killed here. Two ancient giants and a heaven rank array master, who is comparable to an ancient giant, were killed just like that. Many people murmured, still in disbelief. However, the result told them that it was indeed so. The people of the Upper Heaven Gate will go crazy. That young cultivator is too powerful. The three great experts of the Upper Heaven Gate have been killed. The remaining cultivators of the Upper Heaven Gate are no threat to that young cultivator. If the experts of the Upper Heaven Gate want to come here, it will take at least 2 months. That's enough time for that young cultivator to leave, and the Upper Heaven Gate can't do anything to him. Yes, that young cultivator is obviously from the other continents. The world is so big. If he leaves the southern continent, he will be able to fly freely. Of course, he won't be afraid of the Upper Heaven Gate. Moreover, he is so strong. The Upper Heaven Gate won't be able to kill him just because they want to. Many cultivators were discussing this matter. The news of the 3 experts of the Upper Heaven Gate being killed quickly spread. The 4 top powers of the southern continent, 1 sect, and 3 prefectures sent experts. Tuoba Manor, Zhongjing Manor, and Shangguan Manor had always been suppressed by the Upper Heaven Gate in the southern region. Naturally, they were dissatisfied with the Upper Heaven Gate. Seeing that the Upper Heaven Gate had suffered such a huge loss, the experts of the 3 great powers all had a gloating expression. The experts of the 3 prefectures went to the mountain village to take a look. They wanted to see who the cultivator who killed the 3 experts of the Upper Heaven Gate was. Of course, they didn't go to visit Lin Feng. At this time, visiting Lin Feng was equivalent to offending the Upper Heaven Gate. In front of the mountain village, countless cultivators came and looked at the mountain village. However, they could only see a white fog. They couldn't see anything else. Many people felt that it was a pity that they couldn't see Lin Feng. 10 days later, an immortal treasure flew out from the immortal evil mountain. Immortal light surrounded it as it quickly flew through the void. The attention of countless forces was also attracted from the mountain village to the immortal treasure, because everyone's purpose of coming here was to snatch the immortal treasure. For the sake of seizing immortal treasures, several great battles broke out. Blood flowed like rivers, and countless cultivators died tragically. Lin Feng stood on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. He frowned slightly because he saw something terrifying. After those cultivators died, all their flesh and soul essence turned into the purest form of energy, which was then silently absorbed by the immortal treasure. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned. If not for the fact that he possessed the heavenly demon Snake Eye and could see through many things that others could not, he would not have been able to discover this. Things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Feng suddenly recalled some information regarding immortal treasures that he had obtained from the Big Green Ox. The Big Green Ox had once said that the immortal treasure had appeared many times, but no one had been able to obtain it. And every time an immortal treasure appeared, countless cultivators would die in the battle because of the fight for it. This made Lin Feng think of a possibility. The immortal treasure had a spirit, and it was leading this matter. Now that it appeared, it was not looking for the fated person, but to devour the flesh and soul essence of cultivators to strengthen itself. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. This was too terrifying. Things were completed beyond his expectations. How many people was the immortal treasure trying to kill? Every few hundred years, it would come out to absorb the flesh and soul essence of cultivators after they died. The immortal treasure must be up to something. However, what the immortal treasure was up to was unknown. Lin Feng did not participate in the fight for the immortal treasure. Instead, he watched from afar. The immortal treasure was snatched away, and then countless cultivators surrounded and killed the cultivator who took the immortal treasure. Then, the immortal treasure changed owners. Just like this, the immortal treasure kept changing owners. It was very difficult for the person who obtained the immortal treasure to take it away under the siege of so many cultivators. Therefore, they often died miserably. More and more cultivators joined the battle. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. Countless cultivators died, and the immortal treasure seemed to have devoured enough flesh and soul essence. The void suddenly shook, and the few cultivators who obtained the immortal treasure and were breaking out of the siege were killed by the immortal treasure. Then, the immortal treasure turned into a stream of light and rushed to the immortal evil mountain in the land of death, completely disappearing without a trace. What a pity that the immortal treasure escaped. Many people sighed, feeling extremely vexed. The immortal treasure entered the land of death. Cultivators could not enter the land of death to look for the immortal treasure because it was too dangerous. Cultivators left one after another, and the originally lively forest became quiet. Lin Feng also planned to move the mountain village. He entered the depths of the forest and subdued the Golden Crow Beast Emperor. This Golden Crow Beast Emperor had once ordered the Beast Kings to search for his whereabouts, but Lin Feng did not kill it. He still needed the Golden Crow Beast Emperor to move the mountain village. At the same time, Lin Feng planned to let the Golden Crow Beast Emperor and the Big Green Ox protect the people in the mountain village. The old patriarch was organizing some of the things left behind by his ancestors. He found an ancient map scroll made of sheepskin. This map was written in an ancient language. The old patriarch asked Lin Feng to see what was written on it. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw it. It was a map of the land of death, the immortal evil mountain. Old man, your clan? You must have an extraordinary origin, right? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the sacred snake cauldron, a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Wu clan. It was not a treasure that could be passed down by an ordinary clan. I vaguely heard from the elders that our clan has a long history, but unfortunately, the inheritance has been broken, the old patriarch said. Lin Feng and the old patriarch talked for a long time. He and the old patriarch were organizing the things left behind by their ancestors. Lin Feng found a book that was turning yellow. Some of the content written on it moved Lin Feng. Lived in the Huai River, then moved to the Li River, accompanied by Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun was one of the 5 emperors. It was written that their clan used to live near the Huai River, but later moved to the Li River. They met Emperor Shun when he was young and formed a deep friendship with him. They helped Emperor Shun become a great emperor, and their clan reached its peak, becoming one of the strongest clans at that time. Now, with the passage of time, their clan had completely declined. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. No matter how strong a clan was, there would be a day when it would decline. It was just like the old patriarch's clan. Emperor Shun obtained the heavenly divine wood and built the revered sword tomb. Suddenly, a line of words attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng had heard the black-feathered eagle king talk about the pinnacle sword tomb. He knew that the pinnacle sword tomb was ancient and mysterious. It could contain all kinds of treasured swords. If a sword was placed inside the pinnacle sword tomb, its power would increase to an unimaginable level. Now, Lin Feng had actually found some information about the pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword sect was bestowed by Emperor Shun. Later, it was left behind in the immortal Evil Mountain. Lin Feng read another piece of information which made him extremely shocked. The pinnacle sword tomb had actually been lost in the immortal Evil Mountain. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of the immortal treasure he had seen before. Could it be that the pinnacle sword tomb was the pinnacle sword tomb? Thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. There is a sheepskin scroll that has been passed down for generations. It has recorded the location of the pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng was surprised. The sheepskin scroll recorded in the ancient book should be the pinnacle sword tomb because it indeed pointed to the immortal Evil Mountain. I don't know if the black-feathered eagle king stayed in the outer realm or if he also came to the Tianwu continent. He's not here, so I can't ask him more about the pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The pinnacle sword tomb was very mysterious. He knew too little about it, but Lin Feng planned to go to the immortal Evil Mountain. If he could obtain the pinnacle sword tomb, it would be a great opportunity. Of course, Lin Feng suspected that the pinnacle sword tomb was the mysterious immortal treasure. He also wanted to confirm whether or not it was the pinnacle sword tomb. If it really was the mysterious immortal treasure, Lin Feng didn't plan to subdue it because it was too strange. On the second day, Lin Feng told the patriarch that he would be away for a few days and would return very soon. The patriarch repeatedly told Lin Feng to be careful. Lin Feng immediately left for the immortal Evil Mountain. The immortal Evil Mountain was a famous place of death. It was naturally a very terrifying place. Lin Feng entered the immortal Evil Mountain carefully. If he dared to be careless in the immortal Evil Mountain, he could very well die. Lin Feng went deeper into the immortal Evil Mountain. He was looking for the location of the pinnacle sword tomb on the map. However, because of the passage of time, the immortal Evil Mountain had changed. Lin Feng was unable to find the location of the pinnacle mountain. Location. Lin Feng looked. He frowned slightly. Landscape changes can change many things. Could it be that the cave recorded in the parchment has been completely buried in an unknown place of the immortal and evil mountain? If that's the case, it'll be difficult to find them. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy chi emerged from the distance. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a cave a few dozen meters away. Inside the cave, a black fog was rolling in waves. Feng Lin heavens. Lin spirit was. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. But nothing was absolute. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. Surrounded by the pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. The pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. Even though the pinnacle sword tomb did not release its chi, Lin Feng Eagle Mountain sensed the chi of death. Even some of the deathly creatures lurking in the surrounding forests had completely concealed their auras. Linfeng Eagle Mountain. Linfeng Eagle Mountain. He Eagle Mountain. Linfeng Eagle Mountain. Linfeng Eagle Mountain could smell the pinnacle sword tomb. What should I do? It's going to catch up. Linfeng Eagle Mountain. Linfeng Eagle Mountain. He Eagle Mountain. Linfeng Eagle Mountain saw a pinnacle sword tomb's pinnacle sword tomb. Linfeng Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb's pinnacle sword tomb. What a terrifying poison. Linfeng Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb's pinnacle sword tomb. It was only 100 meters away from Linfeng Eagle Mountain. It would not take long for it to catch up with Linfeng Eagle Mountain. Linfeng looked glum and glanced at the poisonous valley. Linfeng gnashed his teeth and took out the antidote he had concocted in the swamp of death. He took it out and swallowed it. Then, he activated the 2 heavenly flames to protect his body. Then, he rushed into the poisonous valley. Chi! 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 The pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain began to burn. The Eagle Mountain was not able to completely block the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain. Traces of the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain seeped into the Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain. Linfeng Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain. The antidote pill played an important role. Fortunately, Linfeng Eagle Mountain managed to withstand the poison's damage. He Eagle Mountain continued Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain fell into the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain. After chasing for 100 meters, the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain let out a pained roar. Clearly, the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain had injured it. However, the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain was too powerful. The pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain was unable to kill it. It quickly retreated. This pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain looks like a coiling dragon. It's very similar to the one recorded in the Eagle Mountain. Could the cave be here? Linfeng Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain was startled. He Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain reached the deepest part of the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain. Linfeng Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain. He Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain quickly entered. The Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain was very long. Linfeng Eagle Mountain walked for a few hundred meters, but he was still unable to reach its depths. He frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain was not as simple as it seemed. Tap! Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. Linfeng's face suddenly changed. Could it be that something had also entered the cave when he entered? Linfeng increased his speed and walked towards the depths. Tap, tap, tap. Linfeng did not manage to shake off the thing behind him. Instead, the distance between them grew even closer. A gust of cold wind blew from behind. Linfeng felt the chilly wind blowing on his body like a knife, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. He felt as if something was looking at him from the darkness. Linfeng opened his sky demon snake eye, but he couldn't see anything. Something's not right. Something must be watching me, but I can't see it. Linfeng's face was pale. The land of death was truly too terrifying. He ran towards the depths. Linfeng turned his head to look behind him from time to time. He felt more and more uneasy. The heavenly demon snake's eye was known as the Eye of Origin, but it couldn't see that unknown existence. This made Linfeng feel very uneasy. What was hiding in the dark? Suddenly, Linfeng felt his body getting heavier and heavier. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. He felt that he couldn't move his legs. It wasn't just his legs. Even his body became stiff. What exactly happened? Linfeng quickly took off his clothes. When he saw his body, his face was filled with shock. His body had started to petrify. His body seemed to be turning into stone. No wonder his body felt so heavy. Carefully sensing it, a very strange power seemed to have surged into his body. It was this strange power that was causing Linfeng's body to petrify bit by bit. This was a terrifying phenomenon. Linfeng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly activated the heavenly fire to burn the strange power that was surging into his body. Chi 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 chi, that strange power began to burn. As the strange power in his body continued to decrease, Linfeng felt that his body had recovered a lot. Da-da-da. In the distant darkness, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. It seemed to be getting closer and closer. Lin Feng sped up. That's... His pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Feng saw a statue. It was the appearance of a middle-aged cultivator. He stood in the passage, unable to move. Could it be a petrified cultivator? Lin Feng was moved. To be able to come here, he must be a top expert. Now that he was petrified in the passage, it was as he had guessed. There was a strange existence hidden here. He just didn't know what that existence was. Lin Feng touched the statue. Crash! The statue broke into pieces. Being petrified means death. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. This was because he was facing the same situation. Although the heavenly fire had burned a part of the strange power that petrified his body. However, it was clear that it was very difficult for the heavenly fire to completely dissolve that strange power. Very quickly, Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was becoming heavier and heavier. Every step he took was becoming more and more difficult. How terrifying. What kind of creature is hiding here? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He felt that there might be a chance of survival in the depths, so he gritted his teeth and continued forward. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a corpse lying on the ground. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the corpse had already turned into white bones. He actually wasn't petrified. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked at the blood-red robe on the corpse. It was supposed to be a white robe, but it was unknown whose blood it was stained with. White Bones, who was lying on the ground, was draped in a blood-red robe. Could it be that the crimson robe is the reason why he hasn't been petrified? Lin Feng muttered. He quickly rushed over, picked up the blood-red robe, and put it on. A miraculous scene appeared. Lin Feng felt his heavy body gradually recover. It really worked. What's the origin of this blood-red robe? Lin Feng was shocked. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold aura assaulted him. Lin Feng felt his body being imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. A look of horror appeared on his face. What was going on? Was the terrifying existence hidden in the cave about to make a move on him? The aura of death enveloped Lin Feng, making him feel as if his soul was about to shatter. It was truly despairing. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the terrifying existence arrived and devoured his life. It's here. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open. He had the feeling that something was touching his body, but he couldn't see anything with his naked eyes. When the invisible thing touched his body, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen ill. His body was about to collapse on the ground. Sizzle! 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 Suddenly, the blood-stained robe seemed to have come to life. Runes appeared one after another. Then, the runes emitted a burning sound. Lin Feng felt that the mysterious thing that touched his body seemed to have retracted its hand. Lin Feng also felt his body recover some strength. He leaned against the wall and panted heavily. He didn't dare to hesitate. He took out the saraira and held it in his hand. He stood up and went to the skeleton. However, Lin Feng couldn't find any clues. He didn't know who the skeleton's owner was. After 15 minutes, Lin Feng stood up. He was wearing the blood-red robe and holding the saraira in his hand. He looked around cautiously and cautiously. He continued to walk into the depths of the cave. Finally, Lin Feng entered the belly of a mountain. There, Lin Feng saw a petrified cultivator sitting cross-legged with a black wooden box in his hand. Revered sword tomb? Lin Feng was shocked. He had thought that the revered sword tomb was the immortal treasure that had flown out of Immortal Evil Mountain. Now, it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Who is that petrified cultivator? He's dragging the revered sword tomb. Is he an ancestor of the old patriarch? I don't understand. Why did he enter the forbidden land of death? Even if he had no choice but to enter the land of death for some reason, why did he bring a supreme treasure like the revered sword tomb with him? Lin Feng frowned. There were many suspicious points about what had happened in the past. However, after so many years, all the suspicious points had become secrets. It was likely that future generations would never know. Lin Feng carefully walked toward the revered sword tomb. However, he was still attacked. Puff! Lin Feng's chest was pierced by an invisible force. His body was sent flying. Ugh, Lin Feng slammed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. What attacked me? Was it a creature hiding in the dark? Or is there a restriction here that even I can't detect? Lin Feng's face was pale. He struggled to get up. Puff, however, another attack pierced through his body. Lin Feng fell to the ground. He felt his life quickly slipping away. This cave could forcibly rob an injured cultivator of their lifespan. Lin Feng wanted to use his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, but he found that his bloodline had been sealed. This was a very scary thing. It seemed that he could only wait for death here. Puff. Puff. Puff, his body was pierced again and again. Blood dyed him red. As expected of the forbidden land of death, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The forbidden land of death was said to be able to bury gods. Lin Feng didn't believe it before, but now he did. The forbidden land of death was too strange. His body fell to the ground and twitched violently. His life was slipping away. Blood flowed out. Lin Feng's consciousness was dissipating. Some of the blood stained the stone statue holding the revered sword tomb. The blood was absorbed by the stone statue. Crack. Crack, the stone statue began to crack. The statue cracked open, revealing a middle-aged cultivator. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Swish, the next moment, he opened his eyes, which flashed with a dazzling light. So many years have passed, and someone actually managed to enter this place. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng was visibly moved. He hadn't expected the middle-aged cultivator to be resurrected. It was as if he had seen the hope of survival. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "I came from the Wu clan's mountain village. I obtained a sheepskin scroll from the old clan leader and entered this place." "I see." The middle-aged man nodded and asked, "Do you have a sword?" "Yes." Lin Feng hurriedly took out the Black Dragon Sword, Spring and Autumn Sword, and Void Death Sword. These were the 3 treasured swords he had obtained. "Eh? You've collected quite a few good swords. It seems like fate really does play a part in all of this." The middle-aged man stood up and pointed at the revered sword mound with his right hand. Crack, the revered sword mound's box automatically opened, revealing a sword slot. Next, the 3 treasured swords buzzed as if they had been summoned by the revered sword mound. They shot up into the sky and flew towards the revered sword mound. "Divine swords, return!" The middle-aged cultivator shouted in a low voice. The 3 swords quickly shrank and flew into the sword groove of the most high sword mound. Then, the middle-aged cultivator waved his right hand in the air. Swish, a dazzling light surged out as the 3 treasured swords flew out and slashed forward. Clang, the 3 treasured swords seemed to collide with something terrifying, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard in the darkness. The 3 treasured swords spun in the air, slashing out sharp attacks as they clashed with the unknown existence again and again. "Senior, what is that?" Lin Feng asked with a serious expression. The middle-aged cultivator also had a serious look on his face. He said, "It's a type of living being that cannot be described." The middle-aged cultivator seemed to be afraid of something and didn't tell Lin Feng what it was. Lin Feng nodded and did not continue to ask. He looked at the 3 swords. Regardless of whether it was the Black Dragon Sword, the Sword of Peace, or the Sword of Spring and Autumn, they were all supreme divine swords. But now, the attack of the 3 divine swords was blocked by the unknown existence. It was hard to imagine how powerful the unknown existence was. Supreme Sword Control Art, Sword will like a dragon. The middle-aged cultivator's hands continuously formed hand seals. Suddenly, the 3 treasured swords combined together in the void. The shadow of a giant dragon vaguely appeared. This was the sword intent dragon formed by the combination of the 3 swords. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the power of the 3 swords combined and slashed toward the unknown terrifying existence. Clang, accompanied by a muffled sound of collision, the terrifying creature seemed to have been pushed back. "Let's go." The middle-aged cultivator grabbed Lin Feng and shot out of the cave. The 2 of them rushed into the passageway, and 3 flying swords quickly flew over. "Grab the sword. The treasured sword will bring you out." The Black Dragon Sword flew out, and Lin Feng grabbed its hilt. Then, the black dragon sword turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot out. Pooh! In the next moment, half of the middle-aged cultivator's body was torn apart, but no blood flowed out. The torn half of his body turned into stone. Slash! The middle-aged cultivator shouted and activated the supreme sword control art, activating the power of the Sword of Spring and Autumn and the Sword of Peace. The two treasured swords slashed at the pitch-black void behind them. Clang, accompanied by the sound of collision, sparks flew everywhere. It was unknown what the two treasures had collided with, but such a sound had been produced. The middle-aged cultivator retreated as he fought. He had been heavily injured several times, and his body had been torn apart. Half of his body had turned into stone, and it was extremely tattered. But in the end, he finally rushed out of the cave. The unknown existence that had chased him out of the cave finally retreated. "Senior, your body." Seeing the middle-aged cultivator's tattered body, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. "Don't worry about me. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." The middle-aged cultivator looked gravely at Lin Feng and said, "Later, no matter what happens, don't look back. Just run as fast as you can. Do you hear me?" Hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, Lin Feng's heart trembled. He had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. "I know." Lin Feng bit his lip and nodded solemnly. He was powerless to change anything. The only thing he could do was listen to the middle-aged cultivator. Swoosh! The middle-aged cultivator grabbed Lin Feng and rushed out of the poisonous valley. Black fog curled up around them. The terrifying being that had been guarding outside this entire time was the first to attack Lin Feng and the middle-aged cultivator. "Take the revered sword tomb and leave quickly." The middle-aged cultivator sent Lin Feng 1,000 meters away. He charged towards that terrifying creature. Lin Feng held the revered sword tomb in his arms and madly ran outside. The revered sword tomb belongs to the immortal evil mountain. Lowly being, you've already become a slave of the immortal evil mountain. How dare you let someone take away something from the immortal evil mountain? You're doomed to perish forever. In the depths of the immortal evil mountain, 9 streams of black fog surged out. There seemed to be a terrifying existence hidden in each of the black mists. Heavenly mountains and rivers. The middle-aged cultivator roared and pushed back the terrifying being that was fighting with him. He then created a world of mountains and rivers to block the beings that were rushing out of the immortal evil mountain. However, there was still a stream of black fog that broke through the defensive line and chased after Lin Feng. Rumble, the restrictions in the immortal evil mountain were all activated. Thick chains of restrictions rushed towards Lin Feng. Each of them could easily kill an ancient powerhouse. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eye and at the same time used a secret technique from the heavenly master sect. The two abilities combined to predict and avoid all kinds of restrictions in advance. Again and again, he dodged the attacks of the restriction by a hair's breadth. The terrifying aura behind him made Lin Feng panic. He knew that there must be some terrifying being chasing after him, but Lin Feng didn't dare to look back. Suddenly, a demonic hand came out of the black fog and grabbed at Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that his body couldn't move. Bang! The middle-aged cultivator's body directly exploded, and the terrifying beings that he blocked were sent flying. Then, a ball of origin energy flew out and hit the demonic aura that was chasing after Lin Feng. The being in the demonic aura was also sent flying. Lin Feng regained his ability to move and quickly rushed out of the immortal evil mountain. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the immortal evil mountain. He saw the middle-aged man's body turning into a rain of light and gradually dissipating. "Senior." Lin Feng shed tears, his heart was filled with sorrow. "Don't be sad. My life has been gone for countless years, and my soul was imprisoned in the immortal evil mountain, enslaved forever. Today, to be able to send the revered sword tomb out of the immortal evil mountain, my body and soul were destroyed, and it was worth it." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator's body completely disappeared. In the sky, there was a rain of stars. One could faintly hear the sound of crying, as if the trees and flowers in the forest were sad for the middle-aged cultivator's death. The golden crow beast emperor flew above the forest with a few hundred villagers in tow. Finally, they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. There were only some ordinary beasts within a few hundred miles. There were no ferocious beasts, and no cultivators along the way. It was the most suitable place to live. The old chief chose to set up camp in a valley. Then, everyone worked together to build stone houses. Lin Feng left enough spirit stones for the village and gave the old chief more than a dozen techniques and spells. He hoped that the villagers would be able to increase their cultivation in the future. Maybe they could recreate the glory of their ancestors in the future. Lin Feng also left many precious medicinal ingredients and concocted all sorts of pills. Someday, the village would be able to use those pills. With the green ox and the golden crow beast emperor protecting the village, Lin Feng didn't need to worry. As for the revered sword tomb, Lin Feng didn't give it to the old chief. This was because he needed the revered sword tomb. Moreover, if he gave this treasure to the old chief, he was afraid that it would be a disaster rather than a blessing. Because of the revered sword tomb, the entire village could be destroyed. Lin Feng planned to leave. He wanted to return to the wastelands where he had friends and loved ones. That night, Lin Feng took out the regal sword grave and inspected it with his godly awareness. He carefully inspected the treasure. The ancient sword box was engraved with runes. This treasure had been passed down for many years, and it still had a terrifying power. Lin Feng dripped his blood to refine the revered sword tomb. He felt that he had established a connection with it. A huge amount of information flowed into Lin Feng's mind as he refined the revered sword tomb. This was the cultivation method of the revered sword control art. The revered sword tomb would pass this secret art to its new owner. Lin Feng began to comprehend the revered sword control art. The next day, Lin Feng bid farewell to the villagers. If you're tired outside, come back to the village. This will always be your home. The old chief said. Brother Feng, I'll cultivate well and become someone like you, little Jia said, clenching his fists. Brother Lin, take care. Come back and visit us in the future. Buttface shouted. Little Feng, you have to be careful when you're alone outside. Uncle Dashan reminded him with concern. Lin Feng was touched, but he knew that he had to leave. On this sunny afternoon, Lin Feng waved goodbye to everyone in the village and then flew into the distance. He planned to head to the Tao-seeking sect, which was the Yuaner sect. The Tao-seeking sect had a teleportation formation. Perhaps he could use the teleportation formation of the Tao-seeking sect to reach the ancient city with a space-time wormhole. Then, he could take the space-time wormhole and leave the South Continent. The Tao-seeking sect belonged to the level of an ancient faction. It was not particularly strong, but it was not too weak either. This kind of faction was relatively common in the Heaven Martial continent. When Lin Feng arrived at the foot of the Tao-seeking sect's mountain, he discovered that there were many people coming and going. Countless luxurious carriages under the protection of guards gathered from all directions. These carriages stopped at the foot of the Tao-seeking sect's mountain. From time to time, young men and young women would come out of the carriages. Lin Feng guessed that they must be disciples from aristocratic families who had come to participate in the Tao querying sect's test. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he was blocked by someone. If you're here to participate in the new disciple test, an elder will come tomorrow to make arrangements. The disciple guarding the mountain said. Lin Feng said, I'm here to borrow the Tao-seeking sect's teleportation portal. Go and report this. Lin Feng casually tossed a bag of spirit stones to the disciple in charge. The disciple opened the bag and saw that there were more than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. He immediately smiled. Senior brother, please wait for a moment. I'll go and report this. The disciple in charge quickly left. Not long after, the disciple returned and cupped his fists at Lin Feng. Senior brother, please follow me to the teleportation portal valley. Lin Feng nodded and followed the disciple to the teleportation portal valley. There were dozens of cultivators gathered at the teleportation portal, most likely here to borrow the Tao-seeking sect's teleportation portal. The elder in charge of this place was called Li Yi. He asked, young friend, where do you plan to go? Lin Feng replied, I'll go wherever there's a space-time wormhole. There are a total of 3 cities with space-time wormholes in the South Continent. The first is called Skygate City, which is controlled by the Upper Heaven Gate. The second is called Southern Region City, which is controlled by the Tuoba clan and the Zhongxin clan. There's also a smaller city called Shangguan City, which is the territory of the Shangguan clan. There's also a space-time wormhole here, but there's a difference between different wormholes. Skygate City and Southern Region City's wormholes can teleport people across 100 prefectures, but the Shangguan clan's wormhole can only teleport people across 40 prefectures. Southern Region City. Lin Feng said. Southern Region City is the furthest city from here. That's why it's a little expensive to teleport there. Li Yi said with a shrewd smile. Lin Feng tossed him a bag of spirit stones and asked, "Are these enough?" Li Yi opened it and found that there were 3,000 best quality spirit stones inside. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He quickly nodded and said with a smile, "That's enough, that's definitely enough." There was no lack of cultivators training in the ancient forest. In order to increase their strength, Li Yuan'er and her 8 fellow disciples had entered the forest to train. Their strength had increased by leaps and bounds, but now, they were in a life-or-death situation. They were being attacked by a group of skeletal lizards. These skeletal lizards lived deep underground, and they were 15 to 20 meters long. They had thick hind legs and large mouths. Their teeth were so sharp that they could easily pierce through treasures. From this, one could see how terrifying these skeletal lizards were. Of course, the most despairing thing about the skeletal lizards was that they were ferocious beasts that lived in packs. More than 100 skeletal lizards had surrounded Li Yuan'er and the others, and they kept charging at them. Crack, crack. One defensive treasure after another was bitten to pieces. Everyone's faces were pale, and their faces were filled with fear. Woo, 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 Li Yuan'er and the other 3 female disciples were sobbing. Facing death, their hearts were filled with fear. The other 5 male disciples were also pale, and their bodies were trembling. Crack. The last defensive treasure was torn apart by the skeletal lizards. "We're done for." Li Yuan'er and the others shouted with trembling voices, their faces ashen. The skeletal lizards pounced on the 9 people. Just as they were about to fall into despair. Suddenly, a jade pendant on Li Yuan'er's waist emitted a violent fluctuation. Whoosh! A dazzling light surged out, and with Li Yuan'er as the center, a saber light swept out in all directions. Pooh! Pooh! The sound of something being torn apart rang out. A thick smell of blood filled the forest. When the light dissipated, Li Yuan'er and the others looked around, dumbfounded. The ground was littered with skeletal lizard corpses. These powerful skeletal lizards didn't even have the strength to resist before they were all killed. Heavens! Heavens! What happened? One of the female disciples muttered in shock. A male disciple pointed at Li Yuan'er's jade pendant and said in a trembling voice, "Junior sister Li, it's that jade pendant." The attack it released instantly killed over 100 skeletal lizards. Li Yuan'er looked at the jade pendant in a daze. Wasn't this the jade pendant that mysterious guy had tossed to her? At first, Li Yuan'er had thought that it was a token of love that Lin Feng had tossed to her, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that the 2 of them might never meet again. How could he possibly give her a token of love? After thinking it through, Li Yuan'er believed that the jade pendant might really have been a gift from that guy to thank her for telling him where the teleportation formation was. Thus, Li Yuan'er felt at ease and carried the jade pendant with her. Li Yuan'er had originally thought that it was just an ordinary jade pendant. But now, the jade talisman had actually released such a powerful attack. Li Yuan'er's heart was in turmoil. Who is he? He casually tossed a jade pendant to me, and it's already so terrifying. Li Yuan'er's heart was filled with shock. She couldn't help but suspect Lin Feng's identity. However, when she thought about how she and a genius like Lin Feng were from 2 different worlds, she couldn't help but sigh, feeling inexplicably disappointed. Southern Region City was located in the southern part of Nanzhou. It was an ancient and powerful city that housed the Tuoba family and the Zhongxing family. These 2 families were 2 of the top forces in the South region. Southern Region City was bustling with noise and excitement. As soon as Lin Yan stepped out of the transmission array, he was greeted by a thunderous roar. People were coming and going in the transmission array. Lin Feng didn't plan on staying in Southern Region City for long. He planned on leaving through the spacetime wormhole. He went to ask when the wormhole would open and was told that it would open in 2 days. Spacetime wormholes consumed a massive amount of energy, so they usually opened once every 3 days. The purpose of opening them was to gather enough cultivators at once. This way, the Tuoba family and the Zhongjing family, who controlled the wormhole, would be able to earn more profits. Lin Feng had no choice but to leave the transmission array. He found an inn to stay in and waited for the wormhole to open before leaving. Lin Feng didn't go out. He stayed in his room. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the transmission array once again. However, Lin Feng's expression sank when he arrived. This was because there was a huge mirror floating in the air. The mirror shone on the cultivators entering and leaving the transmission array. The God-transforming mirror. No one can hide from it. The mirror was terrifying. If Lin Feng was shown on by it, he would definitely be exposed. Did the Upper Heaven Gates experts come here? Lin Feng looked from afar. He felt that things were a little troublesome. If he was discovered, the Upper Heaven Gates experts would definitely come to attack him. In the distance, 9 Pegasus horses pulled a bronze carriage over. A thin old man with gloomy eyes stepped out of the carriage. Several elders in the transmission array bowed to the old man. Who is that? Some cultivators were puzzled. Someone who could make the elders of the transmission array come out to greet them must have an extraordinary identity. Upper Heaven Gate's great elder, Yu Wenqing. Someone said. It's him. I heard that he's an 8th level life and death powerhouse. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. An existence of this level stood at the peak of the ancient giants. Even the God-transforming mirror has been brought here. Could the Upper Heaven Gate be looking for someone? One of the cultivators asked doubtfully. I heard that the Upper Heaven Gate suffered heavy losses at the immortal Evil Mountain in the Land of Death. Many experts died at the hands of a young expert. The Upper Heaven Gate was furious and sent out 4 experts to kill that cultivator. A cultivator said. These are the top 4 experts from the Upper Heaven Gate's law enforcement hall. Looks like the Upper Heaven Gate is getting serious. I wonder who they are after. Lin Feng heard a lot of news. He inquired about the identities of the 4 great experts of Clear Sky and White Sunday. These 4 people were Yu Wenqing, Na Lan Tian, Gong Sun Bai, and Dongfang Ri. The strength of these 4 experts could be described with the word good fortune. The weakest among them was Yu Wenqing, the cultivator from the teleportation plaza. She had also reached the 8th layer of life and death realm. Na Lang Tian and Gong Sun Bai were at the 9th layer of life and death realm. The most powerful one, Dongfang Ri, had even reached the frightening life and death realm 10th layer. Even 10 Lin Fengs wouldn't be able to defeat such a strong cultivator. The Upper Heaven Gate expert, Yu Wenqing, is guarding this place. It seems like I won't be able to leave. Lin Feng frowned. This was a very tricky situation. Yu Wenqing was at the 8th layer of life and death realm. She wasn't someone Lin Feng could contend against. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Now, he needed to find another way to leave Nanzhou. He carefully inquired about the powers that were relatively close to Nanzhou City and had teleportation portals. Lin Feng planned to use a teleportation portal to go to another province. No matter how strong the Upper Heaven Gate was, their sphere of influence was limited to Nanzhou. If Lin Feng could successfully reach another province, he could use a space-time wormhole to leave, but it would take a while. Lin Feng flew out of Nanzhou City. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that there wasn't just one Upper Heaven Gate expert guarding Nanzhou City, but 2. Apart from Yu Wenqing, there was also Gong Sun Bai. When Lin Feng flew out of the city, Gong Sun Bai, who was standing on a tower, saw Lin Feng in the crowd. He frowned slightly and took out a portrait of Lin Feng. When Lin Feng had killed the Upper Heaven Gate expert, Zhang Qianma, many people had seen it. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to draw a portrait of Lin Feng. Swoosh. Gong Sun Bai's body flickered and disappeared. When he was flying out of the city, he suddenly felt a cold and terrifying aura enveloping his body. His expression changed slightly. He turned around and slapped behind him. Bang, a muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng was sent flying a few hundred meters. Cough, 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 he coughed violently. He felt his blood boil, and he almost coughed up blood. Not bad, little brat. You managed to block my attack. However, you won't be able to escape today. Gong Sun Bai smiled coldly. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Lin Feng. "Wait, I have something to say," Lin Feng suddenly shouted. "Do you have any last wishes before you die?" Gong Sunbai sneered, and could not help but stop. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just turned around and flew away. In an instant, he had left Nanzhou City. "Little brat, how dare you trick me?" When he saw Lin Feng running away, Gong Sunbai realized that he had been tricked. He flew into a rage and chased after Lin Feng. "Is that young cultivator the Upper Heaven Gate expert is chasing after?" Many people were shocked. Yuan Qing quickly learned that Lin Feng had appeared, and she quickly chased after him. The strong cultivators of Upper Heaven Gate all moved out to search for Lin Feng. Outside of southern Yu City, there was a vast forest. Lin Feng ran into it. He wanted to get rid of Gong Sunbai, but Gong Sunbai was too fast. He was chasing after him. Gong Sunbai used an ancient forbidden weapon to increase his speed and catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng fought fiercely. He had almost been killed by Gong Sunbai, but in the end, he had escaped with injuries. As expected of a cultivator of the 9th layer of the life and death layer, Lin Feng stopped in a forest to rest. He refined a jade leaf stone to recover his spiritual energy. "Little brat, you have nowhere to run. When I catch you, I'll turn you into ashes." Gong Sunbai flew over from the distance. His face was filled with killing intent. He rushed down, trying to kill Lin Feng. But as soon as he landed in the forest, deployment marks intertwined and trapped Gong Sunbai. Lin Feng had set up a few simple deployment spells when he was resting. Even though they could trap Gong Sunbai, they couldn't keep him trapped for too long. After Gong Sunbai was trapped, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew away. He had to use a teleportation portal to leave quickly, because Gong Sunbai was too strong. He couldn't fight against him. Besides, the other 3 strong cultivators had probably heard the news and were rushing over. If the 4 strong cultivators came together, Lin Feng knew that he would die. The Crouching Tiger sect was an ancient power that was attached to the Tuoba family of the southern region city. This power was very powerful and was located in the Crouching Tiger mountain range. Outside the Crouching Tiger mountain range, there were many mountains. If one looked down from the sky, they could vaguely see that the mountain range was like a ferocious tiger resting on the ground, ready to pounce at any time. Lin Feng had a hard time shaking off Gong Sunbai, who was chasing after him. He arrived at the Crouching Tiger sect and wanted to use the sect's teleportation array to leave. Many cultivators came to visit the Crouching Tiger sect. Some were old friends, some were asking for medicine, and some wanted to join the sect to cultivate. Of course, there was no lack of cultivators like Lin Feng who wanted to use the teleportation array to teleport through the void. Thousands of people gathered in the teleportation valley, waiting for the teleportation array to be activated. Lin Feng was standing at the foot of a tree, calmly waiting. Soon, the elders of the Crouching Tiger sect who were in charge of the teleportation array arrived. Someone patrolled the cultivators who were taking the teleportation array, and then the elders left. "What's going on? Why did they leave? We're wasting time. Hurry up and activate the teleportation array." Many people were unhappy. A deacon said, "There's a problem with the core array. The elders have already gone to ask the Grand Elder to repair the array. They will repair it as soon as possible." Many people were complaining, but there was nothing they could do. There was a problem with the array, so they could only wait quietly. Soon, the Grand Elder of the Crouching Tiger sect, Wang Daoping, arrived. He was a skinny old man who looked to be in his 50s. When he arrived, he cupped his fists and said apologetically, "I've made everyone wait. The problem with the teleportation array today is the fault of the Crouching Tiger sect. We're very sorry for wasting everyone's time, but don't worry, the teleportation array will be repaired soon. Once it's fixed, everyone will only need to pay half the original amount of spirit stones to leave. This is a small gift from the Crouching Tiger sect." Hearing Wang Daoping's words, the cultivators who had been waiting anxiously looked much better. Wang Daoping led a group of people into the valley to repair the teleportation array. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The teleportation array couldn't be repaired in a short time, and he didn't have much time to waste. Gong Sunbai would probably come looking for him soon. Lin Feng decided to leave. 10,000 li away from the Crouching Tiger sect was a group called the Starry Mountain. It was also an ancient influential group. Maybe he could use the teleportation portal there. It wouldn't take him too long. Thinking about that, Lin Feng flew outside. At that moment, Wang Daoping and the four elders, who had been in the valley to repair the deployment spell, came out and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and asked indifferently, "What's the meaning of this?" "Young friend, you look familiar to me, so I would like to invite you to my sect for a drink. Will you give me some face?" Wang Daoping said with a smile. Lin Feng said indifferently and prepared to leave. But Wang Daoping sneered and said, "So you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." Wang Daoping's hands formed a series of seals. Buzz, waves of energy swept through the area. Then, lines of runes intertwined in the air. The array sealed the sky and locked down the earth, trapping Lin Feng within. What's going on? Why are Wang Daoping and the others trapping that young cultivator? Many cultivators were confused. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura came from afar. Gong Sunbai walked over. It's Gong Sunbai, one of the four strong cultivators of the Upper Heaven Gates Law Enforcement Hall. Seeing Gong Sunbai coming from afar, many people exclaimed. Obviously, Gong Sunbai was very famous in the South Continent. His arrival had caused a certain commotion. "Lord Gong Sun, this brat has been trapped by our array. He's like a turtle in a jar now." Wang Daoping laughed proudly. "Wang Daoping, you've done well. You've done a good job trapping this brat. Once I kill him, I won't mistreat you." Gong Sunbai smiled. Wang Daoping was overjoyed and quickly said, "It's my honor to be able to work for Lord Gong Sun. The Upper Heavens Gate is really powerful. Even these ancient powers can be mobilized to find me. But do they really think that a mere array can trap me?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he soared into the sky. "Quick, activate the array to attack this brat. Don't let him escape," Wang Daoping shouted. He and the four elders activated the array to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was able to shuttle through the array as he pleased. Finally, he rushed out of the array. Then, he flipped his right hand. Buzz! A huge palm that covered an area of 10 acres condensed in the air. The huge energy palm smashed down towards Wang Daoping. Wang Daoping and the other four, who were enveloped by the huge energy palm, suddenly felt that their bodies couldn't move at all. Originally, they had sinister smiles on their faces, as if they were determined to capture Lin Feng. But now, everyone's faces were filled with shock and horror. No, seeing the huge energy palm descending from the sky, Wang Daoping and the other four let out terrified cries. Bang! However, in the next moment, the palm fell and Wang Daoping and the other four were directly smashed into meat paste. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. Gong Sunbai, with a gloomy expression, quickly chased after him. That young cultivator is so powerful. So he's the person the Upper Heaven Gate is looking for. The Upper Heaven Gate sent out so many experts, but they couldn't take down that young cultivator. Wang Daoping actually dared to interfere in this matter. He's really courting death. In the valley, many cultivators who were waiting to be teleported away were discussing. At this time, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. After flying for 1,000 miles, he still couldn't shake off Gong Sunbai. Boom! In a mass grave, Lin Feng ran into trouble. A terrifying chi came from the left, and Yuan Qing walked over. "Boy, your time of death has come." A gloomy voice came from the right, and a middle-aged cultivator walked over. He was one of the four great experts, Na Lan Tian. "You're really jumping up and down like a monkey. I actually went to the Upper Heaven Gate to look for you for so long. But today, I finally found you. Everything should be over." In front of him, a pale-faced, scholarly cultivator also walked over. Lin Feng felt that this person was the most dangerous. Lin Feng guessed that he should be Dong Feng Ri, the strongest of the four great experts, a cultivator of the 10th life and death layer. The four great experts surrounded Lin Feng. This was a situation of certain death. For strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng, it was extremely dangerous. Any one of them could kill Lin Feng alone, not to mention four strong cultivators at the same time. Lin Feng's expression became serious. The situation was dangerous, and he was thinking of a way to escape. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy, but he wasn't someone who gave up easily. Do you have any last words? You can tell us now. Dong Fengri looked at Lin Feng indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, even if Lin Feng grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape today. You want to keep me here? Let's see if you can. Lin Feng took out the revered sword mound. Even when he fought with Gong Sun Bai, he didn't use the revered sword mound. That was because using the revered sword mound to control 3 swords at once was too taxing on the body. With Lin Feng's current cultivation level, he couldn't hold on for too long. Therefore, he had to choose the right time to use the revered sword mound. And now, facing the siege of 4 powerhouses, it had reached a point where there was no room for delay. Open, Lin Feng pointed at the revered sword mound with his right hand. The treasure immediately flew into the air. With a click, the box opened automatically. The 3 swords turned into 3 beams of light and flew out, floating above Lin Feng. This is the revered sword mound. The 4 masters' eyes widened. The 4 of them were indeed from top forces. They recognized the revered sword mound at first glance. This boy has amazing treasures. If we kill him, we might get benefits beyond our imagination. Yuan Qing smiled maliciously. Boom. The 4 masters attacked together. In the air, there was a destructive force. Heavenly tribulation light. Domineering fist of heavens and earth. Cloud sea blue waves technique. Heavenly destruction palm. The 4 masters' attacks gathered together and blasted towards Lin Feng. The aura that rippled out could only be described as horrifying. After all, they were too strong. Revered sword control technique, sword will like a dragon. Lin Feng's hands continuously formed hand seals. The 3 swords combined together to form the image of a huge dragon. The sword was like a dragon. The dragon was like a sword. The sword cleaved the world. Dragon roams the universe. The swordwell dragon merged with the 3 swords and swept towards the attacks of the 4 powerhouses. Bang, the attacks from both sides collided, causing the void to crack. Waves of destructive power suddenly erupted, and in the end, the attacks of both sides were annihilated. As expected of the Most High Sword Tomb. You're so weak, yet you're using the Most High Sword Tomb and the 3 swords to block our attacks. You're really shocking, but it's useless. We only used 30% of our strength to test the Most High Sword Tomb's power. Now we're done. The Most High Sword Tomb is a treasure worthy of its reputation. It's time for it to change owners. Dong Fengri's voice was as cold as ice. Boom, as soon as Dong Fengri finished speaking, the 4 powerhouses started attacking Lin Feng again, just as Dong Fengri had said before. They had only wanted to test the might of the revered sword tomb with their first attack, so the might of the second attack was far greater than the might of the first attack. The 4 powerhouses attacked again, and Lin Feng continued to use the revered sword control technique, controlling the 3 swords to attack. The 2 sides collided for the second time, but this time, the swordwell dragon formed by the 3 swords was directly broken. The tyrannical energy bombarded Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Wah, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. You can't take it anymore after only using 50% of your strength? How pitifully weak, Yuan Qing said contemptuously, her face full of disdain. Is it worth showing off to be surrounded by 4 people? In terms of shamelessness, you're really unparalleled. Lin Feng stopped and sneered. Brat, you're about to die and you still dare to mock me. I won't kill you directly, but I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Yuan Qing looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Feed you? Lin Feng sneered. You're courting death. Yuan Qing shouted angrily. Even though she was strong, she was always ruthless and irritable. The other 3 powerhouses were indifferent to Lin Feng's mockery, but Yuan Qing couldn't stand it. Yuan Qing. Why are you angry with a dying man? Dong Fengri said. Boom. The 4 powerhouses attacked for the 3rd time, and once again, they attacked Lin Feng with a powerful attack. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself, and at the same time, controlled the 3 swords to resist the 4 powerhouses' attacks. However, this time, the four powerhouses' attacks were even more powerful than before. In the second attack, the four experts used 50% of their strength. This time, they used 70% of their strength. The sword intent formed by the three swords was broken in an instant, and then the terrifying destructive power bombarded the seven treasures glazed pagoda. Even though the defense of the seven treasures glazed pagoda was amazing, it couldn't stop the four powerhouses' attacks. The defense of the seven treasures glazed pagoda was broken. Lin Feng was blown away, and his face was pale. Boom, the four powerhouses attacked again, and they didn't want to give Lin Feng any time to react. Oh no! Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He didn't have time to dodge the attacks of the four strong cultivators. The seven treasures glazed pagoda's defense had been broken and it had automatically returned to his dantian. He wouldn't be able to use it for a few days. The situation was extremely dangerous, and Lin Feng couldn't find a way to deal with the four powerhouses. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't bully Bibi's big brother. At this critical moment, a rainbow-colored light suddenly rushed out of the beast's slave pouch. A chubby little beast the size of a palm rushed out. The little beast's entire body was snow-white and charmingly naive. At this moment, it was shouting angrily. It opened its mouth and swallowed the attacks of the four powerhouses in one gulp. How is this possible? The four powerhouses looked as if they had seen a ghost. Bibi has hatched. Lin Feng looked at Bibi in shock. He already knew that Bibi was a very powerful creature. Now that it had hatched, it had swallowed the attacks of the four powerhouses. This ability was terrifying. However, Bibi was still young. After swallowing the attacks of the four powerhouses, its little belly suddenly became round. Kill this brat and capture this heaven-defying little beast. The four experts rushed over. Swoosh. Bibi waved its little paw, and a rainbow-colored light surged out, enveloping Lin Feng and the regal sword mound. Then, Bibi carried Lin Feng through the void and disappeared without a trace. Swish, there was a flash of light in the sky, and Bibi and Lin Feng appeared. Big brother, are you all right? Bibi blinked her big bright eyes and asked in a childish voice. Haha, I'm fine. You finally hatched, but the classic of mountains and seas, a record of divine beasts doesn't seem to have a divine beast like you. Lin Feng looked at Bibi suspiciously. It had a snow-white body, a pair of big bright eyes, and a charmingly naive appearance. It was really lovable. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a cute and harmless little guy. However, this little guy had an unimaginably terrifying ability. It was enough to move people. However, the little guy's origin was too shocking. Lin Feng had thought that he would be able to find out what kind of race it was after it hatched, but now that it had hatched, he still had no clue. What's the classic of mountains and seas? Bibi asked innocently. It's a book. Lin Feng said. Bibi drooled and asked, can I eat it? She was really a foodie. Lin Feng rubbed Bibi's head and said, books are for reading, not eating. Bibi doesn't like books, but Bibi likes fruits. The little guy waved his claws. In an instant, two 30,000-year-old serpent spirit fruits were taken out by the little guy. Lin Feng had obtained them when he was training on a foreign planet. Crunch, crunch, Bei began to chew on the food with great relish. Eat slowly, no one is going to steal them from you, said Lin Feng while smiling. He didn't stay for long, he quickly left to find a place to recover. 100 miles away. In a carriage, a 5 or 6-year-old girl was lying in the arms of an old woman. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. She was very cute. However, her face was extremely pale and her body was trembling. The old woman held the little girl in her arms. Even the old woman's body was constantly freezing. The old woman coughed from time to time. The cold chi invaded her body, causing her to suffer serious injuries. The old woman coughed up blood. The little girl seemed to have been awakened by the old woman's cough. She looked at the old woman's pale face and struggled. It's all Little Moon's fault. If it weren't for Little Moon, Granny wouldn't be coughing. The little girl blamed herself. Although she was young, she was already very sensible. The old woman tightly hugged Little Moon and smiled as she said, Granny is fine, Little Moon, don't worry about Granny. Grandma's body is cold. Grandma, quickly put Little Moon down. The little girl said. Grandma loves to hug Little Moon like this. The old woman said kindly. But Little Moon doesn't want to see Grandma suffer. Little Moon doesn't want to see Grandma cough. Little Moon is very sad. Little Moon has implicated Grandma. The little girl constantly blamed herself. From time to time, pearl-like tears fell from her big watery eyes. Silly child, don't blame yourself. When we reach the Heaven Vein Fire Valley, Little Moon will be better. The old woman lovingly stroked the little girl's head. Little Moon also looked expectant. Little Moon will definitely be better. Little Moon must be filial to Granny in the future. Good child. When the old woman heard Little Moon's considerate words, tears flashed in her old eyes. She hugged Little Moon tightly in her arms. 2 hours later, a voice came from outside. Granny, we've arrived at the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. The Heaven Vein Fire Valley was a very famous place in the primitive forests of the southern continent. The Heaven Vein Fire Valley was connected to the underground world of fire, so the flames covered the entire valley. The flames here were extremely dangerous. Many of the flames could even melt down weapons. Only a few fearless alchemists would enter the Heaven Vein Fire Valley to find powerful flames to refine. Normally, no one would come to the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. Today, this granny brought Little Moon to the Heaven Vein Fire Valley to suppress Little Moon's earthing cold meridian. The earthing cold meridian was also a kind of constitution. However, this kind of constitution was very strange. The body would be extremely cold. Even the blood would be frozen. It was said that people who had the earthing cold meridian couldn't live past 5 years old. Little Moon had been tortured by the earthing cold meridian since she was young. However, she had always been very optimistic. Perhaps it was because she had experienced too much pain and torture since she was young, so even though she was very young, Little Moon was very sensible. Of course, the Creator created the earthing cold meridian. Naturally, it wasn't to destroy everyone who had the earthing cold meridian. In the long years, there were always a few lucky people who successfully suppressed the cold energy of the earthing cold meridian and gradually mastered it. Although such people were very rare, there were still 4 or 5 people who had the earthing cold meridian who survived in the billions of years since the ancient times. The most powerful of them was a person called the Earthing Holy Emperor. It was said that he relied on the earthing cold meridian and his battle strength was unparalleled. Even the possessors of the top 10 ancient bloodlines didn't want to be enemies with him. It could be seen how terrifying the earthing cold meridian was. However, the survival rate of this kind of constitution was too low. Perhaps it was because of this that the earthing cold meridian couldn't prove its greatness and couldn't leave a glorious chapter in history. Granny held Little Moon's hand and walked towards the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. Granny, stop here and wait for Little Moon. Little Moon will definitely get better. Little Moon tried to smile. Then she ran towards the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. The old woman shed tears. Little Moon was too sensible, but fate was full of ups and downs. Now, Little Moon was almost 5 years old. If she couldn't solve the problem of the earthing cold meridian, only death would await her. The old woman knew that even the Heaven Vein Fire Valley could only temporarily suppress the earthing cold meridian in Little Moon's body. It couldn't truly solve the crisis Little Moon was facing. Little Moon entered the Fire Valley and her body took the initiative to devour all kinds of flames in the Fire Valley. The power of the earthing cold meridian collided with the flames. Little Moon's body fell to the ground and convulsed violently. She covered her mouth and tried not to make a sound. She was afraid that her granny would be worried and sad if she heard. The two forces clashed again and again, making Little Moon suffer a fate worse than death. Little Moon will definitely be able to persevere. Little Moon will definitely survive. Little Moon's young face was filled with determination that didn't match her age. However, the stubborn look on her face as she endured the pain and didn't allow herself to make a sound was truly heartbreaking. 15 kilometers away, a group of black-robed men looked in the direction of the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. "Is that little girl the descendant of Emperor Taiching of the Yao race?" asked a masked cultivator with his hands clasped behind his back. "That's right. She's the only descendant of Emperor Taiching," said a black-robed man. In the cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He first used his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, then refined a jade leaf stone to recover his magic power. Finally, he took out some jerky and spirit fruits and ate them to recover his strength. Crunch, crunch. Bibi also hugged a spirit fruit and gnawed on it. Its little belly was round, it had eaten 10 precious 30,000-year-old spirit fruits in a short amount of time. Lin Feng didn't feel bad. So what if the spirit fruits were precious? They were meant to be used, and since Bibi liked to eat them, they had a use for them. After Lin Feng recovered, he looked at Bibi, who was rolling on the ground. "Little guy, come here." Lin Feng waved at Bibi. Bibi clumsily got up from the ground and squeaked a few times before jumping into Lin Feng's palm. Because it had just hatched, Bibi's body was still very small. Lin Feng asked, "Little guy, what race are you?" Bibi put on a thoughtful expression. Its big round eyes looked around a few times, then it asked in a childish voice, "What is race? Can it be eaten?" Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy really couldn't stop talking about food. It was practically the reincarnation of a glutton. It was obviously not realistic to want to know Bibi's race from it. At the very least, it was impossible for him to know at this stage. Perhaps as Bibi grew up, the memories of its race would be awakened in its bloodline. At that time, he would be able to know its race. "Big brother, Bibi is sleepy." The little guy lay in Lin Feng's hand and soon fell asleep. Bibi was still a cub, after all. Cubs tended to be more sleepy because they had just been born. In fact, it wasn't just cubs who were sleepy, even human babies were sleepy. They spent most of their time sleeping every day. After Bibi fell asleep, Lin Feng put it back into the beast slave bag. Lin Feng continued to adjust his condition while thinking about how to leave the South Continent. Now that he was wanted by the Heavenly Gate, he probably couldn't use the transportation formations of the various factions. If he wanted to set up a transportation formation himself, he didn't have enough materials. However, if he flew, it would take too much time. Lin Feng felt that it was quite troublesome to leave the South Continent. Many of the raging flames in the Heaven Vein Fire Valley were absorbed by Little Moon's body. Little Moon's originally ice-cold body finally returned to normal. She dragged her tired body out and finally walked out of the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. "Grandma, little Yu. 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 The old woman ran over and hugged the filthy little moon in her arms, tears streaming down her face. You. However, the child did not make a single sound. Enduring such great pain. A little Yu was too sensible. But why didn't the heavens let such a sensible child live longer? Yu wanted to curse the heavens. Why didn't good people live long while bad people lived freely? "Grandma, don't cry. Little Yu is fine. Little Yu won't make you worry anymore." Little Yu smiled innocently. Her smile was so pure that it made one's heart ache. Yu was sad because she didn't know how long little Yu could last. 3 months? 1 month? Or maybe only half a month? Grandma is happy. "Good child, we can't stay here for long. Let's go." She held little Yu's hand and boarded the carriage. The carriage quickly left under the escort of more than 50 monstrous cultivators. However, not long after he left, a dense crowd of figures came from afar, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. "Who are you?" An elder of the demon race shouted in a deep voice. "Haha, the descendant of the monstrous Tai Ching Emperor came to the South Continent and left without saying goodbye. Do you think the humans of the South Continent have no one?" said the masked cultivator with a smile. "The humans of the South Continent. Are you from the Upper Heavenly Gate?" The monstrous elder's expression changed. "Upper Heavenly Gate? We never said we were from the Upper Heavenly Gate," replied the masked cultivator indifferently. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from the left. Another group of experts appeared. Then, another group of experts appeared from the right. Soon, more experts appeared from the rear. Experts appeared from all 4 directions. 1 clan, 3 palaces. The monstrous elder's expression turned grave. "The Tai Ching Emperor's clan has no enmity with your 1 clan, 3 palaces, right? Why are you stopping us?" Yu's voice came from the carriage. "Those who are not of our clan will be killed." said one of the experts with a cold smile. In the ancient times, the gods fought and the Tianwu continent was affected. Our ancestor, the Taiqing emperor, protected the continent. Our emperor was severely injured in order to protect the continent and died prematurely. Even if you are not grateful for our ancestors' kindness, we will not say anything. But now, you want to kill the only descendant of the Taiqing emperor? Do you have a conscience? Said the old woman angrily. What's the point of bringing up the past now? Besides, who knows if what happened in the ancient times is true? Maybe it's just a story made up by your clan. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Kill these people and capture the descendant of the Taiqing emperor, said the masked cultivator with a cold smile. Kill them. Immediately after that, a sky-shaking battle cry rang out as a dense swarm of experts charged towards the Yao clan cultivators. Escort grandmother and the little princess away, shouted one of the monstrous cultivators. Boom, the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The monstrous cultivators were too few. The one clan, 3 palaces had dozens of times more experts than the monstrous cultivators. Pooh. Pooh, many monstrous cultivators were beheaded or had their bodies torn apart. They died on the spot, their corpses falling to the ground. The old woman rushed out of the carriage with Little Moon in her arms. Under the escort of dozens of experts, she tried to break out of the encirclement. Kill. They chose a direction to break out of the encirclement. A few monstrous cultivators led the way, but there were too many experts from the one clan, 3 palaces. Little princess, you have to live. A few of the monstrous cultivators shouted in grief. They rushed forward dauntlessly. Bang! 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 The bodies of the monstrous cultivators exploded. They had chosen to die in the most tragic way possible, creating a gap in the encirclement. Woo-woo. Seeing so many of her loved ones die, Little Moon wept in grief. Go! The old woman rushed out of the encirclement with Little Moon in her arms. However, what made them despair was that in the distant mountains, there were figures flickering. A dense crowd of black-robed cultivators appeared. This place had long been surrounded, and the opening created by the self-detonation of several demon clan elders was only the first opening. It's useless. We've already set up an inescapable net to kill you, said the masked cultivator with a cold smile. Kill them. The deafening battle cries resounded through the clouds. Densely packed experts surrounded and attacked the monster clan cultivators. Pooh. Pooh, monstrous cultivators were killed one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. What powerful undulations! What's going on? Is there a huge battle? Lin Feng, who was meditating in the cave, opened his eyes. He was astonished. He quickly walked out of the cave and arrived outside. Then, he looked into the distance. Although he couldn't see anything, he could sense the powerful undulations in the air. When cultivators fought, the shockwaves could spread hundreds of li away, not to mention that Lin Feng was only 100 li away from where the battle was taking place. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that he could sense the undulations from the battle in the distance. A battle between cultivators? War between cultivators and fierce beasts in the forest? Lin Feng was puzzled. Such powerful undulations meant that the battle was no small matter. He quickly flew in the direction of the battle to see what was going on. Be careful. Don't kill the descendant of Emperor Taiqing, shouted the leader of the 1 school and 3 prefectures when he saw that some experts had almost killed Little Moon. They wanted to refine divine pills. They needed the blood of living people, not the blood of dead people. The difference between the blood of the dead and the blood of the living was too great. Yes, replied the cultivators surrounding the old woman. They held back a lot when they attacked. The Yao had very few people to begin with. When they were surrounded by the 1 school and 3 prefectures, many of their experts had been killed by the 4 great powers. Now, there were only about 20 of them left. The 1 school and 3 prefectures still had thousands of people left. They had made ample preparations. The 1 school and 3 prefectures of Nanzhou had always been suspicious of each other. However, when there was a common interest, the 1 school and 3 prefectures could unite. For example, today, the experts of the 1 school and 3 prefectures had joined forces to kill the Yao and capture the descendant of Emperor Taiqing. Those who didn't know about their secret struggles would think that the 4 great powers were working together as allies. A dozen cultivators stood on top of a mountain a dozen miles away. They were all looking at the battle. The leader of the group was a young man. The young man was dressed in white. He was tall and slender, and his eyes shone like stars. He was extremely handsome. His body was clearly standing there, but it gave people a fleeting feeling. Gongsun Wuxiu was the son of Gongsun Xian, the sect master of the Heaven Gate. He was one of the supreme geniuses of the 3,000 continents of the Tianwu continent. His cultivation had reached the transcendent realm. He was definitely an existence that could fight against a cultivator at Huangfu Qingtian's level. "Prince, it seems like you don't need to do anything to deal with these beasts," a cultivator cautiously asked. Gongsun Wuxiu said slowly, "This battle won't end so quickly." His deep eyes looked at the great battle in the distance. No one knew what Gongsun Wuxiu was thinking at the moment. Poof. Pooh. More and more Yao cultivators were killed. Blood splattered everywhere as their corpses fell to the ground. Soon, there were only a dozen Yao cultivators left. It wouldn't be long before these demons were all killed. "Grandma, please take the little princess away. She's the only descendant of the great emperor." One after another, the Yao cultivators roared and charged forward. They chose to self-detonate and die tragically, blasting open a path of blood through the dense encirclement. After a Yao cultivator self-detonated, a second Yao cultivator would rush forward and self-detonate as well. This scene was too tragic and stirring. "Woo-woo." Little Moon cried bitterly. She saw her family members die so tragically. It was a huge blow to her young heart. The old woman looked sad, but she didn't stop them. She knew that if she wanted to save the little princess, she had to sacrifice herself. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, she wouldn't hesitate. "Crazy! These Yao cultivators are all crazy!" shouted the cultivators of the 1 family and 3 prefectures in horror. They had never seen such crazy people who didn't cherish their lives. Perhaps these people didn't understand what it meant to protect. In this world, there were some things and some people that needed to be protected with one's life. In the eyes of these demon race cultivators, Little Moon was someone who was worth protecting with their lives. Bang bang bang, more than a dozen Yao cultivators self-detonated one after another. The old woman carried the little princess and rushed towards the northwest through the gap that a dozen or so demon cultivators had torn open with great difficulty at the cost of their self-detonation. Do it, however, the old woman couldn't leave with the little princess because there was another force. It was the experts by Gongsun Wuxiu's side. They had been watching the battle and hadn't made a move. Now, it was time for them to make a move. As soon as Gongsun Wuxiu's voice fell, hundreds of cultivators rushed out and attacked the old woman. The cultivators behind them also caught up. This place could be described as an inescapable net. It was truly despairing. Heavenly law embodiment technique. The old woman shouted, and her body began to grow. Soon, the old woman's body turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. The old woman held Little Moon in her left hand and slapped the cultivators surrounding her with her right hand. Many cultivators were killed by the old woman's slap. The old woman, who had transformed into the heavenly law embodiment technique, had greatly increased her battle strength. She forced a bloody path out of the encirclement. Humph. Gongsun Wuxiu, who was standing on a mountain peak in the distance, had a cold expression on his face. Whoosh. Light flashed in his hand. A war spear appeared. The war spear was pitch black, and it flickered with a cold and bloodthirsty aura. Gongsun Wuxiu directly threw the war spear. The war spear pierced through the void. Pooh. In the next moment, the war spear pierced the old woman's heart. The old woman, who was running wildly, was on the verge of collapse. She lowered her head and looked at the bloody hole in her chest with a sorrowful expression. "My death is not regrettable, but what about the little princess? Great Emperor, you protected the Tianwu continent in the past. Now, your descendant is going to be captured by these people to be refined into medicine. Was everything you did in the past worth it?" The old woman cried bitterly, and her huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The old woman's magic power dissipated, and her body returned to its original state. Little Moon knelt beside the old woman and cried in pain and despair. "Grandma, what's wrong? Don't leave Little Moon behind." Rumble. In the void, a large hand condensed and grabbed Little Moon. This was the energy hand that Gong Sun Wushu had condensed. Bang. A figure walked over from afar and shattered the giant hand of energy. The old woman raised her head with difficulty and looked at the young cultivator who had appeared with pleading eyes. "I beg you to take her to the Great Rock King of the Great Pung King of the Great Kindness. I will repay in the next life. Don't worry, I will protect her." Lin Feng picked up Little Moon and quickly rushed into the distance. "Brat, you're courting death." The experts of the 1 clan and 3 prefectures roared angrily. The old woman struggled to get up, and her body began to swell. In an instant, it exploded, and destructive energy surged out, swallowing a large part of the forest and many cultivators who had chased after her. Blood rained down. The old woman's blood dyed the ground red. With endless sorrow, the old woman's life passed away. Little Moon was tired from crying, and she fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. She was a descendant of Emperor Tai Ching, and she had sovereign blood. It was no wonder that the cultivators of the 1 sect, 3 prefectures wanted to capture her. Sovereign blood was far more effective than divine essence. Fusing sovereign blood into a pill could raise it to the level of a divine pill. Even though Lin Feng didn't know why the 3 governments wanted to capture Xiaoyu, he could guess what was going on. The methods of the 1 sect, 3 prefectures were truly shameless. Emperor Tai Ching had done the martial heaven continent a great favor in the past. Capturing a 4 or 5-year-old girl to refine her blood into a pill was a violation of humanity. The sacred emperor said, "Man is born good." It was just that with the passage of time, who knew where the conscience of these people from the major factions had long been lost. In their eyes, there was no such thing as good. For the sake of their own benefits, they would do anything. The 1 sect, 3 prefectures. I thought that the 3 prefectures were much kinder than the heavenly gate, but it seems I was too naive. How could they have any conscience? Their conscience must have been eaten by a dog. Thought Lin Feng angrily, but then he sighed. He had no choice but to sigh. That kind of powerful and influential group was unscrupulous in their actions. Where is the great Ping King's ancestral land? Lin Feng was a bit worried. The great Ping King was a peerless genius, and he had survived for 300 years. Lin Feng and the great Ping King knew each other, and they had once fought over fossils. Later, when they had left, Lin Feng and the great Ping King's nephew, Jin Xingyuan, had entered the swamp of death together. They had gone through many hardships, and the 2 of them had formed a deep friendship. However, Lin Feng had never been to the southern continent before, so he didn't know where the great Ping King's ancestral land was. Now he can only take 1 step at a time. At night, Lin Feng found a hidden cave and used a formation to seal the cave. Then he rested inside the cave. Little Moon was curled up in Lin Feng's arms, its little hands tightly clutching onto Lin Feng's clothes. In its sleep, it would occasionally let out frightened sleep talk. No matter how sensible Little Moon was, she was still less than 5 years old. Today, she had seen so many of her clansmen die tragically, and her grandmother had also died tragically in front of her. This was an unimaginable blow to Little Moon's young heart. "Big brother, where's Little Moon's grandma?" After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng heard a sobbing voice. He opened his eyes and looked at Little Moon who was curled up in his arms. He didn't know when she had woken up. She looked at him pitifully. "She went to a place very, very far away," Lin Feng said softly. "Little Moon, will you never see your grandma again?" Tears rolled down Little Moon's cheeks like pearls. Little Moon kept wiping them away, but they couldn't stop flowing. "Grandma is tired. She needs to rest. She needs to sleep for many years," Lin Feng said gently. "Will Little Moon be able to see her again?" Little Moon looked at Lin Feng expectantly. She looked so pitiful that Lin Feng felt his heart break. Who could bear to say such cruel words to such a naive, flawless little girl? Yes, I believe that little moon will be able to see your grandma again. Lin Feng said. That's great. Little moon will be able to see your grandma again. Little moon was very happy. She wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and leaned against Lin Feng's chest. She quickly fell asleep again. At night, several groups of cultivators passed by the mountain where Lin Feng and Little Moon were hiding. However, they couldn't find any traces of Lin Feng. That boy's identity has been confirmed. He's the boy we were chasing in the gate of heaven. He's alone with a burden. He can't have gone far. A few cultivators were talking in low voices. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the cave, happened to hear them. Very quickly, the cultivators left. I have to catch someone. Only then will I know where the great rocks are. However, these cultivators gather in groups of 3 to 5. Once they appear, Little Moon and I will be exposed. I can't care too much. If I don't know where the great rocks are, when the 3 prefectures send more strong cultivators to search for me and Little Moon, only death will await us. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He knew that he had to take action. Time waited for no one. Little Moon, hug your big brother's neck and bury your head in my chest. No matter what happens, don't let go and don't raise your head. Do you hear me? Lin Feng said gently. I hear you. Little Moon nodded obediently. Lin Feng took out a long robe and tied Little Moon to his body. Little Moon was very obedient. She hugged Lin Feng's neck and buried her head in Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng calmly waited for the cultivators from the 3 prefectures to arrive. Not long after, 5 cultivators flew over. Lin Feng rushed out and used Sky Splitter to attack these cultivators. Boy, you're courting death. A few cultivators roared and took out magic treasures to attack Lin Feng. Kacha, kacha, a few magic treasures were destroyed, and one cultivator after another was killed. Only one person was left alive. Lin Feng had intentionally let him live. That cultivator turned around and ran. Lin Feng quickly chased after him and grabbed his head. Soul Search. A powerful spiritual energy entered the cultivator's mind and forcefully searched his soul. Ah! The upper heaven gate cultivator let out an incomparably shrill scream. Lin Feng got the answer he wanted. He broke the cultivator's neck and threw his corpse on the ground. Then, Lin Feng carried Little Moon and quickly flew towards the territory of the Great Rocks. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest. Although the battle here was short, many people had already sensed it. Many people rushed in the direction of the original battle. That boy will definitely go to the territory of the Great Rocks and kill him on the way, said the masked cultivator coldly. Use the Jade Talisman to contact Xing Tian and Bai Ri to stop that boy, said Gong Sun Wushu in a deep voice. Yes, said a strong cultivator from the upper heaven gate. He immediately took out a Jade Talisman and sent the message. Lin Feng flew for 3 days in the forest. He wanted to find a place to rest. He saw a mountain range in front of him and decided to hide there and rest. Lin Feng flew towards the mountain range. At that moment, the air behind him shook slightly. A skinny cultivator stepped out of the air and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He reacted quickly and turned around to counter the attack with a punch. Bang! The 2 cultivators collided violently. Lin Feng had the impression a godly mountain had crashed into him. He was blown away, and his blood was boiling. He couldn't help but cough up blood. Little boy, let's see how you're going to escape today. The person who had attacked was one of the 4 strong cultivators, Yu Wenqing. He walked towards Lin Feng coldly. His face was filled with killing intent. When he saw Yu Wenqing, Lin Feng's expression became grave. He was a terrifying cultivator who had broken through to the 8th life and death layer. His strength was unfathomable. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Yu Wenqing had already locked onto him. He couldn't avoid this battle. Lin Feng knew that he had to get rid of Yu Wenqing as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the others arrived, he and Little Yu Yu would die. Little Yu Yu, hold on to your big brother. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng patted Little Yu Yu's back. With Big Brother here, Little Yu Yu is not afraid, said Little Yu Yu seriously. Your big brother won't be able to save you because he can't even protect himself," said Yuan Qing with a cold smile. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. In a flash, a tide of energy appeared in the sky. It was called Heaven and Earth Tide Fist. The tide of energy was 10,000 zhang long, and it engulfed the sky. Lin Feng took a step forward and used his great death technique. A long river of death condensed in the void and slammed into the energy tide that was about to drown out everything. Lin Feng didn't hold back. He used his most powerful technique to fight against Yuan Qing. Bang, the river of death directly destroyed the tide of energy. As expected of one of the 3,000 great spells, its power was tyrannical. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was much lower than Yuan Qing's, he still relied on the great death technique to break Yuan Qing's attack. The river of death swept towards Yuan Qing. A powerful death energy surged out. The death energy started corroding Yuan Qing's body. So it's the great death technique of the 3,000 great spells. You're really surprising me. You surprisingly have such a tyrannical divine ability. But what's the use of it? In front of absolute strength, your divine abilities can't harm me. Then, Yuan Qing took a step forward and threw 9 punches in a row. Bang! Bang! One punch after another landed on the river of death. The river of death collapsed. Dao Death Technique. Dao Destruction Technique. Lin Feng rushed over, condensing 2 origin characters. He fused the 2 origin characters together and blasted them toward Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing's expression was indifferent. She used the Heaven Calamity Light to destroy Lin Feng's 2 original Dao characters. 8 Divine Seals. Great Suppression Technique. Lin Feng once again activated 2 types of spirit techniques. His methods could be said to be endless. The 8 God-forbidding seals sealed Yuan Qing's heavenly tribulation light. The Great Suppression Technique directly suppressed Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing's expression changed slightly. She quickly retreated and used the Sun-Moon Punch again, condensing the Sun and the Moon. The Great Suppression Technique collided with the Sun-Moon Divine Fist, blocking the attack of the Sun-Moon Divine Fist. The Dao Annihilation and the Dao Death characters collided with Yuan Qing's body and sent her flying. Wow, Yuan Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face became extremely pale. To think that I was actually injured by an ant like you. Then, Yuan Qing roared in anger. He was a strong cultivator, so he had his dignity. Now, he had been injured by a cultivator whom he had regarded as an ant. He was furious. Besides, Yuan Qing was one of the 4 strongest cultivators in Blue Sky and White Sunday. Now that Lin Feng had injured her, she was furious. Godly Destruction Fist. Yuan Qing roared angrily and leaped out. His body emitted a destructive power. The destructive strength revolved around Yuan Qing's body. In the end, all the destructive strength condensed in her right fist. Yuan Qing threw a punch at Lin Feng. Regal Sword Grave. Lin Feng could sense how powerful Yuan Qing's godly destruction fist was, so he didn't want to face it head-on. If he was alone, Lin Feng wouldn't have minded fighting Yuan Qing. But he still had Little Moon in his arms. If Yuan Qing got close to Little Moon, he would definitely die if he was hit by Yuan Qing's attack. Regal Sword Control Technique, / 3 precious swords flew out of the Regal Sword Grave and shot towards Yuan Qing. Under Lin Feng's control, the 3 swords looked like 3 dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws as they shot towards Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing threw a punch at the 3 swords. Clang, 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 destructive force coiled around Yuan Qing's hand, and then it collided with the 3 swords. Immediately, the sound of metal colliding rang out. The 3 flying swords couldn't break through Yuan Qing's defense. Little boy, my godly destruction fist is a peerless technique derived from the Great Destruction Technique. It can summon the purest destructive strength in the world and destroy everything in its path. Yuan Qing let out a long howl and threw out another 3 punches. Yuan Qing's 3 punches collided with the 3 swords. The 3 swords were blown thousands of meters away. It wasn't because Lin Feng's Regal Sword Control Technique wasn't strong enough, it was because Yuan Qing's cultivation level was too high. Yuan Qing's godly destruction fist was extremely strong. Therefore, even though Lin Feng had tried his best, he was still completely suppressed. After the three swords were blown away, Yuan Qing jumped in the air and appeared in front of Lin Feng. The godly destruction fist swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Yuan Qing's fists collided. Yuan Qing's punch was too powerful. It sent Lin Feng flying, and a powerful destructive strength poured into Lin Feng's body. The destructive strength exploded. Bang! Half of Lin Feng's body exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. Woo 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 woo, big brother, are you in pain? Little Moon saw that Lin Feng was covered in blood and started crying. Big brother, I'm fine. Lin Feng took Little Moon in his arms and retreated, but Yuan Qing had already arrived. She threw another godly destruction fist at Lin Feng. The fist enveloped Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had the feeling that he couldn't dodge. Yuan Qing was too strong, and Lin Feng wasn't strong enough to fight against her. Lin Feng felt powerless in the face of Yuan Qing's attack. Little boy, I'll take your life, Yuan Qing sneered and threw a terrifying punch at Lin Feng's head. If that punch hit Lin Feng, his head would explode. At that time it would definitely be a situation of death. Bad guy, don't bully Little Moon's big brother. Little Moon stretched out her white hand and slapped Yuan Qing. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared. The air was frozen. It was the strength of the earthing ice meridians. Little Yu suddenly released the strength of the earthing ice meridians. The earthing ice meridians had been suppressed by the celestial meridian's fire valley for a long time, but now it was exploding. Not only did the air freeze, but Lin Feng also started shaking. Ice Chi penetrated into Lin Feng's body, and he had the impression he was going to freeze. Yuan Qing, who had been throwing a punch at Lin Feng, was frozen in midair by the earthing cold meridian's power. A good opportunity. Lin Feng resisted the cold chi and threw a punch at Yuan Qing. Slash! His fist directly smashed Yuan Qing's head into pieces. Yuan Qing's headless corpse fell into the forest. Little Moon, it's so cold. Is Little Moon going to die? Little Moon couldn't suppress the earthing cold meridian's power anymore, and her limbs started to freeze. Very quickly, her body was also frozen. Little Moon, I'm so happy to have met Big Brother. Little Moon tried her best to smile. Her slender neck, ears, and face were also frozen. She couldn't suppress the earthing cold meridian's power anymore, and it was about to take her life. What a cold body. What's wrong with Little Yu? His body is going to be frozen. Lin Feng looked at Little Yu seriously. Little Yu was in a terrible situation, so Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He hurriedly released heaven fire to suppress the yin energy in Little Yu's body. Ordinary people couldn't withstand heaven fire. Once heaven fire entered their body, they would die, but Little Yu's body was too special. His earthing cold meridians were enough to resist heaven fire. After heaven fire entered Little Yu's body, the yin energy in Little Yu's body started to disperse. Little Yu's breathing also became more stable. When Lin Feng saw that, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't dare stay, so he quickly flew away. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh! After Lin Feng left, many silhouettes appeared in the distance. Is that Master Yuan? Some of them were from the Supreme Gate of Heaven, and some were from the three governments. When the cultivators from the Supreme Gate of Heaven saw the headless corpse on the ground, they were astonished. Yuan, you died so tragically. Na Lan Tian, Gong Sunbai, and Dong Fangri also arrived. When they saw Yuan Qing's corpse, they all looked gloomy. The power of the Earthfrost Meridian sealed Elder Yuan's body. That's why he was killed by that kid. The descendant of Emperor Taiching isn't even 5 years old yet. He already knows how to use the power of the Earthfrost Meridian? Gong Sun Wushu pulled a long face. Yuan Qing was a cultivator of the 8th life and death layer, and he had an extraordinary status in the Supreme Gate of Heaven. Now that he had been killed, it was a great loss for the sect. Keep looking. That little boy won't be able to escape, said the masked man in a deep voice. When we catch that little boy, we'll crush his bones and scatter his ashes, shouted Na Lan Tian, Gong Sunbai, and Dong Fangri furiously. Swoosh, the three cultivators immediately flew off into the distance. The others quickly dispersed and continued looking for Lin Feng. Only Gong Sun Wushu and the masked man were left behind. What do you think of that matter? The masked cultivator looked at Gong Sun Wushu. Gong Sun Wushu's face fell. Give me some more time and I'll give you an answer. I hope I won't have to wait too long. The masked cultivator said. Gong Sun Wushu and the masked cultivator also left. Gong Sun Wushu, who was standing in the forest in the distance, looked at the departing figure of the masked cultivator. A sinister expression appeared on his face, but that sinister expression was quickly concealed by him. In a cave, Lin Feng continued suppressing the power of the earthing frost meridian in Little Moon's body. Every time it was suppressed, the power of the earthing frost meridian would erupt again. Lin Feng had already suppressed Little Moon 10 times. His expression was rather ugly because Little Moon's situation seemed to be worse than he had imagined. Is this a special kind of constitution? Otherwise, how could it have sealed a strong cultivator like Yu Wenqing? Lin Feng muttered. If Little Moon hadn't frozen Yu Wenqing, he would have already died in her hands. Boom! Suddenly, the power of the earthing frost meridian in Little Moon's body exploded again. Each time it exploded, the power of the explosion was even more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Feng's expression became more and more solemn. After suppressing the power of the earthing frost meridian in Little Moon's body again, Lin Feng took a deep breath and used his heavenly fire to dissolve the Yin frost meridian in Little Moon's body. I can't suppress the Yin frost meridian in Little Moon's body anymore. This is troublesome. Is she really going to? Lin Feng sighed. He looked at Little Moon, who was frowning in her sleep. He couldn't help but feel sad. She was such a lovely little girl, and now she was going to die. Lin Feng was depressed. The earthing frost meridian is devouring her life force. She won't last more than 10 hours. At that moment, the demon lord's voice sounded. In the space of the demonic orb, Yao Jun sat on a lone grave with a lonely expression. So? Little Moon is definitely going to die? Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. There are many things that can't be suppressed just by suppressing them. Sometimes, we have to change our methods, said the demon lord. Can't be suppressed? So you're trying to guide her? Asked Lin Feng. You're pretty smart. You got it so quickly. You understand, said the demon lord indifferently. But how can we guide her? If we don't suppress the Yin frost meridian in Little Moon's body, it can instantly devour her weak life force, said Lin Feng. The earthing frost meridian is indeed terrifying. This child alone can't resist it. She needs help from others. I remember that in the ancient times, there was a guy called the Earthing Saint who had the same constitution as this little girl, but he was different from the others. He actually survived. The demon lord was lost in his memories. How did he survive? Asked Lin Feng anxiously. It said that a frost pearl condensed in his body. That frost pearl continuously devoured the Yin frost meridian's power. Through the frost pearl, he could control the Yin frost meridian's power, said the demon lord. How do you condense a frost pearl? Asked Lin Feng. There are more than 10 methods, but most of them have been lost for a long time. The success rate isn't high either. I have a method that requires a cultivator who cultivates the great ice technique to help condense a frost pearl in his body, said the demon lord. Lin Feng's expression darkened. The great ice technique is one of the 3,000 great Daos, right? Where can I find such a technique? Even if I search the entire universe, I won't be able to find it. What a coincidence. Back then, I killed the evil ice serpent king and obtained the cultivation method of the great ice technique from it. The demon lord smiled. Lin Feng looked delighted. What do I need to get the great ice technique from you? Lin Feng understood the demon lord's personality. It was impossible to ask him for help. He needed to exchange benefits. Swear on your life. Promise me one thing. No matter what I ask of you in the future, you must do it for me, said the demon lord. All right. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't have a choice because Little Moon had less than 10 hours to live. Even though the demon lord's request was excessive, Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. Today, I, Lin Feng, swear on my life that I will do one thing for the demon lord in the future. No matter what it is, as long as it's from the demon lord, I will not refuse. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death. After making the oath, Lin Feng sensed a rune appear in his mind. It faintly connected him to the demon lord. It was the oath rune. If Lin Feng violated the oath in the future, the oath rune would destroy him. His soul would be destroyed and he would never be able to live again. Circulate in the heavenly palace, move to the perineum, pass through the heavenly gate, Shaoyang, Taiyang, Shaoyin, Juk, and other 72 acupuncture points, flow into the 100 rivers, flow into the 9 heavenly veins, and then flow into the divine court veins. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the great ice art according to the demon lord's teachings. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it wasn't easy to cultivate the great ice art in a short time. It needed time. However, Lin Feng wanted to familiarize himself with the great ice art and understand how to cultivate it. This way, he could help Little Moon temporarily suppress the power of the earthing cold meridian. After 72 circulations, Lin Feng was finally able to cultivate the great ice art skillfully. He placed his hands on Little Moon's body. When the great ice spell was activated, the power of the earthing cold meridian in Little Moon's body continuously poured into Lin Feng's body. Right now, Lin Feng couldn't help Little Moon condense the cold pearl. Therefore, he could only use this method to temporarily help Little Moon suppress the power of the earthing cold meridian. Perhaps this was the best way to go about it. As the power of the earthing cold meridian poured into his body, Lin Feng's body began to freeze. Even his blood was about to be frozen. Fortunately, Lin Feng refined 2 types of heavenly fire. At the moment of danger, Lin Feng's heavenly fire protected his body and counteracted the damage of the earthing cold meridian. When the power of the earthing cold meridian in Little Moon's body was completely absorbed by Lin Feng, Little Moon's painful expression disappeared and her breathing became calm. For a short time, there shouldn't be any big problems with Little Moon. However, at this time, Lin Feng's situation wasn't very good. Although he had the heavenly fire protecting his body was almost frozen by the earthing cold meridian. If it was someone else, after absorbing so much power of the earthing cold meridian, their soul would probably have already died. Therefore, it was really not easy for Lin Feng to survive. If you use the great ice spell to absorb the meridians, you'll be able to master the great ice spell quickly. If you cultivate by yourself, you won't be able to master the great ice spell without at least a few years. The demon lord reminded. Lin Feng nodded and began to circulate the great ice spell. As the great frozen art circulated, Lin Feng's terrifying earth-cold meridian energy was continuously absorbed and refined. As for the great frozen art, it began to condense runes of a formation. These were the runes of the Divine Ability Array. Divine Ability Formation, this was the sign of a successful cultivation. Before the formation was formed, the Divine Ability would automatically condense formation runes. Arrays were formed by the combination of array patterns. When the array pattern reached a certain level, it would condense into a large array. Whoosh! 2 hours later, Lin Feng let out a long breath and opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. After absorbing the meridian energy, Lin Feng's great ice spell had condensed 1,000 runes. When these runes were combined, Lin Feng could be considered to have reached a small success in the great ice spell. Of course, if he wanted to reach a large success in the great ice spell, he would need more time. As for reaching a large success in the great ice spell, he would need to have a strong comprehension ability. Simply absorbing the meridian energy would not allow him to reach that level. Big brother, is Little Moon still alive? Little Moon opened her eyes and sat up. She was a bit puzzled. Lin Feng hugged Little Moon and said, "With Big Brother here, Little Moon will be fine," said Lin Feng. "That's great. Little Moon is still alive." Little Moon was very excited and kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Lin Feng took out some food, including spirit fruits, dried meat, and some water. Little Moon was obviously hungry. She ate 2 spirit fruits, a piece of dried meat, and drank some water. After playing for a while, she became sleepy again. She curled up in Lin Feng's arms and quickly fell asleep. Lin Feng also ate some food to recover his strength. The road ahead was going to be even more dangerous. Lin Feng was very clear about that. He looked at Little Moon in his arms and smiled warmly. As long as a person was alive, as long as they had faith, they had nothing to fear. He gently stroked Little Moon's head. Very quickly, Lin Feng also fell asleep. After resting, Lin Feng took Little Moon and continued flying towards the territory of the Great Rocks. No matter how dangerous it was, they had to go to the territory of the Great Rocks. The strong cultivators of the three governments were looking for Lin Feng and Little Moon. It was unrealistic to rely on their own strength to leave the South Continent. Only by going to the territory of the Great Rocks would they be safe. That little boy has been found. Lin Feng and Little Moon were found by the strong cultivators of the three governments. Dozens of strong cultivators surrounded them from all directions. Then, all kinds of powerful attacks were launched towards Lin Feng and Little Moon. Lin Feng had to protect Little Moon so he couldn't use his full strength. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng killed a group of strong cultivators and quickly left with Little Moon. The closer they got to the territory of the Great Rocks, the more strong cultivators they encountered. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dozen strong cultivators from the three governments. He had already killed 400 to 500 strong cultivators from the three governments. Lin Feng was also injured again and again. There were many places on his body where his bones were exposed. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the immortal body. He could recover quickly after being injured. He also had the green leaf stone, a treasure that could quickly recover his magic power. Otherwise, under the encirclement of the three palaces experts, he would have died many times over. Big brother, let's take a rest. After a big battle, Lin Feng left with Little Moon in his arms. Little Moon looked at Lin Feng's pale face and felt sorry for him. Lin Feng rubbed Little Moon's head and said, "Big brother, it's all right. We'll reach the territory of the Great Rocks in less than 1,000 miles. We can't stop now." Lin Feng carried Little Moon and flew towards the territory of the Great Rocks in the night. When they were still 300 miles away, they ran into trouble. Thousands of cultivators rushed out of the forest and surrounded Lin Feng and Little Moon. "Little boy, you're like a grasshopper. You've ruined our plan. Even if you die 1,000,000 times, it won't be enough to appease our anger." Gong Sunbai stepped forward and said coldly. Lin Feng and Gong Sunbai were old rivals, so he knew how terrifying he was. Now that Gong Sunbai was there and he had so many strong cultivators with him, Lin Feng knew that things were getting troublesome. If they could break through, there was still a chance. If they couldn't break through, only death would await them. He took a deep breath and silently took out the revered sword tomb. "Kill!" Murderous shouts spread in the air. Cultivators from all directions were rushing towards Lin Feng like a flood. "Revered sword tomb, open!" Lin Feng shouted and the revered sword tomb rose into the sky. Crack! The sword box opened. 3 swords flew out and slashed at the thousands of cultivators who were charging at them. Pooh! 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 Ripping sounds could be heard as cultivators were killed one by one. However, Lin Feng's body was also covered in wounds, and blood kept flowing out. There were too many opponents. Even though Lin Feng used a defensive treasure like the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect his body, there were still some cultivators who could break through his defense and kill him. Moreover, Lin Feng also had to take care of Little Moon, so the situation was not good. This was a war of attrition, and these people kept exhausting Lin Feng. Lin Feng's battle power was naturally getting weaker and weaker. If he lost too much blood, his physical strength would also be consumed very quickly. A cultivator seized an opportunity and came behind Lin Feng, slapping at Lin Feng. Bang! This powerful attack fiercely hit Lin Feng's back, and directly sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng rolled a few times on the ground. More than 10 cultivators rushed forward, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Great ice art! Lin Feng slapped the ground, and with his palm as the center, ice chi spread out in all directions. The dozen strong cultivators who had rushed towards Lin Feng were instantly frozen. Lin Feng used the sky-splitting slash. Pooh! The cultivators' bodies were directly cut in half, and they died on the spot. An attack like the Great Ice Art was naturally powerful, but this kind of attack could not be used casually. This was because the Great Ice Art consumed too much of one's body, and one's magic power could not support this level of magic power repeatedly. Although Lin Feng had a treasure like the Emerald Leaf Stone, which could quickly recover magic power, with so many cultivators surrounding him, these people would not give him the time to refine the Emerald Leaf Stone at all. This was the reason why many ants could kill an elephant. Brat, eat my fist. Seeing that Lin Feng had already killed 100 strong warriors, Gong Sun Bai finally made his move. He roared coldly and rushed over, sweeping a storm god fist at Lin Feng. Around Gong Sun Bai, a strong storm was formed. These storms spun violently, turning into a small tornado that circled around Gong Sun Bai's fist. Lin Feng used the 5 Emperor Dragon fists to block Gong Sun Bai's storm god fist. As soon as they clashed, the violent power of the storm instantly tore apart Lin Feng's sleeves. Then, a wound appeared on Lin Feng's arm. It was as if he had been cut by a sharp blade. Even his bones were exposed. This storm god's fist was really terrifying. It seemed like it wanted to completely tear Lin Feng's body apart. 8 Divine Seals. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the 8 God-forbidding seals to seal the power of the storm. Shatter rivers and mountains. Gong Sun Bai attacked again. He raised his left hand and slammed it toward Lin Feng. Poof, this hit directly on Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. His left shoulder was pierced, and blood immediately flowed out. His entire shoulder was almost chopped off. Lin Feng was severely injured. He quickly retreated and was about to use his immortal body to heal his injuries. However, the surrounding cultivators had already rushed over. They didn't even give Lin Feng a chance to heal. Clang, someone wielded a giant axe and smashed the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. This defensive Dao treasure was sent flying, and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's luster dimmed. Although this treasure was powerful, it was only a mid-grade Dao treasure. However, the giant axe in the opponent's hand was a high-grade Dao treasure that could break through the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defense. The opponent swung the giant axe and slammed it on the 7 treasures glazed pagoda again. The defensive system of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was completely destroyed, and this treasure entered Lin Feng's body. The expert with the giant axe was from the Tuoba family, one of the 3 prefectures. His name was Tuoba Ji, and he was the son of the Tuoba family's great elder. His position in the family was not to be underestimated, so he had a high-grade Dao treasure. This brat's defensive treasure has been destroyed. Let's kill him together, shouted Tuoba Ji furiously. He raised his gigantic axe and attacked Lin Feng with the strength of a mountain. The surrounding cultivators also rushed over, and all kinds of treasures attacked Lin Feng. Martial Spirit. Activate. Lin Feng didn't hold back and activated his 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits instantly merged into one, and the power of the confinement magnetic field was pushed to the extreme. With him as the center, a powerful confinement magnetic field formed within 10 meters. Tuoba Ji and more than 20 cultivators from the 1 sect and 3 prefectures were trapped, unable to move. Go to hell. Lin Feng reached out his right hand and grabbed Tuoba Ji's head. Save me. Tuoba Ji shouted in fear. But no one could save him. Lin Feng grabbed Tuoba Ji's head, and with a slight force, he directly plucked Tuoba Ji's head off. Pooh, fresh blood spurted out from his neck, and Tuoba Ji's headless corpse fell to the ground. At the same time, Lin Feng used the regal sword control art to activate the 3 swords. One by one, the trapped cultivators and the experts from the 1 sect and 3 prefectures were killed. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Boom! In the distance, a terrifying aura spread out. Na Lan Tian flew over. His expression was indifferent. Brat, do you think you can smoothly reach the land of the fiends? How naive. Then, in another direction, a blazing sun appeared. A cultivator stood in the middle of the sun, and it was Dong Fengri. Dong Fengri said coldly, "Today, I will kill you by 1,000 cuts, then extract your soul and throw it into purgatory so that you will never be reincarnated." Rumble. An ancient bronze carriage came through the sky, and an ancestor of the Tuoba clan arrived. The ancestor stepped out of the carriage and looked at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. "I really didn't expect you to be so young. You have such an enviable age, talent, and cultivation. You're so young, but you killed so many experts from the 1 sect and 3 prefectures. It's unbelievable." An ancient powerhouse of the Zhongxin clan also walked over. "This brat has many secrets. If we capture him, the value of these secrets is no less than that of the descendants of Emperor Taiqing." An ancient powerhouse of the Shangguan clan also walked over. When did someone like you appear among the supreme geniuses? It seems like you didn't participate in the last genius battle. Are you the newest one? The masked cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. In recent years, there have been a few supreme geniuses who rose to prominence, but I know all of them. The only one I don't know is a cultivator called Lin Feng. Are you the Lin Feng who people call the Little Stone Saint? Gongsun Wushu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Let's go. When Lin Feng saw so many peerless cultivators arrive, his expression became grave. He didn't dare stay, and he immediately rushed away. You can't leave. This place has been sealed. Stay here. Gongsun Wushu, the masked cultivator, the three ancient powerhouses of the Tuoba clan, the Zhongjing clan, and the Shangguan clan, as well as Na Lan Tian, Gongsun Bai, and Dongfeng Ri, 8 ancient powerhouses attacked together. The attacks of the 8 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng was shocked to find that he couldn't move. He sensed a thick death qi enveloping his body. Boom! In the distance, a wave of demonic qi swept over. Just as the attacks of the 8 experts were about to land on Lin Feng, the demonic qi surged over and collided with their attacks. The attacks of the 8 powerhouses were broken in an instant. Then, more than a dozen figures descended. There were men and women, old and young, but their strength was unfathomable. They were all led by a woman in snow-white clothes. She looked like a fairy from the 9th heaven, and she was as beautiful as a celestial lotus. Sister Shuiyao. Little Moon's eyes lit up when she saw the woman. She obviously recognized her. Little Moon, I'm late and scared you. It's all my fault, but from now on, I won't let anyone bully you anymore. The woman called Shuiyao by Little Moon spoke softly. She then stretched out her hands and looked at Lin Feng, saying, Thank you for escorting Little Moon. Now, hand her over to me. This woman was clearly an expert of the devil race, and her status was definitely not simple. Those unfathomably strong devil race elders were all standing behind her respectfully. Little Moon hugged Lin Feng tightly and buried her head in Lin Feng's chest. Shuiyao smiled bitterly and said, All right. I won't hug you. Let this big brother hug you instead. Little Moon raised her head and nodded heavily. You're the princess of the phoenix race, Shuiyao. The masked man's expression was gloomy. Many people's expressions changed. The phoenix race was definitely one of the strongest races of the devil race. Since the beginning of time, the phoenix race had always been the most mysterious race. The divine abilities they possessed were unimaginable. The era before the Immemorial era was too long, and there were very few records of that era. After the Immemorial era began, the Phoenix race had always been one of the 9 great races of the Devil race. The most terrifying ability of the Phoenix race was Phoenix Nirvana. It was said that they were unkillable. Even if they were killed, it would only be a temporary death because they could undergo Nirvana. Once they returned, they would become even stronger. You're quite observant. Princess Shuiyao looked indifferent. So what if you're from the Phoenix race? Do you think we're afraid of you? Dongfeng Ri sneered. An expert who had stepped into the 10th layer of life and death realm naturally had nothing to fear. What's more, there were as many experts as there were clouds in a single clan with 3 manners. They did not fear anyone. Gongsun Wushu said, I've long heard that the Phoenix clan's inheritance is peerless and invincible. Today, I'd like to experience it for myself. As he spoke, Gongsun Wushu raised his right hand. Void shattering slash, crack. The void cracked open as an attack containing the power of destruction was formed. This was an attack condensed from the void annihilation chop. This void annihilation chop had a great origin. It was an offensive technique recorded in the Great Void Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. Oblivion of all worlds. When facing Gongsun Wushu's attack, Princess Shuiyao stretched out her slender right hand that was crystalline and translucent like jade. She picked up a flower with her right hand and gently flicked it. An illusory world condensed in the void and swallowed Gongsun Wushu's attack. After that, the void world moved towards Gongsun Wushu to envelop him. As expected of a descendant of the Phoenix clan. You're really powerful. You can actually break through my void annihilation chop. Gongsun Wushu shouted and stepped forward, throwing out 3 punches in succession. Above his fists, a destructive light condensed. After 3 punches, the mysterious world that Princess Shuiyao had condensed shattered. You're not bad either. You were able to block my attack. Let's stop here today. Let's go. Princess Shuiyao waved her sleeves, and her demonic qi rolled out and enveloped everyone. Then, the demonic qi soared into the sky and escaped into the distance. There were many experts on the side of the 1 family and 3 prefectures. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, so how could they let them leave so easily? Stop them, the experts on the side of the 1 family and 3 prefectures attacked one after another. All kinds of powerful attacks were launched towards the demonic qi. If we want to leave, I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop us. Great banishing technique. Princess Shuiyao was really powerful. Facing the attacks that covered the sky and the earth, she continuously formed seals with both hands and tore open the void. When the long river of attacks came crashing down, all of them were swallowed up by the void that had split open. Then, the demonic qi wrapped around everyone and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. We have so many people, but we let a mere dozen of them escape. If this gets out, we'll become the laughingstock of the world. Gong Sunbai said gloomily. The experts of the 1 family and 3 prefectures all had unsightly expressions. No wonder that Princess Shuiyao was so fearless. She learned the great banishing technique. We were tricked by her. What do you plan to do now? Said the masked cultivator gloomily. How's the great Peng Emperor doing? Do you know? Asked Gong Sun Wushu suddenly. He's been injured for hundreds of years. I heard that he obtained a creation fossil and wants to use the creation fossil's luck to suppress his injuries. Said the leader of the Tuoba family. If the great Peng Emperor recovers, it won't be a good thing for us, said the masked cultivator gloomily. Dong Fengri frowned and said, it's not that easy to recover from a Dao injury. I've never heard of anyone who was able to survive with a Dao injury. But just in case, we don't mind helping the great Peng Emperor meet his dead ancestors as soon as possible. Since that's what everyone thinks, let's go back and discuss this matter. Since we're going to do it, we have to eliminate the source of the problem. Said the leader of the Zhongjing family. The rest of the people couldn't help but curl their lips into a cold expression. The great Peng Emperor's territory was located in the deepest part of the celestial demon forest. There were countless ferocious beasts there, so it was one of the most dangerous places in the southern continent. Very few cultivators would come here. Everyone stopped outside a valley in the depths of the celestial demon forest. Rumble. At that moment, there was a huge sound. It was obvious that the great Peng Emperor's territory had been activated. The great Peng Emperor's territory was a huge spatial world. It was connected to the Tianwu continent through some restrictions. It was a paradise for the Yao race. Dozens of cultivators flew out under the lead of an old man. What? Only you came back? Where's Grandma Chuyun? Asked the old man in the lead. Princess Shuiyao sighed and said, they're all dead. Little Moon was able to escape alive thanks to Lin Gongzi. The old man was an elder of the great Peng Emperor's tribe. His name was Jin Shizhen, and most people called him Elder Jin. When he heard this bad news, tears streamed down his face. I've known Grandma Chuyun for more than 8,000 years. When I received a message from her, I knew that she was going to bring the little princess to the southern continent. I was very happy, but I didn't expect that my old friend would die so tragically. The southern continent's humans have gone too far in bullying the Yao race. Little Moon curled up in Lin Feng's arms and fell asleep. Under Elder Jin's guidance, Lin Feng was led to a courtyard. The land of the monster race was very large. It was a small world with hundreds of millions of people living there. Little Moon's earthing cold meridian is temporarily suppressed. I'm currently cultivating the Great Ice technique. Perhaps I can use it to help her condense a cold pearl. That way, she should be fine, said Lin Feng. Everyone was delighted when they heard this. Elder Jin said, thank you, little friend. This child has been tortured by the earthing cold meridian since she was young. Now that her only relative has died, she's all alone. However, at least she's still alive. She won't let the Tai Ching Emperor's bloodline go extinct. You're welcome. Little Moon is very cute. I also hope to help her," said Yang Fan. "There's a 10,000-meter cold pond in the monster race's small world. Perhaps it can help you cultivate the great ice technique. You can rest for a day. Tomorrow, I'll have someone take you to the cold pond," said Elder Jean. "Thank you, Elder Jean." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Little Moon was carried away by Princess Shuiyao. She was temporarily by Princess Shuiyao's side and was taken care of by her. The Phoenix clan and the Taiqing Emperor's clan had always been very close, so Lin Feng wasn't worried. When little Ping King Jin Xingyuan heard the news, he quickly rushed over. When he saw Lin Feng, he was extremely excited and gave Lin Feng a bear hug. "Brother Feng. I didn't think you'd come to Nanzhou." When I heard the name Lin Feng, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was just someone with the same name, so I quickly came to see. I didn't think it would really be you, Brother Feng. Jin Xingyuan was very excited. Lin Feng patted Jin Xingyuan's shoulder and said, "Life is unpredictable. I didn't think I'd come to Nanzhou either. Also, many things have happened during this time." After a pause, Lin Feng said, "Let's talk inside." Jin Xingyuan nodded and entered the living room with Lin Feng. The two of them talked about the various things that had happened in the past 2 years, and both of them were quite emotional. "How is Senior Great Rock King now?" Lin Feng asked. "Uncle, you're in the hidden gate of life and death. It's very important to you," Jin Xingyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. The Great Rock King was injured in the first place. His hidden latch of life and death was indeed too important. The slightest carelessness could lead to his death. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to pay a visit to the Great Rock King, but now, he could only give up. "Tomorrow, I want to go to the frigid pond. Bring me there," Lin Feng said. Jin Xingyuan nodded. He didn't stay too long with Lin Feng and quickly left. Not long after, Little Moon woke up and cried for Lin Feng. Princess Shuiyao could only carry Little Moon to Lin Feng. "What's wrong, my Little Moon? Why are you crying?" Lin Feng rubbed Little Moon's head lovingly. Little Moon said, "Little Moon wants to stay by Big Brother's side. Little Moon doesn't want to leave Big Brother's side." Lin Feng hugged Little Moon and smiled. "Alright, Big Brother will stay with Little Moon." After playing around for a while, Little Moon grew tired. She ate some food and fell asleep. Because she had been tortured by the Yin Meridian for a long time, Little Moon's body was very weak, so she was very sleepy. She only woke up for a short while. The next day, Lin Feng followed Jin Xingyuan to the frigid pond. The frigid pond was located in the northwest of the small world, deep in an ancient forest. It was about 1 mu in size, and the surrounding 15 kilometers was filled with cold qi. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to the frigid pond. This frigid pond is too cold. Many years ago, a senior explored it and dived 30,000 meters, but he still couldn't reach the bottom. In the end, he came back. But after so many years, nothing strange has happened here. On the contrary, many people who practice ice-type techniques like to come here to cultivate, said the Great Rock King. Little Rock King said. Lin Feng nodded. Along the way, he did see cultivators coming to the area where the frigid pond was. They probably wanted to use the power of the frigid pond to train their techniques. "You can go back. I can go in by myself," Lin Feng said. "Alright, I'll go back first." Jin Xingyuan then left. Lin Feng came to the side of the frigid pond to cultivate. Many demon cultivators pointed at him. This was because very few human cultivators came to the demon race's territory. However, they had vaguely heard that Lin Feng had escorted the descendants of Emperor Taiqing to the demon race's territory, so these demon cultivators didn't show any hostility. They all had friendly expressions. Most people didn't enter the frigid pond to cultivate, because the cold qi outside the frigid pond was cold enough to cultivate ordinary ice-type techniques. If one were to enter the cold pond, it would not be easy for one's body to resist the cold energy of the cold pond. In the end, it was very likely that not only would one's cultivation not increase, but one's body would also be injured. Lin Feng entered the frigid pond and dived down. The Yin energy above didn't increase his cultivation by much. When he reached 3,000 meters, Lin Feng started channeling the great ice art. The Yin energy poured into Lin Feng's body and turned into runes. Lin Feng didn't know how long he had been practicing cultivation, but he was already 60,000 meters below the surface of the lake. If Lin Feng hadn't practiced the Great Ice technique, he wouldn't have been able to go that deep because it was too cold. Even the cultivators of the ancient giants would be frozen to death if they dived to this position. However, the Great Ice art could disperse the coldness. Thus, the Yin energy here couldn't harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng finally reached the grand completion stage of the Great Ice art. This stage could help Lil Moon condense the frigid pearl. Lin Feng planned to leave, but a weak ripple attracted Lin Feng's attention. What's at the bottom of the frigid pond? Lin Feng frowned. Before, the strong cultivator from the Beast clan had come back after reaching 30,000 meters. Lin Feng had already reached 60,000 meters and he still hadn't reached the bottom. Lin Feng was guessing that there were some secrets hidden at the bottom of the lake. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Feng continued down. What surprised Lin Feng was that after 100,000 meters, he finally reached the bottom of the lake. There were cobblestones everywhere. It was a gigantic area. Whoosh, suddenly, a black silhouette flashed behind Lin Feng. When Lin Feng turned around, he didn't see anything. Lin Feng frowned. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and swam deeper. That's... Lin Feng's eyes widened. At the bottom of the lake was a 1,000-meter-long skeleton. Its entire body was snow-white and sparkling. Upon closer inspection, the skeleton looked like a crystal. Dragon. It's actually a dragon skeleton. No wonder Lin Feng was so shocked. He quickly swam over and landed in front of the skeleton, carefully inspecting it. Based on the shape of the skeleton, could it be an ice dragon? No wonder the lake is so cold. It's because of this ice dragon skeleton. With such a huge body, it must have been a god when it was alive, right? Lin Feng's expression became serious. A god-level ice dragon had actually died here. It was very strange, and Lin Feng was filled with doubts. What had happened? Was this how the ice dragon had died? I wonder when this land of the beasts was built. It seems that even the beasts didn't know that an ice dragon was buried at the bottom of the lake. Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. Right, a precious bone. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Many powerful beasts had precious bones. Precious bones were bones that had been branded with a divine ability. Because of that, they were treated differently and were named treasures. Obviously, a powerful beast like the ice dragon definitely had a precious bone. If one could obtain an ice dragon's precious bone, they would be able to obtain the divine ability recorded on it. Generally, divine abilities that could be branded on precious bones were top-notch divine abilities passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, they were very valuable. Lin Feng searched for a precious bone on the huge skeleton. Found it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A piece of bone was engraved with numerous runes. Those runes emitted shocking fluctuations that made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. The ice dragon was a royal dragon, and the divine abilities it had passed down were at least primordial divine abilities. Lin Feng took the precious bone and put it in his storage ring. He continued walking deeper into the lake. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a cold aura surging towards him. Almost reflexively, he turned around and slammed his palm behind him. A black shadow enveloped him. Then, a huge suction force surged towards him. Lin Feng felt his attack land on a soft body. His attack was completely negated. A moment later, Lin Feng was sucked in by a huge plate, and he couldn't move at all. The terrifying plate wriggled, trying to swallow Lin Feng whole. What kind of monster is this? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. In that moment of life and death crisis, he summoned the regal sword mound, and 3 swords flew out. Slash! 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 The 3 swords pierced the monster's body. Bang! The gigantic monster crashed to the ground. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the monster. When he saw it, his expression changed. It was a gigantic demon leech that was 4 or 5 meters long. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge monster. After the demonic leech was killed, black blood flowed out of its body. The leech itself is a type of medicinal ingredient. Such a huge demonic leech is too valuable. Lin Feng put the demonic leech away. He continued walking deeper into the lake, but he was much more careful this time. Before long, Lin Feng saw a huge abyss. From time to time, shocking waves of energy would surge out. Lin Feng looked into the abyss. He could faintly see a ball of divine light in the abyss. The ball of divine light seemed to contain a supreme treasure. Even though the treasure was dormant, Lin Feng still felt his soul tremble when he sensed its aura. What kind of treasure is that? A divine weapon? Or an imperial weapon? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The item wrapped in the divine light was definitely extraordinary. He had sensed a similar aura from the imperial weapon, the Sword of Time. Therefore, Lin Feng concluded that the treasure inside the divine light was very likely an imperial weapon. Even if it wasn't an imperial weapon, it was still a top-tier divine weapon that was very close to one. Lin Feng carefully dove deeper into the abyss, but after diving for about 100 meters, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura coming from the bottom of the abyss. Next, countless black leeches swam up. The leeches at the bottom of the abyss were too huge. Even the smallest one was over 10 meters long, like a huge python. Moreover, there were so many of them that it was impossible to tell how many there were. Oh no, I have to leave. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock when he saw the demonic leeches rushing out of the abyss. It had already been extremely difficult for him to kill the 4 to 5 meter long demonic leech, let alone the countless huge ones below. If those demonic leeches caught up to him, he would definitely die. After rushing out of the abyss, he swam upwards. The demonic leeches chased him for a while before returning to the abyss. Are these demonic leeches guarding the mysterious treasure in the abyss? I wonder who left it behind. Could the death of the ice dragon in the abyss have something to do with the demonic leeches? Lin Feng frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. With such a huge group of demonic leeches, there would definitely be a king-level demonic leech. A king-level demonic leech might really be able to kill a god. Lin Feng finally swam upwards. With his current strength, he didn't have the ability to touch the mysterious treasure in the abyss. He would have to wait until he became a god before he could try. Lin Feng returned to his residence. When Little Moon saw Lin Feng, she immediately became happy. She stretched out her little hand and ran towards Lin Feng. "Big brother, where did you go?" "I thought you didn't want me anymore," Little Moon said pitifully. Lin Feng took Little Moon in his arms and caressed her head. He smiled and said, "How could Big Brother abandon Little Moon?" When Little Moon heard Lin Feng's words, she was extremely happy. Her big, bright eyes narrowed into crescents. "It seems that you've already mastered the great ice art," exclaimed Princess Xianxia. Lin Feng nodded. "That's right. I've already mastered the great ice art. It's better to condense the frost pearl for Little Moon as soon as possible. So, we'll start tomorrow." Princess Xianxia nodded. "Alright, but you have to tell Elder Jean about this." Lin Feng nodded. That night, Elder Jean came to Lin Feng's residence and asked, "Young friend, what's the probability of condensing the frost pearl?" "About 50%. said Lin Feng. Said Elder Jean sorrowfully. "You have to succeed. Sovereign Taiching only has one descendant. If Little Moon dies, Sovereign Taiching's line will be cut off. Back then, Sovereign Taiching died at the peak of the Martial Heaven continent. If his line is cut off, how can we face the late Sovereign Taiching? Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Little Moon." Lin Feng nodded. His words sounded more like he was trying to cheer himself up. Little Moon was such a cute and sensible child. If she really died tragically before she was 5 years old, how painful would that be? The next day, everything was ready. Lin Feng and Little Moon entered the room while Princess Xianxia, Elder Jean, Jean Xingyuan, and the others waited outside anxiously. Little Moon was very obedient. She sat in front of Lin Feng and looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. "Don't be afraid. If it hurts, just scream. With Big Brother here, Little Moon will be fine," Lin Feng said softly. Little Moon had always been a very strong child. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she said, "Little Moon, don't be afraid. With Big Brother here, Little Moon knows that I will definitely get better." Her big watery eyes curved into crescents again. She looked very cute. This was a child that made one's heart ache in pity. She was so young, but she was already so sensible. Lin Feng pinched Little Moon's face lovingly. Then, he took a deep breath and began to circulate the Great Ice spell. He placed his right hand on Little Moon's back and his left hand on her dantian. When the power of the Great Ice spell entered Little Moon's body, the power of the earthing cold meridian in her body instantly exploded. The terrifying power of the earthing cold meridian began to freeze Little Moon's body. Little Moon was so cold that she shivered. However, she bit her lips and didn't let herself make a sound. Little Moon was too sensible. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be worried, so she forced herself to endure it. Lin Feng hurriedly guided the power of the earthing cold meridian in Little Moon's body to gather at her dantian. Originally, the power of the earthing cold meridian was like a flood that couldn't be controlled. But now, the power of the earthing cold meridian was quickly gathering at Little Moon's dantian under Lin Feng's guidance. The power of the earthing cold meridian gathered together and turned into the shape of an energy ball. Then, Lin Feng merged the energy produced by the Great Ice spell into the energy ball. The energy ball was continuously compressed. Gradually, the energy ball was compressed from a gaseous state to a liquid state. And the power of the earthing cold meridian in its liquid state began to condense. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the earthing cold meridian in its liquid state began to gradually transform into a crystal clear bead. This bead was the frost bead. Sensing that the frost bead had successfully formed, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He carefully probed and discovered that Little Moon's body was still constantly producing the power of the earthing frost vein. The power of the earthing frost meridian eventually gathered towards the frost pearl and was absorbed by it. As expected, the frigid pearl can control the meridians. Little Yu Yang is fine now. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He was about to withdraw his spiritual force from Little Moon's dantian. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that there was something wrong. In the depths of Little Moon's dantian, there seemed to be an aura so strong that it made his soul tremble. What is hidden in Little Moon's dantian? Lin Feng was puzzled. His spiritual will carefully flew towards the depths of Little Moon's dantian. Little Moon's dantian was too big, like an ocean. His dantian was like a sea. Lin Feng was astonished. Little Moon hadn't started cultivating yet, so his dantian should have been very small. However, Little Moon's dantian was even bigger than his. If his dantian was as big as an ocean, how big would his dantian become in the future? How much magic power would his dantian contain? Just thinking about it made people feel a sense of shock. Finally, Lin Feng's spiritual will reach the depths of Little Moon's dantian. There, Lin Feng saw a shocking scene. A holy fetus was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by holy light. It was pure and holy, and it emitted shocking fluctuations. A holy imperial fetus. The demon lord's voice sounded. It was filled with astonishment. Obviously, the demon lord was astonished when he saw the holy fetus. A holy imperial fetus? What's a holy imperial fetus? Asked Lin Feng. Little Moon hadn't started cultivating, but there was a holy fetus hidden in her dantian. It was too strange. Moreover, this holy fetus seemed to have a great origin. It was very likely not Little Moon's own holy fetus. It was a holy fetus that had been placed in her dantian. Emperor Taiching's holy fetus, said the demon lord in disbelief. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. How shocking was the holy fetus of a grand emperor. Logically speaking, the Taiching emperor's sacred fetus should have been destroyed along with his death. But now, his holy fetus had been preserved. It was unknown what method Emperor Taiching had used to preserve his holy fetus and pass it down from generation to generation. This time, it was Little Moon's holy fetus. The holy fetus is dormant because Little Moon hasn't started cultivating. Once she starts cultivating, she'll be able to communicate with the holy fetus and gradually refine its power, said the demon lord. Refine a grand emperor's holy fetus? If I succeed in refining it, how strong will Little Moon become? Asked Lin Feng. Said the demon lord. A conservative estimate is that she'll have 30% of Emperor Taiching's power at his peak. Lin Feng's expression changed. Emperor Taiching was a peerless great emperor. Even 30% of his combat prowess would be enough to slay an ancient giant god. Of course, if you can break through to the Di-Chi layer and refine Great Emperor Tai Ching's holy embryo, then you'll be unimaginable," continued the demon lord. Lin Feng nodded. "Such a great imperial beast's holy embryo is a treasure trove." "It seems that you're interested in the holy fetus," said the demon lord. "If I can refine the holy fetus's blood essence, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds," said Lin Feng. "That's suicidal. The imperial beast's holy embryo is sleeping, but if you dare take its blood essence, you'll probably wake it up, and your soul will be destroyed in an instant," said the demon lord. "Wealth comes from danger. I'm going to try." Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His divine will instantly flew out and entered the sacred fetus body. It wrapped around a drop of the sacred fetus origin blood and quickly retreated. Success, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. But at this time, the sleeping shifter emperor holy embryo suddenly opened its eyes. Screech! The holy fetus let out a piercing shriek. Wah! Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The holy fetus's cold eyes glanced at Lin Feng. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's body began to crumble. "It's over. I'm dead." Lin Feng's face paled. It was a moment of life and death. Lin Feng's 5 devouring martial spirits suddenly revolved and merged into one. Then, a blurry silhouette appeared in the black hole. "Oh my god, it's him. Just as I guessed, the blood of that heaven-defying race is flowing in his veins. But I didn't expect that there would be a mark of that race in his veins." "That's terrifying," said the demon lord when he saw the blurry silhouette in the black hole. He was shaking with fear. His silhouette was blurry, making people think that he was an illusion, but at the same time, he was standing in the black hole, looking around. He stepped forward. At that moment, time and space seemed to stop. Bang! Next, the holy embryo's attack disappeared. Holy light rushed out of the holy fetus of the demon emperor, wrapping itself in layers, as if it was guarding against the blurry shadow. The holy embryo was afraid. This was too shocking. The holy embryo was so strong, but it was afraid of a blurry silhouette. Lin Feng's godly awareness wrapped around the imperial beast's holy embryo's blood, and it went back into his body. He finally looked relieved. It had been too dangerous. "Who is this?" Lin Feng sensed the blurry silhouette. It seemed to be looking at him, but it quickly disappeared. Everything calmed down again, but Lin Feng's heart was pounding. He couldn't calm down for a long time. "Demon Lord. I think I can guess his identity." Lin Feng took a deep breath. The Demon Lord said, "Since you've guessed it, it's fine as long as you know it. This race, what kind of race is it? Their bloodline brand is so strong." Lin Feng asked. Bloodline brands were a kind of inheritance of many powerful races. Sometimes, when the descendants of a race were in danger, there was a small chance that the bloodline brand would be activated and save them. This was what Lin Feng had encountered. The probability of the bloodline brand being activated was usually less than 1%, so it depended on luck. Lin Feng's luck was very good. "I can't describe that race. Even though I've met them before, I don't know their origin, so there are many things I can't tell you. Perhaps as your cultivation gradually increases, you'll be able to uncover their secrets." "Didn't you say that your mother was suppressed by the 9 heavens god-burying coffin in the depths of the starry sky world? Since you saved your mother, perhaps you can learn something about that race from her," the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng did not ask any more questions. Perhaps it was just as the Demon Lord had said, and he knew nothing about that race. However, it was also possible that the Demon Lord did not want to tell Lin Feng what he knew. No matter what the reason was, Lin Feng could not get the answer he wanted from the Demon Lord. Since that was the case, he might as well not ask about these things. Little Moon fell asleep, and Lin Feng covered her with the blanket. Then he walked out of the room. "How is Little Moon?" Princess Shui Yao, Elder Jean, and the others asked anxiously. "I've already condensed the frost pearl. I'm fine now," Lin Feng said. "That's great. Even if we die in the future, we'll be able to face Great Emperor Tai Ching." Elder Jean sighed. Perhaps he thought of Granny Chu Yun, who had died tragically, and his expression was very sad. Lin Feng said, "There's something else that I need to talk to you about alone." Many people stayed outside. Lin Feng, Princess Shui Yao, Elder Jin, and Jin Xingyuan went to a guest room. "Is Little Moon's body not in a good condition?" Jin Xingyuan asked worriedly. He liked Little Moon very much, and their race had a very close relationship with Great Emperor Tai Ching. "She's doing very well, but Great Emperor Tai Ching's saint fetus is sealed in the depths of Little Moon's dantian," Lin Feng said. Apart from Jin Xingyuan, Princess Shui Yao and Elder Jin looked very calm. Lin Feng smiled wryly. "It seems that the two of you already know." Princess Shui Yao said, "We do know about this. Great Emperor Tai Ching's saint fetus is passed down from generation to generation. It can only be fused into the dantian of his descendants. Once his descendants die out, the saint fetus will also die." Lin Feng nodded. After chatting with them for a while, he left and returned to his room. He set up a restriction to protect his room and then went into seclusion. That was because he had obtained a drop of origin blood. This drop of origin blood was too precious, and Lin Feng wanted to quickly refine it to increase his cultivation. "Little Moon is fine. Grandma Chu Yun and the others can rest in peace." Jin Xingyuan sighed with a lonely expression. When Jin Xingyuan was young, he had lived with Grandma Chu Yun for a period of time. Her death had made him very sad. "My devil race has to take revenge for Grandma Chu Yun." Elder Jin clenched his teeth. Princess Shui Yao said, "The southern continent's humans have gone too far this time. If my devil race continues to tolerate them, there will be no place for my devil race in the Tianwu continent in the future." Lin Feng didn't know about Princess Shui Yao and Elder Jin's plan. The southern continent's one sect and 3 palaces had indeed gone too far. The one sect and 3 palaces were now at odds with Lin Feng. These 4 forces were unscrupulous and heartless for the sake of benefits. Lin Feng didn't have the slightest good impression of them. Of course, Lin Feng's energy was currently focused on refining the origin blood of the Demon Emperor's sacred embryo. He began to refine the drop of origin blood. Lin Feng was too powerful, so it was very difficult for him to break through. However, Lin Feng felt that this drop of origin blood might be able to help him break through. Under the refinement of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the origin blood gradually turned into pure energy that fused into Lin Feng's body and was gradually devoured by Lin Feng. Waves of energy that were as vast as the sea of smoke flowed through his limbs and bones. In the end, all the energy turned into the purest form of magic power. The magic power was like a sea. When it circulated, it produced a rumbling sound. It was as if the sea was surging into the sky, shaking all directions. After circulating 36 cycles in his body, all the magic power gathered together. Lin Feng began to break through to the 5th layer of the creation realm. The long river of magic power surged in Lin Feng's meridians. Again and again, it attacked Lin Feng's realm barrier. Lin Feng was only at the 4th layer of the creation realm, but he could already defeat experts at the 3rd or 4th layer of the life and death realm. It could be seen how terrifying his accumulation was. Every time he broke through, Lin Feng's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. However, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor's sacred embryo's origin blood was powerful enough this time. Lin Feng refined a portion of the divine origin, a portion of the primordial demon liquid, and a portion of the galaxy divine liquid. They increased his undying bloodline, magic power, and soul respectively. Lin Feng's undying bloodline purity had reached 22%. This made Lin Feng very happy. Although the undying bloodline's improvement was very slow, it was still improving. As for Lin Feng's soul power, it had reached the 2nd layer of the life and death realm. Lin Feng's own magic power was becoming purer and purer. Although Lin Feng was only at the 4th heavenly layer of the fortune realm, he felt that the purity of his magic power was even purer than that of cultivators at the 4th or 5th heavenly layer of the life and death realm. Boom, finally, the long river of magic power in Lin Feng's body seemed to have broken through the barrier. The torrential river swept through heaven and earth, and an even more majestic magic power surged out. "I've finally broken through to the 5th layer of the creation realm." Lin Feng circulated his magic power, and all the magic power gathered in his dantian. In his dantian, golden light soared into the sky and gathered into a vast ocean. This was a sea of magic power, and one couldn't see the end of it. The sun was shining brightly. Lin Feng was lying on a grassy plain. Not far away, Little Moon was chasing after Bibi and Little White as they ran happily. "Little bunny, don't run. Bibi, don't run," Little Moon shouted as it chased after them, its voice full of innocence. When they were finally tired from running, Bibi and Little White returned to Lin Feng's side. Little Moon also lay in Lin Feng's arms to rest. Bibi waved its little paw, and a spirit fruit appeared in its hand. It grabbed the spirit fruit and began to chew on it. She stared at the Little Moon with her big black eyes. A dragon rabbit and an unknown little beast. Princess Xianxia was shocked. Dragon rabbits were very rare, and this was her first time seeing one. As for Bibi's race, she didn't know. Princess Xianxia looked at Elder Jean and asked, "Elder, do you know the origin of that little beast? I've never heard of such a race." "However, the world is so big, so nobody knows how many races there are," Elder Jean said. Princess Xianxia nodded, but her beautiful eyes continued to stare at Bei Bei, revealing a thoughtful expression. At night, Lin Feng was comprehending the contents of the ice dragon bone. He imprinted all the runes on it and deciphered the information contained within. Lin Feng obtained a divine ability called Icebound Worlds. This was one of the strongest divine abilities of the ice dragon race. The inheritance of the dragon race is naturally no small matter. This Icebound Worlds is probably even more powerful than many primordial divine abilities. Lin Feng smiled. Every primordial divine ability, one of the 3,000 great Daos, or emperor techniques, could greatly increase one's cultivation. A divine ability of this level was enough to establish an ancient sect. Lin Feng basically didn't want to cultivate divine abilities below the primordial divine ability level. If he wanted to cultivate, he would cultivate the strongest divine abilities. Because Lin Feng cultivated the Great Ice technique, he had a deeper understanding of the Tao of Ice. Thus, it was much easier for him to cultivate the Icebound Worlds. This was the 3,000 Great Daos. Each of the 3,000 Great Daos was the ultimate evolution of a certain Tao. As long as he successfully cultivated the 3,000 Great Daos, in that case, he would soon be able to grasp the subtleties of the various divine abilities contained in this Great Tao. For example, Lin Feng had already mastered the Great Death technique. Then, if Lin Feng also obtained Death Qi, such as the Death Fist, the Death Battle Song, and so on, he would be able to master them quickly. The Tao of Frost was the same. The Ice Seal All Worlds was a Tao of Frost. Lin Feng, who had mastered the Great Ice art, was naturally able to cultivate it with twice the result with half the effort. In just 3 days, Lin Feng had already cultivated the Ice Seal All Worlds, a great divine ability of the Dragon Clan, to the realm of great success. "Brother Feng, it would be a pity if you didn't go to the Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground. I already told Elder Jean about it, and he agreed to open the Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground for you to cultivate," said Lin Feng. Jin Xingyuan came to Lin Feng and said, "The Sacred Ancestors' Place of Enlightenment? What kind of place is that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. However, based on the name, it should be an extraordinary place. Jin Xingyuan smiled and said, "Brother Feng, do you know the origins of our clan? I'd like to hear the details." Lin Feng asked. Jin Xingyuan said, "Brother Feng, you must have heard of the story of the peacock swallowing the Buddha Lord. Afterward, the Buddha Lord broke free from the body of the peacock and gave the peacock the title of Mahamayuri Bodhisattva, right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I've heard of it. The peacock had a younger brother who was called the Golden-Winged Great Rock King. The Golden-Winged Great Rock King was the ancestor of our clan," Jin Xingyuan said. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Jin Xingyuan's clan had a great origin. The Great Rock clan naturally had many branches, but the most respected was Jin Xingyuan's clan. Their ancestor was too powerful. The Golden-Winged Great Rock King was one of the strongest great emperors of the Yao clan. Lin Feng's heart shook. "I've heard that the Great Rock King and the Great Rock King were known as the two peerless geniuses of the Yao clan. Could the Great Rock King be the descendant of the Mahamayuri Bodhisattva?" "Yes." Jin Xingyuan nodded. Lin Feng said, "I never thought that so many myths and legends would be true." Jin Xingyuan said, "Many myths and legends aren't groundless. They have a basis. Of course, there are also many myths and legends that have been fabricated by others. It's hard to tell which is true and which is false. That's true. Because there are so many fake stories, a lot of real things are treated as stories, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed. The next day, Lin Feng followed Jin Xingyuan to the sacred ancestors' enlightenment ground. The sacred ancestors' enlightenment ground was the holy land of the Great Rocks. It wasn't located in the Yao clan's territory. Instead, it was connected to the sacred ancestors' enlightenment ground through a space-time teleportation array. They entered the teleportation array and were transported to the sacred ancestors' enlightenment ground. Lin Feng followed Jin Xingyuan to a valley. There was a small teleportation array there. It was the teleportation array to the sacred ancestors' enlightenment ground. Many bestial beasts have arrived, and some of their elders have come as well. Maybe some people will go to the holy ancestors' enlightenment land, but Brother Feng, don't pay attention to them, just focus on your own cultivation. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. He had vaguely heard that Princess Shui Yao and Elder Jin wanted to avenge Grandmother Chu Yun and the others. It seemed that many Yao clan members would respond. Jin Xingyuan's expression darkened. Some people have come with ulterior motives. They're extremely hateful. However, due to the relationship between the various Yao clans, it's inconvenient to say anything. What ulterior motives? Lin Feng asked. The Yao clan's holy embryo in the little princess's body. Some people are eyeing the holy embryo's origin blood. Jin Xingyuan smiled icily. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that many beasts who had come to the territory of the Great Rock King clan had ulterior motives. Naturally, some people really wanted to avenge Grandmother Chu Yun and the others, but most of them, as Jin Xingyuan had said, wanted the original blood of the imperial beast holy embryo. After Jin Xingyuan left, Lin Feng entered a teleportation portal. Lights flashed and a moment later, he appeared in a gigantic cave. This cave was very large, about 100 acres in size. On the rock walls, there were many murals. These murals were very complete. There were murals of the demon race's cultivation, but there were more murals of Buddhism. Could it be that the great golden-winged rock king created those murals? I've heard that he spent a lot of time in the Buddhist world. It seems that he has a deep understanding of Buddhism. Lin Feng scratched his chin thoughtfully. He found a place to practice cultivation and took out a 9-colored stone. Holding the 9-colored stone, Lin Feng quickly entered a meditative state. 3 days later, more than 10 Yao clan members entered the holy ancestors' enlightenment ground. When they saw Lin Feng sitting cross-legged and practicing cultivation, they didn't pay attention to him. As they were about to leave, one of the Yao clan's young geniuses pointed at the 9-colored stone in Lin Feng's hand. He was astonished. That little boy is holding a 9-colored stone. Oh my God, such a treasure really exists. Many young geniuses of the Beast clan looked at the golden stone in Lin Feng's hand and looked at it greedily. Brat, wake up. A supreme talent stepped out and bellowed in a deep voice. Lin Feng, who had been cultivating, was startled awake. When he saw these people, his face sank. You disturbed my cultivation? Kneel on the ground and apologize. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was a strong person to begin with. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed many ancient giants. A mere junior from the demon race dared to disturb his cultivation? If it weren't for the fact that he had to give the great Ping King some face, this person would have died long ago. The young genius from the demon race thought that he had misheard. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and said coldly, Brat, do you know what you're saying? Said Lin Feng. You're acting recklessly. Do you want to show off your status in front of me? Unfortunately, you're showing off to the wrong person. I won't fall for it. Lin Feng took a step forward and arrived in front of the young genius in an instant, slapping him with his palm. You're courting death, shouted the young genius furiously. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang, the two sides collided, and the young genius felt as if he had been struck by lightning. With a crack, his arm broke. His legs went soft, and he fell to his knees. Ah! My arm! How dare you break my arm? How dare you make me kneel on the ground? Do you know who I am? The young demon race prodigy roared furiously. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he kicked the young genius dozens of meters away. Pooh! In midair, the young genius spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. You're finally a little more awake. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brat, aren't you a little too ruthless? Another genius from the demon race said gloomily. You disturbed my cultivation, and you dare say that I'm ruthless? Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense here? Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked at the other party with an indifferent expression. I am the young master of the Southern Sea's Blood Eagle Island, Lu Chang. How dare you treat me so rudely? Have you thought of the consequences? Blood Eagle Island? What kind of power was this? He had never heard of it before. It should be an unranked force, right? You have the nerve to bring out a mediocre faction? How shameless! Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Feng curled his lips and said with disdain. Brat, you dare to humiliate me like this? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Chang's face darkened. Demonic chi surged, and he was about to attack. Brother Lu, wait. Suddenly, a young cultivator in blue clothes said in a deep voice. This person clearly had some prestige, so when he spoke, the cultivator called Lu Chang stopped. Brother Xia, why are you stopping me? Lu Chang asked. The cultivator had a slender figure and was very handsome, but his long and narrow eyes made him look gloomy. He was called Xia Wuyu, and his race was not simple. He was a three-headed cobra. Cobras were the most poisonous snake race. They hid in the dark and attacked their enemies with fatal attacks. The three-headed cobras were the royal cobra race, and they had long since become part of the devil race. Naturally, this race had the characteristics of a cobra. They were tolerant, bloodthirsty, cold, and merciless. Among the devil race, the three-headed cobra race could be said to be one of the top devil races. Even the human race would not easily offend this terrifying race. Xia Wuyu was from the three-headed cobra race, so he had some prestige among the younger generation. Since you're a guest of the great Peking clan, you should restrain yourself. Lu Chang frowned slightly, but he did not refute. Xia Wuyu looked at Lin Feng, bowed hand over fist and said, My friend didn't understand anything and disturbed your cultivation. I apologize on his behalf, said Xia Wuyu, bowing hand over fist. Lin Feng said indifferently, There's no need to apologize. That guy has already received his due punishment. Xia Wuyu asked with a fake smile, Brother, is that a 9-colored illusory stone in your hand? Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right. It is indeed a 9-colored illusory stone. I plan to use a treasure to exchange for it. What do you think? Xia Wuyu said with a smile. We'll have to see what kind of treasure you can take out. Lin Feng said indifferently. He still had 31 9-colored illusory stones, so he did not mind taking out a few to trade. Brother, I'll naturally be satisfied with what I can take out. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Wuyu's hand flashed, and he took out a purple crystal. Purple cloud crystal. It can be used to forge high-grade Dao treasures. I'll trade it for your 9-colored illusory stone. Xia Wuyu said. It's just a purple cloud crystal. It's worth at most 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. If I auction this 9-colored illusory stone, it can be sold for at least 50 million top-grade spirit stones. Do you think it's possible to trade something worth 50 million top-grade spirit stones for something worth 50 million top-grade spirit stones? Lin Feng looked indifferent. When he saw what Xia Wuyu had taken out, he knew that Xia Wuyu was not being sincere. The thing is not important. Give me the 9-colored illusory stone and I'll remember you. Consider it a friendship. Xia Wuyu said with an arrogant expression. It was as if the fact that Lin Feng could make Xia Wuyu remember him was because Lin Feng had cultivated in his previous life. Lin Feng was speechless at Xia Wuyu's arrogance. He had seen too many people like that. They thought that they were from a good family and did everything as if it was only natural. They looked down on others. Lin Feng was disgusted by Xia Wuyu. He said indifferently, If you don't have anything of value, let's end the deal here. When Xia Wuyu heard Lin Feng, his face darkened. He said, You don't want to be friends with me? Put away that arrogant face of yours. Who do you think you are? You want to use the excuse of being friends to steal my 9-colored illusory stone? Do you think I'm a fool? You think too highly of yourself. I guess your status in the three-headed cobra clan isn't very high, right? You're acting all high and mighty outside. What a joke. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Boy, do you know that you've just infuriated me? Do you know the price of infuriating me? Xia Wuyu squinted his eyes, which were filled with coldness. There's no lack of self-righteous people in this world. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Teach this reckless guy a lesson. Xia Wuyu's face darkened. He didn't hide his viciousness anymore. Yes. Two bestial cultivators jumped out and threw punches at Lin Feng, one on his left and one on his right. Those people were looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. In their opinion, Lin Feng had dared offend Xia Wuyu, so he definitely wouldn't have a happy ending. The two geniuses weren't weak. They were at the sixth sky of the yin-yang layer, but they couldn't compare to Lin Feng. Facing their attacks, Lin Feng looked indifferent and exhaled. His breath was like a sword. Swoosh swoosh, 2 rays of sword chi flew out. Slash. Slash. In an instant, the two geniuses' bodies were pierced through. They flew backwards and fell to the ground, screaming in agony. If we were outside, you'd be dead already. Today, I'm sparing your worthless lives because of King Zhangpeng. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back. He looked indifferent. Brother Xia, he's too cruel. The other young geniuses of the Beast clan were astonished. Lin Feng had attacked twice, and he had easily injured them. He had proved how strong he was. The demon race geniuses' expressions turned serious. Not all of them followed Xia Wuyu's lead. Immediately, 6 or 7 demon race geniuses stepped back to show their attitude. They didn't want to get involved in this battle. Maybe they were greedy for Lin Feng's 9-colored illusory stone, but they knew their limits. They knew when to advance and when to retreat. Xia Wuyu looked gloomy as he said, "Little boy, I underestimated you. Today, I'll personally capture you and avenge my injured brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Wuyu leaped out. 1,000 poisonous hands. Xia Wuyu stretched out his hands and clenched his fingers together. He looked like a cobra with its forked tongue ready to strike. Countless hands appeared in the air. Those hands turned into poisonous snakes and spat out poisonous fog. Then, they turned back into hands and attacked Lin Feng. That kind of magical ability was extremely strange. The three-headed cobra's attacks are poisonous. That 1,000 poisonous hands is obviously poisonous as well. Once the poison invades your body, your spiritual energy will disperse. A demon prodigy who had retreated from the battle said solemnly. The other demon prodigies who had retreated with him nodded in agreement. That little brat won't be able to block Brother Xia's 1,000 poisonous hands. Wait until Brother Xia defeats that little brat. Let's see how we'll deal with him. Dealing with him is secondary. The most important thing is to get his treasures," said Lu Chang and the others in an evil way. Their goal was clear, they wanted to steal Lin Feng's treasures. That kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. Strength was everything. When people saw treasures, they would try to steal them without any scruples. That kind of thing happened all the time. "Little brat, it's time," said Xia Wuyu smiling coldly. He was extremely confident in his 1,000 poisonous hands. His 1,000 poisonous hands was about to reach Lin Feng. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Xia Wuyu's face. To the. Lu Chang and the others exclaimed. Xia Wuyu was shocked and turned his head to look. Lin Feng raised his right foot and threw a kick at him. Bang! The kick landed on Xia Wuyu's buttocks. Xia Wuyu felt as if his buttocks had been split open. He fell to the ground and his forehead hit the ground. Blood flowed out of his forehead. "This is called buttocks falling down wild goose style," said Lin Feng. "I'm going to kill you." Xia Wuyu had never been humiliated like that before. He looked like he was going insane. He stood up and threw himself at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng had already arrived beside Xia Wuyu. He raised his right foot and kicked Xia Wuyu hard. Xia Wuyu didn't even have a chance to fight back. Lin Feng's kick landed heavily on Xia Wuyu's body. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Xia Wuyu didn't know how many bones had been broken by Lin Feng's kick. Wah! Xia Wuyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He fell to the ground and held in pain. Lin Feng stepped on Xia Wuyu's face and said disdainfully, "A piece of trash like you dares to cause trouble for me? I really don't know who gave you the guts. Isn't he a little too strong?" The geniuses who had retreated swallowed their saliva. They were glad that they had made the right decision. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so strong. In this world where the strong were respected, Xia Wuyu had dared to provoke Lin Feng. Even if he was killed, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Lu Chang and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. Lu Chang slapped his own face and looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. "I didn't recognize Mount Tai just now. I'm sorry for offending you. Brother, please be magnanimous and forgive me." The others also slapped their own faces and begged Lin Feng to let them go. Now that they knew that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with, how could they still dare to fight with Lin Feng? Apologizing like this was embarrassing, but it was better than being beaten half to death, right? Some of the geniuses don't fear death to protect others. They're even willing to sacrifice their own lives. But there are also shameless people like you. Take this guy and get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng kicked Xia Wuyu dozens of meters away. Let's go now. Lu Chang and the others quickly left with Xia Wuyu and the other injured geniuses. We won't disturb this brother's cultivation any longer. The other demon race prodigies didn't know Lin Feng's temperament and didn't know if they would upset Lin Feng by staying here to cultivate. They cupped their fists and chose to leave as well. Soon, Lin Feng was the only one left in the sacred ancestors' Tao enlightenment ground. It seems that the devil race is the same as the human race. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The demons he had met in the past were all unyielding and would rather die than submit. This gave Lin Feng the illusion that the Yao clan were all like this. It was only now that he realized how wrong his previous understanding of the situation was. Lin Feng didn't care about Xia Wuyu and the others. They were just a bunch of small fries. He continued sitting cross-legged, holding the 9-colored stone. The 9-colored godly light enveloped Lin Feng. Under the influence of the 9-colored godly light, Lin Feng quickly entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. Suddenly, Lin Feng had an epiphany. He had the feeling that he had arrived in a mysterious world. In that world, there was a great rock. The great rock flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. It could travel freely through space. Lin Feng also flapped his golden wings and followed the great rock. He didn't know how long they flew, but Lin Feng felt like he had become a great rock. He could travel freely through space. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He stood up and took a step forwards. Surprisingly, he disappeared. A moment later, Lin Feng appeared a few dozen meters away in the air. Lin Feng had refined 9 archaic sacred emperor clones. Among them, the archaic golden-winged Great Ping King had given Lin Feng 3 abilities. The first stage, Golden Wings. The second stage, Void Travel. The third stage, Wings of the World. There were 2 ways to advance. The first was to find the archaic golden-winged Great Ping King's original spirit and refine it. The second was to comprehend it himself. The first method was the simplest, but also the most difficult. Finding the archaic golden-winged Great Ping King's original spirit was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The second method was even more difficult. It required luck and comprehension. Lin Feng had finally obtained a fortuitous encounter in the sacred ancestors' Tao enlightenment grounds. Coupled with his comprehension, he'd successfully cultivated to the void travel realm. He could travel between different voids. This was an extremely heaven-defying ability. Not only could this greatly increase Lin Feng's speed, but it could also allow him to use this technique in a battle against cultivators. Lin Feng left the sacred ancestors' Tao enlightenment grounds and returned. Many demon experts had come to the Great Ping King's territory during this time. Naturally, many young geniuses had come as well. Just as Jin Xingyuan had said, some of these people had come to avenge the tragic deaths of Granny Chu Yun and the others. However, even more people had their eyes on the sacred fetus in Little Moon's body. Ordinary demon cultivators might not know about the sacred fetus in Little Moon's body, but the higher-ups of the demon race definitely knew. The sect and 3 palaces had mobilized thousands of experts to kill Emperor Taiching's people and capture Little Moon. What was the point of such a big fuss? It wasn't just for Little Moon. It was also for the sacred fetus in Little Moon's dantian. It turned out that Little Moon had Granny Chu Yun's protection, so the various demon factions wouldn't go too far. Granny Chu Yun was already dead. Little Moon was alone and without anyone to rely on. The greedy hearts of these demon factions began to stir. Once a person's greed was born, it was almost impossible to restrain it. Hurry up and run. The imps are coming. In the distant forest, more than 10 young geniuses of the demon clan ran towards Lin Feng, crying and wailing. What happened? Lin Feng stopped one of them and asked. Little fiend, that little fiend is here. Run. The other party shouted, pushing Lin Feng aside and hurriedly rushing off into the distance. Rumble, rumble, the earth trembled, and Lin Feng felt a shadow looming over him. He raised his head and saw a gigantic creature that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters tall. It was even taller than a mountain peak and had 3 ferocious heads. Its cold eyes were staring at him. Cerberus, it turned out to be the legendary hell beast, the Cerberus. Moreover, its body was so huge that it was really shocking. Actually, this wasn't the first time Lin Feng had seen the Cerberus. Back then, he had explored the Eternal Temple with Long Yushi. Long Yushi had a pet like the Cerberus. He quickly dodged to the left, and the Cerberus attack missed. Big Black beat him to death. A beautiful female cultivator in white clothes standing on the Cerberus head shouted excitedly when she saw Lin Feng dodge. Lin Feng was startled. Although he hadn't seen her for almost 10 years, he could still see the shadow of the strange girl from back then. Wasn't this Long Yushi? The Cerberus' 3 heads roared and swung its huge claws at Lin Feng again. In the distance, more than 10 geniuses of the demon clan saw this and were moved to tears. What a good person! He helped us attract the attention of the little fiend. Brother, you have to hold on a little longer. If you're unlucky enough to be eaten by the Cerberus, we'll burn more paper money for you. The geniuses of the demon clan didn't dare stay and hurriedly left. The Cerberus attack missed again. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Huh? Where did he go? Long Yushi's eyes widened with a look of incomparable shock. The next moment, she felt her tiny waist being hugged from behind. Ah, you bastard! You're courting death. You bastard! How dare you take advantage of me? Do you believe that I won't castrate you? Long Yushi immediately struggled. At the same time, her heart was in turmoil. Even with her cultivation, she didn't know how that guy had managed to get behind her. This shouldn't be happening. Long Yushi couldn't figure it out. Lin Feng held Long Yushi with one hand so that she couldn't move. His other hand pinched Long Yushi's delicate face and twisted her head. Long Yushi pouted her pink lips. She looked quite cute. After so many years, your personality hasn't changed at all. Lin Feng smiled at Long Yushi. Who are you? Do I know you? Let go of me, or you'll regret being born in this world. Long Yushi shouted fiercely. Take a closer look at who I am. Lin Feng said. Long Yuxiao stared at Lin Feng with her mischievous eyes and suddenly shouted, Lin Feng, why are you here? Long Yushi was shocked and pleasantly surprised. Lin Feng said, after so many years, your body has developed quite well. Long Yushi's soft breasts were pressed against Lin Feng's chest, so Lin Feng could clearly feel that compared to many years ago, her body was naturally very attractive. Long Yushi blushed, then regained her fierce look and said, let go of me, or don't blame me for being impolite. You're in my hands, and you still dare to threaten me? Do you really think that I won't dare to teach you a lesson? Looking at Long Yushi's tender red lips, Lin Feng lowered his head. Asterisk woo-woo, asterisk Long Yushi's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha, the fragrance is everywhere. Lin Feng tasted it, then flew away. Lin Feng, you bastard, I won't let you be a man. Long Yushi wiped her mouth, as if she wanted to wipe off Lin Feng's breath. Big Black, hurry up and chase him. shouted Long Yushi fiercely. The Cerberus roared and quickly chased after them. At that moment, in the great hall of the great rocks, all the strong cultivators of the Yao clan were gathered. They were discussing how to deal with the holy imperial embryo in Little Moon's dantian. Xianxia, the great elder of the three-headed cobra race, said with a fake smile, "The little princess is still young. She can't protect the sacred fetus. We're taking it out for the sake of the little princess's safety." "What do you all think?" said Mr. Jean. "The little princess hasn't cultivated yet. If we forcibly take the holy imperial embryo out of her dantian, the little princess might die." "I can't agree to that," said Xianxia, the great elder of the sky-devouring demon toad. "Elder Jean, the little princess isn't from the great rocks. You don't have the right to decide whether or not we can take the holy imperial embryo out of her dantian. We'll vote. The minority obeys the majority. I've known grandmother Chuyun for more than 8,000 years. Before she died, she asked me to take care of the little princess. Do you think I have the right to decide whether or not to take the little princess's holy embryo?" said Elder Jean coldly. Xianxia didn't buy it. He put on a fake smile and said, "Who can prove that you're telling the truth?" Elder Jin's face suddenly darkened, and he said, "Do you think this old man would lie?" "I think I still care about my reputation." Xianxia laughed strangely and said, "We didn't say you were lying. However, even if you're telling the truth, it's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Who knows whether or not you'll take the holy embryo for yourself after we leave?" "Xianxia, this is the territory of the Great Ping clan. If you keep talking like that, please leave. The Great Ping clan doesn't welcome three-headed cobras," said Elder Jean angrily. Xianxia's words had infuriated Elder Jean. He couldn't bear it anymore. "Elder Jean, why get angry? I was just making an example." Xianxia pursed his lips. "What do you all think?" Elder Jean gloomily looked at the experts of the other factions. Many chose to remain silent. Elder Jin's heart sank. He said sadly, "Do you still remember the kindness Emperor Taiqing showed to the various clans? Now that you're choosing to remain silent, aren't you letting your conscience down? Aren't you letting Emperor Taiqing down?" Someone sneered. What was conscience to most people? Practical benefits were what everyone pursued. There are still a few clans coming. Let's wait for them to arrive and then we'll talk. Princess Shuiyao walked over. "Greetings, Princess." The experts of the various clans stood up and bowed slightly. They were both princesses, but Little Moon's status couldn't compare to Shuiyao's. Firstly, Little Moon was too young and didn't cultivate. Secondly, Emperor Taiqing's clan had declined. Lastly, Little Moon no longer had a protector. Princess Shuiyao was different. Although the Phoenix clan didn't have many people, they didn't lack experts in every generation. Princess Shuiyao's strength was unfathomable. "Everyone, please dispense with the formalities," Princess Shuiyao said. Xianxia's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, "Since the princess has spoken, we'll wait for the other clans to arrive before discussing this matter. We'll take our leave first." The experts of these forces left one after another. After everybody left, Mr. Jean said gloomily, "It seems like those people want to steal the little princess imperial fetus. People's hearts are unfathomable. All the influential groups are blinded by greed. They want to steal Little Moon's holy imperial embryo, so let's beat them at their own game." Princess Shuiyao sneered. "Princess, what do you mean?" Elder Jean looked at Princess Shuiyao. Princess Shuiyao smiled and said, "Elder Jean, you'll know in a few more days." After Lin Feng returned, he went to see Little Moon first. When Little Moon saw that Lin Feng had returned, her big eyes immediately turned into crescent moons. She quickly ran over to Lin Feng and reached out her little hands into Lin Feng's embrace. "Big brother, where did you go?" "Little Moon misses Big brother," Little Moon said pitifully. Lin Feng rubbed Little Moon's head and said, "Big brother went to cultivate. Big brother needs to become very strong to be able to protect Little Moon. Then can Little Moon cultivate? Little Moon also needs to become very strong because Little Moon wants to protect Big brother. I don't want bad people to bully Big brother," Little Moon said innocently. Lin Feng said, "Of course Little Moon can cultivate. After a few days, Little Moon can go find big sister Shui Yao and ask her to teach you how to cultivate, okay? Little Moon nodded heavily. Dozens of cultivators flew over from the distance and stopped nearby. They pointed at Little Moon and whispered among themselves. Their gazes were cold as they looked at Little Moon. Big brother, Little Moon is scared. Although Little Moon was young, she was very sensitive to the outside world. She could feel that the people around her were looking at her with ill intentions, which made her feel afraid. Big brother is here. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng took Little Moon in his arms and walked towards the courtyard. Stop. Suddenly, a cold laugh was heard. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young cultivator in a black robe walking over. He asked indifferently, "What's the matter? Are you a human cultivator?" The black-robed cultivator asked. Yes. Lin Feng said. A human actually came to the territory of the beasts? You look like a human spy. The black-robed cultivator sneered. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. At that moment, Long Yushi flew over from afar. She was holding a miniature Cerberus that had shrunk to the size of a palm. Shui Donglong, don't talk nonsense here. The little princess was able to return to the territory of the beasts alive thanks to Lin Feng. The black-robed cultivator called Shui Donglong was a young genius of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. His strength was outstanding. The heaven-devouring demonic toad clan had an important position among the beasts. Shui Donglong sneered, "Are the members of the clan and 3 prefectures all trash? How could they let him escape with the little princess? It's obvious that there's something we don't know about. Who would believe that he's not a spy?" After saying that, Shui Donglong looked at the surrounding Yao cultivators and asked, "Do you believe me?" Of course not. This kid is very suspicious. I don't know what he's up to when he sneaked into the territory of the beasts. The group of beasts began to talk at once. Lin Feng curled his lips and said sarcastically, "I was wondering why this place was so smelly. It turns out that someone was farting here. It's really smelly." Kid, what did you say? The group of beasts glared angrily at Lin Feng. Shui Donglong, in particular, was of noble birth. The heaven-devouring demonic toad clan was equivalent to the royal family of the beasts. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he naturally felt that his dignity was being challenged. You don't understand human language? It seems that I was wrong. It's not a group of humans farting, but a group of dogs farting. Lin Feng said seriously. Pfft. Long Yushi immediately laughed. She admired Lin Feng's ability to mock others. Shui Donglong and the others' gloomy faces were enough to know how angry they were. However, Long Yushi was also worried about Lin Feng. There was no lack of experts among Shui Donglong and the others. Shui Donglong, in particular, was a powerhouse at the 5th level of the creation realm. Moreover, the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan's inheritance was extremely powerful. Now that Lin Feng had angered Shui Donglong and the others, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. Shui Donglong and the others were furious after being mocked by Lin Feng. They glared at Lin Feng as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. A tall and sturdy beast with a ferocious face sneered and said, "Brat, do you know you've committed a capital offense? How dare you mock us like this? Who gave you the guts? Kneel on the ground and apologize to us. Maybe you can keep your worthless life. Otherwise, we don't mind taking your life today. You dare attack the Rock King's territory? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you have the right to be so arrogant in the Rock King's territory?" Lin Feng pursed his lips. So what if it's the Rock King's territory? The law doesn't punish the majority. Do you think the Rock King's territory will offend so many organizations for a human brat like you? The Yao cultivator sneered. Lin Feng sneered and said, "I really couldn't tell. I thought you were a pig with a human head. I didn't expect you to say something like the law doesn't punish the majority. It seems you're not stupid. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds," shouted the tall and sturdy cultivator furiously. He threw himself at Lin Feng. "Yushi, help me take care of Little Moon," Lin Feng said. "Be careful. He's from the giant scorpion race. They can release poison." Long Yushi hugged Little Moon and whispered to Lin Feng. "Don't worry. He's just a nobody. I can deal with him easily. Lin Feng smiled. At that moment, the tall and sturdy cultivator rushed over and slapped Lin Feng. A green gas spread out from his palm. The green gas was extremely poisonous. Hurry up and retreat. Don't breathe in the poison. The group of beast cultivators quickly retreated. They were afraid of the poison released by the tall and sturdy cultivator. Whoosh, Lin Feng blew at the poisonous gas and it flew towards the beast cultivators. Brat, you're courting death. Many people roared angrily. They didn't dare to stay any longer and tried to escape in a sorry state. However, there were still a dozen people who were enveloped by the poisonous gas. Their bodies began to rot as they fell to the ground and let out miserable screams. You can't blame me for this, you can only blame the guy who poisoned you. If he didn't use the poison, you wouldn't have been poisoned. Lin Feng shrugged. Brat, you dare to be distracted while fighting me? The stalwart cultivator grinned and sent out a palm strike. However, Lin Feng blew away the poisonous gas with a single breath. However, the power of his palm was still very powerful. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Lin Feng grabbed his wrist and exerted force. Crack, the burly cultivator's wrist was broken, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and a miserable shriek. Lin Feng raised his right foot and kicked the burly cultivator's left leg. Crack, his left leg was broken, too weak, it really dirted my hands to clean him up. Lin Feng pursed his lips and threw the burly cultivator away like he was throwing a dead dog. The burly cultivator's head hit a rock hard. His head cracked and blood flowed out instantly. The burly cultivator didn't move at all. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When did this guy become so powerful? Long Yushi couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng glanced at the group of beast cultivators indifferently. Lin Feng only had coldness towards these people. It was one thing for these beasts to not be grateful for the kindness of the Taiching Emperor, but now they actually had their eyes on Little Moon. Lin Feng treated Little Moon as his own sister. How could he let these bastards bully her? Who else wants their heads to explode? You can get out now. Lin Feng glanced at the group of beast cultivators. These people looked at Xue Donglong because Xue Donglong was the strongest among them. Moreover, Xue Donglong's background was also the noblest. Obviously, this group of people regarded Xue Donglong as their backbone. Xue Donglong sneered. Kid, you're quite capable. But do you think you can deal with so many of us by yourself? Lin Feng pursed his lips. Don't flatter yourself. Can you even be considered human? Animals know how to repay kindness, but you're heartless and unscrupulous. Just looking at you makes me feel disgusted. I have to say, your mouth is very powerful. You've successfully angered us, but your quick tongue will only bring about endless consequences. Xue Donglong sneered. He waved his hand and said, let's attack together. If that boy dares to resist, we'll kill him. As soon as Xue Donglong gave the order, more than 20 cultivators swarmed towards Lin Feng. Their expressions were extremely cold. All sorts of powerful divine abilities were unleashed towards Lin Feng. The divine abilities gathered together, forming a river of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. Slash. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he flicked his right hand. Next, a dense sword chi shot out. Pft. Pft. The sword chi broke through the attacks of the beast cultivators and pierced through their bodies. They were all sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He defeated so many people with a single move? Long Yushi was shocked. Only now did she realize that Lin Feng might be much stronger than she had imagined. Devouring the heavens. At that moment, Xue Donglong made his move. A twisting whirlpool appeared and swept towards Lin Feng. The black whirlpool directly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and reached out with his left hand. His left hand instantly pierced through the twisting whirlpool that Xue Donglong had created. Then, he grabbed Xue Donglong's neck and lifted him into the air like he was a little chick. Xue Donglong looked at Lin Feng in horror. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so strong. Kid, hurry up and let him go. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born. More than 10 cultivators flew over from the distance. They were even stronger. A young man with an aquiline nose looked down at Lin Feng and ordered in an unquestionable tone. Third brother. Save me. Xue Donglong looked as if he had seen hope when he saw the newcomers. Lin Feng sneered, I'd like to see how you'll make me regret being born. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slammed it towards Xue Donglong's dantian. Crack! Xue Donglong's dantian was shattered by Lin Feng, and he was completely crippled. Brat, you're courting death! Shouted the hook-nosed young man furiously. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. His name was Xue Mushin, and he was considered one of the top figures in the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. At that moment, Lin Feng surprisingly dared cripple Xue Donglong's cultivation in front of so many people. It was like a slap to his face. Xue Mushin couldn't control his anger anymore. He glared at Lin Feng viciously. This guy is really daring. He crippled Xue Donglong just like that. Xue Donglong's status in the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan isn't high, but he's still a direct descendant of the clan. Now that he's crippled, the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan won't let this go. Of course they won't let this go, so there's going to be a good show to watch. Many of the cultivators in the crowd were discussing. The conflict here attracted more and more people. Many people surrounded them and pointed at them. I've been crippled? How can this be? My life is completely over. Xue Donglong was in despair. If a few of his bones had been broken, he could still recover, but his dantian had been crippled. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked this murderous god. He regretted it so much. Xue Donglong was filled with regret, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Feng threw Xue Donglong to the side and looked at Xue Mushin indifferently. I crippled his cultivation. If you want to kill me, you can do it now. Let's see if you're strong enough to kill me, said Xue Mushin indifferently. Many people frowned when they saw Lin Feng's indifferent expression. Because Lin Feng's indifferent attitude made everybody wonder what was going on. Was he confident? Or was he arrogant? How could he be so casual in front of an expert like Xue Mushin? The heaven-devouring demonic toad clan has a foothold in the Tianwu continent. Anyone who provokes us will die. Xue Mushin stepped forward. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, I'll let you know that I won't let anyone who tries to harm Little Moon. Who do you think you are? How dare he say such words? You can't protect anyone. Xue Mushin took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Feng. 1,000 rain-falling stars. Xue Mushin used a powerful immemorial sacred art. As a top prodigy of the heaven-devouring demonic toad race, his strength was naturally terrifying. After this sacred art was used, rain started to fall. A drop of rain, a star. Rain fell, and stars fell. One star after another smashed towards Lin Feng. Huh? What a powerful divine ability. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. In this heaven and earth, there were millions of divine arts. All sorts of powerful divine arts were like a drop of water in the vast sea. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that Xue Mushin was able to grasp such a powerful divine art. Lin Feng stepped forward, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a world of ice. As soon as he used the great ice art, the falling rain was instantly frozen and suspended in mid-air, unable to descend again. Lin Feng tapped lightly with his right hand. Plop, the attack directly penetrated Xue Mushin's body. Xue Mushin looked like he was struck by lightning. He was blown away, coughing up blood in the air. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Clearly, he was severely injured. He defeated Xue Mushin so easily? He's too strong, isn't he? Many people were shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. Xue Mushin wasn't weak. He had a special bloodline. People like that could challenge geniuses who were several levels higher. One had to know that it wasn't rare for a genius to defeat an ordinary cultivator who was several levels higher than him. This was because it was all too common. The most difficult thing was for geniuses to defeat geniuses who were a few levels higher than them. And now, Lin Feng had defeated Xue Mushin, who could also be considered a genius. That was the main reason why people were shocked. You actually injured me. Xue Mushin shouted furiously and soared into the sky. His expression was extremely gloomy. Xue Mushin had never lost so miserably in front of so many people. He felt humiliated and couldn't accept it. Shui Mushan leapt into the air as a destructive shockwave burst out from his body. Terrifying aura surged out from his body. In his dantian, bloody lights intertwined. Shui Mushan was urging his bloodline. The bloodline of the heaven-devouring demonic toad was called the heaven-devouring demonic blood. This bloodline possessed an extremely terrifying ability, which was plunder. It could plunder the essence of a cultivator's flesh and even their lifespan. The bloodline of the heaven-devouring demonic toad was extremely terrifying. It was also the reason why the heaven-devouring demonic toads were able to establish themselves in the continent. Normally, very few people dared to provoke the heaven-devouring demonic toads. They would rather avoid them. The heaven-devouring demonic toads could plunder continuously. They loved to plunder the bloodlines of powerful cultivators. This was because after refining the bloodline of a powerful cultivator, their strength would greatly increase. Little brat, you've awakened my bloodline, but you've also infuriated me. I'll tear you apart and plunder everything from you. I'll use your bloodline to increase my strength. After saying that, Shui Mushan rushed towards Lin Feng. His destructive chi swept in all directions, shaking space and time. A twisting vortex condensed and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng, hurry up and dodge. Long Yushi shouted. Long Yushi's pretty face abruptly changed as she loudly reminded him. She knew how terrifying Shui Mushan's bloodline was. She was worried about Lin Feng. The surrounding cultivators were also paying close attention to the duel on the battlefield. Many people wondered if the battle was about to end. After all, Shui Mushan's bloodline was too strong. You can't retreat even if you want to. Confine. Shui Mushan waved his hand and a black vortex surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't move at all. Lin Feng was surprised. Shui Mushan's heaven-devouring demonic blood was similar to his devouring martial spirit. Of course, there was still a big difference between them. Plunder. Shui Mushan smiled coldly and started plundering Lin Feng's flesh and soul. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong because no matter how hard he tried, Lin Feng's flesh and soul didn't fly out of his body. How is that possible? Shui Mushan opened his eyes wide. Nothing is impossible. In my opinion, you're too weak, said Lin Feng indifferently. He used the ancient dragonesque elephant formula and broke Shui Mushan's constriction. Lin Feng stepped forwards and threw a punch at Shui Mushan. Kacha, kacha, his punch landed on Shui Mushan's chest and he was blown away. His chest caved in and he fell on the ground, motionless. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Everybody was dumbstruck. They couldn't believe their eyes. Shui Mu had awakened his special blood and Lin Feng had almost killed him in one attack. Everybody was astonished. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His chi seemed to be able to swallow mountains and rivers as he coldly glanced around. Many of the beasts were startled. Nobody dared to look into Lin Feng's eyes. They could sense a domineering aura emanating from Lin Feng. He was able to fight against the 3 prefectures alone for so long and kill over 1,000 of their experts. His cultivation level is really terrifying. Perhaps only the top geniuses would be able to contend against him. Many beasts think that the little princess has no one to rely on, so they want to steal her sacred imperial fetus. But now, it seems like the little princess is very dependent on him. The demonic toad clan, the 3-headed cobra clan, and other top beasts are all eyeing the sacred imperial fetus covetously. We don't know how things are going to unfold. Let's just wait and see. Many beasts were whispering to each other. Lin Feng and Long Yushi brought Little Moon back to the courtyard. Not long after, Princess Xueyao arrived. The beasts have gone too far, Lin Feng said with a frown when he saw Princess Xueyao. Princess Xueyao said, this is how the world works. If Little Moon still had an elder alive, they wouldn't be so impudent. But even grandmother Chu Yun died a tragic death. Lin Feng sighed. It was just as Princess Xueyao had said. This was a world that ate people without spitting out their bones. I plan to take Little Moon and leave. Lin Feng said. I know you're worried about Little Moon, but do you think the beasts will let you take away the little princess who has the sacred imperial fetus? Even if I agree and Little Moon really leaves with you, will you be able to protect her? You'll be hunted down endlessly, Princess Xueyao said. Lin Feng remained silent. It was just as Princess Shuiyao had said. With Lin Feng's current strength, he could be considered a strong cultivator and would have no problem protecting himself on the Tianwu continent. But if he took Little Moon with him, only death would await them. Princess Shuiyao said, just wait a little longer. Little Moon will be fine. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, it seems like Princess Shuiyao already has an idea? Princess Shuiyao smiled and nodded, saying, I do have some ideas, but I'm still waiting for the other clans to arrive. Lin Feng handed Little Moon over to Princess Shuiyao before leaving with Long Yushi, returning to his own residence. Long Yushi looked at Lin Feng and said, are you a freak? How did he become so powerful? Lin Feng asked, your cultivation speed isn't slow either, right? Long Yushi was already at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Her cultivation speed wasn't slow. Moreover, Long Yushi was called Little Devil by the younger generation of the demon race. It could be seen that she spent most of her time teasing others with her pet, the Cerberus. He didn't pay much attention to his cultivation either. If Long Yushi really cultivated diligently every day like Lin Feng, his cultivation would definitely not be limited to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps she would have soared into the sky and become a manifestation realm expert. However, Long Yushi's personality was like that. Making her cultivate diligently every day was worse than killing her. Perhaps this was what people meant when they said, everyone has their own ambitions. Long Yushi pouted and said, I'm still far from being able to compare to you. Is it because you obtained a lot of treasures? Hurry up and give me some treasures so that I can quickly increase my cultivation. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was the first time he had seen someone ask someone for treasures in such a righteous manner. However, when he thought of Long Yushi's eccentric and straightforward personality, this kind of behavior was in line with Long Yushi's usual style. Lin Feng took out a 9-colored illusory stone and handed it to Long Yushi. Long Yushi curled her lips and said, I'm asking you for treasures. Why are you giving me a broken stone? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He said, a broken stone? Beauty, do you know how many people would fight to the death for something like this? Long Yushi snorted and said, then what is this? A 9-colored illusory stone. Lin Feng said. What's a 9-colored illusory stone? Long Yushi had a puzzled expression. Clearly, she had never heard of an illusory stone before. Lin Feng said, illusory stones can be used to forge magic treasures, increase cultivation speed, prevent cultivation deviation, improve a cultivator's physique, widen a cultivator's meridians, expand a cultivator's dantian, and help a cultivator enter a state of enlightenment. Illusory stones are divided into 9 colors. With each additional color, the stone becomes more precious. 9-colored illusory stones are the most precious, but they are also the rarest. There are only about 30 of them in the world, and they are priceless treasures. Since you don't want them, I'll save them. After saying that, Lin Feng moved to put away the 9-colored illusory stone. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Long Yushi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. When she saw that Lin Feng was about to put away the 9-colored illusory stone, she quickly reached out to grab it. Who said I don't want it? Give it back. Lin Feng held the 9-colored illusory stone in his right hand and raised it. He smiled and said, who was the one who said it was a broken stone? Long Yushi snorted. So what if I said it? I didn't know how precious the 9-colored illusory stone was before, but now that I know, I've changed my mind. I'm now officially informing you that the 9-colored illusory stone belongs to me. Long Yushi jumped to grab the 9-colored illusory stone that Lin Feng had raised. Hee, I got it. Long Yushi shouted excitedly after grabbing the 9-colored illusory stone. When she landed on the ground, she staggered and fell into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng hugged Long Yushi's sexy body. You, let go of me. Long Yushi's body went limp and she struggled. Her face blushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart started to beat faster when he saw her bashful and seductive look. When Lin Feng lowered his head and wanted to taste her, Long Yushi pushed Lin Feng away and ran away, blushing. I won't let you have your way, you bad guy. Humph. After saying that, she ran out of the courtyard. Perhaps it was better to say that she was running away. Boom, an hour later, in the distance, a man wearing a black chongpao arrived. A terrifying qi was emerging from his body. He was walking towards Lin Feng's courtyard. Isn't that Xia Wufeng from the three-headed cobra clan? Many people were astonished. Indeed, it's him. His qi is so gloomy. Is he going to teach someone a lesson? Let's go and see. Many people exclaimed and quickly followed behind Xia Wufeng. Why did Xia Wufeng come to provoke Lin Feng? Didn't he have a conflict with the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan? The heaven-devouring demonic toad clan didn't do anything, but the three-headed cobra clan did. I'm confused, said a cultivator. Said someone at that moment. I've heard that a few days ago, Xia Wuyu from the three-headed cobra clan led a group of people to the Holy Ancestors' enlightenment ground to practice cultivation. They met Lin Feng there. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would have a 9-colored illusion stone? Xia Wuyu and the others were greedy and wanted to steal it. They had a conflict, and Xia Wuyu was beaten half to death. He's still lying on the ground and can't move, said someone at that moment. No wonder Xia Wufeng came to provoke Lin Feng. But the 9-colored stone is too precious. It's a legendary treasure. It's shocking that Lin Feng has such a treasure, said another cultivator. Xia Wufeng was extremely arrogant. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. When he saw that Lin Feng hadn't come out, he thought that Lin Feng was afraid. He sneered and said, "Do you think that being a coward is enough? Weren't you very arrogant before? You don't even have the courage to come out now? You really disappoint me. Xia Wufeng, what are you doing here? You can't fight in the territory of the Great Rocks." Jin Xingyuan flew over and said in a low voice. Xia Wufeng said indifferently, "He injured Xia Wuyu of the three-headed cobra clan. Does he think that there's no one left in the clan who can fight him? How can the three-headed cobra clan let this matter rest? If we let this matter rest, won't the three-headed cobra clan become a laughingstock in the future?" Xia Wufeng didn't intend to leave. He insisted on attacking Lin Feng. "Brother Xia, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you today. This boy is on the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan's kill list. Brother Xia, please let me deal with him." In the distance, a skinny young man was walking over. Shui Mutian. Many cultivators gasped when they saw him. Shui Mutian was Shui Mushan's elder brother. He was said to be in the top 10 of the younger generation of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. "Brother Shui, first come first serve. I'm here first, so I'll take that dog's life," said Xia Wufeng. He didn't want to give Lin Feng to Shui Mutian. The main reason for that was because Lin Feng had the 9-colored illusion stone. Xia Wufeng was convinced that Lin Feng had many other precious treasures. If he had the 9-colored illusion stone, then he probably had many other precious treasures. If Xia Wufeng killed Shui Mutian killed Lin Feng, the treasures would have nothing to do with him. Xia Wufeng obviously didn't want to let Shui Mutian kill Lin Feng. Said Shui Mutian. This boy only injured Xia Wuyu, but not only did he injure Shui Mushan, he also crippled Shui Donglong. Your three-headed cobra clan can't compare to that. Of course, I'll be the one to kill him. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw Xia Wufeng and Shui Mutian arguing. Were they looking down on Lin Feng? Lin Feng hadn't come out yet, but they were arguing about who should kill Lin Feng. Jin Xingyuan looked gloomy. Even though he could order people to drive Shui Mushan and Xia Wufeng away, he knew that wasn't the best way to solve the problem. He went to Lin Feng's courtyard and saw Lin Feng drinking tea alone in the living room. Jin Xingyuan smiled wryly and said, "Brother Feng, you're still in the mood to drink tea at a time like this?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's not like the sky is falling. Why should I be in a hurry?" The two people outside are Xia Wufeng, a strong cultivator from the three-headed cobra clan, and Shui Mushan, a strong cultivator from the celestial devouring toad clan. They're extraordinary. Their blood has recovered by 50%. They're very famous among the young people. They've come with ill intentions, said Shui Mushan. Jin Xingyuan said gloomily, "Big brother Feng, how about this? I'll send you to the teleportation plaza and take you away from this place," said Lin Feng. "Leaving isn't the best way to solve the problem. Besides, if I leave, I don't know what they'll do to little Yu Yang. I won't leave until I'm sure little Yu Yang is safe." "But," said Jin Xingyuan. Jin Xingyuan wanted to say something, but he didn't. He knew Lin Feng's personality very well. He knew that Lin Feng was a man of his word. Therefore, Jin Xingyuan didn't say anything. We know you're in there. Come out and die. Do you want us to force you out? Said Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian. The two of them seemed to have reached an agreement. Let's go and meet those two, said Lin Feng. Jin Xingyuan nodded helplessly and followed Lin Feng outside. The door of the courtyard opened and Lin Feng came out. He's out. Many people cried out in surprise and then became excited. Now that Lin Feng had come out, the two sides were going to fight each other. They were happy to see such a scene. It had nothing to do with them anyway. The more intense the fight, the better. What? Are you here to die too? Said Lin Feng, looking at Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian. Many people looked at each other, admiring Lin Feng's courage. In the face of two experts, Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian, he actually dared to provoke them. How audacious. I have to say, you're arrogant, but you're also stupid, said Xia Wufeng disdainfully. Said Lin Feng indifferently. How am I arrogant? I'm just confident, said Xue Mutian with a cold smile. You can't even differentiate between confidence and arrogance. Fighting someone like you is an insult to our status. Normally, we wouldn't bother to fight with a nobody like you, but now that you've angered us, we don't mind killing you. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that. Xia Wufeng looked at Lin Feng disdainfully. If I'm not wrong, your special bloodline should have recovered by around 22%. Our special bloodlines have recovered by more than 50%. How are you going to fight us? The more bloodlines you recover, the less powerful you are. Plus, when cultivators fight, it's not just about bloodlines. If your magic power is strong enough and your divine abilities are strong enough, you can ignore all bloodlines. Lin Feng looked indifferent. But what can you do? No matter if it's qi, blood, or spells, you're destined to be crushed by us. Brother Xia, according to our agreement, I'll fight against him. Within 10 attacks, I'll crush him like an ant, said Xia Feng. Said Xue Mutian. Xia Wufeng nodded. The two of them had reached an agreement. After killing Lin Feng, they would split the treasures on Lin Feng, but they didn't know how they would split them. Xue Mutian was extremely arrogant and did not take Lin Feng seriously. He was at the 10th heaven of the creation realm and was a genius who had awakened 50% of his special bloodline. His realm was higher than Lin Feng's and his bloodline had awakened more than Lin Feng's, so it was normal for him to look down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, there are always some people who think they're great, but in the end, they realize that their strength is nothing compared to their eloquence. You don't know what's good for you. Xue Mutian's face darkened. He took a step forward, raised his right hand and executed the Heaven and Earth Universal Seal. In an instant, a Dharma power imprint condensed in the void. That imprint descended from the sky and moved straight towards Lin Feng, oppressing him. The Dharma power imprint contained a powerful will that could suppress everything. Good fellow, Xue Mutian actually cultivated the Heaven and Earth Universal Seal to the perfection realm. Only when the perfection realm is the divine ability able to emit a will. Immediately, a cultivator exclaimed in surprise. There were 5 stages of divine ability cultivation: entry, small success, great success, perfection, and great perfection. Entry was naturally the easiest. Small success was already relatively difficult. Large success was extremely difficult. In order to cultivate to the great success, one usually needed extremely strong comprehension. As for great perfection, many times, it was not only possible to cultivate the divine ability to the great perfection realm. It required opportunity, it was even more difficult to reach the great perfection realm. Not only did it require comprehension, opportunity, and luck. Among the many divine abilities that Lin Feng had cultivated, most of them were cultivated to the great success realm. None of them were cultivated to the great perfection realm. Thus, it was obvious how difficult it was to cultivate the divine ability to the great perfection realm. Xue Mutian's Heaven and Earth Universal Seal was indeed very powerful. However, Lin Feng was even more powerful. Even if Xue Mutian cultivated the divine ability to the great perfection realm, he could not hurt Lin Feng at all. In the face of this tyrannical divine ability, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed out in the void. A blade radiance immediately flew out and tore apart the heaven and earth universal seal that Xue Mutian had condensed. Lin Feng slapped Xue Mutian across the void. An energy palm print condensed in the void and slapped Xue Mutian. Xue Mutian's expression. Xue Mutian was originally confident that he could suppress Lin Feng. Xue Mutian was. He was not prepared. Lin Feng. But. Xue Xue. The divine ability he was using was called Earth Transformation River. Was. Seriously. Divine ability. Xue Mutian did not expect Lin Feng's palm to be so powerful. It instantly broke his heaven and earth universal seal. Then, the energy palm flew in front of Xue Mutian and slapped towards him. Xue Mutian could not dodge. His body was sent flying by the energy palm. Wah! Xue Mutian spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew a few hundred meters before coming to a stop. Everyone was shocked. Xue Mutian was at the 10th level of creation realm. He was a genius who had awakened 50% of his special bloodline. Yet, he was so easily injured by Lin Feng. The gap between the two was so huge. How is this possible? Xue Mutian was in disbelief. His face was extremely gloomy. Said Lin Feng, raising his eyebrows. I thought you were extremely strong. I wouldn't have thought that you would be so weak. A piece of trash like you dares talk to me shamelessly? Where do you get your courage from? Who would dare to use the word trash to describe Xue Mutian? Before this, no one dared to imagine such a situation. When Lin Feng defeated Xue Mutian with an overwhelming advantage, no one felt that there was anything wrong with Lin Feng calling Xue Mutian a trash. This was a world where the strong set the rules. The strong could look down on the weak. And Lin Feng was the strong. Xue Mutian was the weak. Therefore, Lin Feng could look down on Xue Mutian. Xue Mutian's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to tear Lin Feng to pieces, but he knew that he was not confident in defeating Lin Feng even if he had awakened his special bloodline. Lin Feng knew what Xue Mutian was thinking, so he said indifferently, "You two can join hands. We can oppress you together. I don't feel like fighting again. Kid, you're too arrogant. Since you're courting death, don't blame us for being merciless." When he finished talking, Xia Wufeng threw himself at Lin Feng. Xue Mutian also rushed over. Xue Mutian said, "This kid is strange. Awaken your bloodline to deal with him." Okay. Xia Wufeng nodded. Boom, boom. Two terrifying auras spread out from Xue Mutian and Xia Wufeng's bodies. They had awakened their special bloodlines at the same time. Xia Wufeng's special bloodline was the demon snake bloodline. It was extremely powerful. When Xia Wufeng's bloodline awakened, the phantom of 1,000-meter-long three-headed cobra appeared behind him. Demon snake bloodline ability, King of Demon Snakes. Xue Mutian's special bloodline was his family's devouring demonic blood. Although they were both devouring demonic blood, Xue Mutian's special bloodline, which had awakened 50% of his bloodline, was much stronger than Xue Mushan's. Xue Mushan's special bloodline had only awakened 30%. Seal. A black whirlpool formed and enveloped Lin Feng. The devouring demonic blood was very terrifying. Ordinary special bloodlines had only one ability, but the devouring demonic blood had two abilities. However, Xue Mutian did not use the ability to plunder. Instead, he used the ability to seal. He used all his strength to seal Lin Feng and let Xia Wufeng attack Lin Feng. When Lin Feng was sealed, the King of Demon Snakes had already pounced towards Lin Feng. Why isn't Lin Feng moving? Could it be that his movements had been completely restricted? If that's the case, he's dead. Many cultivators cried out in alarm. Xia Wufeng and Xue Mushan's joint attack was too terrifying. Many people thought that Lin Feng would not be able to escape this time. Just as the King of Demon Snakes was about to swallow Lin Feng raised his right hand and pressed down slightly. In an instant, the black vortex that enveloped his body and the King Beast Snake's body that was attacking him instantly shattered. Xue Mushan and Xia Wufeng looked as if they had been struck by lightning. A suppress word condensed in the air. This was an attack condensed by Lin Feng's great suppression art. The suppress word instantly bombarded the two of them. Plop. Plop, the two of them could not withstand it. They knelt on the ground. Heavens, he suppressed two top demon race geniuses with a raise of his hand. Who is this Lin Feng? How can he be so terrifying? The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Countless eyes turned pale with fright as they looked at the handsome young man standing proudly in the void. Ah! How dare you humiliate us like this? You might as well kill us. Xia Wufeng and Shui Mutian's faces were twisted. They were the top geniuses of the monster race, they were high and mighty and were admired by countless people. But now, they were kneeling on the ground and humiliating themselves. This was worse than killing them. Everyone knew that Xia Wufeng and Shui Mutian were done for. Their confidence had been completely destroyed by Lin Feng. Once a cultivator's confidence was destroyed, how could they cultivate in the future? Many people could already see the scene of Xia Wufeng and Shui Mutian falling step by step from being geniuses to being destroyed. There were countless examples like this in the world of cultivators. How many geniuses didn't manage to grow up? There were many reasons for this, and many people lost their minds because of setbacks, which ruined their future. Kill you? No, it's meaningless to kill you. I'll make you kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights so that everyone can watch you. I'll also let the two of you serve as a warning to those who don't know what's good for them that I'm not someone they can offend. Lin Feng sneered. He kept changing his hands, and runes appeared one after another. These runes wrapped around Shui Mutian and Xia Wufeng's bodies, and together with the great suppression art, they were completely suppressed. Xia Wufeng and Shui Mutian roared like wild beasts, their hearts were filled with humiliation. They couldn't bear the strange looks from the cultivators around them. They were so angry that they kept vomiting blood. Is he suffering from qi deviation? Once a cultivator suffers from qi deviation, their meridians will be twisted and their dantian will crack. In the future, their cultivation will drop greatly. I really didn't think that Xia Wufeng and Shui Mutian's endurance would be so weak. They've already suffered from qi deviation so quickly. These two have always been high and mighty, but now they're kneeling here and being watched by everyone. It's normal that they can't bear the humiliation. I don't think it's strange. Lin Feng is too strong. I think he's already a supreme genius. He can compete with the strongest cultivators in history. Yes, I think so too. Lin Feng, the three-headed Cobra clan, and the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan are probably going to fight to the death. I wonder what's going to happen next. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. At this time, Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan had returned to the courtyard. Jin Xingyuan smiled bitterly. I didn't expect you're already so strong. Lin Feng smiled. Sooner or later, you'll become stronger too, said Lin Feng. But the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan will definitely take revenge on you. Those two clans have been contacting the other clans. They want to steal Little Yu's imperial holy embryo. Since that's the case, I don't need to be polite to them. Besides, I'm alone, I'm like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. Even if I have a falling out with those two clans, it doesn't matter. I want to leave, but they want to keep me here. Lin Feng said. Brother Feng, you're really free and easy. With you protecting the little princess, those two clans should restrain themselves. Jin Xingyuan said. While Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan were talking, more and more cultivators gathered outside. They were all pointing at Xia Wufeng and Shui Mutian, who were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were distorted, and they kept roaring like wild beasts. It was as if they had gone crazy. Many strong cultivators from the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan arrived as well. When they saw Xia Wufeng and Shui Mutian, they all looked gloomy. That brat is bullying the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. Does he really think that we won't dare kill him? Shui Dingqiu's voice was filled with killing intent. Xie Zichen's face was gloomy as well. That brat dares provoke our clans. Let's attack him and kill him. Xie Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Elder Jin and the others walked over. According to the rules of Tianwu continent, the older generation of cultivators can't get involved in the fights between the younger generation. Do you want to go against the rules of Tianwu continent? Said Elder Jin indifferently. You. Xiazichen and Shuedingqiu's faces fell. There was indeed such a rule in Tianwu continent. But in reality, many groups didn't follow the rules. Most people didn't care about such things. But since Elder Jean had said it in front of so many people, if they went against the rules of Tianwu continent, it would be taboo. If they wanted to attack Lin Feng, they couldn't do it in the territory of the Great Rocks. They had to do it in private. It seems like Elder Jean wants to help an outsider against us, said Xiazichen coldly. Shuedingqiu nodded. Shuedingqiu said ambiguously, that brat's identity is very suspicious. Elder Jean, don't be blinded by him. You might end up getting yourself involved. Elder Jean said indifferently, you don't need to worry about that, Elder Shui. After pausing for a moment, Elder Jean turned to Xiazichen and said, as for the outsider you mentioned, I'm sorry, but in my opinion, Lin Feng is closer to our clan. Elder Jean had directly expressed his support for Lin Feng in front of so many people, making Xiazichen lose face. Evidently, Elder Jean didn't care at all. Because of Little Moon, he hated the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. Elder Jean is really bold. I admire you very much. I only hope that you won't regret your words in the future. Xiazichen said coldly. You should worry about your own clan's disciples, Elder Jean replied with a cold smile. Humph. Xiazichen harumphed coldly and looked at Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian, who were kneeling on the ground. Xiazichen's expression darkened. He naturally knew the consequences of going berserk. He also knew that Xia Wufeng's future was ruined. His killing intent towards Lin Feng grew even stronger. Xiazichen's expression darkened. He turned to Shuedingqiu and said, that brat used a formation to suppress them. Brother Shui, you're proficient in formations. Can you break this formation? Of course. Shuedingqiu nodded. His expression was also extremely gloomy. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was even stronger than Xiazichen's. However, Shuedingqiu also knew that he should save Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian first. Lin Feng could only wait for a good opportunity to deal with them. Shuedingqiu stepped forward and walked towards Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian. Shuedingqiu is a heaven-rank formation master. Lin Feng wants to suppress Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian for 3 days. Looks like he won't be able to do it. Yeah, a heaven-rank formation master. It should be quite easy for him to break Lin Feng's formation, right? Many cultivators discussed softly. Although Lin Feng was very strong, they didn't think highly of Lin Feng's formation skills. After all, a person's energy was limited. Lin Feng was so young. It was already very difficult for him to raise his cultivation. It was too difficult for him to raise his level as a formation master. Break! Shuedingqiu's hands were moving, talismans condensed and moved towards Lin Feng's deployment marks. Shuedingqiu wanted to use talismans to destroy Lin Feng's deployment marks. That was the simplest way to destroy deployment spells, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Normally, only high-level formation masters would use this method to break a low-level formation. When Shuedingqiu's palm landed, all kinds of runes were condensed and swept towards the runes arranged by Lin Feng. Its power was truly astonishing. Many people exclaimed in surprise. They were shocked by Shuedingqiu's mastery of spirit arrays. Buzz. At this moment, the runes arranged by Lin Feng had been activated. The runes seemed to have awakened as they twisted in the void. Then, like dragons, they swung their tails and whipped towards Shuedingqiu. Puff, the runes condensed by Shuedingqiu couldn't withstand the attack of Lin Feng's runes and were directly broken by the runes. Then, the runes arranged by Lin Feng continued to attack Shuedingqiu. Shuedingqiu's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect the runes arranged by Lin Feng to be so powerful. The surrounding cultivators were even more dumbfounded. What was going on? How could the runes of Shuedingqiu, a heaven-stage spirit array master, be broken by the runes condensed by Lin Feng? Could it be that Lin Feng was an even more powerful spirit array master than Shuedingqiu? Thinking of this, many people's hearts were filled with shock. A person's energy was limited. Lin Feng's battle strength was already so tyrannical. If his attainments in spirit arrays were also so profound, wouldn't it be too heaven-defying? Thinking of this, many people felt that it was unreal. However, everything that was happening in front of them seemed to be telling them that it was all real. Lin Feng was indeed a more powerful spirit array master than Xue Dingqiu. The runes swept over. Xue Dingqiu's expression was gloomy as he sent out more than a dozen palm strikes to block the attacks of the runes. Bang, the two sides collided several times, and Xue Dingqiu was actually forced back. Isn't the runes arranged by Lin Feng too powerful? Not only were the ordinary cultivators shocked, but even Elder Jean and the others were shocked. After Xue Dingqiu was forced back, his face turned green and red. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Xue Dingqiu hated Lin Feng even more because Lin Feng's deployment marks had forced him to retreat and humiliated him. Extremely strong cultivators cared about their reputation a lot. Wasn't that the saying face is the most important thing in life? Was that what Xue Dingqiu wanted to say? Lin Feng was furious. The runes arranged by this brat are so powerful? It seems that we need to work together, Xue Dingqiu said. Xue Dingqiu's lips twitched. He originally wanted to say that he could handle this matter by himself. But in the end, Xue Dingqiu didn't say those words. That was because he really couldn't do it himself. Xue Dingqiu said calmly, "All right, I'll let Brother Xia work with me. Brother Xue, you'll suppress those runes while I release the runes. I'll take the opportunity to break those runes. The runes are all linked together. As long as I break one rune, the rest will be easily broken." Xianxia nodded. "All right, let's do it." After that, the two of them walked towards Shui Mutian and Xia Wufeng. Lin Feng's deployment is really powerful. I wonder if Xue Dingqiu and Xianxia can break it if they work together? I think they can. After all, they're so strong. It'll be much easier for them if they work together. I don't think they can break it. They're really strong, but many deployment spells are mysterious and unfathomable. You can't break them just because you're strong. You need to find the weak points of the deployment spells to break them. Lin Feng's deployment spells are very difficult to find. At least, with Xue Dingqiu's level, it'll be very difficult to find the weak points. Many people were discussing. Some thought that Xue Dingqiu and Xianxia could break the deployment spells, while others thought that they couldn't. At that moment, Xue Dingqiu and Xianxia arrived in front of Shui Mutian and Xia Wufeng. Xianxia attacked with his palm, attacking the deployment spells around Shui Mutian and Xia Wufeng. Swoosh, those deployment spells seemed to have a life of their own. They instantly came to life and attacked Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia was pushed back by the force of the collision. Lines of runes spiraled in the void, wrapping around Xianxia as if they wanted to suppress him as well. What a strange formation pattern. "Take my 10,000 arts immeasurable," shouted Xianxia coldly. Then, he used a powerful divine ability. His hands formed a series of hand seals and a monstrous amount of spiritual energy surged out. Waves of destructive energy rippled out from his body. A vast ocean appeared in the sky. It was a vast ocean of spiritual energy, moving towards the deployment spells. The ocean of spiritual energy was about to suppress the deployment spells. However, the power of these dozen over-array patterns was truly formidable. They managed to pierce through the ocean of spiritual energy. Formation cracking runes. At that moment, Xue Dingqiu also attacked. He condensed over 1,000 runes. Those runes were called formation cracking runes. They were used to destroy the structure of a deployment spell. Crack, on the other hand, meant cracking. Of course, it meant a great deployment spell. Formation cracking meant breaking apart a great deployment spell. The formation cracking runes quickly flew towards the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up. The runes attached themselves to the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up. An astonishing amount of energy was released from the runes. These runes wanted to completely destroy the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up. However, to everyone's surprise, the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up released dark attribute energy that devoured the formation cracking runes. After devouring the formation cracking runes, the deployment spells that Lin Feng had set up became even more powerful. This is impossible. Xue Dingqiu couldn't accept what he was seeing and exclaimed. Devouring runes, this was the first time he had seen such a strange situation. As a heaven-rank spirit array master, he had never heard of such a thing before. Buzz, suddenly, the deployment spells emitted an astonishing amount of energy. An illusory figure appeared. Look, it's Lin Feng's shadow. Many people were shocked. A mere low heaven-rank spirit array master wants to break my deployment spells? You're overestimating yourself. You'll be suppressed as well. The illusory figure raised his right hand and pressed down on the void. The great suppression spell condensed into the word suppress and moved towards the two of them. Suddenly, Xianxia and Xianxia felt as if they were being pressed down by an ancient mountain. They couldn't move. The deployment spells were already moving towards the two of them. Many people were shocked. Could it be that Xianxia and Xianxia were going to be suppressed as well? Break! At this crucial moment, the two of them displayed astonishing strength. They worked together to break Lin Feng's great suppression spell and quickly moved 100 meters away to avoid the deployment spells. I said that I'll suppress these two for 3 days, so I'll suppress them for 3 days. Today, I'm too lazy to bother with you two. If you recklessly try to break the deployment spell again, I'll suppress you two as well. Lin Feng's shadow stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked indifferent. His words were sonorous and powerful. Who knew how many people's blood was boiling, who dared to say that they could suppress 2 ancient giants? But Lin Feng dared to say that. Many people were looking at Lin Feng at this moment. Not only were they in awe, but they were also looking at him with admiration. Humph. Xianxia and Xianxia looked gloomy. They couldn't help but snort coldly. However, they didn't continue to attack. Obviously, they had been frightened by Lin Feng's methods and didn't dare to attack again. Many people were moved. They were amazed by Lin Feng's terrifying strength. His real body hadn't appeared yet. Only a dozen deployment spells had scared the 2 ancient giants. Many people even guessed that if Lin Feng's real body appeared, Xianxia and Xianxia wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Feng even if they joined forces. Xianxia and Xianxia were too embarrassed to stay any longer and quickly left. Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian were still kneeling outside Lin Feng's courtyard. However, everyone knew that Lin Feng's grudge with the 3-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan was getting deeper and deeper. These 2 clans were not easy to deal with and would definitely not let this matter rest. Elder Jin came to Lin Feng's courtyard and saw Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan enjoying tea. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's already a mess outside and you're still so relaxed. You're really admirable." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Anyway, whether I show up or not, this grudge will only get deeper and deeper. I have nothing to worry about. These 2 clans have as many experts as the clouds. You should be careful," Elder Jin said. Lin Feng nodded. Elder Jin stayed with Lin Feng for a while before leaving. 3 days later, the restriction disappeared. Xia Wufeng and Xue Mutian were so angry that they fainted. They were carried away by cultivators from the 3-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. The 3-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan seemed to have kept a low profile during this period. However, everyone knew that these 2 clans were definitely not people who would not retaliate after suffering a loss. They were definitely waiting for an opportunity. Not long after, news spread that the 3-headed Cobra clan's evil dragon and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan's Xianxia were rushing to the Great Ping clan's territory. This caused a huge uproar. Even Jin Xingyuan and Long Yushi came to Lin Feng's courtyard to persuade Lin Feng to leave quickly. Evil Dragon and Xianxia were both supreme geniuses. Their strength was unfathomable. Even the experts of the older generation were not their match. Now that the 2 of them had come, it was very likely that they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Many people were paying attention to this matter. Lin Feng did not plan to leave. He was not afraid of anyone. Even if he was facing these supreme geniuses, he was not afraid. What's more, Lin Feng also wanted to find a few top heaven's favorites to spar with and test his cultivation level. Princess Shuiyao also came to Lin Feng and said, "I know you won't leave, but you have to be careful of the evil dragon and Xianxia. They're both pure-blooded cultivators." A pure-blooded cultivator was a cultivator who had a 100% chance of awakening a special bloodline. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'll be careful of those too." Princess Shuiyao replied, "There are some differences between pure-blooded human cultivators and pure-blooded demon cultivators. Pure-blooded demon cultivators can return to their ancestral roots." Atavism? What does that mean? Lin Feng asked. Princess Shuiyao replied, bloodline awakening will allow one to obtain a portion of one's ancestor's power. Normally, it refers to obtaining a portion of the first ancestor's power. After hearing Princess Shuiyao's explanation, Lin Feng revealed a shocked expression. This was because the first ancestors of the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan were emperor-level existences. If one could obtain a portion of an emperor's power, then it would be too terrifying, said Lin Feng. It seems like the evil dragon and Xianxia are much stronger than I thought, said Lin Feng. Princess Shuiyao nodded and said, that's indeed the case. That's why we have to be careful. The next day, Lin Feng carried Little Moon to a beautiful garden in the Devil Race's territory to play. There were rockery and grotesque rocks everywhere, and there was a small bridge with flowing water. Little Moon happily chased after Bibi and the dragon rabbit. She was at the age when she was the most innocent. She was so innocent that it made people fall in love with her. There was a peach blossom garden that was about 100 acres in size. It was very beautiful, and Little Moon chased after Bibi and the dragon rabbit into the garden. Lin Feng smiled and followed them in. He hoped that Little Moon could continue to grow happily like this. Little Moon relied on Lin Feng a lot, and Lin Feng liked Little Moon a lot, so he wanted to protect her. There was an extremely old man in the garden. He was too old, and his body was stooped. There was an aura of death around him, as if he did not have much life left. Little girl, what's your name? The old monster was very kind and smiled at Little Moon. I'm Little Moon, said Little Moon in a clear voice. The old monster was slightly surprised, but then he stretched out his hand and rubbed Little Moon's head, saying, go play. Goodbye, Grandpa. Little Moon politely waved at the old monster, then she skipped towards Bibi and the dragon rabbit, who were not too far away. People live for a lifetime and plants have autumn. Even though they're blooming now, it's only for a short time. Soon, they'll wither, and in the end, it'll all be for naught. Looking at the blooming peach blossoms, the old monster sighed. Lin Feng walked over and said, if they've bloomed before, so what if they've withered? I don't care if it lasts forever, I only care about what I once had. The old monster looked at Lin Feng and frowned slightly, saying, you've worked hard all your life, but in the end, it'll all be for naught. Do you have no regrets? Lin Feng said, our youth, as long as we work hard, so what if it'll all be for naught? Even if we die, we have no regrets. Humph, that's a crooked logic. Cultivators cultivate to go against the heavens and seize life. If we die, all our efforts will be for naught. It's better to enjoy life while we're young. The old monster retorted. To put it bluntly, the older a person is, the more afraid they are of death. You've probably already forgotten the reason you started cultivating, haven't you? Now, you're worried every day that your life is coming to an end. If that's the case, then you'll be muddle-headed as you get older. Lin Feng said indifferently. Brat, you dare mock me like that? The old monster was so angry that his eyes widened. When he saw that the old monster was about to explode, Lin Feng didn't dare stay any longer. He ran off, shouting, I'm not mocking you. I'm just telling the truth. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. After Lin Feng left, the old monster smiled and muttered to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting young man. He's right. What's once bloomed, so what if it's withered? I don't care if it lasts forever, I only care about what I once had. Over the next few days, rumors spread throughout the demonic beasts' territory that experts from the 5 great demonic beast clans would arrive. The 5 great demonic beast clans were the Peacock clan, the Heavenly Dragon clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Blood Demon clan, and the Snow Lady clan. These 5 clans were all famous demonic beast clans. The Peacock clan's holy leader had an incredible cultivation base and was one of the top experts on the Tianwu continent. The Heavenly Dragon clan was a branch of the Dragon clan and was extremely powerful. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was more mysterious, but they had always been powerful. The Snow Lady clan lived in the snowy mountains of the Snow God province. To the other powers, this clan was full of mysteries. The Blood Demon clan was one of the more active clans on the Tianwu continent. The Blood Demon saint of this clan was almost invincible on the Tianwu continent. The plaza was filled with people as they prepared to welcome the experts of the 5 great beast clans. Many people had come to watch. The 5 great beast clans could not be compared to ordinary beast clans. Any one of them was comparable to the human clan's archaic clans. Many people were discussing this matter. The arrival of the 5 great beast clans would decide the fate of the little princess. Many beast clans knew this very well. Thus, the atmosphere in the Great Ping clan's territory had become somewhat strange. Lin Feng had also heard about this. He had only met the Peacock clan's Saint Lord. Lin Feng felt that the Peacock clan's Saint Lord was quite righteous. The Peacock clan and the Great Ping clan had a deep relationship, so Lin Feng felt that the Peacock clan would stand on the Great Ping clan's side. As for the other 4 great beast clans' attitudes, no one knew. Even Lin Feng had come to the plaza, waiting for the arrival of the 5 great beast clans' experts. Boom, an earth-shattering shockwave came from the distance. Demonic chi swept through the sky. An expert had arrived. It was a middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe. His blood-red robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a pair of demonic blood-red eyes that made people's hearts palpitate. Shuemayan of the Blood Demon clan. Many people cried out. This expert was not simple. He was Saint Shuiyao's younger brother, and his cultivation was at the Great Fortune realm. Boom, another shockwave came from another direction. A silver-haired woman in white clothes walked over. Her face was covered by a veil, making it difficult to see her face. An expert from the Snow Lady clan? Who is this expert? Someone asked. The Snow Lady clan was too mysterious. It was said that there were no males in the Snow Lady clan, only females. They were as beautiful as fairies, but their personalities were cold. Every Snow Lady would go out to train when they were 3,000 years old. After 1,000 years, they would go to the holy mountain to drink the holy water and give birth to their children. This was how the Snow Lady clan passed on their ancestral line. Now that this Snow Lady had arrived, the entire world seemed to have turned into a world of ice. Many people were trembling from the cold. Is that Qian Piaoshui? It's said that she's a holy maiden of the Snow Lady clan. Even though she's young, her cultivation is unfathomable, a cultivator said. One of the cultivators said. He seemed to know this woman. The Snow Lady clan was different from other clans. Their clan's lifespan was extremely long. It was said that an ordinary Snow Lady could live up to 30,000 years. This race had a lifespan of 2,000 years before they reached adulthood, which was equivalent to 16 years of age for humans. Qian Piaoshui was now 3,000 years old, and it was time for him to come out and gain experience. If he were to convert to the age of the human race, he would be around 24 years old. Of course, this conversion was not reasonable. After all, Qian Piaoshui had cultivated for more than 2,000 years. What an enviable race. They have the longest lifespan in the entire Martial Heaven continent. It's said that the Snow Lady race has lived for over 100,000 years. I wonder if that's true. Someone sighed with emotion, envious of the Snow Women's longevity. In the past, there were many cultivators who tried to find the secret behind the Snow Maiden's longevity, but they were unable to find it. Perhaps even the Snow Maidens themselves didn't know why they had such a long lifespan. A high-pitched dragon's roar could be heard as a 1,000-meter-long dragon flew over. It was a heavenly dragon. Its huge body was like a winding mountain ridge, vigorous and powerful. The heavenly dragon transformed into a tall and sturdy man and walked over. The world of mortals is filled with billions of worries. The past is like smoke and dust. What do you want in this life? I'm willing to sing a song with you. A charming laugh rang out in the distance. A woman in a pink dress had arrived. Each of her movements was filled with endless temptation. Countless people's eyes were fixed on her. They had completely lost themselves. Their eyes were lifeless as they stared fervently at the woman in the pink dress. The nine-tailed fox race. What a powerful seduction technique. Lin Feng was startled. This woman hadn't intentionally used any seduction techniques, but she was too charming. Each of her movements was seductive to the bones. This was a natural seduction technique. I've heard that the women of the nine-tailed fox race are all peerless beauties. Now that I've seen them, the rumors are true. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the woman in the pink dress. Her figure was so perfect that it made people want to vomit blood. Her small face was the size of a palm. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a seductive chi. Especially her bright eyes. When you looked at them, they seemed to be seducing you. Any man who saw those eyes would be instantly seduced. At that moment, celestial light flew over from the distance. An old man walked out of the celestial light. He was an elder of the peacock race. His name was Kongqing. His arrival caused quite a commotion, because this old man called Kongqing had an extremely high status. He was someone from the same generation as the peacock sacred lord's ancestor. It's him. Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng was astonished. His expression was strange. That old man was the old beast he had seen in the peach garden. When Lin Feng remembered that he had discussed life and death with that old beast, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Luckily, that old man didn't care too much about it. Otherwise, wouldn't Lin Feng be in trouble? The 5 strong cultivators landed on the square. Mr. Jin was there to welcome them. The great Peking is in the hidden gate of life and death, so I will welcome you. Mr. Jin cupped his fists and said. These people didn't stay for long and quickly left. Not long after, they received news that in 3 days, many groups of the monster race would be discussing the matter of the little princess, the holy fetus. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan took a walk in the garden. In the distance, Long Yushi was playing with Little Moon. Jin Xingyuan said, it seems like the top groups can't wait to get the holy fetus, but it won't be that easy. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. On the way back, a group of people came from the distance. A young man in a golden robe was surrounded by people. When Jin Xingyuan saw him, his expression became gloomy. Who is he? Asked Lin Feng. The grandson of the Oversea Rock King, Jin Xingfei. Said Jin Xingyuan. Saint was Jin Xingyuan's seniority. The young cultivator was called Jin Xingfei, so he was obviously from the same generation as Jin Xingyuan. The Oversea Rock King was one of the overlords of the Oversea world. He was also a member of the golden-winged Great Ping clan. However, he wasn't from the same lineage as Jin Xingyuan. It was like how humans weren't related to each other even though they were all humans. The same was true for the monster race. Even though they were all golden-winged Great Ping clans, they weren't related by blood. Isn't this Jin Xingyuan? We haven't seen each other in 3 years. Jin Xingfei walked over and smiled disdainfully at Jin Xingyuan. Why are you here? I don't welcome you here. Jin Xingyuan's expression was ugly and gloomy. Lin Feng's heart shook. It seemed that Jin Xingyuan and Jin Xingfei had some sort of conflict. Jin Xingfei said, Xingyuan, we're brothers of the same generation. Why are you treating me like an outsider? There doesn't seem to be any relationship between us. Why do you have to pretend? Said Jin Xingyuan coldly. Jin Xingfei smiled. Xingyuan, it seems that you are still jealous of me. Back then, I was only joking. You are too narrow-minded. Haha, Jin Xingyuan's expression darkened. I don't like people who think too highly of themselves. A cold light flashed in Jin Xingfei's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. At that moment, a young beast cultivator next to Jin Xingfei asked, Brother Jin, what's the matter? Tell us. Yeah, Brother Jin, we're curious about everything, said another. Jin Xingfei smiled. It's nothing. 3 years ago, during a gathering, I mentioned something that happened 800 years ago. You all know that my grandfather, the heavenly Ping King, was an overlord in the overseas world. Back then, Jin Xingyuan's uncle, the great Ping King, was still very young. He was about 17 or 18 years old, or even younger. He went to my grandfather's cave and begged for pointers. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights, but my grandfather didn't give him any pointers. Yeah, Jin Xingyuan, what's there to be angry about? The heavenly Ping King is always in closed-door cultivation. When did he have the time to teach your uncle? If you're angry because of that, you're too narrow-minded. Even your uncle doesn't hate you, right? Said someone immediately. Jin Xingyuan's expression darkened. You believe everything Jin Xingfei says? Are you all his dogs? The beast cultivator's expressions became unsightly. Jin Xingyuan, who are you calling a dog? You have to be clear. Everyone knows who's a dog. Do you still need me to explain? Jin Xingyuan smiled coldly. Dogs should behave themselves. If you're talking nonsense in someone else's house, as the owner, I don't mind throwing your dogs out. You. The beast cultivators' expressions became gloomy. However, they didn't say anything else. If Jin Xingyuan chased them out, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. If they were chased out, they would be humiliated. Xingyuan, you need to be broad-minded. If you're so broad-minded, I'm afraid you'll encounter a lot of obstacles on the path of cultivation in the future. It'll be very difficult for you to progress. Said Jin Xingyuan smiled. Jin Xingfei was making fun of Jin Xingyuan. Lin Feng frowned. He had the impression that the great rock king had become a disciple 800 years ago. There's no need for you to worry. Jin Xingyuan snorted. Jin Xingfei curled his lip disdainfully and didn't say anything else. He looked at Little Moon, who was in Lin Feng's arms. This must be the little princess. She's so cute. Jin Xingfei reached out to pinch Little Moon's cheeks. Lin Feng raised his hand to stop him. He didn't like Jin Xingfei, so he wouldn't let him touch Little Moon. After being blocked, Jin Xingfei's face suddenly turned gloomy. He said coldly, "Boy, you dare to block me? Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Did I stop you? Actually, I saw a fly buzzing non-stop. I didn't think you'd reach out your hand. Are you trying to drive the fly away too?" Pfft. Long Yushi burst into laughter. Lin Feng was mocking Jin Xingfei for being a fly. How could Jin Xingfei not understand? Jin Xingyuan's expression became unsightly. Little Moon said innocently, "Big brother." Little Moon also heard the buzzing of the fly. When they heard Little Moon's innocent voice, Lin Feng, Jin Xingyuan, and Long Yushi smiled. Jin Xingfei and the others' expressions darkened even more. Jin Xingfei said with a fake smile, "The little princess is so cute. No wonder so many people came to visit her. It seems like everyone likes her." Really? Little Moon was delighted. She was still young, so she couldn't tell if someone was lying. Of course. Jin Xingfei smiled sinisterly. Lin Feng frowned. Jin Xingfei's words clearly had a hidden meaning. Those beasts didn't like Little Moon. They were the holy beast emperor who wanted Little Moon. "Let's go," said Jin Xingyuan. Lin Feng nodded. He was about to leave with Long Yushi and Jin Xingyuan. Jin Xingfei smiled sinisterly. "You're that Lin Feng, right? I'll remember you." There was a hint of a threat in his words. Lin Feng pursed his lips. "Many people remember me. Who do you think you are?" "Haha, are you trying to make me laugh to death?" Long Yushi laughed in an unladylike manner. She had always been so lively. Jin Xingtian laughed as well. Even the beasts around Jin Xingfei couldn't help but laugh. Only Jin Xingfei's mouth twitched when he heard Lin Feng's mocking words. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng ignored him. He carried Little Moon and left with Long Yushi and Jin Xingyuan. When they returned, Long Yushi asked curiously, "That Jin Xingfei talked about something that happened 800 years ago. It can't be that simple, right?" Jin Xingyuan said, 800 years ago, my uncle was only 16 years old. He had already displayed incredible talent. He shone during the battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 prefectures. After the battle, my uncle went to Tianping King's cave to learn. Tianping King was the strongest cultivator of the great Ping clan, so he had many disciples. My uncle knelt there for 3 days and 3 nights. Tianping King came out and kicked my uncle out. Tianping King was extremely talented. Why was he kicked out? Lin Feng didn't understand. Because his talent was too good, said Jin Xingyuan. Lin Feng and Long Yushi remained silent. Maybe Tianping King was jealous of Tianping King's talent. My uncle didn't say much. After he left, the celestial Peng King spread the news that my uncle was arrogant and disrespectful to him. That's why he was kicked out of the celestial Peng King's residence. Jin Xingyuan's expression darkened. Tianping King probably has evil intentions. Lin Feng shook his head. As a member of the Great Ping clan, Tianping King's actions were naturally despicable. However, Tianping King was a powerful cultivator who shook the Tianwu continent while Tianping King was only a teenager. Naturally, no one believed that Tianping King was innocent. Everyone chose to believe Tianping King, so Tianping King was cursed for being disrespectful to his elders. Tianping King didn't come out to explain himself. It seemed that Tianping King's words were even more true. 300 years ago, my uncle was surrounded and injured during his reincarnation tribulation. According to the cultivators who attacked him, it's very likely that Tianping King was one of them, said Jin Xingyuan through gritted teeth. Lin Feng and Long Yushi's expressions changed. If that was really the case, then they would have an irreconcilable relationship. Jin Xingyuan said angrily, unfortunately, Elder Jin only found some clues and couldn't confirm it. However, I know that Tianping King was definitely involved. He's always been jealous of my uncle and naturally doesn't want to see my uncle become the strongest cultivator of the Great Ping clan. Jin Xingyuan talked about many things from back then. No wonder Jin Xingyuan was so jealous of the Heavenly Ping King's bloodline. The grudges between them were too complicated. The next day, Lin Feng received news that there would be a gathering of young geniuses tomorrow night. This gathering would gather many of the top geniuses of the Demon Clan. Lin Feng was also invited. The gathering of the young geniuses of the Yao clan attracted a lot of attention. Ordinary people didn't even have the right to participate. Only the geniuses of the Yao clan could participate. They had to be at least at the Yin-Yang layer. On the day of the gathering, Lin Feng went to the gathering place. The gathering place was in a small town near the gathering place of the Yao clan. The town was bustling with noise and excitement. Many Yao clans had opened all kinds of shops there, and all kinds of things could be bought there. Now that so many Yao clans had come to the territory of the Great Ping clan, the town was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people lived in the town. The territory of the Great Ping clan was huge. There were 4 or 5 small towns like this in the territory of the Great Ping clan. When Lin Feng arrived in the town, he went to the restaurant where the gathering was taking place. He's the human cultivator called Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. On the way, many people kept pointing at Lin Feng and whispering to each other. They obviously knew who he was. Many people's attitudes were meaningful, especially at such a sensitive time. The Celestial Beast Pavilion was the name of the restaurant where the gathering was taking place. People were coming and going, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. When Lin Feng arrived, he was stopped. You're a human, are you qualified to enter the gathering place of the Yao clan? The cultivator who stopped Lin Feng sneered. The Qinhua people were a terrifying race. According to legends, they lived on the Fuso tree. I was invited here, so I'm qualified to enter. Lin Feng looked indifferent. The Qinhua people had a few branches. The first branch was on the East Sea Island of the Golden Crow. Lin Feng didn't know if the Qinhua people in front of him was from the East Sea Island of the Golden Crow or somewhere else. Who invited you here? The expert from the Golden Crow clan sneered. The Qinhua people have 3 branches. This is Gu Qingxian from the Golden Crow Island of the South Sea. His clan has a close relationship with the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan, said a cultivator. When Lin Feng heard the cultivator, he knew why he had stopped him. I was the one who invited you. Do you have any objections? Jin Xingyuan walked over. He was the young master of the Great Rock King race and was surrounded by many people. Gu Tuanchuan said indifferently. Why is the Little Ping King alienating his clan instead of his clan? Jin Xingyuan said, what's the difference between humans and demons? The real difference is between friends and strangers. Gu Tuanchuan's expression was indifferent. He didn't say anything else and walked into the restaurant. Jin Xingyuan walked up and said, the Yao clans aren't close to each other, but there are some clans that are closer to each other. For example, the Great Rock clan is close to the Peacock clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and the Snow Maidens clan. The Three-Headed Cobra clan, the Sky-Devouring Demon Toad clan, and the Qinhua people of the South Sea are closer. Lin Feng nodded and entered the hall with Jin Xingyuan. As the young master of the rock race, Jin Xingyuan was naturally sought after. Many people came forward to greet Jin Xingyuan. Jin Xingyuan's parents had passed away when he was very young. He had been living with his uncle, the Great Rock King. The Great Rock King didn't have any children, so Jin Xingyuan would definitely become the next leader of the Great Rock clan. In reality, pure-blooded Great Rock clans were extremely rare. Only the Great Rock King and Jin Xingyuan were pure-blooded. The others didn't have pure blood. The first floor was where ordinary geniuses gathered. The second floor was where the top geniuses gathered. The third floor was where the top geniuses gathered. There were private rooms there. Lin Feng and Jin Xingyuan went to one. When they arrived, there were already more than 20 people gathered there. They were all top geniuses from different clans. Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the clans, so he didn't know these top geniuses. Lin Feng's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Obviously, these top geniuses had heard about Lin Feng. When they saw Lin Feng, some looked at him kindly, some looked indifferent, and some sneered. "This is Lin Feng. I'm sure everyone has heard of him. Let's raise our cups together and toast to Brother Lin. Thank you for escorting the little princess back safely. What do you think?" No one had any objections. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, they all raised their cups and drank. "May I know which clan this Brother Lin is from?" Someone asked. He was very curious about Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng had been active in the 72 northern prefectures in the past. The 72 northern prefectures were the most barren places in the Tianwu continent. Therefore, very few people paid attention to the 72 northern prefectures. They didn't know much about Lin Feng. Actually, the names of the famous young paragons in the Tianwu continent were known by all 3,000 prefectures. That was because they had shone brilliantly in the Tianwu continent's Battle of Geniuses. Before they had participated in the Tianwu continent's Battle of Geniuses, no one knew about them. After all, the Tianwu continent was too big, and there were too many geniuses. Who knew how much news would spread throughout the Tianwu continent every day? Today, there was news that a certain genius had broken through to the creation realm at the age of 18. The next day, there would be news that a certain genius had become a heaven stage spirit formation master at the age of 20. There was too much news like this, and many of the large factions only laughed when they heard about it because there was too much fake news. For example, the news of Lin Feng being called the Little Stone Saint had spread for a while. However, only those who had personally seen Lin Feng choose a stone believed in the various legends about the Little Stone Saint. Those who hadn't seen it for themselves didn't believe it at all. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing is false. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm from a small faction. Perhaps no one has heard of it before." Everyone smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Many people felt that Lin Feng didn't want to reveal his identity. At that moment, a venting sound came from outside. Soon, someone stepped into the private room. It was a very valiant man with a black cape and eyes that were like stars. Xianxia. Many people were shocked. Xianxia was a supreme genius, the #1 genius of the heaven-devouring demonic toad clan. His arrival caused a commotion. Many cultivators in the private room stood up to greet Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and entered the private room. Soon after, another venting sound came from outside. Soon, a second genius entered the private room. Evil Dragon. His figure was slightly thin, but he was extremely handsome. However, his eyes were long and narrow, giving off a sinister and terrifying feeling. He was the #1 genius of the three-headed Cobra clan, Evil Dragon. He was also a supreme prodigy. The arrival of Xianxia and Evil Dragon caused a huge uproar. The cultivators on the first and second floors were all discussing the two of them. The top geniuses in the private rooms on the third floor were very respectful to the two of them. It could be seen how noble their identities were among the younger generation of the demon clan. Xianxia and Xiao Long sat down. Many people came forward to toast them. The two of them had only had a small taste of the battle. They clearly had a higher status than the others. After all, the two of them were venerables. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely become the venerables of the Sky Martial continent in the future. At that time, who would be able to compete with them? "Fellow Taoists, are you here because of what happened recently?" asked Gu Tuanshuan with a fake smile. He glanced at Lin Feng. Many people thought about the conflict between Lin Feng and the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. Gu Tuanshuan was obviously trying to lead Xianxia and Xiao Long in that direction. That's right. Xianxia and Xiao Long nodded. Gu Tuanshuan said, "That human brat is in the private room," said Xianxia indifferently. "Don't we know?" Gu Tuanshuan's heart trembled. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Only now did he realize that he had been too smart for his own good. Who were Xianxia and Xiao Long? When they came in, even if they didn't pay attention to Lin Feng, they probably already knew that Lin Feng was here. His actions just now were too superfluous. I said something wrong. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups of wine. Gu Tuanshuan drank 3 cups of wine in a row and left. He was much more well-behaved. Everyone was puzzled. Lin Feng already had such a deep grudge with the three-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan. If Xiao Long and Xianxia had come to kill Lin Feng, why did they do nothing when they saw Lin Feng? They didn't understand, but they didn't dare ask. There had to be a reason, but they didn't know what it was. I wonder if the holy fetus will really be taken out of the little princess's body this time. If it's taken out, with our status, we should be able to get a share of it, right? Said a beast cultivator. He was obviously looking forward to it. By now, these people had long forgotten about Emperor Taiching's kindness and only cared about benefits. Who would care about the little princess's life or death? This is the general trend. It's not something that a few people or a few powers can stop, said another young genius from the Yao clan. He seemed to be implying something. However, someone retorted with a cold smile, the demonic emperor's holy fetus belongs to the Taiching emperor's bloodline, not to the various demon clans. What do you all want? Are you trying to take it by force? The bestial clans want to protect the little princess, that's why they want to take the imperial holy embryo out. If they had taken the imperial holy embryo out, there wouldn't have been so many people watching the little princess. Someone immediately said. This reason was also a righteous one. How shameless. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. No matter how wrong something was, as long as one intended to do it, one would always be able to find some plausible reasons. In essence, there was no difference between the human race and the demon race. Because they were all cultivators. Cultivators valued benefits over feelings. Ha 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 ha. At this time, a chuckle came from outside. A moment later, a woman in white walked in. Her arrival caused many people's eyes to light up. The white-clothed woman had an enchanting figure. Her voluptuous figure had a perfect golden ratio. Such a delicate body was simply too provocative. Coupled with her charming and beautiful face, every move she made had a kind of temptation that made people fall for her. A vixen, many people couldn't help but gulp when they saw her. She was a nine-tailed fox. She was naturally seductive. The women of the nine-tailed fox clan were all peerless beauties. They weren't just beautiful. There were many beautiful women in the world. However, only the women of the nine-tailed fox clan had a natural seductive physique. They were every man's dream lover. A woman from the nine-tailed fox clan, Wu Shan. She could make a man feel extreme pleasure. It's her. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw her. Feng Yaorao. He naturally wouldn't forget this woman. In the past, Feng Yaorao had chased after Lu Piamiao. She stopped him in the forest and asked if he'd seen Lu Piamiao. Lin Feng naturally knew where Lu Piamiao was, but he couldn't tell her. If she found Lu Piamiao, she would die without a doubt. Lin Feng was worried that she'd search his soul. In a moment of desperation, he said that he'd cultivate to the Yin-Yang realm within 10 years and that he'd come to propose marriage. At the time, Feng Yaorao had almost killed Lin Feng in a fit of anger. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, are you going to kill someone who admires you?" Only then did Feng Yaorao let him go. However, in the face of Lin Feng's blatant confession, she was still a bit shy. She didn't linger and quickly left. After so many years, Feng Yaorao was as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng didn't expect to see Feng Yaorao in the territory of the monster tribe. No wonder she was so seductive. She was from the nine-tailed fox tribe. In fact, there was one thing that Lin Feng didn't know. When they were heading to the ruins of gods, Feng Yarao had seen Lin Feng from afar. Feng Yarao's father was one of the 9 great pirate kings, the heavenly wind god. He was the captain of the demon god pirate ship and the pirate king of the East Sea. At the time, the cultivators heading to the ruins of gods were surrounded by the 9 great pirate kings. It was Feng Yarao who ordered them not to attack the direction that Lin Feng and the others had fled in. This was how Lin Feng and the others managed to escape. However, Feng Yarao didn't appear at that time. "Yarao, you're here." Xianxia stood up and smiled at Feng Yarao. He had been pursuing Feng Yarao this entire time. Of course, there were many reasons for this. Feng Yarao was indeed very attractive. Secondly, her father's identity was too extraordinary. Furthermore, it was said that the demon god ship was hiding a huge secret. If he could get his hands on Feng Yarao, not only would he be able to win her heart, but he might even be able to inherit the demon god ship from the heavenly wind god in the future. "Brother Shui." Feng Yarao bowed slightly. She didn't appear to be very friendly. "Fairy Yarao is still as beautiful as ever." The evil demonic dragon smiled. "Thank you for your praise, Brother Shui." Feng Yarao smiled. Many people were mesmerized by her beauty. Her smile was so beautiful that it made all the women in the world pale in comparison. There were also a few female monster tribe cultivators present. They were all extremely beautiful, but they paled in comparison to Feng Yarao. "Yarao, there's a seat here. Sit here." Xianxia smiled. Many people looked at Xianxia enviously. They also had some thoughts about Feng Yarao. However, they knew that Xianxia was pursuing Feng Yarao. Who would dare to invite her? "Thank you for your invitation, Brother Shui, but I already have a place I like," said Feng Yarao while smiling in a charming way. She then walked towards Lin Feng and landed next to him. She looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and asked, "Sir, is there anyone here?" Lin Feng looked at Feng Yarao. He knew that Feng Yarao had definitely recognized him. However, she hadn't acknowledged him yet, so Feng Yarao naturally had her reasons for doing this. Lin Feng wasn't so bored as to guess why Feng Yarao was doing this. He smiled and said, "There's no one here. Is it okay if I sit here?" Feng Yarao asked with a smile. "Of course." Lin Feng replied. Feng Yarao smiled and sat down beside Lin Feng. Xianxia's expression darkened slightly. Feng Yarao had rejected his invitation, so he naturally felt that he had lost face. However, Xianxia was a very thoughtful person, so he didn't show it. Xianxia walked over and looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting next to Feng Yarao. "I like this place." "Now, go and find another place," said Xianxia. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia. Now, Xianxia wanted Lin Feng's seat because he could sit beside Feng Yarao. However, would Lin Feng give his seat to Xianxia? If he obediently gave up his seat, it would be embarrassing. But what if he didn't? Both sides had a grudge. Now that Xianxia didn't make a move, Lin Feng should feel lucky, right? What if he angered Xianxia? If Xianxia made a move, would Lin Feng be able to withstand Xianxia's anger? These people had heard that Lin Feng was extraordinary, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Because they hadn't seen it before, they doubted Lin Feng's strength. Even though Lin Feng was strong, could he be compared to Xianxia? Obviously, it was impossible. Xianxia had already established his position during the last prodigy battle. What about Lin Feng? Even if he was a new genius, how could he be compared to Xianxia, who had established his position many years ago? Even though it would be a little embarrassing for him to give up his seat, it was the best choice he could make. This way, he could avoid the conflict between him and Xianxia. However, Lin Feng was different from what the demon cultivators thought. The grudge between him and Xianxia couldn't be resolved. Since that was the case, he didn't have to care about Xianxia's face. "This is my seat," Lin Feng said indifferently. "I said that I want the seat. Do you want me to say it again?" Xianxia's face instantly darkened. "I want the jade on your waist," Lin Feng said indifferently. "So, shouldn't you give it to me? You should feel lucky that I didn't kill you immediately. Now, you dare to talk nonsense with me? You really don't know your limits." Xianxia looked indifferent. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lin Feng said indifferently. Then come out and see if I have the ability to crush you. Xianxia looked gloomy. No matter how scheming he was, he couldn't help but feel angry because Lin Feng had embarrassed him. This is a gathering place, not a place for personal fights. If Brother Shui wants to fight, I will have to ask you to leave, Jin Xingyuan said indifferently. Jin Xingyuan, who gave you the guts to be so impudent? Just because Xianxia was a paragon Skype ride, he could be said to be extremely arrogant and despotic. He didn't even put Jin Xingyuan in his eyes. However, this person's strength was indeed strong. How awe-inspiring. You dare to be so awe-inspiring in someone else's home? Don't you think you're stealing the limelight? Princess Shuiyao walked in. Shuiyao. Xianxia waved his sleeves and said, "This is a world where the strong are respected. Besides, this is the territory of the Great Ping clan, not Jin Xingyuan's clan. Jin Xingyuan is just a little boy, how can he drive me away?" Xianxia's words were filled with contempt for Jin Xingyuan. With Xianxia's strength, unless he wanted to leave, it would not be easy to chase him away. This was because Xianxia's cultivation was too tyrannical. Jin Xingyuan pulled a long face. Xianxia had infuriated him. Xianxia's arrogance made Jin Xingyuan feel wronged, but this was the reality of the world. Strength determined everything, said Princess Shuiyao indifferently. Haven't you heard of the saying, don't bully a young man because he's poor? Jin Xingyuan is a few years younger than you. Anything can happen in the future. Is that so? I hope that day comes, said Xianxia disdainfully. He didn't continue targeting Lin Feng. He went back to his seat, picked up his glass, and drank some wine. Princess Shuiyao also sat down. Because of Princess Shuiyao, the party didn't become chaotic. Princess Shuiyao's social status was extraordinary because the last great emperor of the beasts was a phoenix. It had only been 100,000 years since then. The great emperor's aura was still there, causing the various demon clans to be extremely wary of the Phoenix clan. Princess, about the Holy Imperial Fetus, said someone. He wanted to ask about the Holy Imperial Fetus, but he suddenly remembered that Princess Shuiyao didn't want to take the Holy Imperial Fetus out of little Yuyu's body, so he shut his mouth. Said Princess Shuiyao. I know what you're thinking. Regardless of whether the Holy Imperial Fetus is taken out or not, the beasts must avenge the deaths of Chu Yun and the others. The others fell silent because this wasn't something they could decide. If possible, they didn't want to get involved in this mess. In their eyes, what did Chu Yun's death have to do with them? Lin Feng suddenly realized that Princess Shuiyao and the others were planning to use the beasts to deal with the South Continent's 3 clans. However, he didn't know what their specific plan was. He would have to wait until the various beasts discussed it. The party dispersed in the middle of the night. Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng and sneered. If you walk too much at night, something will happen sooner or later. Lin Feng knew what he was implying, so he calmly said, you don't have to worry about it. Xia Long looked meaningfully at Lin Feng, then left with Xianxia. Lin Feng frowned. These two were very strange. It was rumored that they had come to kill him, but they hadn't done anything. Could it be that they don't want to fight in the beast's territory? Is it because they think that they'll be stopped if they fight in the beast's territory? Is it because they can't kill me? Is that why they're looking for another place? Lin Feng thought to himself. He felt that this was very likely. The crowd dispersed, and Lin Feng returned to his residence. Under the night sky, a cold wind blew. When Lin Feng was about to reach his residence, a fragrant wind blew. Feng Yarao walked over. Fairy, were you waiting for me? Asked Lin Feng with a smile. If I wasn't waiting for you, who else would I be waiting for? Said Feng Yarao. She was very direct, and she didn't hide her feelings. Do you remember that I said that I would propose marriage when I reached the yin-yang boundary? I haven't forgotten. Lin Feng looked at Feng Yarao. He, you want to propose marriage? Aren't you afraid that my father will kick you out? Feng Yarao giggled. This woman's every frown and smile could make people unable to extricate themselves, and they could not help but go crazy for her. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, when he saw Feng Yao's mesmerizing appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and hugged Feng Yao's slim waist. He smiled and said, "You haven't gone yet. How do you know you'll be kicked out? Maybe you'll like me very much." "Let go." Feng Yao blushed and struggled. Her body was soft and comfortable in his arms, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of Feng Yao. He said, "The night is dark and the wind is chilly. I'll block the cold wind for you and use my body heat to warm you up." Feng Yao blushed and said, "How come I didn't know that you were such a shameless person?" Lin Feng said, "You call me shameless? I just want to be nice to the person I love." "Who is the person you love?" Feng Yao spat. Lin Feng said, "You, of course." Feng Yao groaned, "Shameless. I don't know how many women you've said the same thing to." Lin Feng said, "I'm being sincere. I still remember everything you said to me back then. Back then, I said that I would ask for your hand in marriage after I reached the Yin Yang realm. You said that you would wait for me. You can't deny it now." Feng Yao blushed and said, "Back then, I thought that you wouldn't be able to reach that level, so I said that." Lin Feng hugged Feng Yao even tighter. Feng Yao's body was pressed tightly against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng said, "I don't care about that. I only know that someone once said those words, and I've done it. Since we've met here, it's fate. You can't run away from it." Feng Yao said, "Only a scoundrel would take a joke as the truth. Since you put it that way, I can only admit that I'm a scoundrel." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng covered Feng Yao's red lips with his. Feng Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so daring. However, Feng Yao's heart was in a mess. This was because she had never experienced such a thing. No matter how charming she looked on the outside, her heart was like a blank piece of paper. Now that she was kissing Lin Feng, her mind was blank. She had no idea what was going on. Don't know how much time had passed. When Feng Yao felt Lin Feng's hands began to be dishonest, she woke up with a start and pushed Lin Feng away. "Bastard." Feng Yao lifted her little leg and kicked Lin Feng, then fled without a trace. Lin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips. Thinking back to the intimate contact just now, it was truly wonderful beyond words. He walked briskly back to his residence. Not far away, two people walked out from behind the rockery. These two people were Xiaolong and Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's face was slightly distorted. "Bitch. Feng Yao, that bitch. I pursued her for such a long time, but this bitch has always been indifferent to me. Now, she actually took the initiative to throw herself into a man's arms." Xianxia was almost ignited by the flames of jealousy. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. "Tonight, I'll take that bastard's life," Xianxia said fiercely. Xiaolong said, "Brother Shui, don't let your jealousy affect your mood. This is the territory of the Great Peking clan. If we attack that bastard, the experts of the Great Peking clan will certainly stop us. You should also know that this bastard has a close relationship with the Great Peking clan, so we must deal with him outside. If we attack him in the territory of the Great Peking clan, we will alert the enemy and it will be much more difficult to take his life next time." Xianxia calmed down a lot and nodded calmly. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the monster race to discuss how to deal with the holy embryo of the monster emperor. This matter was discussed for 3 days, and in the end, the two sides reached an agreement. According to the agreement, after the monster race attacked the territory of the one sect and 3 prefectures to avenge grandmother Chu Yun, all the clans would join hands to take a part of the holy embryo of the monster emperor's origin blood. However, the prerequisite was that the origin of the holy embryo of the monster emperor couldn't be harmed, and the holy embryo of the monster emperor couldn't be removed from the little princess's body. This was the result of the compromise between the two sides. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly. This was the best result that could be obtained at this stage. The various clans of the monster race began to gather their cultivators to attack the one sect and 3 prefectures. In fact, the One Sect and 3 prefectures were also gathering their forces to attack the territory of the Great Peking clan. The One Sect and 3 prefectures wanted to take advantage of the critical moment when the Great Peking clan was suffering from a Dao injury to attack the territory of the Great Peking clan. In the past, the Great Peking clan had been besieged during the Heavenly Tribulation, and the experts of the 4 great clans had attacked him, but they had all been killed by the Great Peking clan. The 4 great clans had suffered disastrous losses. They had always kept this grudge in their hearts. Now that the Great Peking clan had a high chance of recovering from his Dao injury, the One Sect and 3 prefectures naturally couldn't sit still. The monster race army gathered together, and the cultivators of the One Sect and 3 prefectures also gathered together. The two sides immediately clashed. In the ancient forest, a frenzied slaughter unfolded. Elder Jean contacted a dozen beast emperors in the depths of the forest and came to an agreement. These beast emperors launched a beast tide to help the monster race army besiege the experts of the One Sect and 3 prefectures. In the first battle, more than 10,000 experts of the One Sect and 3 prefectures were killed. This was an extremely huge loss to the One Sect and 3 prefectures. The monster race cultivators pursued the monster race army and directly killed their way into the cities controlled by the One Sect and 3 prefectures. This kind of battle was quite tragic, and countless people would die. If there were people who deserved to die, there would naturally be innocent people who would die tragically. But this was war. After the monster race conquered one city after another, they began to collect the treasures gathered by the One Sect and 3 prefectures. Under the restraint of Princess Xianxia and the others, the monster race didn't wantonly slaughter the innocent people. If there really was a massacre of the cities, the monster race who was originally in the right would become the unreasonable party. The monster race's morale was greatly boosted, and they continued to attack and conquer the cities controlled by the One Sect and 3 prefectures. Ever since the Middle Ages, the ancient southern region hadn't had such a chaotic battle for a long time. Blood flowed for millions of miles, and it was unknown how many people died in this battle. The One Sect and 3 prefectures who were not prepared enough were defeated by the monster race army. The One Sect and 3 prefectures sent out their ancient powerhouses, but Princess Xianxia brought the emperor weapon of the Phoenix clan. She joined forces with the monster race experts and killed more than 10 ancient powerhouses. The One Sect and 3 prefectures had suffered a great loss. With so many ancient powerhouses dead, the strength of the 3 prefectures had decreased sharply. This bloody battle in the southern region naturally caused a huge uproar in the Sky Martial continent. Because in the entire Sky Martial continent, it had been 30,000 years since a battle of this scale had occurred. The monster race army even wanted to take advantage of the victory and kill their way into the lair of the One Sect and 3 prefectures. However, the One Sect and 3 prefectures paid an unknown price to invite the 8 great powers to help them deal with the monster race army's siege. After the 8 great powers joined in, the battle became even more tragic. The monster race army that was originally high in morale suffered heavy losses, and had no choice but to retreat back to the monster race's territory. The One Sect and 3 prefectures joined forces with the 8 great powers to chase the monster race army all the way to the Sky Demon Forest. The battle between the two sides was incomparably tragic, and the Sky Demon Forest was already flowing with blood. Currently, many places in the southern region were covered in a rain of blood. Even during the day, one could hear the cries of malicious spirits. A cold wind swept through the land, and wandering spirits could be seen everywhere. The entire southern region seemed to have become a ghost town. The battle of the southern continent had spread far and wide, but now the battle was coming to an end. The monster race had retreated to the celestial beast forest, but they were in trouble now. The alliance of the One Sect, 3 governments, and 8 other influential groups had caused the monster race to suffer great losses. The 8 influential groups that the One Sect, 3 governments had invited were very famous. The Yuhua Celestial Dynasty, the Divine Shrine, the Cave of Time, the Godly Axe Sect, the Great Qin Empire, the Supreme Ancient Mahist Sect, the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, the Spiritual Sect. The 8 influential groups were all at the Supreme Ancient level. Besides, Lin Feng had a deep grudge with the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty and the Divine Shrine. Lin Feng didn't know how the One Sect, 3 governments had invited the 8 influential groups to help. But now, the 8 influential groups were helping the cultivators of the One Sect, 3 governments, and the 8 influential groups to fight against the monster race. The monster race couldn't return to the territory of the monster race, so Mr. Jean started to organize a group of cultivators to help. About 20,000 cultivators had gathered in the territory of the monster race and they set off to help. Lin Feng also joined them, including Princess Shui Yao, Jin Xingyuan, and the others. Since the start of the war, I'm afraid that many powers have gone completely crazy. Lin Feng frowned. It was hard to say whether the battle was good or evil. Both sides had gone crazy and couldn't stop. The best thing to do was to sit down and negotiate, but obviously, the one sect, 3 governments wouldn't agree. The one sect, 3 governments had suffered great losses. Now that they had invited the 8 influential groups to fight against the monster race, the one sect, 3 governments would definitely seize this opportunity to kill the great Peking. That was the main goal of the one sect, 3 governments. Even though there were many strong cultivators in the territory of the monster race in the southern continent, the one sect, 3 governments weren't afraid of them at all. They were afraid of the great Peking. They had waited for 300 years, hoping that the great Peking would die from his injuries. But the great Peking didn't die and his injuries might even heal. The one sect, 3 governments were terrified. Therefore, they had to take advantage of this extremely rare opportunity to kill the great Peking. Greed is human nature. Many things lead to worse situations because of greed, said Lin Feng. The demon lord muttered to himself as he sat on the lonely grave. Their team had been ambushed by experts from the one clan, 3 palaces, and the 8 great powers. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. These experts who had come out to ambush them were obviously here to prevent this team from going forward to rescue the demon race army. The battle was intense. In this pitch-black night, the team was scattered. Boom, boom, suddenly. Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. Lin Feng had been locked down by 2 experts. 2 experts rushed towards Lin Feng, one on the left and one on the right. The person on the left condensed a subduing immortal seal to suppress Lin Feng. The person on the right slashed out a terrifying saber light, which pierced through the heaven and earth and swept over. The 2 of them cooperated quite well. One of them used a movement-restricting divine ability while the other used a powerful offensive divine ability. Die, brat. A cold voice sounded. The 2 people that had attacked were the evil monstrous dragon and Xianxia. The strength of these 2 could be said to be unfathomable. Now that the 2 of them had displayed their tyrannical combat strength, they wanted to kill Lin Feng in an instant. They had not made a move in the demon race's territory because they were waiting for such an opportunity. In the face of these 2 terrifying attacks, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself. Bang, bang, the evil monstrous dragon and Xianxia's attacks bombarded the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. One had to admit that these 2's attacks were too powerful. This was because the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a mid-grade Dao artifact, had begun to crack after withstanding the attacks of the 2 experts. Crack, finally. With a shattering sound, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a mid-grade Dao artifact, was directly shattered. This treasure had been with Lin Feng for a long time. It had helped Lin Feng resolve several life and death crises. Now, it was destroyed just like that. Lin Feng felt a heartache. However, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. After the 7 treasures glazed pagoda helped him block the attacks of the 2 experts, Lin Feng quickly retreated more than 1,000 meters away. Damn it, we should have killed that brat. The evil monstrous dragon and Xianxia's faces were incomparably gloomy. It's the 2 of you. Lin Feng looked at the evil monstrous dragon and Xianxia gloomily. The joint attack of these 2 experts was indeed too terrifying. It made him feel the threat of death. Brat, you won't be able to escape today. Your life will be ours for sure. The evil monstrous dragon and Xianxia directly flew towards Lin Feng. The 2 of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. You don't have a chance anymore. Lin Feng's face was cold. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Feng was not afraid of anyone. But now that the 2 of them had joined hands, they could kill him. Lin Feng did not intend to continue fighting with them. He used the ultimate skill void travel and quickly left. The Great Void Technique? Xianxia looked gloomy. At the same time, he was puzzled because the Great Void technique was a technique of the Xianxia sect. It's very similar to the Great Void technique, but it doesn't seem to be the Great Void technique. The evil monstrous dragon looked unsightly because Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace. It was impossible for them to chase after Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew out of the empty space 30 li away. He took a deep breath. He had finally gotten rid of the evil monstrous dragon and Xianxia. He did not stop. He flew towards the main battlefield of the 8 groups of influence. At the same time, an intense battle was going on 30 li away. The masked cultivator, Mo Leng, Ying Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji were attacking Qian Piaoshui. Huangfu Wuji was an uncle of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. Mo Leng was an expert of the Immemorial school of Moism. When Lin Feng had gone to the outer realm to train, Mo Leng had secretly killed many people on the flying ship in order to obtain the illusory stone. If it wasn't for concubine Milan, Lin Feng would have died in Mo Leng's hands. Lin Feng had heard that Mo Leng was a rogue cultivator. But now, it seemed that the information outside was not accurate. Mo Leng was an expert of the Immemorial school of Moism. Qian Piaoshui was indeed very strong. She had fought with the 4 experts for hundreds of rounds without losing. Qian Piaoshui had been looking for an opportunity to escape, but the 4 experts had been targeting her. So, it was not easy for her to escape. Qian Piaoshui was only one person after all. She was gradually showing signs of fatigue. Mo Leng snuck behind Qian Piaoshui without a sound and sent a palm strike towards her. This time, Qian Piaoshui was unable to dodge Mo Leng's attack and was sent flying. Qian Piaoshui was severely injured by this attack. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several hundred meters away. Even the veil on her face fell off, revealing a beautiful face that was so delicate that it could be broken by a single blow. However, this beautiful face was now as pale as a sheet of paper due to the injury. Author's note, 77. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendation tickets, steamed buns, thanks. She had long silver hair, a cold but beautiful face, and a tall and slender body. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. She was as cold as ice, making it difficult for people to get close to her. The Snow Ladies were mysterious. Apart from a few clans that were on good terms with the Snow Ladies, outsiders knew very little about them. Not to mention interacting with the Snow Maidens. This race had always been so cold and distant, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Isn't that Qian Piaoshui? It was Lin Feng, who had heard the sounds of the battle and was hiding in the forest. Qian Piaoshui's peerless beauty surprised Lin Feng. She was breathtakingly beautiful. But Qian Piaoshui was obviously in a bad situation as she was surrounded by 4 strong cultivators. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to help. Qian Piaoshui had been seriously injured and her fighting strength had been greatly reduced. Even if he rushed forward, he wouldn't be able to save her. A friend's friend was a friend, and an enemy's friend was an enemy. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to help Qian Piaoshui. Of course, he had to find an opportunity to help her. If he couldn't find an opportunity, Qian Piaoshui would have to pray for her own good. Even if she wanted to help someone, it would be under the condition that her own safety wasn't threatened. If her own safety was threatened, she would have to overestimate herself and help others. The 4 strong cultivators' attacks became more and more ferocious. Qian Piaoshui was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. She could be drowned at any moment. Bang! Qian Piaoshui was sent flying for the second time. She was sent flying a few hundred meters away. This time, her injuries were even more serious than before. She couldn't control her body anymore and fell to the ground. Qian Piaoshui can't fight anymore. She's the Holy Virgin of the Snow Lady clan, so she must have a lot of treasures. I don't want her treasures, I want her as a person. I haven't enjoyed a woman of the Snow Lady clan yet. Mo Leng laughed loudly. No problem. The other 3 nodded. Obviously, they were not interested in women. After the 4 strong cultivators reached an agreement, they quickly flew towards Qian Piaoshui. Whoosh. Suddenly, at this moment, the void trembled slightly. Lin Feng stepped out and hugged Qian Piaoshui's soft waist. Her delicate body entered his embrace, and a tempting fragrance drifted into his nose. Let me go. Qian Piaoshui bit her pale lips and swung her palm at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed her soft palm and said, I am Lin Feng, the one who protected the little princess to the Rock King's territory. Hearing this explanation, Thousand Piashua's hostility dissipated. Lin Feng's right hand that was holding Xianxia's waist tightened as he said, Please forgive me for offending you. Qian Piashua's pale face flushed red. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lin Feng. She allowed Lin Feng to hug her small waist. Lin Feng. It's actually you. After seeing Lin Feng, Emolung's eyes were filled with killing intent. TSK, so it's Daoist Mo, long time no see. How have you been? Lin Feng waved at Emolung. Lin Feng's expression and tone made it seem like he was teasing Emolung. He didn't seem like a friend who was greeting each other. Emolung sneered and said, You didn't take the right path to heaven, but you barged into hell. Since you've come to die today, we'll kill you as well. Emolung wasn't the only one who wanted to kill Lin Feng. The masked cultivator's killing intent towards Lin Feng was no less than Emolung's. If it hadn't been for Lin Feng, they would have captured the princess a long time ago and nothing would have happened. The masked cultivator wanted nothing more than to eat Lin Feng's flesh. Huangfu Wuji was Huangfu Qingtian's uncle. He had seen Lin Feng's portrait before. Now that he saw Lin Feng, he was filled with killing intent as well. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian were now enemies of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. As for Ying Yutian, although he didn't seem to have a deep grudge against Lin Feng on the surface, in reality, Lin Feng, Granny Tian Shan, and the Empress had joined hands to take the 3 treasures in the world of the 33 heavenly stairs. Ying Yutian had always hated Lin Feng, Granny Tian Shan, and the Empress. He just hadn't had the chance to kill them. Ying Yutian smiled indifferently. Lin Feng, you've always been lucky, but today, your luck has come to an end, said Ying Yutian, smiling indifferently. Lin Feng, you've always been lucky, but today, your luck has come to an end. The 4 strong cultivators quickly caught up. Lin Feng looked indifferent and said, Whether or not my luck has come to an end depends on whether the 4 of you can catch up with me. He used a void teleportation technique and quickly left. The Great Void Technique? Ying Yutian, Emolung, and Huangfu Wuji were astonished. They looked at the masked cultivator at the same time. The Great Void Technique was Gongsun Wushu's divine ability. The masked cultivator also came from Shang Tianmen. His identity was mysterious. They even realized that Gongsun Wushu was extremely afraid of the masked cultivator. Ying Yutian and the others guessed that the masked cultivator's identity was definitely not simple. It's not the Great Void Technique, but there are some similarities. That boy can't escape. I've already locked onto his G. Let's chase him. After saying that, the masked cultivator waved his right hand and a small boat flew out. That's a void boat. It can travel through the void. That boy can't escape. The masked cultivator entered the boat first, followed by Ying Yutian, Emolung, and Huangfu Wuji. Lin Feng stepped out of the void 15 kilometers away. Using the void teleportation technique, he could travel 15 kilometers at most. After all, Lin Feng had only practiced it for a short period of time. Not long after he came out, the masked cultivator and the others drove the void boat and rushed over. Boy, you can't escape. Cold laughter rang out from the void ship. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He hugged Piaoshui's soft body and used the void teleportation technique to escape. However, after using it 5 times in a row, he still couldn't escape from the void boat. Using the void teleportation technique consumed a lot of magic power. After using it 5 times in a row, Lin Feng couldn't take it anymore. He took out a jade leaf stone and refined it. His magic power recovered. At that moment, the void boat was about to catch up. It'll take me at least 10 teleportation techniques to reach the territory of the Yao clan. They'll definitely catch up with me during that time. Lin Feng looked gloomy. Suddenly, he looked into the depths of the forest. It was dark and gloomy. It was emitting a cold chi. The Sky Demon Abyss is said to be a place where demons are buried. There are countless restrictions. Once a strong cultivator enters, they'll die. Qian Piaoshui's face was pale. Hearing Qian Piaoshui's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly rushed into the dark forest and disappeared. Isn't this the Devil Burial Ground, the place where the Sky Demon Abyss is located? Although this place isn't a place of death, there are countless restrictions in the Sky Demon Abyss. Once you enter, you'll die. The void boat stopped outside. They didn't enter rashly. That little brat is very strange. He might really escape. If the four of us work together, we should have no problem exploring the Sky Demon Abyss. Even if we run into danger, if we work together and have the treasures we have, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for us to escape, said Ying Yutian. Said Ying Yutian. He knew Lin Feng the best among the four of them. The other three nodded. The masked cultivator said, in that case, let's go in and take a look. However, the Sky Demon Abyss is very scary. We have to be careful. After that, the four of them flew out of the void boat. The masked cultivator put the void boat away. After that, they entered the gloomy forest. After traveling for about a kilometer, a deep abyss appeared in front of them. It was more than 10 kilometers long and 4 or 5 kilometers wide. When Xiaochen sensed carefully, he could vaguely sense 2 indistinct auras in the deep abyss. As expected, he's hiding here. The 4 strong cultivators laughed coldly and entered the abyss. Lin Feng hugged Xianxia and rushed into the abyss. Xianxia felt much better. She blushed and said, "Put me down." Lin Feng nodded and put Xianxia down. Xianxia's body swayed slightly. She almost fainted on the ground. Lin Feng quickly supported her. "Thank you." Xianxia's voice was weak. Lin Feng took out a medicinal pill and gave it to Xianxia. Then he said, "We can be considered allies. If we really want to talk about it, we can even be considered friends because of Little Moon. Since we're friends, there's no need to be so polite. This is a healing medicinal pill. Take it and your injuries will gradually stabilize." Xianxia nodded and swallowed the medicinal pill Lin Feng gave her. Her pale face regained some color. Xianxia asked, "Why did you enter this place?" "This place is filled with danger. Once we enter, we're like turtles in a jar." Lin Feng said, "To others, this place is indeed very dangerous, but to me, it's a paradise." "Paradise?" Xianxia looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. "Look at the mountain ridges of the Sky Demon Abyss. They look like the spines of 2 dragons, and then they converge at the entrance. This is called twin dragons spitting pearls," Lin Feng said. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng strangely. "You know about mountains and rivers? The sky has 9 mountains and the mountains. Earth. Why was that?" "That's because dragon veins represent fate. Qi is the source of life. Dragon veins are alive. I heard my aunt say something similar. She said that the dragon veins are alive, and we snow maidens are surrounded by 9 snowy mountains." Xianxia said thoughtfully. "No wonder the snow maidens have been thriving for so long." Lin Feng sighed and said, "This place is filled with twin dragons spitting pearl. It's filled with restrictions and danger. Ordinary people would feel as if they were walking on thin ice. However, my sect can control the 9 mountains of heaven and 9 mountains of earth. The dragon veins belong to the 9 mountains of earth, so I can control the dragon veins' power. If they dare to come in, I'll make them suffer even if they don't die." Boom, at that moment, the sound of violent ripples came from not too far away. "They've come in and triggered the restrictions here," Xianxia said. "Stay here for now and don't move around." "Don't touch the restrictions," Lin Feng said. Xianxia nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Be careful." Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't thought that an icy beauty like Xianxia would care about him. He nodded and quickly left. After Lin Feng left, Xianxia's face turned pink. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she had said those words out of concern for Lin Feng. For a moment, she felt as if there was a little deer running around in her heart. She was very flustered. The 4 experts were indeed powerful. With their combined strength, they were able to block the restrictions of the Sky Demon Abyss. After the 4 of them got rid of the restrictions, they continued to carefully walk deeper into the abyss. "The 4 of you, are you in such a hurry to die?" Lin Feng stood in the distance and smiled as he looked at the 4 of them. Brat, you're about to die and you still dare to talk big. Let's attack together and get rid of him. Emolleng laughed sinisterly and was the first to rush towards Lin Feng. Soon after, the masked cultivator, Ying Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji also rushed over. Lin Feng sneered and raised his right foot and stomped on the ground. The Celestial Master Sect's inheritance, Imperial Restriction Technique. This Imperial Restriction Technique could control all kinds of terrifying restrictions. One after another, seals appeared in the void and swept towards the four powerful beings. You can control the restrictions here? How is that possible? The four experts' expressions changed drastically. The restrictions were extremely powerful. Now that they saw that Lin Feng could control them, their hearts trembled. How could they dare to stay? They blocked the attacks of the restrictions as they retreated. Dragon Vein Awakening! Lin Feng shouted and formed thousands of seals. Runes intertwined and surged into the two dragon veins. Rumble, the earth shook. Roar, roar, next, a loud dragon's roar was heard. The two dragon veins turned into two pitch-black dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards the four experts. He can really control the dragon veins. Xianxia's red lips parted slightly. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. This kind of method was really amazing. It was the first time she had seen it. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng, who was controlling the restrictions and dragon veins calmly. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a strange light. Dragon swings its tail. Black dragon claws. The attacks of the two dragon veins were ferocious and overbearing. It was already very difficult for the four experts to block the attack of the restriction. Now that the two dragon veins attacked again, they were unable to block it. They were directly sent flying. It was as if they were struck by lightning. They spat out blood in midair. Die. Lin Feng jumped up and rushed towards Emolleng, who was closest to him. He used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack Emolleng. Emolleng's expression changed slightly. However, Emolleng was a top expert among the ancient giants. After a short moment of panic, he regained his composure. While his body was still in midair, he twisted and stabilized himself. Then, he began to condense a powerful divine ability to resist Lin Feng's attack. He condensed an energy ball in his hand and shot it towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had no intention of dodging. He sped up and rushed towards Emolleng. He wanted to kill Emolleng. As long as he killed Emolleng, the four experts would be left with only 3. Their battle strength would be greatly reduced. Then, Lin Feng might even be able to kill all 4 of them in the Heaven Demon Abyss. Bang! Lin Feng and Emolleng collided. Instantly, waves of destructive energy surged out. Emolleng was indeed very strong. His hasty attack actually pushed Lin Feng back. Then, Emolleng quickly retreated, wanting to leave the Heaven Demon Abyss. The restrictions here were controlled by Lin Feng, and the Dragon Vein was also under Lin Feng's control. Emolleng knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with Lin Feng in such a place, so he didn't want to continue fighting. Emolleng wanted to escape, but Lin Feng wasn't going to give him the opportunity. Lin Feng released countless deployment spells towards Emolleng. Swoosh! A light flashed in Emolleng's hand, and a treasure appeared. It was a pitch-black giant ruler called the Dark Demon Ruler. This treasure was a forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapons were a kind of special magic treasure. These magic treasures usually had terrifying destructive power, but they could only be used a limited number of times. Ordinary magic treasures could be used continuously unless they were destroyed. Forbidden weapons were different. Forbidden weapons could only be used 10 times at most. Once they were used up, the forbidden weapon would self-destruct. Forbidden weapons were equivalent to cultivators burning their own lifespan. They could unleash a stronger attack, but the consumption was huge. The power of the Dark Demon Ruler in Emolleng's hand was shocking. He swept the Dark Demon Ruler at the surrounding restrictions, breaking them one by one. Seeing that Emolleng was about to escape, a giant dragon suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of dragon's breath. Bang! Emolleng waved the Dark Demon Ruler and collided with the dragon's breath. It wasn't easy to break the dragon's breath, because the dragon's breath was one of the dragon clan's natural mystiques. Its power was terrifying. Even with the dark demon ruler in his hand, Mo Lung was forced back. Slash. At this moment, 3 treasured swords rushed in front of Mo Lung like lightning, slashing towards him. Lin Feng took out the revered sword tomb and attacked Mo Lung. Mo Lung's expression was gloomy. He had no choice but to block the attacks of the 3 treasured swords. He waved the dark demon ruler at the 3 treasured swords. The black dragon sword and spring autumn sword were swept away by Mo Lung. However, the Wu Death sword shot out a beam of sword chi that nearly chopped off Mo Lung's wrist. The dark devil ruler in Mo Lung's hand flew out. Devour, Lin Feng took out the heaven-swallowing jar. Whoosh, a powerful devouring power surged out from the sky-devouring jar and enveloped the forbidden artifact, the dark demonic ruler. The dark demon ruler immediately flew towards the heaven-swallowing jar. Come back. Mo Lung's expression suddenly sank. He wanted to recall the dark devil ruler, but at this moment, the 3 swords once again slashed towards Mo Lung. Mo Lung had no choice but to dodge the attacks of the 3 treasured swords, and was unable to summon the dark devil ruler back immediately. Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar devoured the dark devil ruler. Little bastard, how dare you devour my treasures? Mo Lung's face twisted. Mo Lung, today, not only will I steal your treasures, but I'll also take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already rushed forward. The 3 treasured swords started attacking Mo Lung even more violently. The surrounding seals also started attacking Mo Lung. Hurry up and help me. Mo Lung shouted loudly, but the other 3 didn't care about him at all. Lin Feng rushed forward and used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist on Mo Lung's body. Mo Lung was immediately sent flying. Wah, in the air, Mo Lung coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 3 treasured swords had already caught up with Mo Lung and attacked him 3 times in a row. Pooh! 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 Mo Lung's body was pierced by the swords, and then he was hit by the seals. Half of his body exploded. Lin Feng arrived next to Mo Lung and said coldly, "Have you ever thought that you would die at my hands one day? You can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, then..." Mo Lung looked at Lin Feng in fear. Bang! Lin Feng didn't give Mo Lung a chance to finish his sentence. He punched Mo Lung's head, causing it to explode. Mo Lung's headless corpse fell to the ground, but before it could reach the ground, it was completely torn apart by the seals. Lin Feng grabbed Mo Lung's storage ring and put it away. Then, he quickly rushed toward the other 3. The seals and the 2 dragons attacked Ying Yutian, the masked cultivator, and Huangfu Wuji crazily. However, the 3 were indeed powerful. They quickly rushed out. When they saw Lin Feng rushing towards them, their facial expressions slightly changed. A moment before, they had already seen Lin Feng kill Mo Lung. The 3 of them clearly understood that if they fought against Lin Feng here, even if they joined hands, they would still die. Slash, Lin Feng activated the regal sword manipulation art. The black dragon sword, void death sword, and spring and autumn sword turned into 3 sword beams that tore through the void and slashed toward the 3 experts. The 3 of them gathered their mystiques and attacked. Under the regal sword manipulation art, the 3 swords' power increased tenfold. They directly pierced through the mystiques gathered by Ying Yutian, Huangfu Wuji, and the masked cultivator and slashed toward them. Blood splattered, accompanied by a scream. One of Huangfu Wuji's arms was chopped off. A wound appeared on Ying Yutian's abdomen. Blood immediately gushed out. Only the masked cultivator dodged the attack. Go, the 3 of them didn't dare to stay for a moment. They broke through the seals. Ying Yutian took out dozens of formation jade talismans and threw them at the 2 dragons. The formation jade talismans exploded, blocking the 2 dragons. Then, the 3 of them took the opportunity to rush out. It's a pity that they got away. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was indeed not an easy task to kill all 4 of them. Huangfu Wuji, Ying Yutian, and the masked cultivator rushed out of the sky demon abyss. They didn't leave but chose to stand guard outside. Damn it, damn it. That little bastard cut off one of my arms. I must kill him. Huangfu Wuji's face was distorted. As long as we stay here, that kid will come out sooner or later. When that happens, he'll die without a burial place. Ying Yutian's face was hideous. the masked cultivator said, that kid won't be able to escape. He's already a turtle in a jar. After Ying Yutian, Huangfu Wuji, and the masked cultivator escaped, the two dragons turned back into dragon veins and fell silent. The dense array of restrictions also calmed down. Lin Feng returned to Xianxia. Xianxia said, I didn't expect you to be able to control dragon veins and turn them into dragons. This ability is really unheard of. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Lin Feng smiled and said, there are too many kinds of secret techniques in the world. This little trick of mine is nothing. After all, there's always someone better. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng asked, are you feeling better now? Xianxia said, after taking the pills you gave me, I feel much better. What should we do next? Lin Feng said, those three must be standing guard outside. You're injured, so if we go out now, we won't be their match. Let's wait for you to recover first, then we'll work together to break out. Xianxia nodded. At that moment, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the sky demon abyss. The fluctuation was too terrifying. It was as if an ancient demon god had awakened. Lin Feng felt his soul tremble. Heavens, is there some kind of terrifying existence inside? Lin Feng and Xianxia looked at the depths of the sky demon abyss in horror. Such powerful undulations. What's going on? Lin Feng and Xianxia exchanged glances, not understanding what was going on. Could there be some terrifying existence hiding in the depths of the sky demon abyss? Xianxia asked. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, that's possible, but there could also be other reasons. Do you know anything about the origin of the sky demon abyss? The sky demon abyss has existed for many years. No one knows exactly when it appeared or how it appeared. There are no historical records either. Many cultivators have tried to find out the secrets of the sky demon abyss, but they have all returned empty-handed because the restrictions here are too strong. We are only in the outer regions of the sky demon abyss, so the restrictions here are not particularly strong. If we were in the deeper regions, it would be an untouchable place. However, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter. Lin Feng nodded and said, wait outside. I'll go in and take a look. Xianxia said, I'll go in with you. Lin Feng said, you're injured. If there's any danger, I might not be able to take care of you. Xianxia said, my injuries have mostly healed. You don't have to worry about me. The depths of the sky demon abyss might very well be hiding some secrets. Xianxia didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Lin Feng knew what she was thinking. She also wanted to obtain an opportunity from the sky demon abyss. Seeing that Xianxia was determined to go in with him, Lin Feng nodded and said, since you want to go in so badly, come with me. However, you must be careful. Xianxia said, aren't you underestimating me too much? Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of Xianxia's strength. Xianxia was a powerful existence who could fight against 4 people by herself. If Xianxia was not injured, he would not be Xianxia's match. Now that Xianxia had recovered from her injuries, she should be able to deal with any danger she encountered. The two of them walked into the depths. Just as Xianxia had said, the deeper they went, the more powerful the restrictions they encountered became. Each restriction emitted an astonishing fluctuation, causing Lin Feng to feel a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, his study of the various secret techniques recorded in the Celestial Master sect had become more and more profound, so he was able to bring Xianxia deeper and deeper without any mishaps along the way. Finally, they came to the depths of the Heaven Demon Abyss. Here, array runes intertwined and swam in midair. Floating restriction. Lin Feng was surprised, and then he frowned slightly. Ah? Is there a floating restriction here? Doesn't that mean we can't enter? Xianxia was shocked, but she also felt a little regretful. They had already come to the depths, and the secret of the Heaven Demon Abyss might be right in front of them. Now that they had to return empty-handed, she was naturally very disappointed. She looked ahead with her beautiful eyes, but she could not see the restriction Lin Feng had mentioned. Lin Feng could see it because he had the Heaven Demon Snake's Eye, so he could see things that others could not. Lin Feng said, it's not that we can't go in. If you want to go in, you can lie on my back, and I'll carry you there. You're carrying me? Xianxia's face turned slightly red, and she hesitated. Because she was lying on Lin Feng's back, their bodies were naturally very close to each other. To a woman, it was natural for her to be very shy. After all, when her breasts were on Lin Feng's back, the feeling was extremely clear and sensitive. Lin Feng naturally understood Xianxia's concerns. He said, "You can wait for me outside for a while." Xianxia bit her red lips and said, "I'll go in with you." Lin Feng nodded and squatted down slightly. Xianxia lay on Lin Feng's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her long and slender legs tightly clamped around Lin Feng's waist. Xianxia cried out in surprise as Lin Feng held her perky butt. Xianxia's face was so red that it was almost bleeding, but Lin Feng's expression was normal. He said, "Stick close to me, and don't move your head around." Xianxia nodded and pressed her head against Lin Feng's neck. She could even feel Lin Feng's masculine qi. When had she ever been in contact with a man before? Xianxia rarely even came into contact with people outside of the Snow Lady clan, let alone men. Now that she was so close to Lin Feng, she could feel the temperature of Lin Feng's body. She could even feel his heartbeat and breathing. This made Xianxia nervous, but there was also an indescribable feeling. This feeling made her pretty face pink, and her heart beat a lot faster. Lin Feng naturally didn't have the time to guess what Xianxia was thinking. He had already rushed into the restrictions with Xianxia on his back. These restrictions were very strange. They floated around in the air without any rules. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be hit by the restrictions. Lin Feng also felt like he was walking on thin ice. Every step he took was very careful. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any danger along the way. He carried Xianxia and rushed through the dense restrictions. Lin Feng patted Xianxia's perky butt and said, "You can come down now." Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. His actions just now seemed a little too intimate. He hadn't thought too much about it, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that his actions just now were very inappropriate. Xianxia's pretty face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip from it. She hurriedly got off his back. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Lin Feng didn't stop. He quickened his pace and walked deeper into the depths. Xianxia followed behind him with a red face. "Hey, there's a cave abode." Xianxia pointed to the depths of Heaven Demon Abyss. "The Cavern of Lustful Desires." Lin Feng read out the name of the cave abode. He frowned slightly and said, "This cave abode's name is very strange. I wonder who left it behind." Xianxia said, "This cave abode looks very old. It seems to have been here for many years." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them carefully entered the cave abode. The cave abode's path was very long. They walked for about 300 meters before a stone door appeared in front of them. The door was closed. The two of them arrived in front of the stone door. The door was covered with a large formation. Obviously, if they wanted to open the door, they would have to break the formation. Lin Feng studied the formation for 6 hours before he managed to break it. After that, the stone door opened by itself. He and Xianxia entered the cave. As soon as they entered, the stone door closed by itself. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but his gaze was immediately attracted by a treasure in the cave. It was a crystal ball that was placed on a stone pedestal. The crystal ball was light blue, and it emitted shocking waves of energy. Could it be that the fluctuations from before were emitted by this crystal ball? Xianxia looked at the crystal ball with a puzzled expression. This crystal ball did indeed have a mysterious luster to it. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It's really strange that such an ancient cave would have such a crystal ball. Let's see what other treasures there are in this cave, then we can study this crystal ball." Xianxia nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's suggestion, and the two of them began to tidy up the cave. There were a few shelves here, and the first shelf was filled with many porcelain bottles. Xianxia opened one of the bottles and poured out a pill. "Life pill!" Xianxia exclaimed. "This is a divine-grade pill." Lin Feng hurried over. He had heard of the life pill before. It was a pill refined by a deity-level powerhouse, and it could help a cultivator raise their primordial spirit to the divine soul level. The soul of a deity-level cultivator was called the divine soul. A pill like this could be said to be priceless. Lin Feng inspected the life pill, sighed, and said, "This pill's medicinal power has been completely lost. It has become a useless pill." A useless pill? Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The value of a life pill like this was immeasurable. Now that it had become a useless pill, it was worthless. Lin Feng and Xianxia hurriedly checked the other porcelain bottles. There were dozens of bottles containing divine-grade pills, but these pills had all become useless. Why is this happening? Aren't we too unlucky? There were dozens of divine-grade pills, but now they've all become useless pills. Xianxia sighed. Lin Feng said, "These bottles didn't have any seals on them, which caused the medicinal power of these pills to dissipate. Why didn't the original owner of this place put a seal on such precious pills? This is really strange." Xianxia said doubtfully. Lin Feng said, "Something must have happened, which caused the owner to be unable to seal these pills in time." Xianxia nodded. She also felt that it was very possible. On the second shelf, there were some insights and experiences regarding alchemy, as well as many prescriptions. These things were of no use to Xianxia, but they were very useful to Lin Feng because Lin Feng was also an alchemist. On the third shelf, there were many spirit arrays, as well as some insights on spirit arrays. Xianxia said, "The owner of this cave is really a powerful person. Not only does he know how to concoct medicine, but he's also a powerful spirit array master. Those powerful restrictions outside might have been set up by him." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I took all kinds of medicinal formulas and alchemy experiences. These spirit arrays and spirit array experiences will belong to you." Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the celestial master Taoism, so he had no interest in other spirit array inheritances. Lin Feng had no interest in them. "All right." Xianxia nodded. Even if she had no use for these spirit array inheritances, someone in the Snow Lady clan would. On the fourth shelf, there were only 2 scrolls. The first scroll recorded a divine ability called the 9 Devil Techniques, while the second scroll recorded a divine ability called the Joyful Meditation Technique. After seeing these 2 divine abilities, Xianxia's face turned slightly red. One of these 2 divine abilities was a cultivation technique, while the other was a dual cultivation technique. Cough, cough, Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, "Could the owner of this cave have been an evil cultivator? Otherwise, why would he have left behind such divine abilities?" After pausing for a moment, he said, "If you're not interested in these 2 divine abilities, I'll take them." Xianxia spat at Lin Feng and said, "Just destroy these divine abilities. What's the point of keeping them? Could it be that you still want to cultivate that evil dual cultivation technique?" Lin Feng immediately said righteously, "You've misunderstood me. How could I cultivate such evil divine abilities? I just want to go back and study them. I want to see if I can figure out the identity of the owner of this cave through these 2 divine abilities. If I don't find anything, I'll definitely destroy these 2 divine abilities." Xianxia nodded and said, "Should we go and take a look at the crystal ball now?" Lin Feng put away the 9 Devil Techniques and the Joyful Meditation Technique, then walked towards the crystal ball with Xianxia. The 2 of them arrived in front of the crystal ball, and Lin Feng said, "I'll try using my divine sense to see if I can discover any secrets." Next, Lin Feng's divine sense entered the crystal ball. His body shook slightly, and he closed his eyes. It seemed like he was comprehending something. Xianxia didn't dare wake Lin Feng up, as she was worried that she would disturb Lin Feng's state of enlightenment. She couldn't hold back her curiosity, and her divine sense entered the crystal ball as well. The power of 9 Devil Techniques. 9 Devil Techniques. Release the desires in your heart. When Xianxia's divine sense entered the crystal ball, she heard a bewitching voice resounding in her mind. That power almost made Xianxia lose herself. She couldn't help but think of Lin Feng in her mind. A moment later, Xianxia suddenly felt her soft and charming body being embraced by a pair of strong hands. "Piaxua, I like you." A deep voice sounded. When she heard this voice, Xianxia's face flushed red. It was Lin Feng's voice. Xianxia turned around, trying to break free from Lin Feng's embrace, but her lips were sealed. Woo-woo, Xianxia's eyes widened as she struggled. Release the desires in your heart. Don't hide your thoughts. Enjoy the most wonderful thing in this world. The bewitching voice resounded in Xianxia's mind again, causing her to lose herself completely. Her hands involuntarily wrapped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Xianxia experienced the same thing. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated the crystal ball, and he was completely lost inside. In the cave, the two of them were hugging each other. They kept tearing at each other's clothes, and their clothes were torn apart piece by piece. The power of 9 devil techniques: it can make people lose themselves completely, it can make people never want to wake up, because lust is the most evil emotion in the depths of a person's heart, and everyone has their own lust. A strange light flashed in the crystal ball, and a mysterious voice filled with seduction came from the crystal ball. In the cave, Lin Feng and Xianxia seemed to be immersed in endless lust, taking advantage of each other as much as they wanted. P.S. Thank you to Wang Liangnang and Wind and Cloud Rising for their 10,000 book coins. Also, thank you to Have You Loved Me, Passion is Exhausted, and the others for their tips. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. This is the 5th update. There are still 2 more updates. Mantu will write them soon. No, my eyes seem to be covered by lust. Lin Feng's willpower was very strong. Even though he had fallen into a state where he had lost himself because of the bewitching crystal ball of light. But subconsciously, Lin Feng still had a trace of clarity. This trace of clarity allowed Lin Feng to seize the opportunity to counterattack. He activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The lust in his heart gradually subsided. His eyes were blurred. He also began to regain his clarity. Finally, Lin Feng woke up. Xianxia's hot body was still hugging Lin Feng and demanding. This was really going to kill him. If it were another man, he would have been unable to resist enjoying the passionate Xianxia. But Lin Feng restrained his desire. He patted Xianxia's neck with his right hand, and she immediately fainted. It was this crystal ball that made me and Xianxia lose ourselves at the same time. In our minds, there was only endless lust. Lin Feng looked at the crystal ball with a gloomy expression. This crystal ball was definitely not as simple as making him and Xianxia fall into endless lust and take each other. There must be something even more terrible happening. It was just that he had broken the lust in his heart in advance and awakened. That was why he had escaped a disaster. Lin Feng did not know what kind of disaster this was. But Lin Feng knew one thing, and that was that this disaster was destined to take his and Xianxia's lives. Originally, with Xianxia's strength, she should have broken the lust in her heart one step earlier than Lin Feng and returned to reality. But now, because of her injury, her willpower would also decrease with the injury, so she fell deeper than Lin Feng. At this moment, Xianxia's long eyelashes fluttered. Finally, Xianxia opened her eyes. When she saw the situation in front of her, she was stunned. Then, she slapped Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. It was really hard to explain. After all, the situation in front of him was naturally a great advantage for a man, but for a woman, it was difficult to accept. Moreover, there was a very important point. Xianxia's race. But the Snow Lady race. This race was made up of women. They drank the holy water and gave birth to their children. The women of the Snow Lady race would not have any emotional entanglements with any men. Even if he had feelings for her, he would have to cut them off. Therefore, Xianxia attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't surprised. He dodged her attack and said, "Celestial being, I know you're angry, but we're in trouble because of that strange crystal ball. Of course, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility, I'm just telling you the truth. Let's calm down, okay?" Xianxia's pretty face flushed red as she bit her lip. Her heart was in a mess, and her mind was blank. She didn't know what to do. According to the rules of the clan, he should kill the man in front of him. However, Xianxia could not bear to kill Lin Feng. "Let go of me first," she said faintly. Lin Feng nodded and released Xianxia. Both of them changed into new clothes, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Xianxia stood not far away. She did not speak, nor did she look at Lin Feng. Her head was lowered, and her long silver hair draped over her shoulders. Lin Feng could not see her current expression or gaze, so Lin Feng did not know what kind of state of mind she was in. Lin Feng turned to look at the crystal ball. His expression was gloomy as he said coldly, "You evil thing, how dare you trick me? Today, I will smash you." He grabbed the crystal ball in his hand and slammed it onto the ground. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the crystal ball did not shatter after being smashed by Lin Feng. Normally, such crystal balls were not hard and would shatter easily. "If I can't smash it, I will shatter you." Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and slashed at the crystal ball. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. It actually did not shatter the crystal ball. What a powerful crystal ball. Lin Feng frowned. The crystal ball's hardness was completely beyond his imagination. "I don't believe it, I can't destroy you." Lin Feng took out 2 types of heavenly flames and repeatedly burned the crystal ball. Xianxia felt the temperature in the cave suddenly rise and turned to look. She could not help but frown when she saw Lin Feng take out his heavenly flames. The snow ladies were naturally afraid of fire, but Xianxia did not say anything. It seemed like she did not want to communicate with Lin Feng. She just stood not far away and quietly watched Lin Feng use his heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. The crystal ball's temperature rose higher and higher. "Brat, hurry up and stop. If you don't stop, I will take your life." Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the crystal ball. It was as unpleasant as the cry of an owl. Then, an ugly human face appeared in the crystal ball. A spiritual body. Lin Feng was shocked. Wisps of black fog surged out of the crystal ball. The black fog wanted to rush out of the heavenly flames enveloping the crystal ball. It was spiritual power, but as soon as it came into contact with the heavenly flames, it was burned and had no choice but to retreat. "Fortunately, I used my heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. Otherwise, if this guy used a secret soul technique to sneak attack me, I would have died without a burial place." Lin Feng took a deep breath and used the 8 divine seals to seal the crystal ball. 8 divine seals. You actually obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Master sect. The spiritual body in the crystal ball cried out in disbelief. "So what if I did? I will burn you to death today." Lin Feng sneered. "Brat, how about we make a deal? I can teach you a powerful divine ability, but you have to let me go." The spiritual body tried to tempt Lin Feng. "Don't make a deal with him. Such an evil spiritual body will definitely scheme against you. We have already been tricked by him once. Do you want to be tricked a second time? Destroy him," Xianxia said through gritted teeth. She hated the spiritual body in the crystal ball very much. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the spiritual body in the crystal ball. He sneered and said, "Put away your hypocrisy. Right now, I only want your life." He continued to use his heavenly flames. The heavenly flames were too hot, and the crystal ball began to crack. "Brat, don't listen to that woman. Women are nothing but playthings for men. When a man has great power, what kind of woman can't he get? I can teach you all kinds of great daos and even emperor techniques. You will become extremely powerful and dominate the world. When the time comes, you will have countless beauties." The spiritual body in the crystal ball continued to tempt Lin Feng. "Women are worthy of everyone's respect. You humiliated women, so you are obviously not a good person. How can a scum like you be qualified to talk about cooperating with me?" Lin Feng sneered and continued to use his heavenly flames to burn the crystal ball. No matter how the spiritual body tried to tempt him, he didn't waver at all. In the end, the crystal ball cracked, and the spiritual body turned to ashes. "There are words on the crystal ball," Xianxia pointed at the crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball were densely packed with words. These words were actually ancient divine characters, which had been lost for a long time. It was unknown what was written on the densely packed runes. In this era, there weren't many cultivators who understood the ancient divine runes, but Lin Feng was definitely one of them. He had learned the ancient divine runes from the Qilin. Lin Feng pieced the broken eggshells together and observed the runes on them. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. "You recognize these ancient divine runes?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I know a thing or two about ancient divine runes. Xianxia asked curiously, then what's written on it? Lin Feng said, 3,000 great Daos. Xianxia's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, which of the 3,000 great Daos? The art of great desire. Lin Feng said. Xianxia's pretty face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. According to the records, this crystal ball is called the Desire Crystal Ball. It was created by a strong cultivator called the Evil Lord of Desire. I don't know if the Evil Lord of Desire is the same soul as the one who died before. Regardless, it doesn't matter now. The art of great desire recorded in this crystal ball is the greatest secret of this place. Xianxia asked, apart from the art of great desire, are there any other records of the 3,000 great Daos? There's only one. If you're not interested, I'll cultivate it myself. Lin Feng said. Xianxia snorted, who says I'm not interested? Although the name doesn't sound very nice, the value of any of the 3,000 great Daos is immeasurable. Every time one of the 3,000 great Daos is cultivated, their cultivation will increase greatly. Since the art of great desire is also one of the 3,000 great Daos, I'll naturally cultivate it. Lin Feng nodded and said, since you want to cultivate the art of great desire, I'll use modern words to translate the ancient divine runes for you. Heal your injuries first. By the time you wake up, I'll probably have translated the art of great desire's cultivation chant. Xianxia nodded and walked to a dry place. She took out a futon and sat cross-legged on it. Then, she began to circulate her energy to heal her injuries. Lin Feng took out a jade tube and imprinted the formula of the great technique of desire on it with his godly awareness. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to successfully imprint the entire cultivation method of the great desire technique. At this moment, Xianxia was still recuperating. Lin Feng decided to comprehend the great desire art. The art of great desire was a rather special divine power among the 3,000 great Dao. This 3,000 great Dao had no offensive power. But it could make a person lose himself. Just like Lin Feng and 1,000 Piao Shui before, they were devoured by endless desire. Of course, the great desire technique contained many desires, and lust was only one of them. Other than lust, it also included greed, lust, evil desires, and so on. Desire was born from the negative emotions in a person's heart. The art of great desire stimulated the desire in a cultivator's body, allowing the desire to devour the will and make the cultivator lose himself. This method was not only strange but also terrifying. After all, humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Since there were 7 emotions and 6 desires, the art of great desire could lure out the desires in a person's heart. The next day, Xianxia finally recovered from her injuries. Although her injuries were not completely healed, they should be 80 to 90% healed. Lin Feng handed the jade cylinder to Xianxia. Then, the two of them walked out without stopping. I need to carry you again. Lin Feng pointed at the area in front of them that was densely covered with floating restrictions. Xianxia nodded with a red face and lay on Lin Feng's back again. Lin Feng carried Xianxia out. After leaving the floating restriction area, Xianxia came down. Xianxia, who was originally injured, had a trace of a pitiful aura in her coldness. Now that her injuries were almost healed, she had become an ice beauty again. Her body emitted an aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Lin Feng could clearly feel the coldness from Xianxia's body. Of course, Lin Feng did not care. He knew that Xianxia's race was destined to not have much to do with men. As for the entanglement in the cave, if he could forget it, he would just treat it as a dream. The two of them quickly came to the exit and rushed up. Boom, as expected, they were attacked as soon as they came out. The masked cultivator, Ying Yutian, and Huangfu Wuji all used their powerful attacks to attack Lin Feng and Xianxia. The masked cultivator used army of thousands. In the void, war drums beat and battle cries shook the earth. The black fog rolled and condensed into an army of thousands, crushing Lin Feng and Xianxia. Ying Yutian used limitless purgatory, creating a purgatory world. It enveloped Lin Feng and Xianxia, wanting to devour them. Huangfu Wuji used a unique skill called all-encompassing forest. This skill was also very powerful. It condensed all kinds of things, such as Buddhas, demons, immortals, ghosts, gods, etc. They all appeared and suppressed. The attacks of the three experts were indeed powerful. Lin Feng and Xianxia immediately felt like they were a small boat in a storm. They could capsize at any time. Die. The three experts laughed. The three strong cultivators grinned ferociously. They could already see Lin Feng and Xianxia dying under their attacks. It's too early to be proud. For ferocious cauldron, come out. Lin Feng was already prepared. When the three experts attacked, he took out the four ferocious cauldron. This treasure was as hard as a divine weapon, but it was not easy to activate. But now that Lin Feng and Xianxia worked together, they could activate it for a short time. The two of them entered the four ferocious cauldron. At that moment, the masked cultivator, Yingyu and Huangfu Wuji attacked. Clang, 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 the attacks of the three experts landed on the four ferocious cauldron, but they were all blocked by the cauldron. Lin Feng and Xianxia were inside the four ferocious cauldron. In a flash, the four ferocious beasts on the four ferocious cauldron came back to life and roared. Whoosh! The four ferocious cauldron turned into a black ray of light and rushed towards Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji had lost an arm, so he was the easiest target to break through. When the three experts saw that Lin Feng and Xianxia wanted to break through, they hastily took out their weapons and attacked the four ferocious cauldron. However, the four ferocious cauldron had already been activated. Once such a huge cauldron flew up, the impact would be terrifying. The three experts took out their weapons and were sent flying. Then, the four ferocious cauldron arrived next to Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the four ferocious cauldron. With a loud bang, Huangfu Wuji's body exploded into a bloody mist. The four ferocious cauldron had actually killed a tyrant. Lin Feng hadn't expected the cauldron to be so powerful. Huangfu Wuji was an ancient overlord, yet he was killed just like that. The power of the cauldron was beyond imagination. Lin Feng was very happy. It seemed that the cauldron was much more valuable than he had imagined. Lin Feng wanted to continue using the cauldron to kill Yingyu and the masked cultivator, but he knew that it was too difficult to use the cauldron. Yingyu and the masked cultivator were already prepared, so it wouldn't be easy to kill them. On the other hand, he and Xianxia would be constantly exhausted. If they exhausted too much of their energy, they wouldn't be able to use the cauldron anymore. At that time, they would be attacked by Yingyu and the masked cultivator. Lin Feng and Xianxia used the cauldron to leave quickly. They finally got rid of Yingyu and the masked cultivator and returned to the demonic beast territory. The allied army and reinforcements had already returned to the demonic beast territory, and the army was resting. However, the demonic beast territory was filled with sadness. Someone infiltrated the demonic beast territory and infiltrated the Great Ping King's life and death chamber. The Great Ping King's seclusion was interrupted, and he suffered a serious backlash. Lin Feng saw Long Yuxi and said with a sad expression. What? How could this be? Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. The Great Ping King's Dao injury had reached a critical point, and he couldn't be disturbed. Now that his Dao injury had caused a backlash, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Lin Feng said gloomily. How could someone infiltrate the demonic beast territory? Could it be that there's a spy? That's right. It's the Goldbiter rats. They acted as spies and secretly opened the entrance when the Great Ping King's territory was relatively empty. Long Yuxi said. The Goldbiter rats were a branch of the demonic beasts of Nanzhou. They weren't particularly strong. Moreover, they were usually very cautious, so no one would pay attention to them. Who would have thought that they had been bought over by the clan and three mansions? What about the people who ambushed the Great Ping King? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. All of them are death warriors. There are two powerhouses who are at the level of ancient giants. They are Gong Sun Qing from the Upper Heaven Gate and Zhong Xingzhen from the Zhongxing clan. Although they were killed by the Great Ping King, the Great Ping King also. Long Yuxi sighed, feeling dejected. For the next few days, the atmosphere in the demon race's territory was very tense. Lin Feng didn't even manage to see Jin Xingyuan. The elders of the demon race opened the altar and offered sacrifices to the heavens. Many demons came and knelt around the altar. The great Ping King is young and promising, he is an upright man. I beg the heavens for mercy, please don't let him die young. An old monster cried and led everyone to pray, hoping that the great Ping King would be safe. Lin Feng stood in the distance, his countenance dim. He couldn't forget the great Rock King's magnificence, nor could he forget the great Rock King's amiability. It was truly heartbreaking for such a close elder to be on the brink of death. Bad news spread. The great Ping King's injuries could no longer be suppressed. That day, the great Ping King walked out, his face pale. He had gone to many places in the demon race's territory and met many people. The great Ping King seemed to want to see the great Ping King's territory one last time. Many demons wept. In the past, the demons of Nanzhou had been suppressed by the three governments. It was the great Ping King who had provided refuge for the demons of Nanzhou. Therefore, many people treated the great Ping King as their savior. But now, the great Ping King had reached the end of his life. Elder Jean, there is no place for us demons in Nanzhou anymore, said the great Ping King. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The demons around him wept. I know, said Elder Jean. We've already started to move. We're taking a spacetime boat to the demon continent. The demon continent was still the most powerful continent of the demon race. There, they could be protected. The three governments and the 8 great powers had surrounded the demon race's territory, but they didn't immediately launch a large-scale attack because the great Ping King was still alive. They were afraid. All right. The great Ping King nodded. I watched the great Ping King grow up. He was humble and courteous. When he was 18, he shouldered the responsibility of reviving the great Ping King's territory. He didn't disappoint his people. Step by step, he became a peerless cultivator. But now, the great Ping King is going to die. Why is the heavens so unfair? Good people don't live long, bad people live freely. On the way back, Lin Feng saw an old beast who burst into tears. He couldn't help but feel sad. 300 years ago, the demon race had wanted to elect the great Ping King as the leader of the great Ping King's territory. They wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors, but the great Ping King had been plotted against during his tribulation. The great Ping King's life had changed because of that. At night, Lin Feng went to find Jin Xingyuan. He was sitting alone in the courtyard, drunk. When I was very young, my parents were killed overseas. It was Uncle who arrived in time and saved me. He killed the people who killed my parents. Since then, I have always been by Uncle's side. Uncle is the only family I have left. Now, Uncle is going to leave me. Jin Xingyuan was very sad. The great Ping King's clan had more than 20 members, and their bloodlines were quite distant. Although they were from the same clan, they weren't relatives. Ever since his parents had died, the great Ping King was Jin Xingyuan's only blood relative. Lin Feng knew how close Jin Xingyuan was to the great Ping King. Now, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He sat aside and listened quietly. The death of a family member was a huge blow to anyone. Back then, his third uncle, Lin Xiong, had been killed by Du Guoyan in order to save him. Lin Feng would never forget that. Even though so many years had passed, Lin Feng still felt pain in his heart every time he thought about it. Therefore, he could understand Jin Xingyuan's sadness at that moment. Lin Feng couldn't persuade Jin Xingyuan, so he drank with him. The two of them drank until dawn. Dong, dong, dong. At dawn, 9 deep and sorrowful sounds echoed in the demon race's territory. Could it be? Lin Feng stood up. His expression changed. It was the sound of a death bell. 9 death bells meant that someone had passed away. Uncle! Jin Xingyuan rushed to the great Ping King's residence. Lin Feng also flew over. When they arrived, many people had already gathered. Lin Feng saw Long Yushi and some other juniors crying. They weren't qualified to enter. Only the higher-ups of the various factions were qualified to enter and see the great Ping King for the last time. Why did it turn out like this? The great Ping King had a chance to recover from his injuries, but now he's dead. They're all from the same clan. If it weren't for them, the great Ping King wouldn't have died so tragically. Some old monsters were heartbroken. Woo, 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 the entire demon race's territory was filled with sorrow. The Great Ping King's glorious but short life ended just like that. A cold wind started blowing and drizzling. The whole territory of the Goblin clan was silent and sad. Mr. Jean was still in charge of the relocation of ordinary Goblin clan's territory. More than half of them had already left. But at that moment, the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups started attacking the territory of the Goblin clan. King Xianxia is dead. Now is the best time to destroy the Goblin clan of the South Continent, shouted a strong cultivator from the top of the army of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups. They were mobilizing the strong cultivators of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups. Kill them. The cultivators of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups started attacking the territory of the Goblin clan in a frenzy. There are still many people who haven't been relocated. Mr. Jean, the Goblin clan's deployment spells won't last much longer, said an elder of the Goblin clan. Cultivators who know how to use deployment spells, go and help them. Try to stall for time, said Mr. Jean. There were still 30 to 40 million people in the territory of the Goblin clan. Once the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 influential groups attacked, they would all be slaughtered. Every minute, every second, was related to the safety of countless people. We need the blood of the Holy Imperial Child's origin. We have to leave quickly. This battle has nothing to do with us anymore, said the Goblin clan's leader. The higher-ups of the 3-headed Cobra clan and the heaven-devouring demonic Toad clan said. They were unwilling to stay and fight with the cultivators of the one sect, 3 mansions, and the 8 great forces. We have to leave too. Take out the blood of the Holy Imperial Child's origin, said the strong cultivators of the Blood Demons and the Heavenly Dragon clan. Here's a bottle of origin blood. You can divide it among yourselves. Princess Xianxia appeared and took out a bottle of origin blood. That's too little. Are we beggars? The strong cultivators of the Goblin clan looked glum. A drop of origin blood is extremely precious. That's a lot. If you don't want it, you can give it back, said Princess Xianxia coldly. Forget it. We can't argue here. As long as the little princess doesn't die, we'll still have a chance to get the origin blood. We're not in a hurry. That's right. If we want more origin blood, we'll have plenty of opportunities. As the higher-ups of the various forces were chatting, the cultivators from the 4 major Yao forces and tens of other Yao forces, big and small, charged into the teleportation valley. Scram! Let us go first. They were very rude and swept away those who wanted to board the ancient ship. Some who were already on the ship were thrown out as well. This is too much. Many of the great rocks were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. Elder Jean said, now is not the time to fight with them. Let them leave first. The others could only suppress the anger in their hearts. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Princess Xianxia. Is it really the Demon Emperor's holy embryo's origin blood? This was because Lin Feng recalled the scene when he tried to take the Demon Emperor's sacred fetus origin blood. He had almost died, and it was already so difficult to take one drop, let alone a bottle. Princess Xianxia replied, the blood of a subterranean giant demon was mixed with some things, and its aura is very similar to the origin blood of the Demon Emperor's sacred embryo. Lin Feng said, when these people find out that they've been deceived, they'll definitely fly into a rage. This enmity will be formed. These people have evil intentions. When they tried to take Little Moon, they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. Even if they find out, it's fine. The only pity is that we didn't let them stay behind to fight against the people from the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers. Princess Xianxia said. These people are all scheming and astute. I'm guessing that they want to leave first, then find another opportunity to take Little Moon's sacred fetus origin blood. I've seen too many people like this. Lin Feng said. They won't have that opportunity, Princess Xianxia said. Boom, 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 the restrictions around the entire territory of the Yao clan shook violently. Obviously, the experts from the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers were not far from breaking through the restrictions. There are still tens of millions of people left. I'm afraid we won't be able to evacuate them, an elder of the Yao clan said with an ugly expression. If they couldn't evacuate them, tens of millions of people would be massacred. This was something that no one wanted to see. I'll go and support them. Take Little Moon and leave first. Lin Feng looked at Princess Shui Yao. Let Yushi take Little Moon away. I'll stay. Princess Shui Yao said. That's good too. Lin Feng thought about Princess Shui Yao's great imperial weapon and nodded. Thank you, little friend. Elder Jean cupped his fists. Elder Jean, you're too polite. Lin Feng flew into the distance. He arrived at the entrance of the Yao clan's territory and strengthened the formation with the help of over 100 elders. With Lin Feng's help, the formation began to stabilize. The formation, which was about to be broken, was suddenly strengthened. The higher-ups of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers looked gloomy. Push out the formation-breaking dragon chariots. An expert waved his hand. Immediately, 10 gigantic formation-breaking dragon chariots were pushed out. Each chariot required over 100 people to move. Bang! 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 The formation-breaking dragon chariots kept hitting the restrictions at the entrance of the Yao clan's territory. 6 hours later, Kacha, not good, the formation is about to be broken. The faces of some of the monster clan elders changed drastically. The breaking of the formation was already something that could not be stopped. The attacks of the experts of the one sect, 3 governments became even more violent. Kacha, more and more cracks appeared on the formation. Finally, the formation could not hold on any longer and was torn apart. The entrance of the Yao clan's territory, which had been hidden by the formation, was also exposed. Kill everyone in the Yao clan's territory. Don't leave a single one alive. Take all the treasures. The experts of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers shouted loudly. Countless cultivators rushed into the Yao clan's territory and fought with Lin Feng and the others. Retreat! Shouted a Yao elder. The cultivators resisted the attacks of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers while retreating. In the end, they regrouped with Elder Jean and the others. The Yao clan still had 30,000 cultivators. The one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers had 150,000 cultivators. 30,000 cultivators against 150,000 cultivators. The difference in power was too great. However, everyone knew that they could not retreat. For many of the Yao clan members, their loved ones were gathered in the teleportation valley behind them. If they retreated, their loved ones would die tragically. For our clansmen, for our loved ones, kill! Shouted Elder Jean. Annihilate the Yao clan. The higher-ups of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers waved their swords. Rumble, the ground shook violently. The army of the one sect, 3 governments, and 8 great powers all rushed over. Immediately, the 2 sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Blood splattered everywhere. Corpses fell from the sky. The entire Yao clan's territory was covered in blood. End of chapter 1078. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.